Seth MacFarlane, one of the most influential figures in all of history, someone who I've talked about a fair amount on my channel. But this man, he's just created so many beloved and famous things that I doubt I could ever run out of topics relating to him. Being interested in art and animation from a very young age, Seth first got to start drawing comics for his local newspapers, as far back as the age of 11. If you go back and check out some of these, you gotta admit, for an 11-year-old, this stuff ain't that bad. After breaking out into the industry to work on shows such as Cow and Chicken, Johnny Bravo, and Dexter's Laboratory, Seth worked his way up the ladder and got the chance to create his very own animated television series at only 24. Since then, he's gone on to create three shows, a live-action Star Trek parody, and arguably Seth's biggest creative endeavor of his career, his attempt at breaking out into film. As of today, Seth has 3 films under his belt, with the latest one, Ted 2, being released 7 years ago in 2015, so I think it's safe to say that he's been taking a break from the big screen. But why is that? Clearly he must have made some kind of good impression to be given 3 whole chances. Most people don't even get 1. So just what went wrong here to cause him to take a step back from filmmaking? Well, I think the best way to go about this would obviously be to take a look at all 3 of Seth MacFarlane's films to see just what happened. Did his comedic writing not translate well to live action? Was it due to poor direction? Did people just want to see Family Guy the movie? Let's find out. Starting with Seth MacFarlane's big directorial debut, Ted. Dude, you have no fucking idea how hyped I was for Ted. The second I saw the trailer and the words, "From the creator of Family Guy," appeared on screen, I was hooked. I had to see this movie. August could not come any faster. This was the worst, most long-feeling wait I've ever had for a film. The only thing that came anywhere close was Wreck-It Ralph. Yes, it's because Sonic was in it. But it was a good movie too, okay? But August finally came. I got all ready to go to the theater and see the funny man Seth MacFarlane on the big screen and... Oh wait, I'm 10 years old. Well, that's okay. That just means I can watch it when it releases on DVD in almost 3 months. And then I had to wait till Christmas. But boy, I have to say, the wait was fucking worth it. I adored this film as a kid. It was my favorite movie ever made for a while. I'd quote it all the time, listen through all the bonus DVD content. I even had the TED app on my iPad, which was clearly just an adult ripoff of Talking Tom. But to be fair, I also thought Family Guy was the best thing ever as a kid. I'm the kid who cried when they killed off Brian Griffin, so it could be possible. And now this is a stretch. But it could be possible this thing I enjoyed as a kid isn't very good. Blasphemy, I know, but I'm going to try to go into this without any of my preconceived opinions, to try and objectively see if this was or wasn't a good movie. So without further ado, here we have Ted. Ted has a very basic premise. This kid called John gets a teddy bear for Christmas, and wishes on a shooting star that he could become real, which he does. And we fast forward to see just how much John has been screwing up his life by living with a talking teddy bear. Honestly, I'm glad they just bullshit their way through him coming to life.
Magic!
Ooh, magic! Allows the plot to move along quite nicely. But honestly, the movie isn't even really that much about Ted. It's actually way more focused on John, with his girlfriend of 4 years trying to show him that he'll never grow up as long as he keeps his teddy bear around. Very obviously being a metaphor for needing to leave your childhood things in the past and grow up. That's probably the first thing I'd point out about this movie. Despite the wild marketing campaign trying to advertise this thing as the most wacky, raunchy talking bear movie ever made, at its core it's a very grounded and heartfelt love triangle movie. John has to pick between his lifelong friend or his girlfriend, and they put a large focus on that struggle he faces with his temptations. Maybe the way I'm wording that makes it sound all serious and deep, but no, not at all. This is the same movie that spans a 2-minute scene pointing out how someone has shit on the floor. But I think it's worth pointing out, as it goes to show that Seth not only wanted to make a good comedy movie here, but also just a solid film in general with a heartfelt story. Which is weird because if you look at anything Family Guy has done in the past 15 years, the word I'd never even think about using was heartfelt.
You're pregnant with our baby?
I also love the commentary on celebrity culture, with Ted being this big breakout star in the 80s and 90s, but despite being a literal talking teddy bear, eventually everyone just stopped giving a shit about him, and so he falls into irrelevancy. But no, yeah, despite Family Guy for a majority of its run being this horribly fast-paced joke-a-second kind of show, where they never slow down to try to tell an actual compelling story, I was genuinely surprised to see just how slow of a pace Ted has. That's not a bad thing at all, though, as the movie, instead of focusing on how to get to the next joke as fast as humanly possible, we get a lot of time for scenes to linger on, so you can really feel the emotion of the characters. And I think that's pretty damn impressive for being a movie about a fucking talking bear who smokes weed. And it's not like Ted has nothing to do here. We also have a side plot involving him getting kidnapped by a deranged fan who's obsessed with him ever since he was a kid, and wants to force him to be his son's best friend, who I cannot look at without thinking about that lame Disney Channel sitcom, Ant Farm. Don't ask me why I know that. Honestly, the weakest part of the movie's plot is that John doesn't even really have to end up sacrificing much in the end. He eventually gets his life together and forces Ted to move out of the house, and lets him know that he can't be part of his life anymore. But after a run-in with the super fan tears him in half, John's girlfriend somehow brings him back to life through another wish on a shooting star, and is now suddenly okay with the idea of John hanging around a teddy bear all the time. Perfect. Glad to see this entire movie was pointless. Probably would have been a better ending to just kill Ted off at the end, but I understand you gotta end your movie on a silly comedic note, and also need to keep the door open for future sequels. Wink wink. And speaking of these aforementioned characters, the breakout star here is most definitely the titular Ted himself, voiced by the one and only Seth MacFarlane. And I gotta say, he did a fucking fantastic job at voicing him here. It's gotta be tough to have your actors give a believable performance when they're acting against nothing, but he knocked it out of the park along with Mark Wahlberg and Mila Kunis. If you've seen Family Guy, you may notice that Seth has a very natural way of having dialogue scenes play out, where characters can go off on tangents or stutter their lines. It has a very improvisational feel, which is hard to do with an animated character, especially against pre-recorded humans saying their lines. A lot of the times when recording these live-action CGI hybrid movies, they'd merely have some random guy read out the animated character's lines to the actors, but they went above and beyond here to try and replicate that style of humor Seth likes. What they actually did was have Seth off to the side during filming, so that instead of no-name intern number 40 doing his best Peter Griffin impression, Seth was actually present in real time to talk back and forth, which allowed for a lot more improv, and causes Ted's sound quality to be the exact same as the other actors. You know, it doesn't just sound like he was doing it in a booth or something. But yeah, Ted does a really good job here at not just being some dumb gag. Like, they could have easily filled this movie with Ted doing shitty thing after shitty thing, and you're supposed to sit there and laugh because of how nonsensical it all is. Ha! It's a teddy bear who says the fuck word! But he's actually a fairly well-rounded character, who looks out for his best friend and wants to help him settle things with his girlfriend. Mark Wahlberg is great in this movie too. He bounces off as Seth so well. Sometimes you really do forget that he's acting along something that's not even really there. Like Ted, they do a good job at letting you know he's a fuck-up, but not to the point of being unlikable. Like, he's got a good heart and only wants to make sure he can keep everyone in his life, and is trying to balance that to keep everybody happy. The only character here I'm not a fan of is Mila Kunis as John's girlfriend, Lori. She's a massive bitch. At first it makes sense that she'd be upset with her boyfriend bumming around with a bear all his life, but sometimes they push it way too far to the point where she's completely unreasonable. And then by the end she's just like, whatever, we can keep him around, I don't mind. This entire movie could have been avoided then, you bitch! There's also a variety of side characters here, but they don't really amount to much. Johnny has a few friends at his job who get like 3 lines each. One of them is fucking Joe Swanson. Lori has a boss who's hitting on her, and he's really just there to give Johnny a reason to continue fighting for her. The best secondary character to me has to be the villain, played by Giovanni Ribisi? Fucking, I don't know. Weird name. He plays that creepy, introverted, psycho kind of guy perfectly. He's also one of the funniest characters here. He's got a lot of great moments. I remember as a kid I lost it at the scene of him dancing in his living room while drinking from the straw. The comedy in general is pretty good overall. I never really laughed out loud, but that also might be because I've seen this movie like 20 times. But when revisiting it for this video, I often find myself finding the small bits of dialogue way funnier than the big gags they try to set up. Just little snarky remarks the characters would make that catch me off guard.
I said a bad word one time. Daddy punished me for it.
That's a great story. I felt like I was there.
I think the biggest bit of comedy that comes from it is the fact that there's like a 30-year time skip, and Ted is already well known. Nobody bats an eye at his presence, he's treated like any other normal person. So a lot of the stuff I find funny was everybody just treating him like he's not a 2-foot-tall teddy. A big factor in that is how fucking well he blends into the world around him. I mean, Jesus Christ, these animators went above and beyond in integrating him to this world. To this day, it still remains as one of the best CGI characters in a live-action world to me. I love how over the course of time you see him subtly decaying, like some patches of fur being removed or scratches in his eye. If you look at some of the behind-the-scenes stuff for this movie, you'll see just how much effort went into the animation here. A lot of that is probably thanks to Seth himself. It really seems like he had such a clear vision for what he wanted to do in this movie. And I think that's why it came out as such a solid film. Like, is it the best thing in the world? No, not at all. But for what he wanted to accomplish, I think Seth knocked it out of the fucking park on his first go in writing and directing a live-action feature. Also, might I add, the fucking score for this movie goes so hard. It's got that kind of jazzy Frank Sinatra vibe Seth is known for liking, and it surprisingly fits pretty well here. But all this hard work definitely paid off. The movie made $500 million at the box office and got pretty good reviews. I watched it with a friend and they even called it not so bad. So if that's not a glowing recommendation, I don't know what is. And with that, Seth had done it. He had successfully shown that not only could he make a pretty good cartoon, not only could he voice act, not only could he sing like a fucking angel, but he could also make a pretty damn good movie too. So what does he do now? He does it again. I was so fucking excited for A Million Ways to Die in the West. Not only is Seth MacFarlane making another movie, but he'll be starring in it? Like, not just his voice, but his face too? His handsome, perfect face, his pearly white teeth, his enchanting smile, those eyes that you just get lost in. Anyway, A Million Ways to Die in the West. I was ecstatic. Could June 6th not come any soon? 12 years old. Still couldn't see it. But when I rented it from Extravision a couple months later, I was hyped. It's time to finally see what I was missing out on. It's awful. I vividly remember watching this with my dad in our living room, and by the time it was over, I turned around to see that he had fallen asleep. And when I woke him up, he just turned to me and said, "That movie was shit." No, what? That couldn't be true. Well, I liked it at least. Right? I was very much in denial because A Million Ways to Die in the West is unironically, no exaggeration at all, one of the worst movies ever conceived by man. How did this happen? Like, really, how the fuck does one man write, direct, produce, and star in his own film, have so much creative freedom, and it turn out this bad? Released in 2014, A Million Ways to Die in the West is a film starring Seth MacFarlane as a sheep farmer in the Old West called Albert Stark. After just being dumped by his girlfriend, that's it. The plot just sorta halts at this point for a bunch of unfunny scenes featuring Seth's friends trying to help him get back up on his feet until his new lady's introduced, the wife of the most feared man in the Wild West. She quickly takes a liking to Seth and tries to help him get over his ex. And as you could probably guess, he soon realizes that while chasing this girl, his one true love was sitting right in front of him the whole time. Why is this a Western? Apparently this was like a big project for Seth, one that he put a ton of time into researching, as he's supposedly a huge fan of Western films. But all we have here is the most basic romance plot we've seen time and time again, except everyone is just playing dress up with their yeehaw clothes. Of course that's where the title comes in, with there being A Million Ways to Die in the West.
He said it!
But this means nothing in the grand scheme of things. All this amounts to is a couple of scenes of people dying in somewhat comedic ways. Like, I don't know, it feels weird using a word like comedic when describing this movie. But all this is here to do is show you how miserable Seth is living in the Old West. But like, you could have just put him in any other shitty living condition and the film would have been the exact same. You may have noticed that I keep referring to our main character as Seth and not Albert. And that's because this guy is completely indistinguishable as his own character. To me, he's just how I imagine Seth is in the IRL. This has got to be one of the most annoying protagonists in film history. All he does for the entire movie is sit around and whine and moan and whinge about how shitty his life is while doing nothing to try and better his situation. There are scenes where he just rants and lectures people about how shitty the Old West is, except he's describing this to people who also live in the Old West, so this is nothing they wouldn't already be aware of. So it just comes off as unnecessary and makes me think that Seth imagined ways the audience would find this annoying attitude endearing in some way. But the possibility of that is completely shattered because Seth does not work as an on-screen star. At least not in this. I've never seen the fucking Orville or whatever it's called. He just has this constant smug look on his face like he thinks he's so much better than the situation around him. And because of that, it makes me want him to feel. This may sound like a strange suggestion, but I actually think this role would be way more suited for a Michael Cera type. His lines remind me a lot of Scott Pilgrim, where in that movie Scott can sit around to complain about how everything sucks. I find it funny because of how pathetic his delivery is and how pathetic he looks. Sorry, Michael. There are times when I can see glimpses of what he's trying to go for. I actually think a lot of the more quiet talking scenes are pretty decent in terms of the emotion, but then I remember how much of a prick this guy constantly is and my sympathy is gone. He spends the entire movie whining about how he's lost the most perfect girl in the world, but we never see a single scene of them together before the breakup, so like, I don't care. In relation to I don't care, these fucking secondary characters do nothing. Seth put all the attention on himself because none of these other guys do anything remotely important. He has a friend, played by the villain from Ted, who wants to fuck his wife, who's the town prostitute. But oh no, she wants to wait until they're married. Isn't that ironic?
This one man wanted
Okay.
me to smoke a cigar
See ya.
and then ash on
No,
his
like,
balls while
I
I'm
get
jerking him
I get
off, and I'm
what the
like,
joke was. You don't need to keep
"What?"
going on. And the villain has no presence at all. Seth doesn't even fucking meet him until there's like 20 minutes of the movie left. The only thing to note about him is that he's played by Liam Neeson, but I can only imagine this was because Seth was like, whoa, I want to meet Liam Neeson. Put him in the movie. This thing is filled to the brim with celebrity cameos that amount to nothing. Jamie Foxx makes a 5-second cameo, Doc from Back to the Future, Ryan Reynolds, who also makes a cameo in Ted for some reason, but at least there no attention is really drawn to it. Ted doesn't look at him and go, "Oh my god, are you Ryan Reynolds?" Who also makes a fucking cameo in Family Guy now that I think about it. But here we need Seth to take a detour at the end of a scene to walk over to the barn and have a conversation with Doc Brown. What is the purpose of this other than just, I know what that is. And it never fucking ends. Why in God's name does this silly Western movie need to be 2 hours long? Nothing happens. Scenes will drag out for an eternity. Seth has no idea what the fuck pacing is. Wait, no, yes, he does because Ted had great pacing. What the fuck happened here? It's just not funny. Plain and simple. The way a scene works in A Million Ways to Die in the West is that Seth will tell a joke. Then a character will go, "What? No, Then he'll repeat said joke, then start to explain said joke. Then a character will fart or shit, and that'll be like the backup punchline in case they weren't giggling at the other shit. And when they're not doing that, characters will just sit and talk for minutes on end. They'll just have the most boring conversation imaginable. See, you can make a serious romance movie, or you can make a movie where Neil Patrick Harris shits into a hat for 2 minutes, but you gotta pick one, funny man. I wouldn't mind these slower scenes as much if they just did something visually interesting with them. I'd already mentioned how none of this movie feels real despite them filming in an actual desert. Scenes are way too well lit to the point where you can just tell it's studio lighting. And the costumes, while impressive, are just way too clean. You can tell they just put them on minutes before shooting their scene. Throw some dirt on their shirt, put a tear in his cowboy hat, do fucking something to make this not just look like some dumb SNL sketch. But apart from the visuals, it's just shot lazily. I didn't talk much about it with Ted, but the direction there is actually pretty decent. There's usually a lot of shot variety in scenes, with the highlight being when they do coke with Flash Gordon. There's a nice shot of them sitting at a table, but instead of just having a still shot focusing on each of them while they're talking, the camera constantly pans around them in a circle, which helps illustrate how unfocused they are, talking about nonsense, which also helps add to the dizziness of it all, with it almost feeling like the room is spinning, which helps add to that feeling that John is starting to lose track of time. Shot reverse shot. Yeah, I mean, that's just as good. In conclusion, A Million Ways to Die in the West is one of, if not the worst movie I've ever sat through in my entire life, and I take great solace in knowing that I never have to sit through this piece of shit ever again. It helps me sleep at night. Unsurprisingly, this movie did not do well critically, with most pointing out its lack of any good comedy or wit, and it was a big ol' flop at the box office, only managing to rake in $80 million on a budget of $40 million, so I think it's safe to say we won't see Seth star in any new films anytime soon. I've got a tear in my eye, but it's tears of joy. Well, you know, okay, maybe I stumbled on his second attempt. Well, stumble is to put it lightly, more like he fucking face-planted. But Ted was still good. Clearly he's not a total hack. What else could he do? It's not like the first one had a perfect conclusion that perfectly wrapped up everything nicely or anything. I was so fucking hyped for Ted 2. I could not wait to watch it when it came out. July couldn't come any sooner. God damn it! Me and my friends all went to the cinema to watch this, and they refused to let us in, so we all had to go and see Minions instead. That was my second time watching it in theaters. Thankfully, when I went home that evening, I decided to watch it on my iPhone 5 through very legal streaming methods, I assure you. And I didn't like it. 13-year-old me couldn't believe it. Could Seth MacFarlane really make something bad? I need to sit down. Ted 2 picks up right where the first left off, with John getting married and even Ted himself getting married to his girlfriend Tammy Lynn. This is where we find out that John and Laurie got a divorce off screen. She doesn't even appear in this one. Perfect, glad to know that entire last movie was pointless. Apparently Laurie was in an early draft of the film when it was about John and Ted smuggling pot across the country, but when the story was changed they had nothing for her to do, and John too I can imagine, which is why they just got rid of her in exchange for a new love interest who was just a clone of John in every way lovely. The main focus is instead about Ted trying to get a sperm donor so they can have a baby. Oh no wait, I mean it's actually about him trying to adopt a child. No wait, it's actually about him trying to prove that he's a human after he's denied adoption, which starts fucking up everything in his life since he's now deemed property. No wait, it's actually about him traveling to New York so he can get this big important lawyer to defend his case. No wait, actually it's about the villain from the first Ted movie coming back to try and once again kidnap him. No wait, actually it's about them all visiting Comic-Con. Yes, really. My biggest issue with this movie is that it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like 3 episodes of a Ted TV show slammed together. The pacing here is fucking atrocious. See, when making a movie, or a TV show, it's important to give each and every scene a point. A good comedy movie can make you laugh, but it's even better when it can make you laugh while still furthering the plot in some way. But in Ted 2, plot points are picked up and then dropped 10 minutes later never to be brought up again. such as Ted trying to get a sperm donor. Makes sense to cover that if he's trying to have a kid. But what's the end point to this? That his wife has no eggs left and therefore adoption is the only way. All you need to do to get that point across to the audience is have the scene where they're talking to the doctor and he mentions this. Great, get that out of the way very fast. Now we can move on to the adoption stuff so the real plot can kick off. But no, instead we have a 2-minute long detour where John and Ted try to convince Flash Gordon to be the donor. Then when that fails, we feel the need to have a 10-minute long scene of them trying to sneak into Tom Brady's house to steal his sperm. But when that fails, John offers up his own sperm, so we have a 5-minute long scene of them at the sperm bank where wacky antics ensue. And when they finally get the sperm after 20 minutes of trying, they're told they can't use it, rendering the past 20 minutes of the movie pointless. I don't know. This movie is filled with shit like this. There's no focus at all. See, the first movie was mostly focused on John. He's a human going through a very relatable dilemma, so it makes sense why they didn't want to put more attention on him. In the grand scheme of things, Ted is just a plot device. He's the third edge to this love triangle. But in Ted 2, Ted is the main star. But there's no substance to this story, he's just trying to find a lawyer to prove he's not property. And John is merely a sidekick trying to help him achieve this. While it's true they try to give John his own plot of getting back onto the dating scene, it's just so bare bones and emotionless that you can't really care about it. It's just here for the formula. There is a total of one nice scene in this movie, and it's when the female John clone sits around a fire and sings this nice song at night. It serves no purpose, but for one whole minute the movie was able to take a breather and relax, and not feel the need to shove 50 million jokes in your face at once. And speaking of jokes, 50% of them are just reused from the fucking first movie. Like, same setup, same punchline, everything. This boss guy from the original, Ted says something fucked up to him because he doesn't want the job, but the boss instead praises him and hires him with some generic tough guy line like, "Nobody's ever stood up to me before. I like that." They just do the same joke here. He says something rude and gets commanded. Great, good joke. I liked it the first 4 times I heard it, but the 5th? Not as impactful. It really just feels like a TV show, relying on the same gags and punchlines because, well, that's what they did the last time. The villain has to do the weird dance to the song again. It was funny in the first one, so it'll be funny here too. Just like it was in A Million West Side in the West. You did the same gag in all 3 of your fucking movies. Was it really that funny, Seth? I don't understand. It's not like this was accidental. There are lines where characters reference how similar the story beats are compared to the first. John and Ted have a fight, except this one is way more forced. John is talking to love interest when he gets a call from Ted, letting him know that Donnie is trying to kidnap him again. So John and love interest have to spring into action to rescue him.
Oh my god, deja vu.
Fuck you. It's either that or it's just written like a cartoon, like Family Guy, where we'll have pointless cutaway gags that really take you out of it. I seriously don't understand how a film sequel can have largely the same crew, but tonally feel so different. On top of that, Seth's directing has definitely gotten lazier over time somehow. This one is literally just shot in the most boring way imaginable. I keep saying it, but it just looks and feels like a TV show. There's nothing cinematic about it. Unless you want to count the amazing opening sequence that for some reason has the big music number with singers and dancers and giant piano sets and just goes on and on and on, and why? It may sound like I'm jumping around from point to point a lot, but I hope you realize that's the exact feeling I got watching this movie. Ted 2 is a film that has no focus, doesn't evolve in any way from what the first established, and if anything, devolved with how the characters like Johnny just reset to the same way they were at the beginning of the original, and doesn't even feel like a proper movie. And as you can imagine, it didn't do well critically, and nobody watched it. Ted 2 only made around half of what the first one did. Seth had mentioned he'd make a third if it performed on the same level as the first one. So yeah, he ruined that potential franchise. Wonderful job, Seth. Or maybe not, because it was confirmed that they're looking to make a TV series based on Ted for Peacock? Who the fuck has Peacock? Yeah, that'll go swimmingly. Honestly, I feel like Ted 2 came out the way it did was because Seth was stretching himself so thin and not realizing his limits, working on both A Million West Side in the West and this at the same time, both of which he did a large amount of the work for, so I can only wonder how different Ted 2 would have been if he fully devoted his time to it. But there's no one to blame for that other than himself. The dude does not understand that he can't do everything all the time on multiple projects and expect stellar results. Your creative juices are gonna get burnt out eventually, and that was definitely reflected in reviews and box office reception. And that was Seth MacFarlane's very brief film career. It's a shame, because the guy definitely isn't a hack. When he devotes his time and attention to something, he can make a really good product, evident with the first Ted movie. But before coming back to the world of filmmaking, I'd recommend he get his ego in check, and not expect to do everything himself because he thinks he's God's gift to comedy. How is it the year 2024 and we have a Ted TV show? Now, how weird is it that the show is actually good?
A couple of deep breaths here and just try to...
Can you believe it's been almost 2 years since I last talked about the surprise reveal of a Ted TV series, based off the hit film franchise created by the funny family man himself, Seth MacFarlane? Gotta be honest, I did not think this thing was coming out. We barely heard a thing about it until like a month ago. Being a Peacock original also didn't give me much confidence that this wouldn't be cancelled the second the executives realized they have about 24 subscribers on the service. I only bought it to watch this show, and in writing that, I just reminded myself to go cancel it. But again, I was not optimistic. Ted was one of my favorite childhood movies, showcasing a little kid having his Christmas wish be granted with his teddy bear coming to life. Only to fast forward 30 years where the charm of him has vanished and they're just sitting around smoking pot all day. John having to learn to let this literal manifestation of his childhood go, as it's harming the relationships he makes as an adult. And then the second is just about Ted trying to prove he can have a kid or something. The villain from the first one returns. They sing Sweet Caroline. I think that's the only joke worth remembering. Ted has aged kind of poorly in my opinion. I feel like every time I revisit it, I'm still able to acknowledge that it is good. You know, the plot is great. I love the characters. The animation holds up extremely well. But the humor, man, hilarious in some cases. But Seth's over-reliance on pop culture and name-dropping in place of actual jokes has it starting to show its age.
That's my bad. I was sending a tweet.
You mean a zeet? Sorry. That was the one aspect of the series I was happy about. Ditching the concept of continuing where the sequel left off, and instead going back to when John and he were teenagers. Ted getting sent off to school with him having to deal with the awkward teen issues you'd expect, like doing drugs for the first time or finding a date to the prom. But thankfully, and honestly shockingly, I think the series manages to avoid a lot of the tired tropes you would anticipate from a setup like that, and instead uses it as a jumping ground to showcase a charming throwback to the 90s, exploring these characters through a lot of their first experiences with stuff that was so second nature to them in the film. And there's a talking teddy bear. And Sonic.
Oh, what about this? Sega Genesis.
I think what surprised me most about the series was their commitment to the Bennett family as a whole. The other members get just as much screen time as John and Ted. I'm sure Ted's animation being so expensive was undoubtedly a factor in that, but at the same time, I think it shows Seth's confidence in making endearing characters outside of the one you're obviously coming here for. We even have Steve Smith playing John's dad. He's the guy who says, "Baba Booey!" Other than that, there's John's mom who fills in the role of a traditional submissive wife. Something they explore a lot throughout the show, as well as his cousin who's staying with them. Despite only having 7 episodes, they did a solid job at mixing and matching them. They each all have at least one memorable moment with each other, which I was not expecting. The stars of the show, though, were of course John and Ted. At first, I was really not feeling the show. The first joke is literally just the same first joke from the movie. They both have the same theme song. I was really concerned this was just going to be a soulless cash grab, retreading the same jokes and humor that the movie already did. I mean, they thought they could just call this Super Mario and we'd all just sit down and accept it? I won't. However, once they get into the story, it picks up drastically, with Ted being forced to go to school with John as they start to introduce you to more of this world and the new characters not present in the film, whether it be the girl he likes or stereotypical fat bully. They all have the pieces here for what should be every other high school show, but they somehow manage to avoid all the pitfalls you would expect. These characters aren't present throughout a majority of the series. It's not treated as some sort of ensemble. They only come into play once they have something interesting to do with them, and I think that's what I enjoyed most about this show. It's focused, and John and Ted's relationship feels genuine. I was not sure how well the kid who misses in Daddy Daycare could carry a show on his own.
What does that mean?
I missed.
Oh, hell no.
I feel like, of course, you'd assume that an adult actor with many more years of experience in the industry would help them be better when acting against nothing. Yeah, that's right. Sorry to any kids out there watching. Santa's not real, and neither is Ted. Mark Wahlberg did a fantastic job, and honestly, so did Max Burkholder. I can think of maybe one scene where it came off unnatural, and it was in the final episode where he's meant to be chasing him. His movements feel like they have a 5-second delay to them. But other than that, I can't think of a single other moment where I didn't think Ted was there. Certainly thanks to Seth being a great voice actor in general, he does just as good of a job as he always does. I don't know what's up with you, Seth. You're a phenomenal actor, but when I see your face, I want to punch it. Tried watching the first episode of The Orville and I just couldn't get past his smug-ass face. But in Ted, he's good. Thumbs up. What definitely adds to that is the animation. They seriously did not skimp on the quality here. There was one scene where he looked kinda out of place, and it's when he was showering. We can send robot cars to Mars, but we can't figure out how to make good CG water. But again, other than that, he looks fantastic. Incredibly impressive for a TV production. I love his dumb little face. His blank expressions add so much unintentional comedy to every scene he's in. Speaking of comedy, I was really pleased to see that Ted stands out as one of the funniest things Seth has ever put out. Nothing had me rolling on the floor laughing or anything, but I did have a smile on my face for a majority of the runtime. It really reminded me of early Family Guy, especially in pacing and tone. Except instead of cutaways, most scenes wind up devolving into a short 30-second to minute-long rant or argument between characters, sometimes even having that go on throughout the rest of the scene as the others continue along with the story. Because of that, there are a couple times where I felt as if scenes were going on for too long, bordering on tedious. But for every joke that didn't land, there were about 5 others that did. I also enjoyed how earnest they aimed to make the show. The characters are at the core of every story, and it never diverts too much from what's at the center of every episode. Whether it be about his mum worrying that she's losing her husband, the cousin and Ted learning to bond, or even a right-wing toy truck coming to life and learning that he's only so bigoted because of his own closeted homosexuality. It all works in line with what you'd expect from these characters, somehow. On top of all that, it's simply just charming. It tries to be extremely edgy at times, but it never comes off like it's coming from a place of hatred or mockery. It all just feels so innocent and nice. The relationships with each other feel genuine. This is gonna be the worst comparison ever, and I'm only using it because they're both adult comedies releasing close to each other, but I want to quickly look at Ted compared to Has Been Hotel.
Angel dust.
No, I've only seen the first 2 episodes, so that's all I can speak on. But it's also a series that relies a lot on edgy humor. However, I couldn't put my finger on why Ted winds up achieving its earnest moments, whereas Has Been, they always come off kinda out of place, like they didn't belong. And I think it has to do with balance and intent. Why does Ted doing a joke that doesn't rely on swearing or being edgy still manage to be funny?
Yeah, we will.
Hey, that looks fun.
Yeah, can we play? No.
Whereas Has Been doing a joke that doesn't rely on those same things appears out of place. I can't show you the example I wanted to because the show isn't officially out yet and I don't want to show it, so like, okay, it's Charlie and she's entering a room nervously and a guy turns the light on which scares her, in which she trips over and they play a silly whimsical music like it's a fucking baby cartoon, which doesn't fit her loudly proclaiming shit as she falls. Anyways, balance and intent. In Ted, its edginess is never the point of the scene, and I think that's the difference. And when it is, it's relevant to the story. Again, I look to the right-wing toy truck. It's never usually taking up screen time, and when it does, the joke is rarely just saying a curse word or saying something sexual. They usually build upon itself in a way that can only be done because it's those 2 characters talking. Each of them feel as if they have something unique to add, their own spin and escalation on the joke. Not only is this funny, but it also naturally conveys to you how these characters are. You're not going to have John's mum cursing or making edgy jokes or anything, but the way she reacts to the others doing so is how she gets to build upon this in a way only she can. Whereas in Has Been, everyone feels interchangeable. Other than Angel Dust, I suppose, none of the jokes feel as if there's something only that character can say, which is usually just fuck. Or shit. Or cunt. I feel like because of that, Ted is more able to earn those genuine moments because these characters feel real, like they're capable of being able to complete a sentence without needing to throw the word fuck in. Sorry, again, I know that's a strange comparison, but I watched these back to back. It was jarring. That's the closest thing to a Has Been review you're ever going to get out of me. My favorite episode of the Ted series would have to be the second one, where they kind of get rid of John's bully before even doing anything with him. This is by far the one that had me laughing the most. I could not get enough of Ted doing all this heinous shit with this most innocent smile on his face the whole way through. They learn that his bully doesn't have a dad in the picture anymore, and so they fucking decide to catfish him pretending to be his dad and asking to meet up, only to call him at the place they were meeting to tell him that he's a disappointment. But because these episodes are so long, they can go in multiple directions with it and build upon that. And so to make it up to him, they call him back as the dad apologizing, and through the phone calls get more and more genuinely invested in his life and want to find a way to continue following him along. It was pretty good. My least favorite, however, would probably have to be the 5th. I think it just takes way too long to get into it with little to no payoff. Ted has to be the therapist for John's parents, where the mum realizes she gave up a lot of her own dreams for him. And so they just find a way to let her teach his class for a day, to which she leaves saying she doesn't even want to be a teacher anymore, and that she likes being a stay-at-home mum. It takes them like 30 minutes to get through the therapist stuff, time which I feel like could have probably been put more towards the end of the episode, to actually go into her being fine with such a demeaning role. Just sort of felt like they needed to find a way to end it, but I definitely say there are more good ones here than bad. I like the Christmas and Halloween specials, they were alright. The pilot being John and Ted smoking weed for the first time was a fun idea, and the finale was pretty great too, concluding things in a natural way while still leaving things open for a potential season 2. Which I hope it gets! I was not expecting to come out of the Ted show wishing for there to be more, but if anything else, I think this show is incredibly charming, and I simply like following these characters around in such a casual setting. I think what most have come to realize from this is that Seth MacFarlane is still a really funny guy that is capable of making something a quality. I think most forget that Seth hasn't been involved with Family Guy for more than half its life. It's evolved, or default arguably, into something so removed from its initial vision, and most likely isn't where the series would be if the man were still with it to this day. But in other ways, I appreciate that he's decided to step away from that rotting corpse and has consistently tried to get out of his comfort zone and try a little bit of everything. So go check out the Ted series. Somehow, I wouldn't recommend buying Peacock or anything, but I'm sure you'll find a way. You're clever. If you ever needed any indication as to how brain-dead studio executives are, then look no further than the Ted series defying all odds and managing to universally win over audiences, becoming the most watched original series on Peacock, as well as the #1 comedy streaming in the US for over 2 months straight. Yet Peacock still thought about canceling it. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Come on, Mark, really? You're making a video about the fact that the Ted series was almost canceled? Running out ideas much? Shut up. Just shut up. See, on one side, I think this is yet another sign of how flawed the exclusive to streaming concept is, and how unsustainable the entire streaming market is right now. But also, we've since gotten the announcement of a new Ted series, this one being animated. It took me a couple times of reading the headline to even realize what they meant by this. So season 2 of the Ted series is gonna now be animated? Well, that's dumb. Oh wait, no, dude, that mean we're gonna get season 2 of the live-action Ted show, along with a cartoon version. What? Is it just me, or does that sound completely insane? And stupid. The reasoning for Peacock wishing to cancel the series came from one simple factor: budgets. With the Ted show costing a monumental $8 million an episode for what's essentially a sitcom, it's no surprise that they wouldn't want to pump that much more money into it. But then, I'd have to argue, why even make a series if you know that creating more of it won't be feasible? It's like the popularity of the Ted show was a shock to them, and so now they have to scramble to find the funds for a season 2 to ensure they don't lose the momentum. But I have to assume as something to fall back on in case the budget couldn't be acquired, they hastily decided to greenlight this animated series so at least something would come out. But I guess everything went a little too well for them, and so now they're stuck with 2 new Ted series in production at the same time. Again, it's very messy and certainly not the situation you'd want to find yourself in, God forbid people like your show. What are we gonna do? And so today, I wanted to talk about a variety of things, and by variety I mean 2. How not only the possibility of not going ahead with the second season of the Ted series is the perfect encapsulation of everything currently wrong with the television industry, but also how making a Ted cartoon is stupid and lame and defeats the whole purpose of the franchise, and how it's only gonna confuse people and be dumb and only serve to hinder the second season of the real show. So yeah, first of all, something folks are becoming quite aware of over the past few years is that TV shows have been getting way too expensive. Of course, you always had those series that looked to have a bigger budget than your average television program. However, once streaming came along, with movies and TVs now being put right against each other, there are also being a bunch of high-profile films to either come to streaming after a short theatrical run, or even on the same day as their launch in theaters, that it's only raised expectations for TV too. There's now an expectation to try and catch up and match a theatrical quality. That's not to even mention the competition between different streaming services, each trying to acquire the next big budget show that'll ensure folks have to pay another monthly subscription. And so as a result of all this, we've now started to see TV productions where a single episode can rival the budget of a full movie. A relatively cheaper movie albeit, but these aren't prices to scoff at. Amazon Prime pumped $715 million into a single season of its Lord of the Rings series. How in any world could you ever expect to make that back? This is also a massive contributing factor as to why most shows now only get a few episodes per season. Gone are the times of the 26-episode season. Now you're lucky to get it, and it's because of one simple thing. This shit is too expensive and not sustainable in any way. Because your shit is being dumped onto a streaming service, it's tough to grasp how successful that show is actually doing, unless the studio decides to, I don't know, release the watch time numbers. But even then, oh, this show got 1 billion hours of watch time. Great, wonderful, what the fuck does that mean to me? But it's also near impossible to grasp how much money that series is making you. You get commercial revenue, sure, although I'm positive at a fraction of the cost TV once got you. But other than that, all you can do is check out the subscription numbers around the time the show premiered and try and see if there's any correlation between its release and an increase in subscribers. But even that can't be very accurate. Which leads us directly into the Ted series. By far, one of the most impressive things that show managed to do was match the animation quality seen in the movies.
There's so much
passionate work done on the animation quality of the Ted series.
I'd say it's about on par, if not a little better at times. I mean, it has been 9 years since Ted 2, somehow. But that great animation came with a great big price tag. and that price tag was $8 million per episode, with the overall budget for the entire series landing around the $65 million mark, which again is mind-blowing for a 90s sitcom. It leaves Peacock screwed because now the Ted TV show needs to bring a monumental amount of eyes to their streaming service, or else it won't be worth the investment. And they'd need to make back that investment so they can start planning ahead for future series they want to put in production. Those of which could also cost a similar amount, if not more than the Ted show. I mean, this is the same company that paid for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie to release on their service in the same day as theaters. That couldn't have been cheap. And oh, what do you know? Now the FNAF movie has miraculously disappeared from there. If I were to guess, it was probably to take whatever it would have cost to keep it there, and use that to start up a contract with a different new movie instead. It's all about grabbing people's attention. This new movie is going to be exclusive to this streaming service. Better get it. The FNAF movie came and went, and therefore folks are going to be less likely to subscribe to our service for it. Get rid of it. Save that money for something else. It just is not sustainable. Funding a Ted Season 2 probably wasn't even on Peacock's radar when making the first, because they were already busy thinking about what the next $65 million project they want to invest all our money into is next. Instead of having a group of moderately sized shows and allowing them multiple seasons to breathe and slowly build up an audience, we're getting a single 8 at most episode season of a show, and then it fucks off. And then the worst scenario happened. People accidentally loved the Ted show. They want a season 2. Hell, I want a season 2. And I'm an asshole. At that point, whatever algorithm the executives have been using to make their decisions for them starts to overheat and combust. How do we make a season 2 of the Ted series when we have no money? It seems like this more than anything is what made them panic and decide to greenlight a cheaper animated cartoon to satisfy people, before then proceeding to see just how much the show had been blowing up all over the internet, again for months straight. I have to assume this is when they realized they can't just ignore how much potential is just sitting here, and so scrounged up the funds wherever they could to pay for the second season. And so now, we're stuck in the middle of it all, left with 2 Ted series coming out. One people are excited for, and another that people probably barely even realize exists. This is a horrendous decision, and take it from me, I did business studies when I was like 11 years old. This is for a variety of reasons, so let's talk about them. 1. This is only going to confuse the audience. You're not going to be left with having to spend money promoting and advertising 2 series that have the exact same market. There's quite literally no benefit to having 2 Ted shows running concurrently. Whatever anybody could possibly want from a Ted series is something they're going to get out of the live-action season, which has only proved itself as being more than capable of translating the success of the movies into TV. Okay, one of the movies. It's just bizarre, and it's going to be bewildering for your average Joe who just wants to watch the new Ted show. Which one is the right one? And as a result, I think it's only going to take attention away from the second season of the live-action series. Attention it will desperately need if they're putting another $65 million into it. 2. Who is working on this feebled animated Ted series? Seth MacFarlane? God, I hope not. We've all seen how he handles working on multiple big projects at the same time. Why in any world would I want to watch a Ted project without Seth's involvement? He's the literal voice of the franchise. And if he is working on both, then I can only imagine the nightmare result we're gonna get. Constantly moving back and forth between 2 very similar projects, the line would bind to blur at some point and only make it more confusing as to why this is a thing. And so the only way around that problem is to have someone else at the helms. But then, it's like, why even fucking do it if Seth isn't involved? It's stupid, I tell ya. Seth has such a specific voice, writing and directing wise, that an animated series without his involvement can only ever come off as a lame imitation. What would this show look like? Family Guy? That sure would suck. I would hope they would do something more interesting with the art style, but let's be real. If they're making a cartoon with Seth MacFarlane's name attached to it, even if he doesn't want to, they're gonna make it look like Family Guy. And finally, number 3. Doesn't making a Ted cartoon completely defeat the point of the entire franchise? Am I in crazy town or something? Who could have possibly thought an animated Ted series is a smart idea when the entire joke is that it's a CGI bear running around a live-action world? The live-action Ted show is funny, even when it isn't. The perfect thing about this concept is that the character doesn't have to be saying anything and you'll still laugh, because it's a stupid fucking bear walking around school where nobody bats an eye. It's normal to everyone.
It's a gateway drug! They talk about it on the news!
Well, what are we supposed to do? Start with heroin?
When you put Ted in a cartoon world filled with cartoon humans, it defeats the entire joke. He no longer stands out. All you're left with is, he likes weed. Weed! I just don't know how there was no point in the decision-making process here where anybody, even that guy right there, stopped and said, wait, why would we make a fucking Ted cartoon? I don't know, maybe it'll come out and be the freaking funniest cartoon to ever grace our Rokus, but for me, I just can't help but see this as such a creatively bankrupt idea that will only blow up in Peacock's face. They've put themselves in a corner with hasty decision-making, and it's emblematic of the entire problem of streaming these days. It's not sustainable. And one day we're gonna watch it all crash and burn. Everything is just gonna move back to Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever the fuck comes around. Maybe they'll all just merge into one big mega conglomerate. Oh boy, can't wait for that. Who knows, though? Maybe I'm just dumb and Peacock genuinely thought having 2 TED series in production at the same time was a smart idea, in which case, they're dumb. But the point to all this is, I'm sick of streaming, I'm sick of the miniseries, I'm sick of the 6-episode special events, I hate the bear, not that bear, this bear, I hate everything. Good morning, wherever you live. I got a feeling it's gonna be a wonderful day. For you, not me. I had to spend the past 2 months watching all 366 episodes of American Dad. That's right, here we are. Ever since I took a look at each and every Family Guy episode, almost 3 years ago, Jesus, I've naturally gotten non-stop requests to then go and cover creator Seth MacFarlane's other long-running series, American Dad. Sorry, I mean American Dad! Can't forget the exclamation point. Now, this might sound strange given how much I talk about Family Guy and Seth himself on this channel, but I want to say I've seen maybe like 10 episodes of American Dad in my lifetime. It's weird. For a while, I had attempted to start up this little trend with my older sister when we were growing up, where we'd watch Family Guy, South Park, American Dad, and Cleveland Show on a Friday night as they'd usually air in order. But not only did she not care about any of these shows as much as me, not only did that mean having to end my night watching Cleveland Show, but also, I initially didn't like American Dad. Okay, let me explain why I'm even doing this then. Now, my reason for not enjoying American Dad, funnily enough, had nothing to do with the show itself. Instead, it was because my 10-year-old brain could process that it was similar to Family Guy, and because of that, I missed the cutaways. No, really, as a kid, I never gave this show a chance because it didn't have cutaway gags. Ironically enough, that's now one of my least favorite parts of current Family Guy. You know, they're used as a crutch more often than not. It's one of those things where when they're good, they're good. But when they're bad, they're complete peace breakers and take you right out of the episode. Nowadays, however, with me having no real rose-tinted glasses towards Family Guy, I think it's the best time to finally give American Dad another shot, to see just how it separated itself from its figurative older brother. But first of all, how about I give a quick history lesson on how American Dad came to be, and the unfortunate place it found itself in. Because as it turns out, I was not alone in being unable to get past those Family Guy comparisons, as it seems to have been an issue that's plagued the show for as long as it's been on the air. See, the idea for American Dad came around shortly after Family Guy started airing. With Seth MacFarlane being a mega liberal, he was obviously very unhappy about the state of the country after conservative George Bush had been elected. This disappointment was then channeled into a creative project for him and partner Matt Weitzman, having the idea to create a cartoon about a right-wing CIA agent and his liberal daughter. With that, Fox picked up their new project, American Dad. Sorry, I mean American Dad! Getting ready to then premiere it in 2005. Boy, they sure are lucky George Bush got elected to serve a second term. Everything fell into place perfectly, as just 3 years prior, Seth's first show and previous cartoon had just been cancelled. A little-known project called Family Man. Brilliant! Seth got a solid 3 seasons out of Family Guy, and can now move on to a new project he can devote his attention to. What could go wrong? Stoners. That's what. Anyone else smoke weed when they watch Family Guy? I shoved cocaine into my Family Guy had since done so well through DVD seals and subsequent reruns on Adult Swim that Fox couldn't possibly pass up on giving the series another shot, renewing it for a 4th season. A season that would come out 3 months after the premiere of American Dad. Uh-oh. American Dad found itself in a tough position. A large role it had played was being a replacement for Family Guy. Something different but with a similar art style and voice. How do you work as a replacement when the thing you're replacing doesn't need to be replaced anymore? American Dad was heavily criticized at the time of release for its similarities to the Guy of Family, many brushing it aside as nothing more than a poor imitator. And so with that, Seth decided he would step away from his brand new show, and once again return to Family Guy, leaving the remaining team to try and do whatever they could to make their series stand out. And, you know, at least on the outside looking in, it seems they succeeded. I mean, you don't just get 20 seasons for riding the coattails of another show.
I actually know a lot of people out there who outright prefer American Dad to Family Guy, and so I'm looking forward to seeing just what it was that allowed it to stick around, getting away from the wackiness of the former series to focus on something more grounded, more in line with your average live-action sitcom. And this is going to be incredibly interesting for me because so far, this is the first series I'm doing a ranking of where I don't know what the fan-favorite episodes are. When I say I know next to nothing, I mean next to nothing. And so I'm curious to see where my thoughts lie compared to the average fan opinion. Be gentle. With that, let's begin. You know the drill. It's time to review and rank every American Dad episode. Okay, so I decided for this video I was just gonna get a 30-day Hulu free trial, but when picking the option, I saw they had the choice of Disney Plus bundled with Hulu, Live TV, and ESPN Plus, none of which I really care about, but I was more so surprised that it was fucking $77 a month. What? That's just awful. Is this really how bad streaming has gotten? Best thing yet, it doesn't even feature no ads. How? Anyways, I thought it fitting to cover the 6-minute unaired pilot first of all. I mean, why not? Apparently this was released on the Family Guy Freakin' Sweet Collection DVD for our viewing pleasure. I can tell Stan's look is a little softer. Everyone is drawn slightly more loose and cartoony. Steve is just horrible looking here, especially his voice. But you get a good idea of that live-action sitcom thing I was talking about before, where characters mostly stand around saying their lines as others come in and out of the scene to further the plot along. This is super short, only being around 6 minutes and 2 scenes long, more to give you a general idea of the banter between these guys. Stan takes his job extremely seriously and loves tradition. Francine is his docile housewife. Healy is their annoyed liberal daughter. Steve is pathetic and a loser and looks like Scott the Waz.
Zing! Think you'll hit puberty before you turn 14? Whoa!
They have an alien named Roger living with them that they have to keep a secret, and also, there's a fish who has the brain of a German man. What? Again, there's not much to say. Steve says he's gonna ask out a girl, we cut to him wanting a dog, Stan gets the dog, and that's how it ends. I imagine this was part of a much longer script that was cut down to be shown internally as a proof of concept. Let's move on. The intro to American Dad is perfect. The theme is so catchy and it sets up the general story in the best way possible, if you ignore this alternate reality where the Smiths live in the void. They also have this newspaper gag in every episode, which I only remember because of that one Family Guy joke where they specifically point out how nobody likes it. I know, yeah, I was right in this pretty much just being the extended pilot. We learn that Steve only wanted the dog because he assumes it's gonna get him more girls. We actually get to see him ask her out too. I like that they gave him this Shazam logo on his shirt despite it not being in any other episode, just so the joke from the original pilot could be reused. The art has seen a slight change too. Not only has Steve been updated with a far less horrifying design, they've also made him more of a prick than pathetic. But the proportions are also slightly more anatomically correct. Stan's face is sharper. It looks great and stands itself apart from Family Guy well, with a more realistic look and feel. The plot isn't amazing or anything. It's really just Stan helping his son get the girls by getting him elected as school president, in which he starts getting overrun by power. You know, predictably. But I liked it. Him banning all signs of love was a fun escalation, and the way faster pace allows it to keep building upon itself in interesting ways. I also like the ending of Stan showing Steve that when he was his age, he was also considered a loser. It was a nice heart-to-heart. Weirdly enough, though, there were way more cutaway gags in here than I thought there would be. Probably didn't help folks' initial impressions. But still, I think this was a good premiere. Let's see where things go from here.
Overreacting. Overreacting!
With the country's threat level being brought down by a whole color, Stan's celebration has been cut short as their whole family has just been contaminated and put in quarantine, given only 24 hours to live. Damn, what a leap in stakes. Obviously, the Smith family are not going to die in episode 2. Instead, this is to build up to Francine feeling like her life is meaningless, getting a job as a real estate agent.
I used to work in real estate.
What are you, gay?
I was when I worked in real estate.
This episode is mostly about putting Stan in a situation where he completely feels emasculated, especially now that Francine is making more money than him, making him extremely jealous. I liked this way more than the previous, definitely showcases the potential of an idea like this a lot more. Stan being put in a world that just doesn't make sense to him, and trying to make everything go back to the way it was before realizing where he went wrong, and that when his wife succeeds, so does he. He learns this through making homeless people fight each other. This was a great episode, hoping to see them keep this level of quality as we go on.
I lost a pile of dough on that one-thumb psycho! Me too. Let's exit quickly.
Healy dyes her hair like a bad DeviantArt recolor, which leads to Stan getting in her ass way more often.
Hey, turn down that rap music, it's a bad influence. I swear, yo, Shorty be leaning on my last nerve.
This all culminates with him wanting her to break up with Jeff, and so as a result she decides to run away and move in with him, which is unfortunate when she learns that he lives in a van. It's interesting how much of these setups are mainly used for gags, like him getting a new baby as a replacement, or him putting on a disguise to get her to come back. Stuff that only exists for a single scene before moving on to the next thing. It's so fast-paced, though, that it winds up working. If there's ever a moment that isn't funny, they usually move on pretty quickly before reaching the plot's next escalation, to derive new jokes from, like Healy getting cut off and deciding to become a stripper to Stan's dismay. The Steve subplot isn't amazing, once again trying to get with girls. It's the only thing they can do with him, I guess. This time making them feel bad by claiming Roger is his burn victim sister. But it all comes together well by the end, with Stan and Jeff having to team up to stop her. This was another good one. I'd put it above the pilot, but below the previous.
You want me to make you happy with my mouth?
Yeah, I guess so.
After Stan, as mandated by every sitcom alive, forgets about his 20th anniversary with Francine, and so he uses his top-secret CIA technology to erase the past 20 hours of her memory, accidentally erasing the past 20 years. Steve also wants to get with a girl, with the only way she'll go out with him being if he can find a date for her friend. But they're super gross and fat. Ooh. It's a pretty interesting setup, with them trying to recreate her living conditions from when she was 18, attempting to reenact how they initially met and fell in love.
So funny. Kiss me, funny boy.
This was another good one. Nice to see a scenario in which Stan actually has to fight for his marriage. You know, I noticed during this entire chase sequence that the sound design and music was almost identical to Family Guy. I wonder if they had the same composer. Oh yeah, I have Google. What do you know, it did. Stan's getting jealous of a new co-worker getting more praise than him, and so invites his boss, Patrick Stewart, to dinner. After Roger ruins it and Stan yells at him, he presumably drops Dad, leaving him in the dump where he has to find his way back home in a wacky adventure. I enjoy them exploring this on a somewhat deeper level. Not only do we get to see how the two of them met and how Roger saved his life, a throwaway line from the pilot, but it's nice getting to see them show how Stan actually does like and miss Roger despite him being unable to show it easily. This is one of my favorites of the season. With Francine getting upset at how little she knows about her neighbors, they decide to throw a party where things take a turn for the worse when a suspicious pair of new residents show up. They're Iranian. Wow. Steve gets another B story this time. Weird how much attention they give to him over Healy. Or, you know, Klaus. Remember, Klaus is here? He makes sexual comments towards Francine, and he's a fish. That's his character. While the Steve plot about joining the Scouts isn't my favorite, I do like Stan having to face his prejudice. It's a pretty funny one. He is so extreme here, locking the entire neighborhood in his backyard until they admit their terrorist plot. And that whole movie thriller sequence was really well done. This one's going near the top of the list. I enjoyed it a lot. Whoa, that's like the Pixar number. Finally, we end the season showcasing Stan once again being jealous of someone close to him, this time a neighbor, which makes him challenge him in the upcoming election for new town deacon.
You just ran through a crosswalk!
No, I didn't.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Roger has the ultimate sitcom side plot where he eats all Francine's potato salad and has to make more, which everybody loves so much that they'll want to make Stan the deacon. Only issue is, he made it using his a breast milk, I guess. And so to ensure his victory, Stan hires Karl Rove to help with our campaign. Wish I knew who that was. I mean, they said it, I just forgot. Not my favorite or anything, but it's a solid finale. Them having to find more ways to get milk out of Roger and torturing him. Gross. Then things get more complicated after he spits in Steve's mouth and impregnates him. Gross.
So what if he has a bigger paycheck and a better car and a nicer house? None of that matters because I've got...
And that's the end of short season 1. And already I think I can safely say the series has hit the ground running. I'm really not sure where all those Family Guy comparisons were coming from, because pretty quickly the show manages to separate itself and show its own strengths, almost coming off like a mix between Family Guy and King of the Hill. I will say though, this concept is so much more specific compared to the former, that I can't help but wonder how they managed to derive over 360 episodes from this idea. Guess there's only one way to find out. This is where I had to learn that Hulu has the seasons listed incorrectly, season 2 bleeding into 1. Like on there they claim this episode is still in the first season. Huh, what idiots. Couldn't they read the Wikipedia like me? It's interesting to see how the art style has once again gotten slightly more refined. The drawings are a little more stiff and it's boarded a lot more flat. With Stan wanting a newly opened position at work, he's going out of his way to seriously impress his boss. But his world is shaken upside down after finding out he's been sleeping with his daughter. I'm genuinely shocked they're going for plots this wild this early on. Him having to turn her ex-boyfriend, Jeff, into a real man to get her back. Can already tell they really like this dynamic.
What are you guys, homos?
No?
Oh.
Again, I'm really happy that they never decided to stick on one plot for long enough. There's constant escalation. After this, Worksney and Healy get back together, now Stan is only going to get his promotion if he now goes and kills Jeff. They're always taking it in new places, which allows things to never get stale. Ending on a pretty satisfying fight of Stan defending his daughter too. I liked this premiere a lot more than the first seasons. The Anthrax bit was funny, Klaus giving DVD director commentary over the exposition was the first time he's actually made me laugh, and the Steve subplot was entertaining too. Good sign of things to come.
Chicken butt.
Stan is pissed off that the high school is trying to teach Steve sex education, and so gets hired to teach his own class where he tells him basically nothing about it, trying to find a hobby for him so he can resist his urges. Roger also gets his bartending license and opens a bar in the attic here, which I'm pretty sure comes back throughout the series. At least for a little bit. Maybe I think I might have just seen this episode before. Honestly, I have no idea which ones I've watched previously. I like that this leads to the reveal that Stan has never jacked off before, and upon misunderstanding directions from his doctor, he accidentally does it and becomes addicted, getting caught by Steve and blaming the whole thing on the media. This was a really funny episode. Seems to just keep getting better and better.
You're such a loser.
I am not a loser! Haley, you take that back!
Okay, Roger. Maybe I went too...
Another Stan and Steve fair. This time there's a company father-son softball event in which he comes to the awful realization that he's a geek. That moment of realization for him was so specific and came out of nowhere that it has to be a reference to something.
Please, let's talk this out! Ow! Why does everyone hate the Jews?
It gets kinda real, him fearing embarrassment from him and finding a new son to be his replacement, in which karma kicks in and now he looks like the geek, learning that just because his son isn't what he envisions, doesn't mean he doesn't care about him or that he can't use his own skills to help out. It's sweet. The Roger subplot isn't as strong, they keep coming back to the plot point that he's bored being stuck at home all day and trying to find ways for him to be out and about. But I don't know, it seems like something that'll get old after a while. I can see why they'd just start giving him different costumes each episode to get around it. Still though, this is another alright one. Probably gonna go at the bottom of the list though. After Stan's father dies, he reveals that the man they knew wasn't actually his dad. Instead, it's this guy. I mean, the chin was a dad giveaway. Steve also befriends a lady who knew his fake grandfather, and they get in a relationship. Gross. You know, I couldn't for the life of me tell who was voicing his dad, Jack. He sounded so familiar, and then I finally realized, oh, it's Cosmo. He's doing a really similar voice to the leader in Team America. That's cool. It's okay. It's one of those liar revealed stories where it turns out that his dad is actually a wanted thief, if the title of the episode couldn't give you that impression. But Stan believes his word over Francine and thinks that she's actually the spy. Definitely not a bad episode or anything, there's a lot of good jokes here. But I don't know, I just think that turnaround is a little lackluster. His dad just revealing that he is indeed a thief. What was even the point? Wow, we're already at our first two-parter, where Stan gets relocated to Saudi Arabia after fucking up his boss's birthday. by killing Jay Leno. It's interesting, they also included a musical number too. Stan's song about Francine was super good. Seth kills it as always, and the score is fantastic, setting up his displeasure with his wife. Anari being ecstatic about the reassignment, you know, because women there are seen as second-class citizens. He's such an asshole here, more than usual, and I'm not really sure why they felt this needed to be a two-parter. I guess we'll see, as it feels like it never really gets the chance to start here, which makes sense, I guess. It's part one. A lot is going on, at least. Stan burns their American citizenship so they can't get back. Francine is competing with Stan's new wife. Steve has crashed his car in the middle of the desert. Healy is on the run from the police. Roger has been kidnapped. And Clyce is here too.
Here in Saudi Arabia. No singing!
We pick up right where we left off as Stan is making his wives compete. Healy also meets a guy she likes who turns out to work for Al-Qaeda. Steve is still stranded in the desert. Roger is forced to marry a sultan. I think they're a sultan, I don't know. And Klaus is still here. Things really pick up once Francine gets arrested for singing in public. Another solid song, by the way. And so now it's up to Stan to find a way to rescue her before she's executed. I'm surprised how well they managed to balance all these stories. Obviously, some don't get the same amount of attention as others. Healy and Rogers get very little screen time, but at least they all intertwine with this ass story by the end, even if somewhat. You know, Steve thinking he's met God, and angering all the residents by saying he's actually a woman. The plot points building up to them all being up for a stoning, as President Bush lands out of nowhere to rescue oh, it was just a dream. Huh. Ends on a fun reprise, too, of Stan's song from part 1. Cool to see them tackle a longer narrative like this. I'd say they succeeded. Here's the episode about gun control, with Stan and Healy trying to get along, with their differing opinions on gun laws constantly getting in the way of it, until she winds up accidentally shooting and paralyzing him. You know, I think what helps separate this show from other politically fueled comedies like, I don't know, Mr. Bertram is the most recent example, is that despite them clearly picking a side, they don't try to beat your head in over it. It's clearly not meant to be taken that seriously as actual political commentary. Never feels like they're trying to lecture you about it. Everything is always rooted in the characters and how they're reacting to the situation.
Steve, what are you doing?
Something we've both wanted to do for years, sis.
You know, they sure do love their incest jokes. You know, in retrospect, that clip makes a lot less sense without context. Huh. Good episode, I like their song. Steve gets his children's book about Roger published, which makes Stan jealous, wanting to completely manage his career, turning him into a radical bad boy figure. I don't know, this is probably my least favorite episode of the series so far. There's not much to it. The narration doesn't add much in the building towards this big downfall at the end. Didn't intrigue me as much as I imagined they thought it would. How did Steve wind up in the pool?
Go ahead, Eric, be a hero. That's what I thought. You'd think that people would have had...
Him deciding to emancipate himself from his parents was an interesting direction, but there's not much to really do with it when there's only like 5 minutes left. Roger tries to kill him, but doesn't. That's pretty much it. Which leaves me wondering, why the fuck did they call this one Star Trek?
We will not be eating Thursday dinner on a Tuesday. This meal is canceled.
Why did he make that sound? After once again feeling like her life has little to no excitement, Francine joins a ladies group called the Ladybugs. However, she finds out they only meet up to discuss the affairs they're having on their husbands, and so has to fake one with Stan. Meanwhile, Roger and Stan are fighting over the new dog she's brought home. It's pretty funny just how much he cares about it, loving it more than his own family. Francine walking down the street with all the women slowly starting to follow her was well executed, but that's about it. It's a fairly average episode. She learns that her boring, docile life is good enough, going around the middle of the list.
Am I pretty enough for a man?
She has feelings.
Stan and Roger, again another dynamic they like a lot, get into a car crash which Stan has to take the heat for despite being drunk. So now he's under house arrest while Roger becomes the man of the house. I like that they set it up like a Liam body swap episode, but just have them agree on treating places figuratively. It's funny seeing everyone just completely adapt to this. They all love Roger while Stan starts feeling worthless. You feel pretty bad for him. It goes exactly in the direction you think it will. They both realize that each other's life kinda sucks. Stan is bored and Roger's overwhelmed. But I do like the culmination of everything. Roger hitting Francine and the police coming over while Healy's monkeys are running loose and Steve has pictures of himself around the house. And the ending is great, just pinning it on some unrelated guy from the Roger story. Not the best episode or anything, but I enjoyed it. Oh my god, they're actually doing it! They're actually doing something with Klaus! Took long enough.
Oh, what time is it? Time to kick it!
Hit me!
While Francine opens up a new muffin kiosk at the mall, Stan needs someone to do the woman things around the house, like cleaning and cooking. And so he decides to give Klaus a body. I can't believe this is all it took for him to do that. Getting double-crossed as he knocks him out and seeks Francine to fuck her. I wish Klaus got this body a lot sooner. This seems like such a big moment in the series to only happen for like 10 minutes, if even, but still, it's okay.
How come no one's buying your hotcakes, Mr. AIDS?
Because I'm Irish, Jimmy.
Wow. You know, you could prove this guy wrong. You guys love supporting the Irish by liking, subscribing, and, buying stickers, yeah. Did you do it? I like that we get to see more of Stan's teenage years here, even keeping that same design we saw in the pilot. The implication that Stan is the way he is because of how he was treated as a kid is neat too, with him getting revenge for being pranked at his homecoming by going to Francine's reunion, being the husband of the homecoming queen.
I was being sarcastic! Or don't you get sarcasm, genius?
Oh, I think I get sarcasm. And I'm hardly a genius, but still, thank you. That's awfully sweet.
You kind of know from the get-go this is going to wind up going somewhere else pretty quickly because they're not even going to his reunion. You know, rubbing it in the face of the people who actually bullied him, with them quickly diverting to them finding out Francine was never the homecoming queen after finding 2 lost votes. And so he starts going out with the real winner instead. Great. It was a fun callback to bring back the agent clones from the start of the episode, Stan trying to make it up to her by having his clone take her out, and having to find a way to switch places with him after realizing he actually has a great life. Wasn't expecting to enjoy this one, but it really picked up by the end. The Healy and Steve subplots were quick, but decent as well, going near the top of the list. After a night in the town results in Roger and Stan becoming best friends, especially after doing a weird alien thing that gives Roger all of Stan's memories. Also, this is unrelated to the episode, but I'm not noticing how weird it is that Stan, as a character, is just so unlikable. He's such a douche. He's so mean to everyone and constantly using his authority against people. But somehow, he just manages to work. He's such a funny character, maybe it's his dumb underbite. Stan gets uncomfortable by how close he and Roger have gotten and wants to do whatever he can to get rid of him. This is a really fun one. Not only do Healy and Steve also get a fun adventure of trying to break up a happy couple for their own benefit, ending with them dying. You know, it's mainly just nice seeing them be on each other's side for a change. But the main plot is also one of the best we've had so far in my opinion. After Francine starts feeling like her life is meaningless, this time, she decides she wants to become a back alley surgeon, okay. This then winds up with her getting mixed up with the handicapped mafia. Meanwhile, Stan is forcing Steve to take steroids so he can be finally popular at school, which winds up giving him breasts 2 seasons in, and he's gotten pregnant and tits. Perfect.
How do I say this nicely? Loser! Loser! Loser!
Dad!
I'm kidding! Not kidding!
It's interesting finally watching this show and seeing how wild these stories get. I always just assumed it had been way more grounded. Steve then becomes popular because of his additions, and has to realize that he wants friends who like him for him, and not his breasts. This happens because Stan decides he's also going to get breasts to teach him a lesson. I'm not realizing that we're only 2 seasons into this, and we've already gotten to the point where the political angle, you know, Stan being super conservative and stuff, isn't really that much of a focal point anymore. Obviously, it's still a large part of his character and all, but this show is a lot less politically fueled than I guess I was expecting it to be. Not that that's a bad thing, if anything, it benefits the series, allowing it to stand on its own away from that and just be a funny animated sitcom in its own right. Just a thought I had.
Can Barry stay for dinner?
If it's okay with his parents.
Oh, they won't care. They never care.
After Steve lets Stan know he has no interest in doing stuff with him, he instead seeks out to befriend his buddy Barry, taking him in as his new son. I haven't mentioned any of Steve's friends yet, but that's mainly because none of them have done anything all that interesting so far. Snot, that's his name, fucked the old lady Steve made out with in that one episode. The Asian one is Asian, that's his character, and Barry looks like Peter Griffin. This episode's okay. A little generic, I mean, you've seen this plot a million times before. It really picks up, though, when Stan makes Barry stop taking his pills, which turns him into a menacing asshole. Gives a little bit more depth to a character whose personality has only ever previously been shown to be fat. I liked it. It's Francine's 39th birthday, where we learn why she hates George Clooney so much. I'm pretty sure they had that as a gag in a past episode.
And what did Mom mean that her dream died?
I don't know. I thought her dream had something to do with a muffin kiosk. Whatever happened to that?
Damn, I wasn't expecting all these callbacks. With this, she plans to get revenge by having him fall in love with her only to break his heart, which is going to be complicated after Stan befriends him and wants to stop her. This is a great finale, honestly. The Roger subplot is pretty funny too. Him just getting a bunch of foster kids to give him free labor. The ending reveal that they've been up to this for an entire year is also a really funny conclusion. And Seth MacFarlane even gets to sing again. It has everything.
Water break, boss?
Oh, honey, don't call me boss. That makes me feel like some kind of monster. Call me Dad.
Water break, Dad?
No.
And that's season 2. I used this word a couple times so far, but I think the best word for this one is that it really is a good escalation of the first, putting these characters in way more intense and varied situations, along with just doing more with each of them. I think at this point they've completely removed themselves from that Family Guy comparison the media touted at it so much. Even then, I think a lot of those accusations were completely superficial. I saw a couple reviews of the first season from when it came out that were just picking at straws to call it a ripoff, like claiming Roger and Klaus were just copies of Stewie and Brian, like who is who in that fucking scenario. Either way, I'm really enjoying where this has been going and look forward to more. Again, I know nothing about this show, so I'm really curious if there's a point where folks agree that it gets bad or not, or if it's just consistently good for its entire run. Let's hope the latter. You know, we're at season 3 and we still have yet to get out of the void. Hope that plot point gets resolved soon. Season 3 begins with Stan shipping Steve off to a refugee camp in Africa by mistake. But it's all good. He's arrived to turn the place into a summer camp. Yay!
Thank you. What's your name?
I am Wobuto Kowonga Komali.
I'll call you Hot Rod.
This also seems to be when they really start ramping up Roger's costume fixation, him and Francine assuming alternate personas to cure their boredom. Nothing more than a short side plot, but it's fun. Them getting so carried away by establishing worse and worse histories for each other's character. Stan is just so racist here. This is by far the most offensive episode we've seen so far. A majority of these jokes are just making fun of poor people who look different than him. It's got a decent story coming together as a summer contest with the winner getting his kidnapped love interest, but honestly I like the B story way more. An alright premiere. You know, dude, sitting on my ass and watching TV all day sure is hard. I'm thinking about making up a snack, how about you? Okay, I recently learned how to make homemade pizza, so how about this? I'm gonna show the recipe as we cover each episode, and you follow along at home. Get in the kitchen. Come on, for real, we're doing this. Yet another episode that opens on Steve running from someone. This is becoming a pattern. While avoiding Jim, Steve meets a like-minded girl, them getting in a relationship to Stan's dismay. Why? Well, she's fat.
She must have a map to Debbie in her purse.
Dad, that's Debbie!
To the panic room!
This episode is really good, but also really uncomfortable. Everyone reminds Stan that he is also kind of fat, which destroys his whole worldview. Dieting extensively and becoming anorexic, he looks so disturbing by the end. But still, there's so many great gags here, like Stan putting a collar around Steve's neck that'll kill him if he doesn't ask her out in time, and the twist that Stan's fitness instructor wasn't even real. Instead, being a manifestation for his own mental illness, it was great. And the slow progression of seeing Stan getting fatter and fatter, only to reveal that he's actually been extremely skinny the whole time, was really clever.
We're all so worried about you.
We have Grey's Anatomy on season pass, yes?
Yes.
See, I can appreciate that joke now. I've wasted my time watching Grey's Anatomy. This was way better than the last. This is probably my favorite episode of the whole series, honestly. Also, getting this recipe from a website called The Food Charlatan, bizarre name. But first, we gotta make some pizza dough. All these fucking recipes just put in the ingredients list pizza dough, like I just have that sitting around. So, grab some flour, sugar, instant yeast, salt, and olive oil, and meet me at the next episode. Stan's lost his confidence after getting bested by a car salesman, and so seeks revenge on him. His plan by the end is pretty ingenious. I like that this feeds into the B story, with Roger and Klaus using all the cars they have to start a drive-in theater, Steve and Franz using it as their chance to get with girls. This is another alright episode. I like how seriously they take it with the family getting so broke by the end that Stan can even face them running away. Also, I was not expecting them to bring back that sequence from the first season where it's formatted like a thriller of the guy killing his friend for Roger's gold shit. Filled with regret, he kills himself, as the cop inspecting the scene of the crime takes it for himself. I wonder if this will continue to be a recurring moment, although I have to wonder what someone thought of this if they hadn't seen that previous episode. Okay, so grab a bowl and whisk together a tablespoon of sugar, your instant yeast, along with a cup and a third of warm water. We're gonna want to let this rest for a couple minutes, so we'll come back to this in a bit. This is fun, we're doing stuff together. Lincoln Lover sees Stan create a play based on Abraham Lincoln's Bodyguard, which has a lot of unintentional gay undertones, being invited to the log cabin Republicans and being disgusted that they think he's homosexual. Their musical number is good. I haven't mentioned them yet, but the Smiths Neighbors, the gay local news anchors, have consistently been some of the funniest side characters in the show so far. I'm glad we're seeing them get a larger role here, Terry being mad upon Stan revealing that Greg is a Republican.
So it's me and hate-monger Pat Robertson. I met him at some party. I was just walking through.
It goes in a pretty wild direction. Again, Stan is a super extreme character. So to get accepted in their group, he decides to have sex with a gay guy, and then realizes he isn't gay, and that being homosexual isn't a choice. What a shock. This is going right under the fat episode, really funny one here. Francine is looking for some excitement in her life, and so this time, Stan becomes a drag racer to make her happy. Oh yeah, Jeff and Healy are back together, I guess. The plot this time being, she breaks up with him, alright. He winds up joining Steve's World of Warcraft group, which makes her jealous. The whole sequence looks super cool. I'm surprised they bothered with something like this, especially with how much time it takes up. But it pays off well. I know I would have adored this as a kid. Not shocked to see Titmice listed in the credits. This isn't one of my favorites or anything. I hope we can have some more Francine episodes in the future that don't need to revolve around this same problem, but it's still solid. Going around the middle of the list. I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet, but every episode ends with the usual Fuzzy Door Production logo, along with this.
Bye, have a beautiful time!
This confused the fuck out of me when I would watch this show, so I looked up who the fuck it was, and what do you know? It was a security officer who worked at the office buildings. Neat. Steve's girlfriend makes a cameo again, which I didn't think they'd continue. I like that Stan starts to like her now that she's shown to have similar interests to him, completely being able to look past her weight now. That's what I call character progression.
Is Steve ready to walk to school?
Oh, Debbie, look, this is my breakfast.
I like that they bring this back to Francine, her starting to get empty nest syndrome and trying to convince Stan to have another baby. Him getting a vasectomy so she can't rape him. Why do some of these characters have such small heads? Solid episode. Going under the car one. Also, his girlfriend breaks up with him off screen. Great. Two episodes in a row with an ice pun in the title. What are the odds? In the distant future, we see Klaus telling his grandson about a story in which Stan continually gets depressed and distant when winter comes around. I like the detail that his future self has hair that looks like gills. He also includes a B story in this retelling where Steve and Franz get a Russian lady in the meal out of nowhere. Sweet, I guess. It's interesting that they're trying something different here, but I don't find the reveal to be all that funny. He's actually a field figure skater, with Francine trying to remind him of the joys of skating before he continues getting more and more competitive, ditching her to go with Roger instead. It was an alright episode. The Steve plot is pretty pointless and not very interesting, and the mean goes the exact way you think it will. You know, he learns to not only want to win. I don't know, this is one of my least favorites of the season. Still though, I wouldn't call any of these outright bad so far. I'm impressed. After Roger convinces Steve that Stan is an idiot, they run away to New York to be smart, I guess. This is probably my new least favorite. I did not like this one at all. They just continuously fuck up, but don't want to admit they're wrong. Feels like they were missing that last bit of escalation to take it somewhere more extreme. I like the little squirrel subplot, though. Oh shit, that's right. Okay, now you're gonna want to add a teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, and 3.5 cups of flour. Now mix that for 2 minutes while we move on to the next. 3 seasons in and we're finally having our first holiday special.
Welcome, ye gentle carolers.
Oh, we're not here to sing. We're just here to warn people about the holiday rapist.
With Stan getting pissed off at them taking all the Christianity out of the holiday, the ghost of Christmas past voiced by the Friends lady comes to show him the true meaning of the holiday. What he doesn't care about is he's gonna go kill Jane Fonda instead. Whoever that is. Sorry, Jane Fonda, if you're watching this, I know you're a fan. My analytics told me 78% of you are boys, 21.9% of you are girls, and the other 0.1 is Jane Fonda. I like how dumb it all is. The ghost then seeking Francine to help her stop Stan as he's continuously fucking up the future by messing with the past. The US now being owned by the Soviet Union. A pretty unconventional Christmas special, especially the thing to fix everything being him going back in time to make Taxi Driver. But it works. I enjoyed this one a lot, going near the top. Okay, so I looked it up and Google says this was actually Season 2, Episode 9, which I don't believe. I'm led to assume there's no definitive airing order for this fucking show. A bunch of these episodes are said to be in different seasons. So let me just clarify right now, I'm following the Wikipedia. I trust that website with my life. Interestingly, this episode has proportionally more viewers than all the others. I have to assume people just really were excited to see George Bush visit the Smiths' house. It's like Peter Griffin and Donald Trump. It's interesting they bothered giving the president a slightly different design compared to the other times we've seen him. Given Seth's whole reason for wanting to make this show was because of how much he hated the man, I'm surprised this episode was way less annoying than I thought it would be. Instead of shoving his opinions down your throat, it's generally just, he is dumb. Which is pretty funny at times. I mean, look at the guy, he was asking for it.
Thank you for rolling this awesome speech.
Hello.
My son, Steve.
Holy fuck!
Was that the first F-bomb they've had? Felt so weird hearing that come out of one of these characters' mouths. Okay, so from here you want to lightly flour a surface and put the dough on it. If you have a mixer with one of those dough attachments, then put it on there for 5 minutes. If you don't, then you're gonna have to knead it for the same amount of time. Just push it down, fold it over, flip it 90 degrees, and then push it down again. Keep doing that until I say so.
The war in Iraq is over?
Better! We're getting a ping-pong table!
So after getting sick of being underappreciated at work, Stan decides he's gonna start selling holiday bears, hiring a bunch of illegal Mexican immigrants to do it for him, sure. Steve's plot is kinda lame, Roger joining his garage band and causing problems and getting him kicked out. Stan's story makes up for it though, I liked it. Even if it integrated with Steve's story in a pretty forced way, Healy trying to rat him out so he claims they're not working for him and actually just a part of the band. We'll probably go right under the middle of the list. Not bad, but we've had a lot of better ones so far. As Roger starts to realize he and Steve are growing apart, it's weird how much they've been pushing the two as being super close friends. I feel like that's only ever really been stated in this season. I don't remember it being that prevalent before. Either way, to get back at him, he decides to become friends with... me?
This was actually my last tour anyway. Tomorrow I'm having a sex change operation. From now on, I'll be living my life as a woman.
Is that Patton Oswalt? Also, Mr. Pibb is gonna get discontinued, which greatly upsets Stan and Francine, as I guess their entire relationship is hinged on how epic it is. You know, I've lived in America for about 2 years now, and I don't think I've ever seen a Mr. Pibb ever. Is it good? Episode is solid, middle of the list. The kid is funny. Kinda wanna try it now. For Black History Month, Steve wants to do a report on the creator of peanut butter, which leads him down a rabbit hole of conspiracies that's been going on as long as the Civil War. That the peanut butter was planted so that white people would like black people more. With the only group to know this being the Illuminati. Take you all day to come up with that one. Meanwhile, Roger and Healy are playing Jenga. Seeing them inside a realistic Burger King was so bizarre, I'm glad they acknowledged it. This is a pretty good mystery episode. Reminded me a lot of the South Park one about the Easter Bunny. Okay, seriously, is Mr. Pibb good? I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I looked it up, and apparently they're super hard to find. I want it now. Oh yeah, if the dough is getting too sticky at this point, just put a little more flour on your hands as you continue kneading it. Just a little bit more.
Whoops.
What? Stan is such a boob that he thinks it's the apocalypse, hiding his family away in the wilderness. He becomes aware of this incredibly early on, by the way. He just doesn't want to tell anyone in case they think he's an even bigger boob. I didn't really enjoy this one that much. There's a couple funny moments, but that's it. You're just waiting for the moment he has to admit to everyone he's a loser. The payoff wasn't even that funny. I don't care about this crazy mountain man that much. Roger also wants to get married so he can have a blender to make the perfect drink for Grey's Anatomy. See, now that I've watched 15 of the 20 seasons of that show, I can appreciate how fucking often they bring it up. You're right, Sandra Oh is in that show. I get the reference. With Bullock's wife still being kept prisoner, something they've kept up with from the beginning of the series, Stan wants Francine to set him up with one of her friends. But if everything fails, he fears her saying 4 dreaded words. I told you so. I love how extreme it gets. Bullock winds up killing her and they have to find a way to hide the body before Francine finds out and says those 4 dreaded words. I told you. This is a pretty entertaining episode. I liked it a lot. We'll probably end up right above the middle of the list. Roger looks horrifying with a nose. So at this point, you're going to want to grab another bowl and put a bit of cooking oil inside. Now drop your dough in and roll it around the walls of the bowl to cover it. You want it to be pretty covered in oil at this point. Now put something over the bowl to like kind of seal it all and stick it in a relatively warm area. We're going to want to keep it here for a while, between an hour and an hour and a half. I'll let you know when to return to it. See, now you can't click off the video or your whole recipe's gonna be shit out of luck. What are you gonna do about it? Like, comment, and subscribe or something? Yeah, right. I like that they did the exact same joke with Steve here as they did with Peter and Family Guy, where they have an energy drink and immediately start singing a pop song. You know, I hate that I retain so many Family Guy funny moments. So Francine divorces Stan so he has the chance to sleep with another woman after getting insecure by how many guys she slept with. Her getting worried that he's not falling in love with another woman. This is an alright episode. He gets remarried and so she has to stop him before consummating. Probably gonna go right below the middle of the list. You know, I've noticed they've stopped using that one lady Francine was friends with, Linda. She was in the last season a couple times, but she's all but disappeared. The series really doesn't have that many side characters, I've noticed. Weird. Anyways. Linda is in this episode. I spoke too soon. Stan uses some super secret CIA tech to see what the neighbors think of him. They all hate him.
Is that right? Well, aren't you a little BAM!
This one is fairly annoying. He continues bothering them in his attempts to impress everyone. Like I've said before, he's a pretty extreme character, and in doing that, you're often riding the line of making him unlikable. They usually avoid that, but here it just feels pointless. We barely see these neighbors. I don't care if they dislike him. Stan is on trial, in which he recounts a story where he takes Steve and his friends to become real men by forcing them to become cowboys. In the other story, which I'm not quite sure why Stan is also recounting, Roger falls in love with Healy, and now Francine is jealous as they both fight over him. Okay.
That's very nice. Thanks, Roger.
She likes it.
I didn't like this one that much either. I'm glad they went in a slightly different direction than him realizing he can't force his son to do what he wants from him. You know, they've done that a bunch at this point. Instead, he goes crazy by mad cow disease and Steve has to save him. But it doesn't really make up for the rest of it. Hoping we end on a good one here. Finally, we end on, oh my god, did you see that transition from the intro to the episode? I'm impressed. Anyways, Stan and Roger become bounty hunters after seeing Jeff, they're back together now I guess, is wanted in Florida.
Sorry, that's how I wake up.
Seeing his dad is neat. I think this is actually one of the few episodes I've seen before. It's gonna be near the top of the list. This wasn't a bad season finale at all. The scene of Stan and Roger getting high was pretty good.
There's not a moment to lose!
Despite things falling off a bit by the end, Season 3 was great. Had a really good finale too. Not every episode was a hit, but they've also got some of my favorites in here. That anorexia one especially, no wonder it was nominated for an award. Looking forward to see where things go from here. And looking forward to see how your pizza comes out. Remember that? Me when I have to sit in the couch and watch American Dad all day. The plot for this premiere is pretty fucked up. After Francine learns that all their happy family vacations have been nothing but virtual reality simulations, so Stan can spend time alone, she demands they actually go on a real one.
Then I gingerly carry your bodies downstairs.
I like that Steve and Healy both realize that they miss the goo, hating the cruise they've went on but having to put on a smile for her sake, which just winds up making her think that she's in the goo, there's no winning. This was great. I loved her rampaging around the boat and Stan having to apologize because she thinks she's in the goo, like anyone knows what that means. And them getting stranded on an island was a fun advancement. Going near the top of the list, I enjoyed it a lot.
Seagulls! Francine, this time they could drive!
The series keeps the most bizarre bits of continuity. They made a joke about him fearing seagulls last season. After getting so frustrated at nobody respecting him, Stan takes it out on a meter maid having to become one for community service. He then goes mad with power, getting everything Francine could ever want and stealing money from work. This is another good one. I like the Healy subplot too, where Roger goes to her nude painting class, presenting herself as being very empowered by her body but not being embarrassed. Gets a little creepier once Steve starts jerking off to it and then wanting to buy it. Ew. Also, it took me a bit to notice this, but this is the same realtor who Stan got sent away in the second episode of the show. They made a joke about the prisoners there wanting to cut her hand off, so now she has a hook for one. That's a really excellent attention to detail. Also, is it just me or is the line art slightly thinner here? I mean it, comment below, does it look different? After winning a boat in a church raffle, Stan starts to realize he has no friends to share it with, and prays to God to give him one.
Senor Bullock, no here. Go away or I kill you.
Sir, I can actually see you through the window.
Got another Roger pranking Steve B-story too? Him being obsessed with Harry Potter and being convinced he just got accepted into Hogwarts. It's so dumb, but I kinda enjoy it. Him having no idea he's just working in a meth lab. I really love this episode too. He finds out his new friend is an atheist, which ruins the whole bond, having to prove to him that God is real. Season 4's been starting off better than any other so far. I like that it all comes from such an earnest place too. He just wants his buddy to go to heaven with him so they can be friends in the afterlife. Even if it does just lead to him ruining the guy's entire life and driving him to suicide. Damn.
Haley, your cold sore is dripping in the potatoes.
That's the last time I use lip liner I find on the bus.
Oh, honey, no one believes that.
With Francine's parents coming to town, us getting the reveal that she's actually adopted, Stan is pissed off at how annoying they are and want to seek out her real parents.
Check it out. I'm John Williams.
You know, I decided to see what people thought of a random episode like this, so I looked up the IMDb review and find there's a guy who bothered writing a review for like every single episode ever. That's dedication. I absolutely love this episode. It's so funny. I love that the situation of adoption was backwards. I mean that an Asian family adopted a Caucasian baby instead of the other way around. Overall, I give this episode an 8 out of 10, which in my ratings book is awesome. Unfortunately, I disagree with you, Taylor Kingston. I would not rate this episode awesome. While it is cool getting to see your real parents and Steve's subplot is funny, I don't know, I just think it's the weakest we've had so far. You know exactly how it's gonna conclude. They're jerks, what do you know? Still, it's alright, his song is catchy. Damn, they're way into their callbacks now, as we learn that Stan had Healy brainwashed to be a sleeper agent as a kid. So she breaks up with Jeff, again, and threatens to move to France, with Stan having to use her trigger freeze as a way to make her the perfect obedient daughter.
Babe, you're having a bad dream.
Rare case where I actually like the B story more than the Mian. We've seen this plot about Stan having to learn not to control Healy a few times now, with not much being done to stand out, even if it gets a little more interesting by the end with her orders now being to kill him. The fight scene was well executed, whereas the Roger and Steve one is hilarious despite consisting of a single gag. They want to start a detective agency but can't decide who gets to be the guy in the wheelchair. It's so dumb, I love it. This is going around the middle of the list for that.
Now laugh and freeze frame.
Wait, this shot layout looks familiar. Could it be?
You guys are pathetic. You're idolizing a murderer.
Oh yeah? Well, Baba Booey!
There it is, guys. Wrap it up. Ranking over. The series has peaked. This episode, whatever its name is taking the #1 spot by default. So Stan is ashamed after everybody learns he's never killed a guy, which is weird because I'm pretty sure we've seen him murder at least a few people so far, but I get it, selective continuity and all. Either way, Roger and 2 of his work buddies are going to take him out to get his first kill. It's okay. Not really the best episode ever, but I appreciate them sticking to the one storyline and not feeling the need to do a B story too. And I like how they integrate the child molester into it. There's a sentence I never expected to say today. Stan gets furious after learning that Greg and Terry are becoming surrogate parents, especially after Francine agrees to carry the child. Meanwhile, Steve and Roger are terrified that Klaus is out to get them, hiding in the attic and going mad. I like that they did such a relatively mundane prank to cause this. Saying that though, I don't really care much for this episode. It takes a bit long to get into the main conflict of him stealing it after it's born. I will say though, it picks up a lot by the end after a lesbian couple takes him to see how their family is normal despite being gay, and so he just steals their kids too. That was good. Middle of the list. First milestone, episode 50. Yippee! Also another Christmas special. This one seeing Stan being super picky about which tree they get and dying. Landing himself in limbo. This was set up way too similar to that one Smiling Friends episode.
Oh, is this putting anyone in a bad mood, huh? Is this putting anyone in a bad mood?
With him learning that he's left his family abandoned in the wilderness, he has to find a way to get back to Earth to save them. This is another great Christmas special. Wasn't as good as the last, but still a good time. There's a lot of fun visual gags here too, like the tiny angel in the courtroom walking on air. That got me more than it probably should have. And their version of God and Jesus were cool too. Gonna be going above the Meter Maid episode.
I mean, if I'm dead, where's St. Peter? Where's the pearly gates? Where are all the hoes at?
Stan is once again pissed off at Roger, which greatly upsets him as he just wants the two of them to be friends, and so Francine tries to frame a kidnapping to get him to care. I actually really liked this one. The Healy Klaus Dare contest is a fine accent, doesn't take up too much time, but the main story is great. Stan just could not care less, and the more Francine is forced to hang out with him, the more she starts to understand that he's an asshole, and so they make him start acting nice. I'm going to be putting it near the top of the list, even if the episodic nature of everything obviously forces them to reset it in a pretty dumb way at the end. Oh, if he's not being a mean asshole, then it kills him. Whoa. The ending is great though, him finally laying into Steve for background dancing the entire episode.
I am awesome! Ooh!
The score during that snowboarding opening had no right being as good as it was, and that James Bond parody was really well done, super stylized. This is one of those non-canon episodes that sees Stan having to stop the evil tearjerker, which is just Roger. All the main characters play your average secret agent movie role. Healy is the secretary, Klaus is the henchman, Steve is a scientist, and Francine is the love interest who initially was double-crossing him, but they actually fall in love. Aww. I appreciate them trying something new, and there's a lot to like here. The locations look great, the amount of planning and budget that must have been dedicated to this must have been insane compared to the others. But it's definitely not the best of the season. Most you know by now I'm still not super into these non-canon adventures. Going right onto the surrogate one, I'm surprised I didn't hit it.
Ah! What the hell?
We finally meet Stan's mother as her boyfriend has just broken up with her, and knowing Francine as this happens at least 3 times a year. At least. It's very creepy how loving he is towards his mum, us learning that after his dad left, they grew incredibly. Francine sets her up with a guy in town, before believing that the only reason she's dumped so much is because she kills all her partners. Isn't this just the same thing as the Stan's dad episode? Although I think I enjoy this one a lot more. The twist is actually surprising. Turns out Stan's been the one killing them all these years, due to his fear of having her heart broken again. This was a good one. After Francine starts getting pissy at Stan for not opening up more, they do some therapy with Roger, which makes him finally more honest. About killing her friend's husband. Damn. See, the joke is, she's a woman. Their therapy sessions are hilarious, along with Stan's more open personality, not giving a shit about the fact that he had to kill him. It all comes together super well, everything comes back. Her only wanting him to be so honest in the first place is because of her friend's husband being so, but him being so open is why they had to kill him in the first place. It's great. Again, another episode that benefits from not relying on their typical A-B story structure. The Steve B plotline only takes up a minute or 2.
A delightful monkey just took my plum.
With Stan being made to find a former Soviet Union agent, he realizes that it's actually his next-door neighbor who just wants to embrace being an American.
I get a snazzy new title and a bigger paycheck. Then I give my money to your mother, who spends it on speeding tickets.
I like to race school buses.
Is it a hot take to say that Francine is a way better character than Lois Griffin? She's presented so sweet in most cases, but just gets to do some of the most fucked up things out of nowhere. Francine supremacy. Friendship ended with Lois Griffin. Roger and Klaus's trip to Europe isn't all that entertaining. They don't do much. And I don't care for the mean either. Obviously, the twist is going to be that the guy has an ulterior plot to convert Steve to communism. And I don't know, it just seemed too expected. It was basically just a worse version of that Family Guy episode where Chris befriends the Nazi. Stan having to convince him of the joys of capitalism. Going near the bottom.
Put her there, American! Dude, my wife's right here, man. Shining a salute to the American race.
Okay, wow, I was not expecting them to transition from the intro to the episode so seamlessly, damn. Turns out Roger has been submitting photos of himself to the local paper for money, which pisses off the CIA. So they put Roger in charge of the case, thinking he's a mere photographer. Meanwhile, Francine kicks out one of Steve's classmates, and so he and Healy are shocked and appalled, trying to get to the bottom of why. Of course, the reason being, she's left-handed, obviously.
I don't have anything for show and tell. I just found out I have liver cancer.
I'm giving you a 0 for the day.
This Francine plot is dumb as hell and not in a good way, but the Roger one is fine. Pretty middle-of-the-road episode here. The idea is cool, him framing Stan as the alien, but that's about it. I didn't find it all that funny. Shame. Roger wants to get sexually assaulted at work so he can sue them for a shit ton of money, as Stan has a near-death experience and wants to leave a grand legacy by finding Ollie North's secret buried treasure. I appreciate them switching up the art style for Stan's musical number. His design is super charming. Honestly, I wish the Roger story got more focus. Nobody wanting to harass him, and so he gets another job at the place with a different disguise so he can just harass himself. I just don't like the payoff to Stan's situation. He winds up finding it against all odds, but gets overzealous with filming it and gets trapped inside the cave he dug. Just wish they did more with him actually finding it instead of just leaving it in there. Or even if they just focused more on the idea of him wanting to leave a legacy. At least then it would have been more impactful once he has to leave it.
Didn't I support you when you wanted to open that small business?
No, you didn't!
Then stop bringing it up!
Again, it's so weird how selective they are about continuity in this series. Finally, during spring break, Francine leaves to visit her parents, and so Roger decides to throw a party at their house, where Stan falls for a girl who's impressed by everything he does, after feeling underappreciated with his wife.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit that.
I'm gonna tear that up.
I'm gonna kill her with a bottle.
This isn't the most interesting or funny episode out there, but it's fun. I feel like they captured the vibe pretty well, you know, for someone who's never been to a spring break party before. Why is this the most well-animated thing in this goddamn show? Honestly, these seasons are just getting better and better. By this point, Seth's other show, Family Guy, while still good, was already getting a little worse by its 4th season. However, American Dad seems to have only managed to find its groove more and more, offering something entirely different to Family Guy. Also, just to give you an idea, because I find it somewhat hard in these ranking videos to convey that an episode at the bottom of the list doesn't mean it's a bad episode. It just means it was the least good out of the batch. And so I want to show you this is what the ranking currently looks like at the bottom of the list, but only like these couple episodes I would consider like bad or boring, you know, like the rest. There's all merit to it. So I'm only hoping they can keep up this level of quality as we go on. I worry about them running out of things to do after 20 seasons of this shtick. I can't believe it! They've escaped! Between seasons, I guess, the Smiths had some void-escaping adventure that we missed. That's disappointing. The new intro looks great. Surprised they went through the effort of shooting the characters as well. I did like that shot of him hugging his family around the dining room table in the original, but this is still an improvement overall. Us getting to see a couple more glimpses at the secondary cast. And they've replaced the newspaper gag with Roger showing up in Stan's car with a different outfit every episode. Definitely a good trade-off. I hadn't found a single newspaper gag that was funny enough to show, so I'm not crying over it being removed. I remember as a kid, for some reason, I didn't like the difference that he now crashes into the CIS sign. Seemed so exaggerated just to show that he's a bumbling idiot. But after sitting through 4 seasons of the show, know that it's completely in character. This man is a menace. Season begins with Roger's 1600th birthday, getting excited for a surprise party. However, everyone is too shaken up to plan because of
my first pube! Oh, it's red!
that. Despite the premise, this one was actually really funny. I loved the guy who just fucking freaks out over the brownies, and then trying to stop Steve's puberty by de-aging him. You know, Steve just has a horrifying design, just in general. That comes to my mind every couple episodes, I just haven't mentioned it till now. This was a great premiere, very creative. Stan then reversing the process to make him incredibly old, and suddenly he doesn't even want to bother with the troubles of puberty anymore.
Oh, and I got you a present. It's getting to watch me walk away.
After Roger finds out that someone named Sydney has maxed out his credit card, he goes on a mission to ruin his life. Honestly, I wasn't super into this one at first, but around a third in, it gets really good. Why? Because Roger finds out that Sydney is him. One of his drunken personas has taken on a life of its own. I love all the implications this has, you know, how many more of these are running around the place. Him taking a hit out on himself and now being on the run from an assassin. Meanwhile, the Smiths get obsessed with playing Simon. That's about it. This is a genuinely amazing episode, one of the best. It all comes together so well by the end, him only doing all this because he genuinely started caring for the girl he was initially using the persona to swindle. Season 5 is starting off incredibly strong. Stan is forced to help his boss find a partner, while leaving his adopted kid, he has a kid by the way, with Francine all day, every day. And so to solve things, he decides he's gonna go and rescue his wife. Can't believe they could have just got her easily the whole time. Definitely the weakest of the 3 so far. Not bad, but I think the plot gets pretty repetitive. Every time things seem to be going back to normal, Bullock adds another stress onto the Smiths. Stan having to not let Francine know that he took his new mistress on their camping trip. There's some funny gags, but that's about it. I can't believe furries were already this mainstream in 2008. Francine reveals that she almost got married to another man before Stan, finding out that he's actually a rich farm owner, and an all-around great guy. With this information, he invites him to dinner to let her choose between them. It's pretty contrived, but it kinda works. Francine assures Stan that she still picks him, but to make sure the choice is equal, he decides to get himself stranded for 2 months. Where it sort of fell off for me. Wish it stuck to that more grounded concept it started with. Still not bad, though.
Hey, there is good news. I overcame my fear of seagulls.
Steve's dream about the cat that keeps fucking with him was also the only thing worth noting about that subplot. It was oddly emotional. Decent episode.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
So Steve and his girlfriend, the goth girl, I forget her name, get back together, which makes him start neglecting his friends. Debbie, her name was Debbie.
I'm gonna kick the fat one's head in.
I'm gonna break the fat one's spine!
I'm popular.
Surprised? This is one of the few episodes to not contain a B story, considering it's just one of those school council election episodes. The popular girl lying about Debbie to win and Steve wanting revenge. I'm glad they swiftly moved past the actual election. That's one of my least favorite tropes in a cartoon. Maybe it's because I'm not American, but I did not know a single soul in high school who gave a shit about the council election. Him actually getting revenge on the girls more than makes up for it. Him devising a plan to get back each of them in different ways to ruin their lives. It was pretty satisfying. Although they make such a big deal to point out how shitty it is for the school to constantly make fun of her for being fat, yet the show also consistently makes fun of her for being fat. She even does it to herself.
Got my revenge. That's great, honey.
Well, it was nice of Steve to acknowledge us this week.
The twist that Steve's friends were the ones to make the slander site and frame it on the girls was good, and it had a pretty fun ending. For a standalone Steve episode, I was surprised I liked this one as much as I did. Healy breaks up with Jeff. No, wait, he broke up with her this time? What the fuck? We see the return of Stan's body double here, with Healy, no, going out with him. Again, someone on this writing team really likes incest. Goes a bit further beyond jokes after his double tries to sleep with Francine, and so now Stan has to pretend to be him, or else Healy will freak out, destroy the town, and rape Roger. Huh? The Steve and Roger storyline is thankfully a lot less creepy, them getting jobs where they have to separate chicks by gender, getting furious upon realizing they're killed for food. Not a bad episode, they're at least aware of how uncomfortable this is, and the ending is sweet. Somehow. But, you know, you can acknowledge how weird it is, but you're still doing it. It's the CIA's big telethon event, trying to raise $1 million. But mysteriously, somebody's been messing with them, even releasing a terrorist, leading Stan to realize Roger is furious at him for stealing his idea about the event and doing all of this. Another really focused episode, it's cool. Not the funniest we've had so far or anything, but it's still good. Probably gonna drop it right above the school council one. I like that even after all this, Stan refuses to tell people the truth.
Good night.
Steve needs a back support after realizing he has scoliosis. Looks like he should have gotten a flexi spot. Wait, they're not sponsoring this one.
Different!
Freak! Can't believe all this just leads to Steve finding out that Stan is bald, the horror. Wasn't as into the Roger stuff, the three of them sneaking into a spa with only 2 passes and having to make sure they don't get caught by security. Didn't care that much. But the whole episode was funny enough to make up for it. Him cutting off his story after you get the point was hilarious, as well as everybody already knowing by the end when he admits it, only not telling Steve because they assumed he'd freak out like he did. Going near the top of the list.
You know, I think people might just surprise us.
Stan is given some super cool pills that simulates getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing him to stay up pretty much permanently. He gives them to Francine too, in which she comes to an awful realization. She has no interests, choosing to then study fish of all things. Not bad, but certainly one of the weaker episodes so far. Once she starts doing her own thing and goes on an expedition to find an octopus, Stan now wants to do stuff with his wife, having to seek her out and apologize. Ending is sweet, but that's about it. Why is this design in this goddamn show so much? After the Smiths are uncharacteristically nice to Roger, they find out the horrifying truth that he's been cheating on them with another family. This leads to Roger getting locked out of the house and continually trying to make it up to them, everyone forgiving him before finding out that he actually has a bunch of other families, choosing them over the Smiths.
How is he, by the way? Has he been worrying about whether having boners at night means he's gay? Because I have.
This is a cool idea. Reminds me of a more extreme version of that Simpsons episode where they learn the cat has another owner. Except this one isn't boring and stupid. I haven't seen that episode since I made that ranking. I just remember it being boring and stupid, sorry. Getting to learn more about Roger's first family and how they abandoned him is neat. The Klaus side plot is funny, him desperately trying to get everyone to go to a concert, and I like that random fucking koala at the end. Good episode.
What?
Easy, baby. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Except I'm a koala.
Langley Falls. That's where they live, by the way. I feel like I haven't mentioned that enough. It's not as iconic as Quahog or Springfield or Well, those are the mean ones, I guess. They ban all trans fats, with Stan having to sneak it into town and using Steve as a mule to do so. I don't care for this one at all, it's fairly unmemorable, and not nearly funny enough to make up for this uninteresting plot. Sorry to you, Taylor Kingston, you gave this one a damn 10 out of 10, I wish I was as easy to please as you. Worst of the season, worst of the whole show so far, honestly. You were supposed to be good episode 69, what happened? With Roger being pissed off at Stan, he decides to take over the Town Homeowners Association, under the persona of Roy Rogers McFreely. Who could have guessed? Naturally, he goes mad with power and makes all these regulations that turns the town into... well, I don't know, he makes it look kind of like a nonsense world. Just look at these house colors. Hideous. Don't like this one either, honestly. Hoping the season manages to pick up from here. Again, it ain't bad or anything. I feel like I need to stress that every time because it being so low gives off the impression that I hated it or whatever, instead of just not being all that entertained. I don't know, this season has just given us a lot better so far. Another rare episode where the B story is better than the mean, with Roger hiring Healy to work at his attic bar after she needs credit for school, him taking things way too seriously and being a prick to her and having to play along with his games. Their ending argument was amazing. When Stan talks about not being able to ride a bike and that flashed back to him as a kid and Darren Norris returned to do a single line as his dad, I immediately knew he'd be returning. In my defense, I forgot his name was Jack or else that title would have given it away.
I think it's delicious too. What about you, Dad? Do you share the opinion of the other Smith men?
Whatever it is, it's dry.
I just can't find myself caring as we all know what's gonna happen. He's gonna leave again. This time he and Steve escape after Stan fails to forgive him. And I never find myself really liking him at all, even if he does turn himself in by the end, going right under the middle of the list.
Hey, no, that TV was real. I bought that!
Steve gets depressed as Debbie breaks up with him for one of Snot's bar mitzvah buddies, deciding to get revenge on him by stealing his money. The Stan Francine subplot about them pitching a new invention isn't anywhere near as interesting and goes nowhere. I barely remember what happens in it, but the mean more than makes up for it. I liked it a lot.
You know my Uncle Roger?
아,ズラかぶった宇宙人だろ?
Yeah, on my mom's side.
Snot gets blamed for stealing his money, and now Steve has to decide whether or not to admit what he did or let his friend take the heat. The whole plan was really fun to watch executed, and I liked that ending a lot. Great episode. And that's why...
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
This episode sees Stan, that was my friend, by the way. This episode sees Stan, I liked that last episode too. This episode sees Stan, that had Roger and Steve playing the same detective roles they had in that earlier season, he wouldn't have known about that. This episode sees Stan almost finishing building his dream car. A DeLorean, obviously. This is a solid Stan and Steve adventure, trying to get the last part. I like that none of the bikers care that they knocked over all their rides, but the quaint Asian man is the one who seeks revenge. This is a fun bonding episode between the two of them, caring more about the adventure than the reward at the end. And the Roger Francine stuff is a good idea too. Them simply seeking out for a cool B story to do without Healy because she's boring. Going right above the middle of the list. The complete inverse of the last episode sees Stan reveal his lack of respect for his son, and so he joins the football team to impress him.
When was the last time you ran anywhere? I mean with your actual legs, not by pressing X.
Damn, that's some real boomer humor if I've ever heard it. Goes exactly how you think it will, especially after Stan gets to be coach. He kicks Steve off the team, leading to him and Roger starting their own one to try and win. It's fine. Him trying to kill himself was an unexpected escalation though, what the fuck. Let's just see what Taylor has to say. Maybe he disagrees. Taylor? Taylor? What? Where are you?
Take that, sir! Behold, a grown man weeping like...
After threatening Stan by revealing that he was sent to Earth to decide whether or not the world should be destroyed, he's ecstatic to find out that Roger's real reason for being sent here was to be a crash test dummy.
Tired of him walking around here like he's King Poop all the time.
Is that really what you wanted to say?
Also, after Steve makes a joke, I knew that, deems one of his jokes disrespectful, he challenges him to a duel to the death. I mean, a hot dog eating contest. to the death. Wish it didn't take so long to Roger finding his new purpose in life. Could have given them more time than just a few minutes to devote to him working at a hot dog distributor. I mean, hey, it merges with the Steve plot well. It's alright. As Terry's dad is coming into town, he and Greg are nervous as he's yet to find out he's gay, telling him that Francine is his wife and Greg is Stan's husband. Meanwhile, Roger buys alcohol for Steve and Franz so they can go to a cool party.
Steve could be dead. He could be...
What up, you stupid ass?
I guess it's interesting to see the return of that gross girl from season 1, but that's about it. The Stan plotline is way better, him getting so fed up that he outs him, then having to convince his dad to think differently. Just kidding, no, he just tells everyone that he's gay too. We end our longest season yet with Stan's night out. We're during his first night out with his work buddies. They assault a guy and decide to keep him in the trunk of their car, things continuing to get worse and worse as they keep committing crimes.
Nathan, stop it. This is why you keep getting molested.
This is a good finale. Not the best episode, but it's fun. Interesting to see Stan in a role where he's the one uncomfortable with the extreme acts people are taking. I like that his friend's dog is just casually joining for the adventure too.
2 places in one night? You guys are wild!
So, you guys keeping this party going?
Nathan!
This season was similar to 4 in a lot of ways. A lot of really, really good episodes here, but also a lot of weak ones. None horrible, again, the worst I could say about some of these are just that they're kind of forgettable. But I'd take that over bad episodes any day. You know, this has been one of the least grueling ranking videos to get through so far, even if we're only a quarter way through. Surprisingly, this was actually the season I had seen the most amount of episodes from. I remember seeing Stan's Night Out, the DeLorean one, a lot of these before. Glad to see the show is continuing to pick up in quality. Let's see where we go from here. Season 6 opens with us seeing Stan... Did they change Stan's design suddenly? His chin just looks a lot less jagged, I can't tell. You know what, I don't even think so, I think he just looked weirder for this one scene. To help Steve appreciate the national anthem, Stan takes him to a Vietnam War reenactment that is oddly realistic, leaving him completely traumatized. I mainly like this episode for how funny it is. Roger mundanely complimenting Francine's hair after asking her to cook a living bird, something she's completely fine with. Everyone being super into the reenactment, and Steve becoming jaded, and Roger's whole Celine Dion sequence just came out of fucking nowhere. This show is definitely at its best when it's just embracing how fucking dumb it is. Which, again, is weird because I had always assumed American Dad was way more grounded compared to Family Guy. I don't know why. It was probably just because of the premise. This was another fantastic premiere. They really seem to go all out on these. Stan is promised a helicopter if he can make a treaty with the leader of another country. After killing him by mistake, he has to have Roger pose as the leader instead, him naturally going mad with power after Stan's been blowing him off all week.
Tell me you weren't just talking about getting boob off my mother.
Are you fucking kidding me? What? You made another sex joke about my mother?
Steve's subplot is, again, naturally, a lot more creepy. After Snot gloats about getting close to Francine's breasts, he tries to get revenge by making sexual advances on his mom, the two competing for who can get further. Certainly worse than the last, but still really funny. Him getting all his servants unknowingly killed and pissing off the residents so much that they want to murder him.
I thought your mother would be opening the door.
Well, she didn't.
This has gone too far, hasn't it?
With the Smith family leaving for the weekend, Steve is left home alone, his friends convincing him to play around with this cool military drone video game thing where they can blow up the airport. You can see where this is going. I like how this blends with the B story of them leaving. The plan 9 off being able to leave the terminal and Roger disguising himself as Stan to get alcohol at the airport. But now everyone is looking for his previous persona now, thinking a small girl has gone missing. I'd probably put this at the bottom of the list so far. I wish this were an issue that Steve and his friends had to solve themselves, instead of Stan just returning to see what's up and having to get his plane back from the Chinese mafia he just takes over. And the Roger stuff just kinda ends. It's completely up to him when he wants to change back. It could have been done at any point. Not a bad episode, but certainly the weakest so far.
If anyone needs me, I'll be living in a tree protesting logging.
No one needs you.
With Stephen Healy having left the house for summer, Francine wants to find a way to make Roger self-sufficient so she can have some alone time with Stan. Unfortunately, he doesn't want that to happen in case she realizes that he's actually super boring. Roger overhearing this and deciding to move out. Better than the last, but still nowhere near as good as the premiere. That was sort of hard to top. There's some good gags, like Bullock getting really mad at this cat, and Stan continuously poisoning Roger with no remorse whatsoever. And I like the ending where Stan travels inside his subconscious to rescue Roger, but that's about it. It's super short-lived. This could have been 2/3 of the episode. There was so much more potential here. Francine coming in pissed off at him and Stan having to search for, I don't know.
So I thought I'd bring you a juice to keep your immune system up.
Isn't that nice of you?
Speaking of missed potential, the Steve subplot. I thought the whole point of a summer camp was that you weren't allowed to, like, leave the summer camp. Nah, they just go to the mall for underwear. Great, what a storyline. Everyone makes fun of them, and then it's over. You know, I'm noticing that Klaus is undoubtedly the least interesting character in this entire series. They never know what to do with him. He seems to work best when they're leaning into his self-deprecation as a quick side gag, not taking up his own story because, well, he's a fish, they don't do much. Healy gives him a wig, so he can experience getting a haircut again. Amazing. You know, Healy really hasn't done much this season either. Thankfully, I enjoy the idea behind Stan's story a lot more, him finally coming to realize that after his dad left, he had to take on all the adult responsibilities that came with that. And so now he wants to connect with his inner child, facing the repercussions that came with being a delinquent.
I don't have to sneak out. That's one of the good things about being a grown-up. Holy moly, the streetlights are on! I'm supposed to be home!
I really like how things come full circle here, Stan managing to have the same kind of fun in prison while Steve now has to take on the adult responsibilities now that his dad is gone. Before Stan having to understand that just because he lost his childhood doesn't excuse him doing the same to his son. I like this one a whole lot. Dumb Klaus story aside, the ending is sweet too. Stan and Francine's 20th anniversary is coming up, and wait, what was the anniversary back in season 1? After Stan, as mandated by every sitcom alive, forgets about his 20th anniversary with Francine. Boy, sure hope, while planning to renew their vows, Stan reveals that he only married Francine because of her looks. Again, this is the kind of thing that in The Simpsons or early Family Guy I would find really obnoxious or unlikable, but this is completely in character for Stan. Half the time I just assume the guy doesn't even realize what he's saying. With this, Francine purposefully makes herself look unattractive by stopping her beauty routine to see if Stan would still love her. Goes how you expect. This is just such an aimless episode in my opinion. After she threatens to leave Stan, he decides he's gonna blind himself so he can only focus on her personality. But of course, she now gets upset that she has to be the family's provider, and now she's the one who doesn't want to renew her vows. It's so directionless. Not as bad as the drone one, but still nowhere near my favorite. Wow, they're actually focusing on Healy again. What are the odds? With Stan getting increasingly pissed off at her for going to concerts late into the night.
If I'm not here tonight, won't Dad figure out where I went?
You leave your father to me.
Hey everyone, it's me, Haley.
Similarly to that childhood episode where Stan gets mad at Steve for wanting a bounce house, of course, he listens to the music and becomes obsessed with it. That whole sequence of him running through the concert with his earplugs was really well executed. It's simple, but they didn't have to put that filter over it. And I like that even during these episodes where Stan is enjoying something he usually doesn't, they still keep his personality unchanged. You know, him taking everything super seriously still, getting pissed off at Healy for liking more than one band and endangering his family with how distracted he's gotten by the band. I like that Stan and Roger's disguises here are also a reference to Almost Famous. That's one of my favorite movies. You should definitely check it out. This is going right onto the Moon Bounce episode. Season's getting back on track. That Brooke girl from Two Broke Girls plays a stripper who Stan uses to replace Healy after realizing she won't listen to him. And so he wants to help her start a business. A dry cleaning store. Cool. Also, Steve and friends go to space camp on the 1 week where they're all doing the boring non-space shit, and they have to find a way to get back home because, well, again, there's strippers living at their house. Certainly not a bad episode, but it definitely is one of the worst so far. Stan just gets proven as a hypocrite when he becomes a stripper for money. Perfect. I'm starting to notice this show's formula, you know, Stan makes a big deal about despising something, he takes extreme actions to fight against it, realizes he actually likes it or that it benefits him in some way, and then he has to admit he's come around. Brilliant. I'm pretty sure this is like the fan favorite episode of American Dad, and coincidentally for me it's one of the only ones I've seen on TV. I think I actually watched it when it was new. And you know me, I'd love to be a contrarian and all, but no, this episode is fantastic. They really go all out in these Christmas specials. Where while fucking in the back room at church, the rapture happens. All the non-sinners getting sent up to heaven, as Stan and Francine are left among the sinners. The art is fantastic. It's so cool getting to see the return of that angel lady Stan helped in that last Christmas special, forgot her name. And the stakes have never been higher as Jesus makes his second coming to battle with the Antichrist, who's coming to Earth to kill everyone. There's also a lot of great character drama, him blaming it all on Francine for seducing him and leaving her to be with Christ. They just used this idea so well. We fast forward 7 years to see the world in complete ruin as the battle between heaven and hell rages on. Jesus coming to get Stan's help as Francine has been captured by the Antichrist. You should definitely watch this episode for yourself sometime, it's just so cool. I don't necessarily agree with some fans' sentiments that this should have been the series finale, as the show still hasn't felt like it's gotten stale yet. And also, having a finale that doesn't involve Healy or Steve in any way would be strange. The only two things that would give me that impression are them coming back to Roger's gold shit, which was cool, but also for that ending, where Stan sacrifices himself to save the day and finally gets raptured. Their depiction of heaven was also really neat to me as a kid, everyone getting their own room that manifests their ideal life. And so Stan walks in and is met with everything the way it was. It's an oddly heartwarming ending, especially after everything that's happened. Ignoring Klaus being dead in this scenario, if someone wanted to believe that lame cartoon theory where the rest of the show exists in heaven from here on out, then I would only think they're a little dumb. I think I still like that anorexia episode more, but that might change as we go on. This one is that good. Going under that one, but top of the list for this season so far. That's a hard episode to follow up, but thankfully they keep up with the great stories by having Stan want to refrain from getting rid of his SUV during the recession by transferring his brain into the body of a horse to win a race. Wait, what? Honestly, I'm surprised at how naturally they managed to get the plot to that point.
Can I pet your horse?
Why do I keep showing up? Also cool of them to bring back that one neighbor character from season 1. Feel like we only saw him a couple times. I appreciate them weaving him into the story. Steve and friends going to check up on him and realizing he's become an obese homebody after his wife died, doing odd jobs for him. Despite that, this episode is actually— wait, is this the first THD episode? Why did it take me so long to realize that?
Luckily, I know a guy who might be able to help us. Let's just pray that for once when we get there, he doesn't turn out to be me. Ah, crap. Can I help you?
Hiya, Francine! You should move your car!
Oh wow, they're keeping up with it. After Francine gets arrested, leaving Stan to fend for himself, he naturally gets addicted to crack. Wow. Stan is unusually mean in this one. They've amped up his douchiness to 11, him not wanting anybody to ask for help under no circumstances. Obviously, this is just so that when he gets addicted, he doesn't want to ask for help either, getting worse and worse. He ruins Steve's B story where a girl actually wants to get with him, but it all gets solved by the end when he finally has to ask for assistance. Learning it's okay to have people help you with your crack addiction, a lesson everyone needs to learn. That dumbass hostage negotiator was the best part about this one. Other than that, it's just alright.
It's on its way, and as a gesture of goodwill, I'm gonna give you another hostage. Send in the boy.
Valentine's Day is approaching, with Francine being extremely upset that Stan is— well, Stan.
I bet you haven't even considered what to get me for Valentine's Day tomorrow. Don't even think you can get out of this by shooting me.
Meanwhile, Steve and friends want to make a movie, just cuz. With Roger offering to take over as long as they agree to make The Goonies great. This episode takes an unexpected fucking turn, after Stan agrees to join Francine in the afterlife instead of becoming a cyborg like he agreed to, as his future self comes back in time to help him tree and to save the future. This was a really fun special, even if it takes the exact direction you think it will, where she starts to fall in love with future cyborg Stan. I enjoy how they bring this back to where it all started, this new Stan only being so forward with her because he's lived so far in the future that he's come to realize how much he missed and took advantage of her. I like this one. What do you think, IMDb user reviews? It's been a while. This episode was funny in some points, especially in Steve and Roger's storyline, but in Stan's story, it didn't look all funny, just like many other episodes in the show. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry, Bellino, Angelo. You'll never be Taylor.
Heroes have got to be real people.
I'm ready to pretend I'm going to school
Why is he wearing that? Stan is pissed off to see Roger taking credit for being on an Olympic hockey team in 1980, where after he proves it to be true, Stan realizes that Roger is his hero, treating him better as a result before finding out he was actually taking steroids. Also, that little koala returns, you know, the one from that one episode. This time, Healy falls in love with him, but nothing really is done with it. Wonderful. I don't know, I didn't care about this one at all. Roger sabotages Stan from returning his medal. Just becomes a big Lord of the Rings parody where he just acts like Gollum. Great, how unique. Haven't seen that done a billion times before. Going near the bottom. After he and Francine are mugged, Roger decides to join the police. You know, Roger really allows them to avoid a lot of those pitfalls usual animated sitcoms fall into. Like how by season 35, Homer Simpson has had like every job known to man. Yet here they get away with it because of his whole disguise thing. They really can do whatever they want, it still remains natural. Also, that fucking koala returns as Healy tries to learn to put her feelings aside for it and be friends with him, going on a double date with this guy called Ian. I don't know when the fuck he became a thing.
That takes strength. You see, Chaz, real strength is having power and choosing not to— Ow, my skin!
It's alright, but again, with how good the season has been so far, I think an episode like this kind of falls to the wayside. Roger, of course, starts to abuse his power, who would have guessed? Couple good gags like him bullying Steve's friends and Stan's phone call with Bullock, and that fucking shot of him crushing the guy's head was brutal, but that's about it. Gonna go into that episode where Stan goes inside Roger's head.
Previously on American Dad.
Help! We're trapped in this elevator!
What was the point? Steve starts training himself to lucid dream, leading to Healy and Klaus fucking with him by giving him the same signals IRL. All while Roger kisses Francine by accident and gets super worried about telling Stan, trying to make sure Francine doesn't let him know. Kinda reminded me of a better version of that one Family Guy episode where Brian tries to get with Lois in the city of Massachusetts, except they get to the point here way sooner. This one's really funny. I liked Healy being forced to ask out Steve's friend and him just freaking out on the phone. But I do find it odd how much they switch up on Roger and Stan's relationship. Sometimes Stan's his best friend, but other times it's Steve. Not that I mind, I definitely prefer the former over the latter. This is a good episode, one of the best of the season.
Next time on American Dad.
Steve gets a bully. It's his dad.
Okay, kid, let's see how wimpy you really are.
Despite that, I find this episode really funny. It's just the right amount of outrageous. They even bring it back in a sweet way with us getting to meet Stan's childhood bully and having to confront him.
Well, I'm gonna mount this and ride it hard. Like I did your mom last night.
They also continue that little koala guy, Healy romance. But what? Jeff returns, making the koala. You know, I never bothered remembering his name, but I didn't think he'd come back so much. Jealous of him. Still, this episode's great. Liked it a lot. Once his bully's theme kicked in at the end, I immediately remembered that I had saw this one as a kid, and that was locked deep within the recesses of my mind somewhere. After shitting in a pool, Stan becomes so embarrassed that he decides he's going to move the family to a town called Mercyville, before the moment continues to follow him over and over again, so they continue moving from place to place. With this, he comes to one simple conclusion. He's going to make President Obama shit in a pool, so suddenly it becomes cool. I love how Obama gives him the most motivational speech of all time, which convinces him not to be ashamed. And then we learn that the entire thing was a vision from Stan about to make the jump, in which he decides to own it before still getting embarrassed anyway. You know, I'm surprised they never put that much focus on Obama before, like the switching from Bush to him. They've completely lost that political angle, you know, you think they would have done something with that earlier. Not that I mind. We end the season with the Great Space Roaster, as Roger wants a roast for his birthday. He's so mad that he decides he's gonna murder them. And so they have to find somewhere they can avoid him forever. Space. This is a really good episode. They set up the space stuff well, and Roger is an intimidating villain when they actually do stuff with him, becoming one big alien parody. Going near the top, one of their best episodes. Got a nice ending, too. Honestly, I think this was the best season yet. I didn't love every episode or anything, but most of these were really, really funny. It's interesting, I didn't know where to put this before, but something I noticed, especially while watching this season, is that I would actually compare American Dad a lot more to The Simpsons over Family Guy. See, Family Guy mainly has a 3-panel comic kind of writing style. You know, you could just separate some of Family Guy's funniest moments into 3 separate images, and you would still get it just as well. Stewie sees a crowd of people blocking him. He decides to go through a door that says not an exit, and then he's getting his fucking shit kicked in by a gorilla that's fucking beaten through the door. Whereas American Dad has a writing style much more in line with The Simpsons, where they start a joke in a really mundane place and continue building on that as much as they can, to the point where the joke ends in a place that's completely unrelated to where it started. You know, if someone were to ask me what American Dad was like, that's probably how I'd describe it. It's the tone of Family Guy, but with the writing style of The Simpsons. Or at least their method of joke telling, you know. Either way, with a season like this, they've got a tough job ahead of them trying to top it. Well, let's continue. I mean, whatever, you know.
Tonight, in honor of the 100th episode of American Dad.
You fucking liar, this is only the 97th episode. Boy, I sure—
Tonight we're gonna find out who shot Mr. Burns. What? 15 years ago? Who was it? Really? The baby?
You know, I told the Dan the Man show that I wanted him to cover the 100th episode, which I didn't realize was this one. I guess I should have figured that out from the title. He already went through the effort, even though I guess this isn't technically the 100th episode, so let's just see what he has to say. And be sure to watch his American Dad ranking when it comes out. I'll see you at the real 100th episode, after 98 and 99, of course.
100 AD is the best celebration of a show's 100th episode that is actually their 97th episode. In all honesty, I actually like this episode quite a lot. It's a great celebration of American Dad up until this point, basically involving almost every single character in the show, regardless of how many times they've appeared. There's also this whole gimmick of killing off 100, quote, beloved characters, which they could have easily just copped out and either not done it or used a bunch of no-namers. But I actually like that they instead went for a middle ground approach, killing off a bunch of already established characters that showed up only once or twice, including Stan's satanic best friend from episode 302, which might be incorrect depending on how Mark categorizes this show's seasons. Trust me, it's a mess. And to top it all off, they even have a status quo shaking event take place, with Haley and Jeff getting married. And as much as I think those two getting married is for the best, and as much as I love Jeff, I have a bit of a problem with how this is handled. Jeff made a few appearances here and there in the beginning of the show, only to basically disappear until like 3 episodes ago, with Haley and Jeff then starting their relationship back up. And now, at the beginning of this episode, it's revealed that they weren't even together. And yet somehow, Jeff and Haley are still planning on getting married, despite the fact that we have no idea what Jeff said to Haley to get her into the idea of marriage in the first place. Which would be fine, but that very plot point is going to be a major point of contention in exactly 243 episodes. I might be suffering from brain rot, this show is messing with my head. But still, even with all of that, this is still a very enjoyable episode. It has a lot of funny interactions, some great character moments, and some actual development for Jeff, which I love to see. And that's why it's my favorite episode of The Cleveland Show. No matter what Mark says, it's clearly #1. Anyways, back to work on my big ranking video. Bye. I wonder if he knew this was a 2-parter before asking me to talk about this one.
I did not.
Poser ass bitch.
Okay, so this is a part 2 more so in the sense of using its ending to start up a new story rather than continuing any plot thread set up there. All we really know is that it's been 6 weeks since Healy last contacted the family, as Stan and Francine start to argue about the right way to raise Steve, and Roger seeks out Healy and Jeff to steal her 50 grand. Not much of a celebration going on here like last time. Despite that, it's alright. Although the last was hard to top, which I don't think this one does very well. Stan gets the CIA to make a clone of Steve as they each do their own parenting styles, leading to a very predictable outcome. Both of their methods were wrong. They need a blend of both. And all Roger does is follow them around making an annoying sound which drives them crazy. It's like an extended annoying orange skit. Fantastic. Back to normality as we have a Halloween special, where Stan is upset to see their new neighbor make a scarier haunted house than him, trying to then outdo him by having a bunch of serial killers come to scare everybody. Roger letting them loose and trying to murder everyone. You know, this killer looks a lot like Peter Griffin. Where's that fan theory? Hearing them play, I Got a Feeling hit me like a fucking truck. That song used to be everywhere for years. This episode's a lot of fun. Steve and Toshi have a cool battle at the end too. Better than the last, but worse than the premiere. In the real 100th episode, we see Stan start a restaurant. A lot less special.
But I know what'll make you feel better.
At that moment, I was 100% sure I was going to be molested.
I like that they relate this desire back to his childhood, seeking the fleeting happiness he only got to experience once. Damn, I saw this one too as a kid. I guess these were the couple seasons that were new during that brief moment of me watching the show. That visual of Stan jumping into the priest's arms always stuck out to me. I somehow didn't remember the twist by the end though, where Stan was actually the one to molest him. And I forgot about Steve's story where he has to set up a double date, kinda like that one season 1 episode. Except the joke here isn't that one is disgusting, it's that she's fucking insane, and her friend is a doll. This was an incredibly funny episode. Roger dressing up as Gordon Ramsay wasn't as steel as I thought it would be. Seemed like such an obvious gag. But the jokes more than make up for it. Snot getting accused of sexually assaulting the doll, Roger's song getting cut off, and you genuinely feel bad for Stan when Roger betrays his vision for the restaurant. Honestly, I like this episode more than the premiere. It's too funny. Francine is pissed off after Stan refuses to let her parents move into town with them getting older, with Stan having his CIA therapist wipe it from her memory. After pissing off his therapist, though, he decides to make her remember everything she's been repressing for the past 20 years, finding out she used to be a stand-up comic and trying to recapture that career. Not related, but I'm genuinely surprised that they managed to come up with 360 episode ideas for this series. I know it's real because I'm watching it right now, but I genuinely just can't fathom that. It's so weird. Episode's alright, weakest so far though, I don't know, it's fairly standard. I like this frame though, that's kinda it. We got our first Thanksgiving Day special this time, with Stan's half-brother coming to visit so he can continue rubbing his success in his face.
Steve, show Glenn your new X Cube. The X is for expensive.
He gets so upset upon realizing his bro is way richer than him that he and the rest of the family become depressed and try to find a way to steal their land. Yeah, real subtle there. Stan's little claymation Thanksgiving teal looked great, and it's interesting that they're still putting focus on the family acclimating to Healy not being there anymore. Honestly, they never used her that much in the first place. I barely noticed that she's gone sometimes. But overall, this is a solid special. I always liked it when cartoons would depict giant fuck-off mansions. There's a lot of fun opportunities there. Go near the top.
Haley?
Sorry, who is this? Stan, being one of the only people on Earth to enjoy jury duty, is horrified to see that Roger's the defendant, who expects to get him off with all his crimes. Oh yeah, so Healy and Jeff have just moved in now. It's surprising how little he was in the show previously. It always felt like his character had way more potential, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with him. I don't know if it were just me, but the pacing of this one seems so fast. Not in a bad way, but we're constantly switching back and forth between the courtroom shenanigans and Jeff continually masturbating around the house. But it's entertaining, I genuinely didn't know where it was gonna go. The court stuff, not the masturbating. With Stan getting Roger sent to prison and—
Brian Griffin. Do I know you? Stop pretending I don't exist!
Huh. Up next is another Christmas special with a new logo and everything. Hooray!
I promise I won't get Steve a gun for Christmas. Merry Wednesday, son!
Stan gets Steve a gun for the Wednesdays, in which they accidentally kill the real Santa Claus. Oh no! Now they gotta go on an epic family adventure to bury the body, with Santa now sending elves to hunt them all down. Roger's subplot is just bizarre, him going on a wild journey to find this mysterious four-armed moonshiner who could make the best darn moonshine known to man. The guy teaching him how to, make it and stuff. I don't know, I think I'm just getting really tired of the same Christmas gimmick being told again and again, where the real Santa Claus shows up. Even if him being a villain here puts a somewhat unique spin on it, the fight scene is cool. But definitely their weakest Christmas special so far.
Remember how hard it was for him to get used to Roger? Not to mention, what's his name?
My name is Klaus Heisler.
Finally, a true return to form, as we learn of how Francine is, yet again, disappointed with how mundane her life has gotten. although the intro to this episode is undoubtedly the best they've done at conveying that visually. Anyways, after Roger expels lethal fumes into the house and they go to a hotel for the week, Francine finds this to be the perfect opportunity to assume the role of someone else and become a concrete saleswoman. They always pick the strangest jobs for her. The hotel concierge is one of the funnier secondary characters so far, and Steve's subplot about trying to go back in time to meet a girl in a peony is dumb enough to kind of work. You know, this is a rare series where I don't mind how stupid and outlandish the plots get, and I think there were a lot of clever choices done here with the boarding. The parallel from the beginning to her new fake life was great. Decent episode, just not all that memorable, sadly. I didn't find the time skip at the end all that warranted. There's just not enough focus on Stan here to show why she'd want to abandon her life, you know?
I got you.
Stan and Francine make their first friends, basically, ever, but they start to get insecure after feeling like they're too old for him, having to not let them know they're in their 40s. It's really weird not when this series tries to have a more grounded episode like this. It stands out so much. But I'm all for it. It's a nice change of pace, especially given how much I was dreading it based on that title. I thought it would be like that Pie Man episode of The Simpsons where they make superhero personas. I don't know, I could have believed it. Either way, going around the middle. Another good one.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Roger's acting career is finally starting to go somewhere, citing jealousy out of Stan, with him deciding to train him. Obviously, by sitcom laws, this leads to him stealing his dream role. It's fine, the build up to Roger getting the lady's role and you knowing that means they have to do the kissing scene is funny, but that's really it. This is one of the worst episodes I've seen, which is surprising because it isn't even that bad. I will say though that ending was pretty uncomfortable.
Acting coach. This is you, isn't it? I'm gonna get down there and it's gonna be you.
It's a strong possibility.
This is like the second time they've made that joke. They're becoming too self-aware. The Steve and Co plot is also a fine idea, them all getting self-conscious about still having sleepovers, and trying to prepare for the perfect final one. The whole joke is that they treat it like it's a wedding, which I didn't find to be all that endearing. It's one of those episodes where you can't even imagine the writer caring about what they're trying to tell, convincing you that if they're at least referential towards how cookie-cutter this is, then that somehow makes up for it.
Making me the better actor and once again the big dog.
The all is lost moment!
This is actually a great idea. After Stan saves Roger's life, they realize that his life debt has been paid back from when he was, like, saved in Area 51, whoa. So now Roger has to find a new place to live, which obviously fails as he returns to see that Stan is renting out the attic space too. Andy Dick, huh? They don't even attempt to make this seem like a good idea from Stan's point of view. From the get-go, it's clear it was a horrible plan. Honestly, maybe if I knew more about Andy Dick, I'd find it funny, but it just isn't for me. The voice he does reminds me of a fucking Big Mouth character. Who even voices it? The creator of Big Mouth. Okay, perfect.
In a world where vomit comes out of my mouth.
There's some fun gags, mainly towards the end of the episode, but that's about it. Also, Steve gets chosen to do the morning announcements. Can you guess what happens from there? Does he A. let the power go to his head, B. let the power go to his head, or C. let... Stan starts to worry that Steve is competing for dominance in the family, leading to him completely owning it and challenging him. It's a pretty different dynamic we haven't seen much, I like it. Pretty fucked. Stan decides to ultimately own Steve by letting him catch he and Francine fucking, and so all he's gotta do, naturally, is find a girl to fuck. Roger becoming his wingman. Been a bit since we've seen these two team up, I liked this one. Feels like something from one of the earlier seasons. Jeff and Haley are also going to marriage counseling, already great, but it just completely devolves from there, it's barely even a focus. Good episode though, that random fucking Roger and Steve detour caught me so off guard, I kept waiting for it to end.
I pooped in my drawer for 6 months. Started planting things in it. My tomatoes did really well.
Stan really wants to impress the senator, and so sends Steve to a fancy private school so they can have a better chance of running into each other. This doesn't work out, of course, and so instead he decides to send Roger there in his place, befriending his daughter and proceeding to sell her for drugs. The Wolfman bit was good, the fucking sandworm randomly killing the janitor too, and Steve joining a girl's gang in his downtime is not where I was expecting things to go. Also, this episode has Sonic in it, so that's to count for something. Steve is more pathetic than usual in this episode as Roger agrees to help him be cool, although this is nothing more than a bet between him and Klaus. I wonder if this is going to lead to one of those sitcom moments where he starts to actually become cool but then overhears Roger talking about his bet and gets upset, leading to Roger having to apologize. Are we playing that footage in the background? I guess they didn't do that. Good for them. Meanwhile, Stan tries to add some spice to he and Francine's marriage, which just results in him attempting to surprise her over and over again, leading to a big epic prank war. It's a fun side thing. I actually like this episode quite a bit.
Oh, hi, Steve. How are...
Yeah, what? It's Steve's hallway.
That gag made me remember how I had seen this episode as a kid. That made me laugh really, really hard. Why? They're finally returning to that plot point of Snot liking Healy, which I only think they ever brought attention to as a quick joke in that one episode. You know, that one episode. This, of course, has to go in the most fucked up place possible, where Steve tries to make him feel better by having Roger pretend to be a girl who likes him, and then they fuck. Ew. It's just kinda creepy. And the Stan and Francine side story doesn't do much to make up for it. I barely even remember what happened in it. The Bewitched parody was fun, I guess. The brain rot is getting so real that I'm able to immediately recognize them using a different font for Toshi's subtitles. Stan and Francine, as we all know being the perfect couple, start to disagree for the first time over how to decorate their kitchen, making a bet with Gary and Terry to see if their marriage can survive the remodel. They've also been upping the principal's role this season. He's been in like half these episodes. Sometimes I like him, but sometimes I find they overdo it. He's insane and an asshole, and the joke is that he doesn't work that well as a principal. Here, though, I think it's funny, him using Barry to help him count cards for money.
I'll write you a note. Dear math bitch, these kids ain't showing up.
This episode was super wacky, somehow way more than usual. Characters constantly breaking into song and screaming. If the entire show were like this, I'm sure it would get old after a while, but every now and then it works. This episode's okay. The escalation was a lot of fun too, them splitting the kitchen in half and getting separated. At that point it picked up a lot.
Seems a little juvenile, but as long as we're getting new cabinets.
You know, I was expecting them to keep up with the Office parody the whole way through, but it quickly diverts once Francine gets a job at the CIA as a receptionist, which makes Stan upset as the workplace is where he likes to flirt with women. This, of course, goes in the most obvious direction where she doesn't care and lets him do it, but he now gets mad when the same thing happens to her. So whatever. I'm glad they quickly escalate on this with the original receptionist getting jealous and teaming up with Stan to get her fired by melting her face off.
Oh, that's acid in your face, you fine-ass bitch!
But they just don't do much with it. I like that we never actually get to see her deformities, you know, it leaves it up to the imagination. Never mind, they just showed it, that's fucking awful, I didn't even see that.
You cut corners to pay for your whores and your drugs and your stupid Klaus tattoo!
Roger's story also isn't my favorite. Him forcing Steve to build shoddy birdhouses and cutting corners which winds up killing the birds. But nothing's really done with it. Ends as soon as it starts. It's a fine episode overall, but I can see why some people would find it goes too far. Apparently this is like one of the most heated episodes in the entire series, but for me, I don't know, it wasn't horrendous or anything. We'll probably wind up near the bottom still. Look, there it is! The little fucking koala guy returns, still did not bother remembering his name and didn't think he'd be this prevalent, with Stan having to take Steve on his cruise ship for a guy's night out, with the two beginning to bond. Again. Gross. Meanwhile, Roger gets married to a trashy, abusive white woman to try and write the perfect country song. Wow, how amazing. This is a really poor finale, honestly. It all just leads to Steve skipping school to go to the zoo and getting captured by one of the gorillas in the exhibit. What year did this come out? This doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. It feels like two completely different episodes strung together. One of the worst, definitely. The first half of this season was really consistently good. Some of my favorite episodes of the whole show in there, but that latter half really drops off in my opinion. Not every episode's bad, but we're certainly having more where I'm just not finding any redeeming qualities in it whatsoever. I hope this is just a rare rough patch and not a sign of things to come, but we'll have to wait and see. This scared the shit out of me. Why is CeeLo Green here? And how do I know who that is? Stan is convinced to buy a hot tub to de-stress. But then he finds out that it can talk? After getting in trouble for avoiding all his responsibilities and the family eventually leaving, he comes to find out that the hot tub was a goddamn murderer who came alive and escaped a mental institution. Damn. This was a great Little Shop of Horrors parody. The first musical number was probably the best boarded sequence they've had so far. Oh yeah, that's right, this episode is a musical. And honestly, it's pretty great. Was not expecting Steve's voice actor to be such a good singer. One of my favorites right here. Just dumb enough to work. Did you know that this episode lost an Emmy to fucking Penguins of Madagascar of all things?
Well, there you have it. That's our story. Stan's dead.
Completely forgot this was a thing Fox tried to do, where all three of their Seth MacFarlane shows would feature the characters dealing with a hurricane. Hopefully it turns out better than what Family Guy did with this premise. I also remember watching the Cleveland Show special when it came out. Don't remember anything about it though. I think there were Brian and Stewie plushies at one point, but I don't know.
Oh, don't worry. I've been in some nasty storms.
Interestingly enough, while I was looking up details on that, I saw that American Dad, at least around this time, was consistently losing to almost every animated Fox program. Again, even Cleveland Show managed to beat it. And it's the Cleveland Show. Anyways, I think this might have been the best special out of the three. They managed to use all the characters very well, everyone has something to do. Stan wants to stand his grind and stay in the house, Francine is mad at him for not leaving, Healy and Jeff are concerned and want to help out, Steve is checking out the house's architecture, and Roger...
It took a lot of soul searching, but in the end...
Punt!
Pretty intense, they did a great job. Gonna be going below the previous episode, but season 8 is starting strong. Again, watching this made me realize how little Family Guy actually did with this idea.
Stan, have you...
Oh man, classic American Dad.
Because they want to get out of a meeting with the principal, dude, they're fucking obsessed with this principal now. Stan and Francine give Roger guardianship over Steve. That's all it took, wow.
See you later, guys.
Have a good one.
See you tomorrow.
I like how seriously he takes his role getting Lewis fired and ruining his life. Which also winds up ruining Steve's life, as now all the teachers are bullying him. I just don't care about this character. It really feels like they wasted such a good idea on this. It's not a good sign when the Stan Francine subplot is the better half, and it's just them bored at a water park. I mean, water parks are fucking boring, they're right.
I'm sorry, sir. I really wish there was something I could do.
This guy is the of the year.
Stan gets upset upon realizing that all his guy friends have gotten married, meaning he'll never be someone's best man.
You must have one single guy friend.
Well, there is one. Who was the
Oh, for
CVP?
fuck! Why is Stan suddenly calling this guy his friend? When have they ever interacted in any meaningful way? I just don't care, sorry. It's not like this guy being present in an episode automatically makes it bad, but his character is just so one note. He's weird, I get it. I just don't like him. Do fans like Principal Lewis? The writers clearly do.
I hope you two will be very happy.
Stan misses Steve's birthday and starts to realize that he hasn't been there for any important moment in his son's life. And so now he tries to be a super dad by using the CIA's virtual reality simulator to befriend him as a girl. What?
My son wants nothing to do with me, and the only way to get close to him is to be an incredibly stacked teenage girl. I totally understand.
This causes problems for obvious reasons. Uh-oh, Steve now wants to fuck his dad. Brilliant, back to the incest. Classic American Dad. Roger's subplot is fun, with him getting revenge on a bunch of partygoers who stiffed him. It's nothing more than him murdering them one by one, but it's a fine distraction from the dad fucking. You know, he is the perfect out too once Steve gets asked out by another girl in school, but no, he wants to be the one to fuck him. Somehow not the worst of the season, it's actually a pretty funny one. Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp. Oh my god, fucking stop messaging me. Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp, and in a jealous rage, Francine forces Roger to try and seduce her with one of his personas.
Stan, my feelings are starting to get hurt.
You know what? You're making me not want to tell you things.
Meanwhile, Steve gets addicted to wearing his sister's underwear, which makes Snot jealous and want to steal them, and so now they start fighting over his sister's underwear. Huh. I like how they bring the air story back to the new alien hunter from the opening, Stan letting him know where Roger is before he fucks his crush. He's just a super swell guy, I like him, too bad he died. It's weird how infrequently the CIA act like they care about this alien on the loose. The twist is great too, where it turns out she was also an alien hunter, only being with Roger to capture him. You know, it's bizarre how little Healy does in this show anymore. Another Christmas special, wow, wonder if these are gonna start happening every season.
You're ugly.
After beating up Roger Jesus, Stan gets excommunicated from Christianity. That's it, I have nothing to elaborate on. Also, Healy and Jeff are finally getting a story again. It just merges back into Stan's grit. Them adopting a child with him realizing he's the Antichrist. Now he's gotta kill this kid to get back into the church, checks out. A lot better than the last Christmas special. Some good jokes here and the stakes are pretty high at the end. Go near the top of the list. Francine might be pregnant, which excites Stan as he wants a son who's not a wimp like Steve. Which makes him want to pretend to be a superhero. Oh, look, see, I knew this was bound to happen. It happens in every fucking show.
Okay, your time's up. Get out.
Mommy's strong.
It's pretty funny. Roger takes over and decides he wants the credit for the heroic deeds. Definitely not a bad episode, but certainly one of the more forgettable ones. It's weird, it does not feel like it belongs in this show. It's so standard. Stan makes Steve get a job at the local country club before finding out the owner is actually Roger, who would have guessed? Francine's B-story is also just nothing. She's desperately trying to figure out a catchphrase, that's it. All this builds to her finally figuring it out.
Things are getting too spicy for the pepper.
That build-up sure was worth it. Not a fan, personally. Gonna be going near the bottom of the list. It goes exactly the way you think it will. Stan gets into the club and now he starts becoming a jerk to all his past co-workers and needs to learn to appreciate working for what he has. Even though he still worked at the place in his free time for years, so he did kind of deserve it. I don't know. I really can't believe how long they've committed to this bit for, wow.
We'll keep looking, okay? I know we'll find her.
It's interesting to consider really how little secondary characters there are in this show, especially for having gone on so long. But I think you barely notice it because when they do have them, they're usually related to the main characters in some way. You know, this isn't a Family Guy or Simpsons where we frequently cut away to some other members of the town to see what they're up to. I'm shocked at how relatively focused American Dad is. Stan wants to join in on Wheels and the Legman's agency, which pisses Roger off, wanting Steve to fire him. Them calling him Papa Wheelie was probably the funniest thing about it, and I can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. Today, Stan is pissed off at the elderly, after which he's cursed to be older. Now to reverse this hex, he thinks he's gotta travel to the top of Kilimanjaro, whoa. For as outlandish as this plot is, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. Nice seeing Healy join in an adventure for the first time in ages, and him going senile thinking they're gonna kill him was a fun escalation. That ending really cut me off guard, why? I also like the Roger subplot where he forced Francine to practice a dance routine with him for months only to reveal there was no contest. He just wanted someone to join him for his ex-wife's funeral but didn't want to ask, constantly revealing more and more secrets he was hiding about her. I enjoyed this one.
Yes! I have the car keys in my pocket, you stupid bitch!
Also, this isn't relevant, I've brought it up a bit before, but I really can't get over how this show was conceived as a conservative dad dealing with his liberal daughter, yet that was only the focus for like 4 episodes, it's insane. Not that I'm complaining or anything, that formula would have gotten real old. Just like Stan in this episode, see, I brought it back. Stan starts a school wrestling team so that Steve won't be such a wimp anymore, treating him to live up to his legacy that he left in his high school wrestling team. I like that they quickly divert from this to reveal that Barry has been getting slowly closer and closer to beating Stan's record, and so he enlists Roger to stop him, before Roger then comes to steal the record.
I think we're gonna get a promotion.
My legs!
It's so dumb, Stan then comes back to high school to defend his record. They make up for it though by having it be generally pretty funny, their match lasting days. Going around the middle of the list. Roger is back as the family therapist, however with his army man persona being sent off to Iraq and the therapist obviously being out of commission as well, Klaus takes over to help each of them out with their problems. I like them actually doing something with Klaus for a change, him feeling underappreciated and sparking drama between the family so they'll need him, revealing all their secrets like Steve pretending that Greg and Terry are his parents, Stan never eating Francine's cooking, her stealing money for drugs, Jeff only getting off on the thought of Francine, and Healy playing Ultimate Frisbee without him, the worst betrayal of all. I love how this one incorporates the entire family. Honestly, I wish this come into play a lot sooner. There's not much time left when all their secrets are shared. Seems like there was much more to do here with them all hating each other, but still, this is one of the best. Wow, coming back to the first episode's concept, with Steve yet again wanting a dog, and Stan would never let a dog in this house, except for, the 2 times they did. The way they work around that was really funny, honestly.
Francine, those were obviously dreams. I refuse to discuss your dreams in the daytime.
They focus a lot more on Stan than Steve here, however, with it bringing back the childhood trauma related to his dog when he was a kid, him quickly falling in love with the new one before it immediately is killed by cat pirates. Wish I could be more sad, but I'm too busy looking at this guy hiding in the background again. It feels a tad directionless, but Stan's personality here more than makes up for it. Him desperately trying to save the dog before having to understand that he shouldn't let it suffer. But seeing the weird zombified version of it is a tad uncomfortable. I can see why a lot of fans wouldn't like it. That one Futurama episode, this ain't. But for me personally though, it's going slap dab in the middle. In a bet resulting in Healy and Jeff needing to move out, Stan declares that he and Francine can live off $1 grand for an entire month, as Roger and Steve try to find a way to drive a Ferrari because they wanna, I guess.
He wants us to dance, Francine! Dance, Francine! Dance to stay alive! Is this what you want? Is this how you like it?
This is obviously a bad idea they're not gonna succeed at. You're just kind of waiting for the moment where they finally give up. I don't know, it's not a bad episode, but it's fairly predictable. Maybe if it later went in a different direction I would've liked it more, but nothing really happens. Good couple gags, but that's it. After Healy's kidney fails from too much alcohol, Stan finds out that he may not be a real dad, so now he and Francine use special CIA technology to take them back in time to see who her real dad is. Sure, yeah, it's only logical.
Did you take off his pants and jacket? Ah!
My grandmother's here. She's dying.
Of course, when back in time, he stops them from fucking, and so to make sure Healy exists, he has to get them to have sex before they go back. This episode is super focused. Them meeting up with Roger was fun too. Boy, they really did themselves a favor by establishing early on that he was living on Earth for decades so they can just use him so frequently. Good episode. Anytime an episode title is just a random name we've never heard before, I have to assume it's another one of Roger's personas. This time he finds the costume for Ricky Spanish, who we forgot in the past was the biggest deviant/murderer in town, trying to redeem his name so he can keep wearing the outfit.
I got it!
You opened it last time! Cup check!
Punk.
Meanwhile, the family's Nigerian sponsor kid has come to live with them. That part is pretty forgettable, but the main story more than makes up for it. I enjoyed his redemption attempts before trying to go back to his old ways more than I thought I would. The butterfly's death made me genuinely sad going near the top.
I'm Jenny. Jenny!
What a title! Steve finds out that Stan is planning on getting rid of all his toys, and so to distract him, he wants to find him a girlfriend. Never mind, of course not, he's taking him to Mexico to go to a whorehouse. I like the way they animate his imagination sequences, nothing in scene, but the colored line art was a nice change of pace. It's a solid finale. Roger's side plot is fun too, him desperately trying to find the perfect bottle of wine for he and Francine's dinner. It was fun. These Stan and Steve adventures are some of my favorites. That's it.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
Season 8, I have to say, was a lot worse than last season, but not by much. I think the lows of this season were way lower. 3 of the episodes in my overall bottom top 10 so far are from this season. But I'm still surprised that we haven't had any flat-out awful episodes so far. It's a real achievement, honestly. Family Guy, Simpsons, hell, even South Park all had really bad episodes by now. But the worst thing I can say about an American Dad episode is that it's just kind of forgettable and boring. I'm interested in seeing if that ever changes. Who knows? Some of you probably, I don't know, I've never seen it. Okay, don't forget about your pizza dough, by the way. Next season, we're going to be finally finishing it off, I promise. Season 9 opens with Roger falling in love with Healy. I immediately thought of that one Family Guy episode of Meg falling in love with Brian. It's just a more extreme version of that. Roger, you know, being a psychopath, believing that the only way for them to fall in love would be for him to cut off her skin and wear it as a suit. It's weird, I've seen this one before too. I remember I'd be at my great aunt's house watching Family Guy on BBC on weekend nights, and they'd always air American Dad right after Family Guy. But I'd rarely watch it because the humor of the show was so specific and random that I'd get secondhand embarrassment watching it with my 75-year-old great uncle who just wanted to watch anything else.
What are you?
The Stan subplot of him attempting to sell his SUV but feeling miserably wasn't as good, but the Roger one is at least a little better. I mainly find it interesting how much they've upped everyone's sociopathy. Is that how you pronounce it? It's not like that's unusual for the series, but here it's way more extreme than ever. I'm curious if that was just a one-episode thing or if they're planning on having this be the new norm. That show got announced while I was working on this video. It just looks horrible.
Roger, what do you... No!
The Smiths are taking a nice relaxing vacation, but whoa-oh, Stan keeps getting pressured to do work after being assigned to assassinate one of the resort employees. What's he gonna do? It's one of those episodes where everybody gets something to do. Roger, as an old lady, befriends a guy, Healy and Jeff try to reignite their sex life, and Steve goes on a grand adventure to find the nudist resort nearby. Roger's persona being named Abigail Lemon Party was the thing that stood out to me most, and I liked the twist with Healy and Jeff's new partners, but the rest is all pretty by the numbers. Better than the last, but that's not saying much.
Ah, that's my sister!
Oh, give us a look.
Just let me make triple sure.
People have to have recognized this trend, right? Francine disguises herself as a guy to get into the CIA chill zone, as Steve and friends join a boy band. Wow, two generic ideas. That's not a bad thing though, honestly. Steve's boy band songs are really fucking funny. Some of the best musical numbers in the whole show. The idea of having a boy band with 12 fucking members where all they do is their name roll call over and over again is just really funny, and it elevates this episode a bunch.
I wanted to do the joke.
Why did he deliver it like that? After his stepdad dies, Stan moves Roger down to the basement so his mom can come live in the attic. It's weird how little they've used her over the show.
Well, I gotta go. Gotta get to work. See you tonight. What are we doing? This is crazy.
I mean, they're real. Steve's friends are also being used way more now, I noticed. They stumble upon a crashed airplane where the script for the Fast and the Furious 7 is, okay, sure. That's kinda it. It's pretty funny though, the movie is just filled with a cavalcade of gay sex which freaks them out, and so they try to pitch a fixed version. The twist is pretty good where to get back at him, Roger marries her, and them unironically bonding over time is oddly sweet for the few seconds you forget this will just be forgotten about the next episode. Another good one. Going second to the list so far. Stan bans Steve from being friends with Snot after thinking they're gay, and has to figure out how to keep them away from each other by putting him in witness protection.
What the hell? I thought I took care of this.
Oh, stop!
The fucking Roger story is dumb but funny as well. Jeff becomes the maid for one of his personas, but then as he walks back to his room, another persona of his robs and beats him up. It's so stupid. The visual of their seemingly endless hallway looks really good too. This episode all around is great in my opinion. Stan starts hanging out with Snot and they become best friends, joking around and having sleepovers. It's really funny. After the babysitter cancels, Stan and Francine leave Healy in charge of Steve as they go to a horse show. I'm really shocked at how much this season is relying on tried and true sitcom formulas, but they're done in pretty good ways, honestly, I'm surprised. It's like the kind of stuff I could have seen him doing back in season 1 or 2, but with the humor of these later seasons. This show is so random and anything goes so frequently that seeing these more grounded stakes is bizarre. Another solid one though. Not as good as the past two, but it's going around the middle for sure.
I'm out of gas. See y'all in the morning.
Jesus Christ, what a title. The kids find out that Francine was famous as a kid for getting trapped on a well. However, when putting her on a news show, they find out that a man died while trying to save her. I like that they relate this back to her everlasting turmoil of feeling as if she's done nothing with her life, and so she tries to find something impactful to do within the week so the guy didn't die for nothing. They land on solving a near-impossible math problem, okay, sure. The B story is somehow even stranger, as Roger and Stan try to invent meal stripper shoes for some reason, and will only get it made if they kill a guy's wife for even less of a reason. It's alright. One of the weaker episodes of the season, but still not bad. There's some good gags, and I like the escalation of her finding him, but that's about it. After everyone realizes they haven't followed through on their promises, Francine has everyone give up something for Lent. Yelling, smoking, junk food, crying, and hugs, cool. Things really get extreme after they drunkenly allow Bullock to cut off the finger of the first person not to keep their promise, and so now there's added consequence. Roger's side story kinda sucks, honestly. He's looking for some girl with the most perfect breasts. I don't know, I just don't care, it feels so pointless. Fun episode overall, though. Them faking their own deaths was good, too. Going right above the middle of the list. The Adventures of my god, when did these titles get so long? After Roger gets upset by the fact that no one's impressed by his not earned awards, he decides he's gonna try win one for real.
Get set.
Meanwhile, Steve tries to get some info out of his dad for an assignment, and so calls him with his friends where he continually reveals a bunch of private information. It's got some good jokes, but it's really just that setup again and again for a couple minutes. It's rather forgettable. It's interesting when they actually decide to do stuff with Roger taking advantage of everyone. It happens so frequently that at a certain point the family just all kind of accepted it. But not here, Francine doesn't let him get away with fucking her over. And so he actually has to do something to gain her respect back. He still lies kind of, but it works. Definitely one of the worst episodes so far. Looking forward to the second half of the season now to see if things pick up or not. Especially in how they handle Roger. He's certainly getting a lot more douchey as we go on. Was not expecting that live-action Patrick Stewart opening. In this parody of some stage play I've never heard of, we learn that we're about to see an apparent scrapped American Dad episode.
The theater can be a lonely place.
I'm surprised how well they committed to the bit. It's not like their Office parody work goes away a couple minutes in. The entire thing here is presented as if it were done on stage as we learn of Stan's reason for hating birthdays, his dad returning to talk with him as he relives his trauma. It's not super entertaining or even all that funny, but I appreciate how well they got the format done, and an experiment like this is nice, especially when we're this far in. Going near the bottom, but it's still not bad at all.
You thought I was asleep, didn't you? Acting.
Max Jets is finally getting out of prison, I can't believe it! Which is good news for the family as he always showers them with expensive gifts. This is this show, though, so obviously Max Jets is indeed Roger. That whole sequence of him breaking into prison just to immediately get released was great. It goes in a pretty interesting direction, too, where he winds up getting with the waitress Stan fucked over at the start of the episode, and so they have to try to get rid of her before she takes all his money. I like that they all love the gifts so much that they're more than willing to play along with his persona here.
Sometimes a girl can seem interested, and I'm not saying she's not. But
she's a gold digger, bro.
The family are so rarely on the same page that it's cool getting to see them all team up for a common goal. The Smiths don't really feel all that much like a unit in this show, so it's nice the odd time they do. Good episode.
You know what? I would love to explain all of it to you, but we're out of time.
In this episode, shit gets real, as Jeff finds out that Roger is an alien? Whoa. Now Stan has to decide between killing Roger or killing Jeff, what a choice to make. Steve also gets self-conscious that everyone's asses come in before his, and so Francine helps him fake it, I mean sure.
You're gonna want to change these every 2 weeks.
I'm out.
You know, every now and then while watching this show, I think about how awful they draw teenage girls. Why do they all have these giant realistic noses? They look so weird compared to how cartoony and dumb Steve looks. Steve's plot feels pretty aimless, and I think they could have done more with such a big moment for the show. I don't know, maybe just get rid of the Steve plot entirely, just give 22 minutes to the main event. Would have made the ending gag a lot more funny after having all these emotional goodbyes before Roger throws Jeff in the alien spaceship instead. That's how it ends too, goodbye Jeff, I guess. I mean, I have to imagine they bring him back, right? I don't know, probably not. Oh wow, it feels like it's been forever, but we're finally getting a second part to that James Bond parody from a while ago.
How am I to know if my strikes are effective if you keep blocking them?
Glad they decided to do another stylized intro for this one too. It looks great, even if it could have been a tad longer. This time the villain is Principal Lewis, great, as he kills Stan's new wife and now he has to seek revenge. Also, Roger survived. I forgot he died in the last one, it's been so long, having to break him out of prison so they can finally team up. I don't know, I think overall this was a major letdown compared to the last. It's not all that funny, and I find they committed to the idea a lot less. You know, at times I had to remember this wasn't just a regular episode. Half the time, it ended up just being blackface Francine that reminded me.
For when the aliens bring Jeff back!
Okay, sweetie. I'm sure by now he's been dissected for science.
Oh wow, they're actually keeping up with it. Dan and Roger try to get Healy through the 5 stages of grief as fast as possible as Francine gets insecure that she's not doing enough to prepare Steve for his future, and so tries to train him for the upcoming spelling bee. How exciting!
Montage.
Thanks, genuinely. I like the rivalry between Francine and Toshi's mom. That's something we haven't really seen before. Remember those ladies in that early Francine episode where she tried to join their group and then that neighbor lady kissed her at the end? Whatever happened to those characters? Where did they go? I want to know. I also like the occasional arc they've been doing with Toshi's sister and Steve every now and then, although I doubt it will go anywhere. Remember that one girlfriend Steve had for a bit, that girl everyone made fun of for being fat? Whatever happened to her? Where did she go? I want to know. After feeling as if their sex life has lost a lot of the excitement, Stan is convinced to become a sex freak.
That's not in the Bible. Let me see that.
Also, getting rid of Jeff has been the best thing to ever happen to Healy in terms of screen presence, with her this time agreeing to go on a date with Snot. But of course, as you expect, the one time Healy actually wants to be with him, he doesn't want to be with her. Who could have guessed? Roger's song is catchy, but that's about it. Whatever episode. Well, look, it's Mordecai and Rigby. Just like that last show I ranked. Thanks, YouTube, for copyright striking it. You know, on Shark Robot, I just released a freaking sweet sticker pack of my character in the style of just about every show I've done a ranking for. I plan on updating it every few ranking videos to include the previous ones. I think they're pretty cool. So, if you want to support the channel from getting fucking demonetized all the time, then check it out at sharkrobot.com/LSMark. American Dad. Yeah.
Hey, Francine!
Brenda?
This is what I was talking about. Why does she look like this? Why does this show draw women so weird compared to the men? After getting in an accident after trying to kill Osama bin Laden, Stan finds himself suffering from amnesia. Only took 150 episodes to get to this. Francine then uses this as her chance to mold him into the perfect husband to impress her friend at their wedding. I don't know, I feel like there's only so many things you can do with an amnesia storyline. You can tell from the start she's gonna take him to the wedding, but she's then gonna realize she likes him the way he is and then apologizes for trying to change him. Riveting stuff. I like how ready and willing the beanbag salesman was to play along with her story, but that's it. The rest is meh. Worst of all, it doesn't even have an ending. He leaves her, and they don't get back together. Perfect. What is this season's obsession with these fucking long-ass titles?
Kids like us don't need bully trouble. That's the bully the back of my hand is in the crotch of, isn't it?
Stan is chosen by Bullock to be his protege, but with him showing signs of dementia, he's ordered to go get his memory wiped so he can retire, them now being on the run from the arrest of the CIA. Steve is also dealing with a bully again, not his dad this time thankfully, with Roger calling in one of his friends to help out. It was a good surprise to see Stelio and his constantly playing theme from that episode back again. This is a really funny one, I like it a lot. They stopped using Bullock as much for a good few seasons, but it's good to see him come back more frequently. Going right above the middle. Oh well, we're already back to the Jeff stuff as we see him on Roger's species spaceship. Damn it, at least thought they'd wait a season or two. It's really cool finally being able to see the rest of Roger's race. I appreciate them not cheaping out and making them all clones of him. This is probably the most unique episode of the show so far. All the alien designs are super cool. I love the backgrounds a lot, especially in their little rural area. The musical number was also sweet. I was really surprised a standalone Jeff episode could be this good. Probably my favorite of the season so far, one of the best of the whole show as a matter of fact. I wouldn't mind them exploring this place in a few other episodes in the future. Seems like a lot of work for just a one-off. Makes me kinda sad that it ends with Jeff coming back to Earth, honestly. Wonder how long it'll take to integrate him back in now. Also, the Emperor is fucking Chuck McGill from Better Call Saul. What the hell? That was a surprise. They're returning to Klaus's interest in skiing, which was referenced a total of one time in like season 2, as he begs Stan to put him back in his body so he can participate in the sport again.
Roger, what the hell is... Holy cow, you really do have a gym up here.
It's one of the cooler things they've done with him in the past, I don't know, entire show, as he switches bodies with Stan against his will. I like that everybody just immediately realizes this. It's a fine finale. Steve and Roger's gym escapades aren't nearly as memorable, but the Klaus stuff is good. Solid finale.
Yeah.
Season 9 is interesting. Like every season, there's some good in here, but also some bad. I think the James Bond parody is probably my least favorite so far. I don't know, I didn't mind the first one that much, but a second like this, just, I don't know. They didn't commit to the idea enough for me to be as interested this time. That Jeff episode was a big surprise, though I really loved it. Something I'm beginning to notice, though, is that the characters are beginning to be pushed to more and more extremes. Roger especially, he is just a massive asshole throughout this entire season. I think the premiere episode is the only time that ever got kind of unbearable in my opinion, the rest was fine. But I don't know, I'm interested in seeing if that's ever going to get to a point where I'm just fucking despising his character anytime he comes on screen. We'll have to see. Either way, Season 9 was also pretty good. We're now headed on to the last of the Fox seasons. I don't know if I should count Season 11 spoilers, but it's like fucking 3 episodes. Alright, so finally I want you guys to go and grab your dough wherever the hell you put it, while I talk about the season premiere. Steven Snott's Testubular Adventure sees Steven Snott try to appear how to have girls go to the prom with them so they don't appear to be gay.
Gay!
I like that they infuse this with the CIS stuff. That doesn't happen nearly as often as you think it would, with them deciding to clone dates. Only issue is they've come out as babies who rapidly age. It's pretty funny, honestly, once you get by how creepy the concept is. This is the literal definition of grooming, but at least by the time they're old enough to go to the prom with them, they realize how awful sleeping with them would be. Seeing them more as their children. But it's all good, Snott's just gonna sleep with Steve's daughter instead.
Fortunately, my sister happens to run a girls' finishing school in this very attic.
Alright, so I want you to grab the dough and slap it onto a lightly floured surface. I would use your fist to kind of crush all the air out of it first. I think that's what you're meant to do. I don't know, it's been like 2 weeks since my time since I've looked at that recipe. You can use a rolling pin to flatten it out, but thankfully mine came out well enough to just do it with my hands. Push it out until the dough gets so thin that you can almost see through it. If anything, I think I left mine too thick. Whatever, if you like thicker pizza, go for it. Do that until you're happy with it while I move on. This was a really good premiere. I actually liked this episode a lot aside from the terrible sounding concept. Oh yeah, also preheat your oven at 475 degrees. That's around 250 degrees if you're from the UK, according to Google. In a parody of Poltergeist that you've seen a million times, a ghost in the house grows a burning hatred for Stan, attempting to kill him. It goes in a pretty different direction, thankfully, going back to that storyline of Francine not feeling satisfied by him, which is manifested as an evil spirit. The only way things will get better is if she orgasms, which leads to Healy becoming her dad's sex coach. 10 seasons in, 10 seasons worth of incest. Perfect. This episode also had one of the funnier Klaus segments, where he goes on vacation but hurts his back as the TV endlessly plays the local advertisements on loop. That got me more than it probably should have. Not nearly as strong as the previous episode, but still decent. The house looks great when all haunted and shit, it's cool. Now, also be sure to use your fork to poke some holes in the dough. I just do it all over, I don't know how much you're meant to, whatever. Steve stows away on Stan's CIA hunting trip, where in order to prove his manhood he has to kill an animal, leaving him feeling incredibly guilty and running into the woods to protect the deer's children. I was not expecting them to then jump ahead an entire fucking year, with Stan returning during the next hunting trip and the two going to war. Definitely the worst so far, I didn't enjoy it all that much. Feels like it takes way too long to get into it, and the Klaus Rogers stuff went by in a flash. It wasn't all that needed in my opinion.
I can almost...
You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but you can grab some cheese at this point and put it around the edge of the dough and then fold it over for some stuffed crust. Again though, you don't have to do it, I just had some leftover cheese and figured why not. Here we have the rare Steve and Francine team up as she teaches him how to shoplift, to show him that she's cool.
I spent it all on dance moves! Jealous?
Something I noticed is common between the B stories in American Dad is that they're often just going. Like, half the time there's never even a reason as to why they're doing it. They're already just into it. For example, this time, Healy, Roger, and Klaus are starting the town's first Russian balalka trio. Wonderful. It's fun seeing Steve and Francine doing something together, and Stan's Nutless song was good. But that's about it, I didn't care for it all that much. Honestly, this season has been starting a little weaker compared to some of the others. The first couple were good, but the rest, not so much. Hoping to see things pick up soon. Another Thanksgiving Day special. This time we focus on Francine's side of the family again, with Stan being pissed off that she invited her parents. Also returning back to the Jeff stuff, damn, as Healy's grandmother tries to get her back into dating. I never really liked Francine's parents all that much. The joke is that they're Chinese and a constant nuisance. It's not that funny, especially this far into the series where nothing else has really been done with them. I wouldn't have minded as much if it were simply the B story to Healy's, since that plot had a lot more potential, but all that happens with it is that she gets jealous of the boy she set Healy up with and tries to get him for herself. And then he says no. Great, you started an end to this conflict before anything really happened.
Here, Dixie Cup.
That almost made up for how forgettable this episode is. Okay, so at this point I realized I had no pizza sauce, and so I started mixing some leftover tomato paste and olive oil together with some oregano, garlic and onion powder, garlic, salt, pepper, and a little bit of sugar. It was halfway through this that I found the sauce in the back of my cupboard, and just used that instead. Smear that shit around however much you want, I don't judge. As Steve and friends embark on an epic cross-country road trip to go to Snotstad's funeral, as Stan and Roger start getting their gut take the wheel, doing whatever random impulses come to them, which is inventing an automatic cake cutter. Wonderful. I didn't care about this part in the slightest. They're partnering with the same business guy from the stripper boot episode, so you expect him to fuck them over again. But no, not even that. They just don't come back to this until after the credits where they're already millionaires. Perfect. I can at least appreciate what they're attempting to do with the Steve stuff. The whole thing being written and presented like an indie movie with the artsy visuals and pseudo-intellectual dialogue where everyone speaks in metaphor or treating everything like it's the most serious thing in the world. Steve even falling in love with the manic pixie dream girl. This came out afterwards, so there's no way this isn't a reference to Scott Pilgrim. I can't believe it. It's for that reason that I definitely put this near the top of the list. It's something different. Oh yeah, so put the mozzarella on now. It feels pretty self-explanatory as much as you want. I like more cheese on a pizza than sauce personally, but feel free to take liberties. I don't know, I'm not your dad. Why do so many animated shows feel like doing a fucking Breaking Bad parody? It is so common. The Simpsons had that whole ass intro, Family Guy had the creatively titled Baking Bad. How long did it take to come up with that one? And here we have Faking Bad, oh boy. We actually see a little more of Healy this time as she runs into some of her childhood friends, having to get Steve to make her a fake ID so she can hang out with them, them making a business out of this and having to compete with the local kingpin. It's always Roger. It's nice having a Steve and Healy team up. I feel like this is only the second or third time this has happened in the whole show, which is surprising. Otherwise though, solid episode. Start putting the pepperoni on the pizza now. Again,
okay, next idea is ready. Mike Roch? I'm looking for Mike Crotch.
Darren Norris returns to narrate this year's Christmas special, which means you know Stan's dad is going to return at some point, where he tells Steve the story about Krampus. This was actually the first time I heard about Krampus as a kid. Me and me really want to see that horror movie that came out a couple years after, so me and my friends pirated it on my TV, and we were met with full frontal nudity in the first minute. I think we find some crappy C-list horror movie of the same name. I think it was called like Krampus, The Reckoning or something, I don't know, you look it up. Glad they did another musical episode. They don't do these nearly as often as they should. There's a bunch of catchy songs in here, they're all pretty good.
This gift you see is a tub of popcorns 3.
Wow, just stop. Just tell me what you want.
This was one of the best of the season so far. One of the strongest Christmas specials too, I liked it a lot. I like to put some oregano in the pizza at this point before putting it in the oven, but I might have forgotten, I don't know, I'm not looking at the footage right now. After that, put it in the oven for 10 minutes. I'll let you know when to check again. I've got this all figured out, don't worry. If your pizza burns though, I'm not responsible. Roger gets in an accident which gives him cool Raven-Symoné powers. Now he can see into the future.
I think your family should probably leave.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought you guys should go.
Yeah, so did we.
You can kind of tell where they're going from the first couple minutes. They make such a big deal about him being sad and that nobody cares about his opinion that you know this is going to lead to him getting overwhelmed by everyone constantly asking questions and wanting them reverted. It's not a bad thing though, they go in a good direction with it. He forgets that he left the family for 3 weeks after telling them not to leave the house as Healy's raccoon from the start of the episode tries to kill them. Good execution of a generic idea. Liked it a lot. The family go to Familyland to try and reconnect. As a family.
I don't have a family. What about that Indian baby you have sometimes? This isn't one of those times.
I always liked theme park episodes of cartoons and seeing what fun or creative rides they can come up with. My favorite here would have to be Roger going to the Space Land and seeing it looks exactly like how he remembers things. Anyways, the park finder Roy family comes back to lock everyone inside and every land separates into a different faction led by a different Smith. It's a big Game of Thrones parody. I'm glad they gave this plenty of time to be explored, with Roy forcing everyone to kill each other as Francine tries to find a way to bring them to their senses. Season 10's been picking up a lot, the past few have been really good.
Get out of town, you Jezebel!
Damn. Stan accidentally starts doing nice stuff while sleeping, which freaks him out, leading to him having to take out a terrorist as his night persona keeps setting up stuff to prevent it from happening.
Okay, go lie on the couch.
It's a pretty fun idea with him continually waking up and us getting to see the consequences of everything he had done the previous night. I like that we never actually get to see what he does in real time until the very end. I find this to be an insanely creative episode, going near the top. This is a parody of Face Off, where Roger switches faces with Steve to get him a girlfriend. And by face, I mean he looks like a horrific fusion between the two. It's gross, he looks like iDubbbz. I don't know why this was only the B story, it was actually funny. Comparatively, the A plot fucking sucks. Stan and Francine cover for a stewardess at the airport in this really not interesting Charlie's Angel parody, where the girls are super quirky and uncover a plan to blow up the sun. Wow, fantastic. It borders on being too random of a setup for me. Maybe I wouldn't have minded that much if it didn't feel like Rogers could have done one more time to explore the concept further. They only switch faces for a couple minutes before they change back. Stan gets upset at Steve and friends for only spending time with their game buddies and video boxes, and so takes them into the woods to play outside.
Will Stan keep his promise? Will Steve and the boys get their phones fixed? Will they—
Get in the house, Randy!
They do it in a creative way too, with him using the CIA's holodeck to trap them inside his childhood forest. Them having to learn how to survive as Stan creates obstacles for them before they reverse it and trap him inside, taking him through his childhood to traumatize him. It's fucked up. Roger and Healy stuff is also alright. Healy purchasing his home planet star and now claiming herself to be his queen. It's a good idea. I like when they involve stuff about Roger actually being an alien. I feel like they forget sometimes. This was a good episode. Loved getting to see so much more of Stan's childhood. What a wild place to take this. Francine gets mad at Stan for not listening to him, and so he starts taking estrogen pills that turns him into a woman. Like, immediately. Here's another plot done all the time in these cartoons. His design even looks pretty similar to Quagmire in that one episode where he turns into a girl. They look so weird when next to Francine. This is so extreme that it completely makes you forget about the Roger Klaus storyline, where they try to start up a business selling Stan's old suits. I like that it connects, but that's it. Again, it might as well have not even happened. Goes in a fairly creepy direction though as Bullock tries to seduce him and make sure he doesn't realize the CIA have found a way to reverse things. Honestly though, the episode is shockingly better than you think it would be based on that plot. Again, this is one of the rare shows where that anything goes mindset works. Going around the middle. An Occupy Wall Street protest ends with Stan getting brainwashed by, I don't know, hippies I guess.
Oh, by the way, these are my friends who kidnapped and brainwashed me. This one's a wheelchair guy, but he can still talk and everything.
I didn't care for this one at all, really. Healy tries to spy on him to get proof that he's no longer himself, where he continually proves her wrong and everyone thinks she's crazy. It's so by the numbers and boring, of course she's right, who could have guessed? The Roger storyline is also just fucking nothing. He buys a shit ton of candles but can't sell any of them, and so he and Steve decide they're gonna use them all up by giving each other massages until they run out. That's about it. You know, it's taken me until now to realize that Healy is played by Seth MacFarlane's sister. Probably should have noticed that earlier. Speaking of, this has also been the most Healy-centric season yet. She's in more episodes here than, like, the past 3 combined. This time she gets a job at Roger's bar as Stan uses her to get info about Bullock so they can be best friends. Even though sometimes they are best friends, they're very inconsistent about Stan's reputation in the workplace. Does he ever sit by his desk anymore? I don't know. I'll point it out next time I see it, if I remember. Klaus's German story was presented in a cool way, but that's about the height of their subplot. It comes in so infrequently that you can barely even follow along with what the point in any of it is, which I guess is the point, but it's just not that funny. Fine episode though, going right under the middle of the list. I'd still say season 10 has kept up a fairly high level of quality so far. Here Stan tries to master the art of looking at women without Francine noticing, where after getting in a car accident results in him having to make sure the insurance guy doesn't snitch on him. Damn. It's weird how there's a few songs in here but not really enough to be considered a musical episode. They're inserted at such random points too, like why does the insurance guy sing his introduction song after the scene where he's introduced? They sound good, but there's no need for them to be here. Other than the first song, they don't further the plot in the slightest. And the topics are, well, I'm sure you're looking at the visuals right now. You have to be able to assume what the song is about. I hate that it sounds good.
Damn, that's my mama. Damn, if that wasn't my mama.
Not a fan of this one. It feels so aimless, constantly stopping and starting. Again, the songs are good, but that's it, near the bottom.
If Francine wasn't my mama, Lord, you know I'd try to bone.
Come on, Steve.
Why? After getting fired from the CIA, Stan has to get a job at the local supermarket that Steve manages, leading to him getting the upper hand finally and the two giving each other worse and worse work while in the other's domain. The Roger storyline is a lot funnier despite its simplicity, him competing with a local hipster in a guitar competition. Losers banned for life.
The shape is pretty self-explanatory.
This is a solid episode. There's a lot of great gags in here. That fucking scene with the kid just kept going. Healy gets a job interning at a news station where the host is who else but Roger. Again, if there's a random name in the title, 10 times out of 10 it's him. There she is again! How do I keep summoning her? I like how this integrates with Steve's sex ed subplot where he makes such a fool out of himself that he agrees to have Healy make him go missing so they can make it a national news story, and then she can do her own thing instead. This is a decent episode, one of the more forgettable, but still has some good moments. Gonna be near the bottom though. To end our longest season yet, we see it's officially been 1 year since Jeff has been stranded in space. You know, Healy is so much more into Jeff now that he's not here, especially given she immediately moves on after falling for another guy.
She can do this? Hadouken!
Perfect!
It's pretty wild, honestly. Steve finds out that Jeff is still alive and finds a way to travel home in a wormhole. where 60 years has passed, woo. Not the funniest episode out there, but the story is more than interesting enough to make up for it, especially seeing them all in the future. But it ends with Jeff giving up all hope and lets her know that she can now move on. Before the new guy sees Roger, and so they just kill him. I was pretty concerned after those first few episodes not impressing me all that much, but this season picked right up. For being 10 whole seasons in, I'm surprised they've managed to keep things so fresh. I've said it a lot, but I think that mainly has to do with the fact that the show was so wacky from the get-go. Like if The Simpsons or Family Guy were doing plots about one of the characters getting stranded in space for a season, you know, it would be a sign that things are starting to run its course, but in American Dad, no, it's just another weekend for these characters. One thing I will say is I'm really glad Roger was toned down a bit, at least compared to last season. He's used a lot more for wholesome gags this time around, his plots don't really have much stakes going on. Interestingly, this was the last real season to air on Fox. It was supposed to be the end of the show before they realized they had a couple unaired episodes laying around. I will say if this is how the show ended, with Jeff just giving up all hope, would have been pretty disappointing given that was the one plot thread they were still hanging on to. But thankfully, TBS bought the rights to the show and began airing new episodes there. So let's finish up their Fox run and get on with the new stuff. This incredibly short season, if you could even call it that, begins with us seeing Roger having to sell his attic bar, it becoming soulless and corporate. But he doesn't care because he gets brought on as their official spokesperson, like Jared from Subway.
Find my quiet place.
Speaking of Jared, from Subway, the Stephen Friend story is also something that would be insanely fucked up in any other show, but here, I don't know, it's pretty standard, as a registered sex offender moves in across the street attempting to have her seduce them. The twist is fairly obvious, you can tell from super early on that she's just using them for work on the place for free. I wasn't that big a fan of this episode. Maybe there was a reason these were unaired. Or maybe it's because the plot was fucked up. Did you check on the pizza? You should probably check on it. Greg and Terry have just adopted a Russian kid who Roger takes the place of after being so impressed by their way of life.
Stop it, Stan. Stan, stop it. You're scaring me. Francine, get in here. It's happening again.
I like that Stan's way of getting back to him is to make their house look so shit that it becomes an eyesore. And having him get so fed up at Greg and Terry's bickering that it causes him to try and kill one of them, but one of them is also trying to kill him instead, is a good progression. I don't know which one, honestly. Sometimes I forget who is who. I think Terry is the one who tries to kill him. Put a ding right here if I was right. Thanks. Is that the first time they've done a twist with the new intro? Pretty good way to start the story as Roger finds another alien has crash-landed on Earth, and they want to be with him, played by Kim Kardashian for some reason. It's been so long I completely forgot about Roger's golden shit, the saga continuing here as we see the lady who took it for herself last time being executed for killing her husband, as her son finds it and tries to use it to achieve his greatest desire. And that's it. Can't wait to see this continued 5 seasons from now. The episode overall just feels so aimless despite having some good moments. I usually like the gold shit stuff, but in this case, I feel it really distracted from what was going on. Kinda realizing now it's like American Dad's somewhat more dramatic chicken fights. A new alien coming to Earth probably should have had some more time dedicated to, well, that.
The end.
None of these episodes were anything special. They could have been lost to the ether and we wouldn't have been missing out on anything. Although, I'm kinda glad they were aired at least, because can you imagine if these were just like lost media for the longest time and then people are all over the internet like, we have to find the lost American Dad episodes, and then they come out and it's just these 3? Great. I always assumed TBS took over the show recently, but looking at it, coincidentally, right around the time of making this, the TBS run has been going on for just as long as the Fox airing. That's fucking insane. I'm really curious if if anything is going to be different from now on, like staff switch-ups or anything. I know the showrunner who was there from the start apparently left, so that can't be a good sign. Also, I have to assume your pizza is done and out of the oven now. Obviously, let it cool down for a bit. I don't know how long it's been out for, but thanks for going on this journey with me. Please @ me on Twitter with your pizzas if they came out good. If they came out bad, I'm not responsible. Thanks. TBS begins their run with Blonde Ambition. It was so jarring for them to play the intro after the first scene. Just feels weird.
God, an activist. Quick, pretend we're on the phone.
Sorry, we're pretending to be on the phone.
Haley turns her hair blonde so more people will pay attention to her activism. As Stan and Steve try to live in a newly built house in a gated community, where they're attacked by guard dogs and need to find a way to escape. Honestly, writing-wise, I didn't notice much of a change. I have to assume it's because these first few episodes have still some involvement by the original showrunner, but as is, it's nothing special. The supposed charity guy's yacht being wheel-powered was the best joke here, rest is whatever. For now at least, it seems like Season 12 will be more of the same, which I guess is a good thing. Except, now the credits play over the ending. Again, it's so weird, I don't like change. This is gonna be the biggest fucking nitpick ever, but 2 episodes in, and I've decided that I actually really dislike the intro coming after the opening skit. If that joke falls flat, then it's way more awkward, especially when they hard cut to it. Stan and his co-workers get kidnapped in Thailand after trying to steal a dictator's inhaler, not needing to find a way to escape from their super futuristic prison. You know, right when COVID started, my friend, the mouse, managed to go to Thailand without anyone questioning him, and so he was chilling in the land of little to no restrictions while I was trapped in Ireland without so much as a Friar Tuck's open. And so he convinced me to go to Thailand with him, so I bought my ticket, a quarantine hotel for 2 weeks, got like 3 exams done to make sure I was healthy, and filled out a shit ton of paperwork, only to get to the airport and for the lady to tell me to go home. And I didn't get a refund. Then he was like, oh, just do this and they'll let you through. So I scrambled to get it all done for the next day, but one doctor didn't get back to me in time, and so I had to stay home. So I didn't get refunded again. Oh yeah, the rest of the family have a slow motion race. That's it. Hope you find that idea funny because it's a solid 5 minutes of the episode. Wonderful.
Whoa!
Finish him.
Whoa!
To defend against bullies, Steve and Snot start taking karate lessons at their local dojo. Joe Biden.
Hello.
Nice that they gave Klaus a little bit more to do here too. Him starting to smell and being made an outdoor fish. All the local cats trying to find a way to eat him. Oh well, okay, and a lizard butt, he just wants to try it. Wish there was more focus put on this instead of the karate stuff, it's nothing special. Steve feels like his friend has been brainwashed and needs to beat him in a tournament to get him kicked out. Best one so far, but still not great. Season 10 didn't start off the best either, so I'm not ready to call it on this season just yet, but if this shit keeps up, I'm gonna be very, very disappointed. I was so confused trying to find this episode. Everywhere I looked, it kept calling it Turkey Bacon. I guess they had changed the name to Big Stan on Campus. Huh. Stan gets furloughed because of budget cuts. Pretty sure they did that same thing last season where he worked at the store, but whatever. No, he's working at a college this time, as Roger turns the house into a bed and breakfast to raise some extra money. You know, I hadn't done it since we lost our dear friend Taylor, so I decided to look around the show's IMDb again to see how fans responded to the minor changes. And what do you know, these episodes consistently have way lower scores. I do wonder though how their reaction would be to someone not aware of the network change, like would they even notice? Either way, this is the best episode. Yeah, there's some funny bits in here like Stan hitting the girl with the frisbee and she starts wheeling like a child. Hoping for more like this as we go on. Francine's Nightmare had some cool visuals, I enjoyed that a lot. She's worried about her sister coming into town. Oh yeah, that's right, she had a sister like once back in season 3, I think. Why do I remember that?
Can't wait to see my sexy aunt, who I'm not related to by blood.
Glad to see that aspect hasn't changed. You know, for never having seen this character before, I wish more was done with it other than her doing a bunch of illegal stuff in the house and taking advantage of Francine, who just sort of takes it. As Stan tries to teach Steve how to get away with hugging her without being creepy. It's creepy. Cool getting to see that more psychotic side of Francine return by the end, but it's way too late to do anything with it. This episode did not need 3 storylines. I didn't even mention the Roger stuff. It was so pointless. Our first Christmas special with TBS, and what do you know, they actually reanimated the intro for this one. That was a surprise.
Maybe a sweater with a snowman.
Like the one I'm wearing?
I gotta go return something.
I can't believe it. It's a Christmas miracle. It's everything I could have ever wanted. A Principal Lewis special. Oh boy. After Stan wishes his life were more like his, he finds himself going through a It's a Wonderful Life homage, where he learns to be grateful for what he has, mainly that his life isn't as shit as Principal Lewis's. I was expecting this to be their worst Christmas special yet, but there was thankfully a serious lack of Lewis here as he adopts Stan's life instead. I like that Roger joined him along for this too. Best episode of the season yet. Liked it way more than that Devil Kid one. Healy tries out for the local roller derby, but is only allowed to join if she can convince her sister to join too. Her sister being Steve, obviously.
Stevie Wonderbra. I like it because it's about tits.
It's got a pretty good twist where Healy tries to expose him after he gets in a relationship with one of the girls, but it turns out they all knew he was a boy from the start and just assumed he was transgender. Song is pretty good too, going right above that college episode despite that Stan and Francine plot sucking. The joke is that it's Jesus, I get it.
The creator of the stupidest diet I've ever heard of. I think she eats algae or something. Let's find out.
Why does Will Forte infrequently voice the most random characters in this show? After Steve tells Francine to F off, he has to start learning to fend for himself once she stops doing anything for him, becoming an epic hit YouTuber, finally worth that episode. It's alright. I like how they bring it back to her favorite talk show from the beginning, being concerned about him getting killed on stage by drunken middle-aged white women. Oh no. This is much more interesting than Stan's subplot where he believes he can snap his fingers to make people vanish.
I think we should have a long conversation about parenting decisions.
Uh-oh. Gone.
Like, what's the joke? Also, I'm not a fan of them not having their story concluded by the time the credits roll. Like, here it comes on during their big escape scene. Shouldn't this be more for like a short epilogue kind of thing? Healy gets a job. Like, a real one. Is it the first time? This show does character gets random job stories a lot less than you think they would. Again, Roger's personas really gives them a bunch of mileage for that kind of thing. Also, the incest joke has reached an all-time high this time as Steve takes Francine to the mother-son dance as Stan tries to steal his date. I thought it was fine, but apparently some people were disgusted by this travesty of a B story. The subplot of this episode of American Dad was what really got me angry. Steve should have done what Bart did in Homer's dream in The Simpsons episode Tennis the Menace, and put his father in a guillotine so that he wouldn't interfere with his date. Sadly, Steve didn't do that. And guess what? Stan ruined the whole date. Twice! Normally I'm against shows ripping off other shows, but here I feel it's absolutely necessary. Had the plot of the American Dad episode My Fair Lady that revolved around the mother-son dance taken inspiration from the Simpsons episode Tennis the Menace, I would have given this 10 stars. Jesus, I didn't think it was that bad. The twist of her boss having been married to Roger the entire time really got me, but get fucked American Dad writers, I guess. Stan and Francine win a trip to Hollywood where he gets discovered by this old lady, her assuming he's the reincarnation of her dead husband.
I want more kicks.
Hey, true believers, is this the end of Brown Spider-Man?
Wow, they really got him. This episode was fucking boring. I did not give a shit. Roger trapping Healy and Steve sucked, and them making a movie wasn't nearly as funny as I think they thought it was. And you can see her kidnapping Francine from a mile away, going near the bottom. The family head to New York so Francine can enter a cool mystery novel into a literary competition. However, after she doesn't show up for the event, Steve and Roger have to once again adopt their detective personas to find her. Everyone has something to do. We also get that rare Healy and Stan pairing where they're taken around town by Robert Wuhl. Well, I don't know, I forget. I don't know who this guy is, so the gag that he's pathetic kind of went over my head. I wish it had more focus. Roger just keeps leading Steve to random places that doesn't help them at all, before they make it overly apparent that he was the one to kidnap her. Wish I liked this one more, there were a lot of good elements here. After becoming terrified at the idea of death, Stan has to start seeing a therapist, them trying to put his mind at ease by getting him into miniatures. I mean, sure, why not? He shrinks himself down to the miniature world with a shrink ray, where he can live in a place that he controls. It's a fun idea once you get past the bizarre premise, him shrinking everyone in the family down to live with him. I like the way this world looks a lot. Enjoyed this episode way more than I thought I would. If you somehow couldn't tell from that title, Jeff returns from space after a good season and a half of being gone. You know, I'm surprised they got away with having the word shit uncensored in the title. So weird.
Jeff's back! Francine, honey, can you bring me my gun? Jeff, don't go anywhere.
I like that they pick up right where things left off. They didn't forget that Stan has to kill him because of Roger, although he makes a promise to have become a better man through his adventures. Healy not being put off by all his changes perfect. We quickly learn, though, that this isn't actually Jeff, instead being an alien taking his image to kidnap Stan and dissect him. But it's all good, as by the end, the real Jeff is rescued, being the same lovable idiot who left. Well, the same idiot, at least. Honestly, I was a little excited to see them try and take his character in a slightly different direction, a little less one note. But either way, it's nice to have him back. Hopefully he'll appear a little more. Again, him disappearing gave Healy and he the most they've done in this entire show's history. Very good episode, though. Something I learned over the course of doing research for this video is that American Fung is widely considered to be the worst episode of American Dad. The plot here is as meta as it's ever been, with Seth MacFarlane growing bored of making cartoons and selling the series to the Chinese. While the episode starts rather ordinary, Stan, once again, forgetting that it's he and Francine's 20th anniversary, let's set the third one at this point, before it slowly devolves into Chinese propaganda. I actually think that's a funny idea, but their mistake seems to have come from giving the episode 2 points. One is the Chinese thing, but the other is what the episode is actually about. On one end, I think the Chinese shit comes into play too, obviously. I wish it were something weaved in more naturally over time, not them literally zooming in on newspapers or water bottles referencing the billionaire and holding on it for seconds at a time. And on the other end, the episode completely devolves in the final few minutes, setting up Stan and Francine getting lobotomized before cutting to the Chinese guy who just says they got out fine before advertising his business. It's a funny idea, but I think they should have really upped those stakes. You know, at least that one Family Guy episode, which pretty much does the same thing, has all the major characters almost dying on a cruise ship before cutting to them all home fine. This episode really didn't need a B-story. It should have been one adventure with the whole family. I've also seen some folks trying to analyze it, saying that it's some meta fuck you to Fox as they move to TBS, but I don't see that at all. It seems like insane levels of grasping at straws. I don't know though, let me know what you think. It was a decent experiment and the idea could have worked, but it was executed in a pretty shitty way. It's like they realized how tired this anniversary plot has gotten and so slapped this Chinese narrative onto it at the last minute, so there were at least something interesting going on. And hey, I will say, it is interesting. Certainly not the worst episode in this show. I think that's a bit of an overreaction, but it's definitely not good. After getting addicted to texting, we end the season with Stan having to take medication after lying about having a seizure. Although because he was lying, obviously, it starts to have insane side effects, turning him into this creepy Frankenstein's monster. This was a pretty poor finale. Nothing much really happens until like the final few minutes where he realizes he has to destroy the evidence of him texting and driving. Pretty much the same as that insurance fraud episode, but with a really unfunny Frankenstein gag that gets old after around a second. Honestly, might just be the worst of the season. Oh yeah, Roger and Steve go to the swimming pool. That's pretty much it. This 2-minute story of him taking a single dive spreads over the course of the entire episode. There were a couple good episodes in Season 12, mainly the Christmas special. I like the roller derby one, and Jeff's return is cool. But this is undoubtedly the weakest season yet in my opinion. I did not really like this at all. A lot of these just felt like they were going through the motions, that last one especially. And I'm really not a fan of the, albeit slight, changes that happened over changing networks. Again, playing the credits over the finale hinders a lot of the episodes. Makes it more apparent when they're just fucking rushing to get to that conclusion. But who knows, maybe it's just growing pains. This episode also has American Fung, which is widely considered to be the worst episode, so that's not very good. But I think there are episodes in here that were more bad in my opinion. That one where they go to Thailand in that seizure episode especially. At least American Fung was doing something, you know? I'm gonna pray these were just growing pains and that things will get back on track or go in a different, better direction. But I guess we'll see. Every season from this point on consists of 22 episodes, so hopefully things will finally get a little consistent again. A new football stadium is opening in Langley Falls, which upsets Stan as he learns that the construction will destroy an important tree from his childhood. Him explaining how the tree was more of a father to him than his actual dad. That's miserable. This is American Dad, so of course this has to involve Roger in some way. Us learning that Roger's working for the construction company and trying to reach an impasse between them. I think with an idea like this, it's really disappointing that the ending feels so contrived. Throughout the episode, Steve worries that he's not growing and wants to get surgery to fix it. This then leads into Stan realizing he spent so much time focusing on his tree dad that he wasn't there for his own son. But Stan and Steve have literally shared 0 lines of dialogue this entire episode so far. They felt so disparate. Wish there were more of a through line here. Not a bad episode, but certainly one of their weaker premieres. Steve realizes that if he becomes a varsity athlete, he'll attract more ladies, joining the school water polo team and using Klaus to ratatouille him to become the star player.
Sold to the transvestite in the red dress.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He is good.
Water stories all around as Stan and Roger buy a boat to realize how boring being on a boat is. Great. Better than the last one for sure. Again, it's a real shame because I did like the story behind that previous episode. But this one's funnier, which I guess at the end of the day is more important.
He's been helping me get a jacket. Seemed like a good way to get to second base. Thinking about switching schools.
Roger uses his therapist persona to hypnotize Healy into thinking she's a 6-year-old, when she was at her most happy. All while Steve and Palace use their newly purchased slow cooker to make the perfect pulled pork. Amazing. Her voice honestly is pretty disturbing paired with the character design, even though I'm positive I've heard that same performance done in a bunch of other cartoons Rachel MacFarlane has been in. I guess when the character is meant to be like 19 years old, it makes it more strange. It's going right in the middle so far. It's nice seeing Jeff and Klaus of all characters team up, trying to figure out what moment made Healy so miserable, but it kind of loses track of itself when he has to go to court for killing a seal, especially with how easily it gets solved, but it's solid, I liked it. Dude, it takes like 3 minutes for the intro to play in this episode. That scene just kept going. Stan takes Steve to work to help him with his computer, where he gives the National Security Agency all Stan's top secret computer info. While Healy, man, they've been using her way more now, goes on a meat-eating binge after accidentally trying it that morning, wanting to eat a gorilla. It was decent, I guess.
Oh, what a horrible nightmare. And why did I include that extra part where I actually saw Mom stripping?
This episode's whatever, I just find the drama so forced. The whole thing that kicks this off is Steve overhearing Stan making fun of him to his coworkers, but when he confronts him later, Stan is just like, I shouldn't have said that, son, and then they quickly move on. I just don't know why you need to include that father-son issue if you're going to solve it in such a boring way. Seth Green was a nice cameo, but that's it. Finally, back to the long-ass titles.
I didn't worry and the bee flew away. Right across the street and onto Dick's jacket.
Stan learns that his blood pressure is so high from stress that it'll lead to his death, needing to go undercover as a surfer to relax while finding out who may be trying to cause a cyber attack on the CIA. That sure was a whole lot of words. Was not expecting Steve's homeless friend to be voiced by Eric Andre of all people, but overall the episode is pretty shit in my opinion, one of the worst. He doesn't really spend much time with them before deciding that he loves it here, and wants to frame them for a crime so he can continue to investigate them. Seems like such a random idea, even for this show. Wish there could have been a bit more focus on his stress levels with the family. You kind of forget that was the whole point by the end. After realizing that he and Francine are polar opposites, Stan begins second-guessing their marriage.
Don't get a room! I kissed my sister with more grace!
Who's writing these? There wasn't much new done here compared to the million other Stan and Francine relationship crisis episodes. I much prefer the Roger stuff where he returns to Nevada to get reelected as senator, after remembering that it were his company who had been polluting the water supply and making all the citizens sick. I wish that had been the focal point over the Stan shit. Do people like Stan? I know how much people hate a character like Peter Griffin or Mid-Season Homer for how big of jerks they are, but again, because he was like this from season 1, I never cared all that much when he was an asshole, I don't know. Sometimes it can get too extreme, however, I'll agree on that. All of that is to say, I don't have much to say about this episode, and so would rather ramble about something else for a while. You see that new season of The Bear? I don't know what it is, I just don't get what everyone loves about that show. Everything happens off screen. Whoa, it's the biggest night of a restaurant's big reopening. Everything rides on this. Cuts to next episode. Wow, I sure am glad that big night went well. God damn, I wanted to see that shit. The Roger beat and switch was great, them getting you ready for a story about him going to college before he gets a Discovery card, and decides he's gonna do stuff with that instead.
Please, sir, don't make this difficult.
I'm going.
Stan also takes Healy in as his assistant to help make the company's pinup calendar for the year, although he doesn't know that she has ulterior motives to destroy it as revenge for him ruining one of her drawings as a kid. This goes in the exact direction you assume, where he shows her gratitude for her help, and she has to fix it in time before her dad finds out and is once again disappointed in her. Pretty standard episode. Not the most fantastic of the series, but there's some good moments in here. Ending is sweet too. One of the better ones of the season so far.
Let's go.
Roger eats all of Steve's chocolate bars that he was meant to sell for school, leading to him getting sent to the ghetto class taught by Roger. It's another parody of Stand and Deliver, just like Family Guy and South Park. It's apparently another mandatory story for these adult cartoons to do. Meanwhile, in the much worse B story, Stan and Francine look around for a retirement home, Stan presumably getting drugged up and not wanting to leave, the rest of them having to convince him. It's not great. I much prefer Roger's stuff, even if the parody is so overdone. What do you know, all the students fall in love with him as Steve attempts to have him fired. Okay episode overall. Here's another one done all the time in these shows, as Francine joins Greg on the local newscast while Terry is out of town, and just as you would expect, she gets too big for her britches and he gets jealous of how much more popular she is. Exciting! The Roger stuff is way more simple, but a lot funnier, I prefer it, as Healy, Steve, and he play one of those dream phone board games, leading Roger to go on a giant road trip to find the actor who played one of the guys he fell in love with. I wish Francine, realizing what a jerk she's been, came about in a bit more of a natural way, but it's still alright, going right under her roots. One of the background characters was played by Tom Kenny doing his Cupid voice from Fairly Odd Parents, and it kept distracting me. Whoa, the big 2-0. Oh. The last one was a pretty big deal, so I'm hoping this is a good follow-up. So, Principal Lewis, oh fuck off. Principal Lewis is the cannibal leader of the Langley Falls citizens, as we see the town in a massive apocalypse caused by something called the 200. Subtle. The intro here is great, I love the atmosphere they set up. It's got similar vibes to that Rapture episode, except here it gets to that stuff from the beginning, as we learn about what happened through frequent flashbacks. Us seeing that the 200 are all indeed different Roger personas from past episodes, it's a really good twist and gives some fun fan service. Definitely the best episode of the season, and one of the best episodes in a long time in general. Going at the top of the list. Steve and friends decide they're gonna throw their own party while Stan and Francine are out of town, only for unpopular kids. Things pick up from this standard starting point as Steven's not from the future arrive to prevent them from going to the party as it ruins their futures. Love that we get to see them change in real time. He goes against his wishes and makes out with a girl, which turns his future self into a jock and Snot into a homeless bum. This was a really good episode. Ending was fucking bizarre though, but I'm glad to see season 13 starting to pick up. I'm curious if fans hated this concept or saw it as like jumping the shark. Roger wanting to impress a lady so bad that he has to make up the most perfect persona of all, showing Francine his persona factory. Is that giving too much context to a dumb joke? I don't care personally either way, I thought it was kind of fun. The other side story is basic but fun too. Everyone working out so hard that they can't move, which Klaus takes great pleasure in. This is a really good Roger episode that explores him on a somewhat deeper level. Him realizing his personas are nothing more than a crutch, before completely getting attached to the woman and trying to take over her life. Another good one. While out on a mission, Roger and Francine decide to start pretending to be widows for free stuff. You know, they could do this even if Stan wasn't on a mission. Steve and friends also put on a wrestling show in the basement. You know, I remember in those first few early seasons where Steve's friends barely appeared, and all I can wonder now is what the fuck did they do with them? He and his friends are pretty much a single unit at this point in the show. So often, the family feels extremely separated compared to early on. Seeing Principal Lewis just beating up children isn't that entertaining of a side story. It's kind of uncomfortable, actually.
Splatters up, boys!
I was actually gonna say I enjoyed where they went with this, her coming to understand how easy it would be for her husband to die, and them doing something with that existential dread. But no, she just gets a job at a diner to see how it would be to fend for herself. What a lame thing to do with this decent idea.
Have a great night.
Whoa, he said something else. Okay, That is definitely the winner. This is like that one Simpsons episode where Marge wants to play Bart's MMO game, except this time they're role-playing in the park. It's a funny idea though, them wanting to reenact the tone of Star Wars, but only all the boring farming stuff.
Floor spaghetti.
How random. This was a nice leisurely episode. Stan's Oceanland endeavor is funny, and Francine slowly getting power hungry and causing a war was a good escalation. Go near the top. Did not think it would take us 13 seasons to get our second two-parter, which sees us on Easter Sunday. But Stan isn't feeling so religious after Steve points out all the plot holes in, well, the Bible.
Aren't you too old for this?
You're never too old to have fun.
It goes in a super bizarre direction though after he takes pleasure in breaking the commandments. Him taking the family to sea in a Korean tanker the exact same measurements as Noah's Ark. It's weird that that was the thing that restored his faith, especially with him not believing that he is Noah. There's some good stuff in here, like I liked his downward spiral montage, but that's about it. I imagine I'll have a stronger view of this episode after seeing the second part. I hope. So the boat, like, immediately blows up, and so now the family are all separated. Haley and Jeff join the Navy, Steve and Roger are stranded at sea, as Stan and Francine are stranded on a desert island, concussed and parodying Adam and Eve.
Oh my god, my parents are alive! Let's just confirm.
Honestly, I think I disliked this one way more. I thought it sucked. I can see the idea they were going for, but nobody has any real goal. Jeff and Healy are chillin', Roger and Steve have nothing to do but go crazy, and Stan and Francine are just falling in love all over again. But that wasn't what this fucking two-parter was set up as revolving around. Their relationship had little to no focus in that first episode. Why did that suddenly become its point? This sucks.
What was all this for? All this stuff happened, and I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, you and me both. Steve's locker room song was so out of left field, but it sounded great. They always give him the best songs in this show. I love that they committed to it for the entire episode. His entire subplot is told through song. Meanwhile, Roger hurts his ankle, and so Stan invites him out to play basketball with his company, trying to regain his confidence while getting past how much he doesn't want Roger to win.
Just giggling and laughing, and we snuck out while they was laughing.
Steve, I don't know why you're telling me this now.
All that shit was lame and directionless, but the Steve stuff more than makes up for it. I thought it was great. Going right around the middle. The family find a salt deposit underground in their yard, with everyone wanting to make money off it except for Steve, who's nostalgic for it. Also, he owns the rights to the yard minerals for some reason, so now Stan has to convince him to go with it.
I'm Steve. What's your name?
Whatever you want it to be.
Francine? Hold on.
Will it ever get old? This episode's okay. It's cool seeing the family all at odds with each other. There's some solid jokes in here, and that ending's good too. That's it. Okay, that title has been the funniest thing in the show all season. It's just the name of a different fucking show.
But before you ask, we don't have any lasagna.
I made a joke like that earlier.
Gold have another Stan and Healy episode. Again, she's way more prevalent this season. Stan cloning former President Garfield to tell him about his life, I guess. This episode isn't great. I wasn't a big fan of it. Steve joining the school newspaper team was a little better, but not by much. Also, by the way, I fucking called it. Jeff has barely appeared in this season. He may as well have not come back. Oh damn, I forgot about the mandatory Christmas special. This time we have another mystery as Stan has to figure out who didn't take a present to the company's gift exchange. The twist obviously being that it was him who didn't give one.
When are we gonna get back on that squash court?
I had a thought, Smith. Never mind, we can talk after your interviews.
For being a Christmas episode, it sure didn't feel very Christmassy. The Steve B story could have taken place at any point in time. Him getting paid to be a good guy to impress girls' parents, so then they can run off with their bad boyfriends. It's fine, undoubtedly their worst Christmas special so far though. There isn't even fucking snow. I don't care that you came out in June, that's your problem.
Teenage boy was found guilty of murdering his own father. On the lighter side? Who the hell's writing this?
Dan gets terrified that if he doesn't bond more with Steve, he might grow up to murder him. I think this might have been the fastest they've ever gotten into a story. It took less than 30 seconds. the two getting into bowling and growing way closer. This is at 3 minutes. I was happy to see them make fun of those absurd result screen animations, but despite that, I'm not a fan of where they go with it. Him getting a new coach and Stan quickly being seen as a nuisance, needing to find a way to get his son back.
Look, getting stab's not that big a deal. See? Boop. See? Nothing. Boop, boop, boop. It's possible that some of this could have been avoided.
American Dad is usually pretty good at subverting your expectations for what to expect in these more sitcom-y storylines, but here there is no real parody. Some good moments and I like seeing them so close, but that's it. Let's see how they end this shit. Stan has to convince Bullock to get him out of all these suicide missions he keeps putting him on, as Roger tries to fuck with Jeff by finding an instrument he hallucinated. Wonderful. It's pretty weak. Yeah, he has to stop all this by beating him in a DJ battle. Cool. This was not a great season. Honestly, it's my least favorite yet. It got a little better halfway through, but kind of tanked towards the end again. I think I've officially reached the point where I'm starting to feel burnt out from American Dad. The show certainly isn't bad, but it's getting to that point of going through the motions where I'm just like forgetting all these episodes and they're all blending together in my mind. You know, this is the point in the ranking where I'm looking through all my episode titles and just thinking, what the fuck were half of these? Maybe they'll catch a second wind though. I'm not expecting it, but we'll wait and see, I guess.
Smith, why are you wearing the same basic bitch tie you wear every day? Now I'm gonna have to cut you from the fashion show.
What an opener. After finding out that his family forgot about Father's Day, they try to give Stan the perfect one. However, sadly, after expectations fail time and time again, he uses some CIA technology to erase their memories and have them repeat the day over and over again. That's a cool idea, like something they would have done in season 3 or 4. Also, was not expecting them to return to that gold shit thing so soon. Sorry, I just refuse to say the word turd. That is not in my Irish vocabulary. The son is murdered as it winds up in the possession of his cleaner, who takes it to the Pope, who decides to get rid of it. They have to return it to the original source. Roger, of course. Looks like we're reaching a conclusion. I imagine with how close they were to cancellation, they would rather not end this arc on a cliffhanger. The nation needs to know. This was one of their best premieres in a while. I enjoyed it a lot. After failing his midterm, Steve gets Stan's help on doing a video project for extra credit. Always nice seeing Steve and his dad bonding for a bit, even if you know there's always something bound to go wrong. This time it shows him getting increasingly more pissed off at how much Stan is taking over the project. I surprisingly liked the Klaus stuff more, surprising because, well, it's Klaus, he's nowhere near my favorite character. He and Healy trying to find the guy who stole their packages. Not as good as the last, but still not right episode overall.
This is a really hard one. Oh, nope. Gotcha.
Why did they make it Spooner Street?
Really good. You probably would have won.
Was that meant to play over the intro? I can't tell. Healy takes Roger to a meditation center where he naturally completely overtakes it and starts teaching the class. You know, off topic, but I always wondered how Seth MacFarlane feels towards American Dad. Him leaving so early into its production makes me wonder if he has any attachment to the series, or even more so if he has any regretment towards deciding to voice two of the main characters. I'm sure that's not the case, but due to how much less attention it gets compared to Family Guy or, well, I don't know, the Orville, I'm interested in knowing if he ever has to come in to do the voices for another season and is like, damn, this shit again? Without paying attention to anything going on in this show anymore, just reading the lines. Just food for thought, I guess. Like that pizza we made earlier. How did it come out? Good, I hope. Either way, the Stan Steve story sucks. They're just making sushi. But I like how they bring the Roger stuff back to his pop star persona from the start of the episode. And their enlightenment scene was cool. Better than the last. The family attend an art show where one of the paintings is of Francine's genitals, if you couldn't tell from a title like that. Disgusting smut. Now he and Roger have got to try and steal it. Their whole heist scene was pretty cool. I actually liked this one. Even if I wish that Roger didn't just disappear halfway through, I liked his persona this time around.
I wonder if he's still doing that.
You know, I'm surprised that this is what causes the B story where Steve loses his sex drive. You think he'd be jumping for joy at a painting like this, But no, this is the only time he's disgusted by thinking about his mother. Damn, you think you know a guy. Is that character growth? I don't know. Stan gets insanely upset about the idea of becoming a grandfather after Healy and Jeff say they're trying for a baby, which you know they'll never have. And so now he's got to figure out a way to prevent Jeff from impregnating her. It's like that South Park episode, but instead of an 8-year-old kid, it's a 42-year-old man. Roger's subplot isn't as interesting, where he wants to act like the lifeguards on Baywatch after watching Baywatch. It's kind of it. Those are definitely becoming my least favorite kind of Roger stories, where it just feels like they're trying to find something for him to do.
I didn't know Kids Club was so badass!
You know, I've never lost a kid.
Even still, that barely takes up any time. The Steve stuff is okay, and Stan's plot more than makes up for it. It's one of the rare times they try for a more sentimental ending, where he has to understand that being a granddad won't be so bad, even if his reasons for coming to that conclusion are pretty forced. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting them to continue on with this. At the end of the last episode, Roger informed Stan that Jeff and Healy's baby would end up half alien since, as we all remember, Jeff was only able to come back by putting his brain inside the clone of him that was made on the ship. Did I mention that? Although weirdly enough, now Roger says a baby is off the table completely, with them convincing him to help make Jeff human again by eating his brain and making him pregnant. There's another common trend in these Seth MacFarlane cartoons for some reason.
Now, how do we go about getting Jeff's brain?
It's just a bunch of pregnant lady jokes. The joke being that it's Roger, which I don't find all that entertaining. Same with a Snot story. The joke is that he's poor. Fantastic. Nice that all this Jeff stuff is finally reset, but I can't imagine they'll keep trying for a baby after this. Seems to be the end of that short-lived arc. So in this year's Christmas special, Santa kidnaps Steve to go and work in his children's mine where he's trying to find pressure stones. I can't hear those words without thinking of Sonic Shuffle. I like the atmosphere set up with his method of abduction. The way his village looks is fantastic, that was a great background. But Santa honestly isn't my favorite antagonist in the show. I sure do hope they don't feel like they need to have him in each of these from now on. But it was nice seeing Krampus Jack again. And I hope Santa dying at the end is something that stick. Never mind, he's back. It's not even like I hated this special. It was okay overall. I just don't think you need a Christmas special in every single season. It managed just fine early on. You find yourself running out of material super quickly. Francine starts getting weary of Stan spending more time with a female coworker, only to become incredibly unattracted to him after finding out it was merely a front for his stock car obsession. Her drunken delusions was honestly a really funny way of getting to this point.
Yeah! F me.
Also in this installment of Roger adopts a persona just as an excuse to have him in a new job for the episode. He's a stewardess and getting upset that another lady is doing better stand-up than him. I'm not a fan of this one, honestly, despite a few good moments. Francine is such an unbelievable asshole, her entire problem here being based off of whether or not other women find Stan attractive. Whereas he's overly pathetic and sniveling this episode just for the purpose of creating this conflict. I like the turnaround once she meets his stock car enthusiast friend, but that's kinda it, going near the bottom. That ending was pretty strange and not in a good way. This is the high school episode where we learn about all the different cliques at school, which every high school show ever does. You know, here's the jocks, and the goths, and the cheerleaders, and the kill me. Maybe it's just because I grew up in Ireland, but the only groups you had were the people who played football, and the people who didn't. That's it. I, of course, was on the group of the people who played football. Either way, Steve and friends decide their thing is becoming the school's resident witches so they can get their lunch table back, sure. It's fun, up until Lewis becomes a witch hunter at least. But all their designs are cool. If anything, I wish there were more attention given to them and their new magical abilities, rather than Klaus and Stan starting a podcast and Francine deciding to sell funnel cakes that takes up like 30 seconds. Wow, the possibilities for jokes there are truly limitless. Decent episode, going around the middle. After getting diagnosed with a deadly illness, Klaus's brain gets transferred into Stan's car GPS system. Yeah. All that stuff was shit, but the Steve story makes up for it. Mainly for Roger, though, as he convinces him and friends to throw eggs over the highway with them unknowingly hitting another one of his personas who chases down to kill them. This episode did not make me crave a Zagnut bar like the Mr. Pibb episode did, and I think that's a sign of its failure more than anything. They look gross. Stan gets an award at work for his seduction abilities, which pisses off Francine for not being the way he acts around her. And so she decides she's gonna pretend to be a villain who's stolen an important thumb drive, so he'll be forced to seduce it back from her.
I get your drift, you sly little minx. Attention, everyone! There's brownies in the kitchen! Follow me!
I like this idea. A lot more than Rogers where he kidnaps Jay Leno. You know, it's getting really obvious when these B stories have little to no thought put into them. Half the time it's just something to do. It's not all that prevalent here, so it's not a huge deal, and it's fun seeing Stan and Francine act like this towards each other. We're seeing that less and less as we go on, I've noticed. This was probably my favorite of the season so far. Steve becomes an outcast after convincing a town favorite football player to quit. And so, yeah, no, the town hates him.
Okay, kid, I'll do it.
That's my Johnny!
Also, I'm pretty sure I pre-used the show way earlier, but I think I called it too soon. We are for sure reaching that moment where the character gets random job plot is getting a bit excessive and repetitive. Healy becoming a cab driver now, whoa boy. It's pretty much American Dad's version of that Simpsons episode where they drive Bart to attempted suicide over a baseball game, except that episode somehow managed to be more extreme. How do you get out-extremed by the Simpsons of all things? It's just a miserable episode all around. I don't really find any of this entertaining. The entire time chasing Steve down to murder him. Definitely a bottom 10 of the whole show. Something I realized is we are now in post-Trump American Dad, yet I don't think they've even attempted to make a joke about him so far. You think that would have been the only cartoon airing at the time to get away with it. But no, instead we get Fairly Odd Parents doing it.
We don't all have iPads.
My Etch-a-Sketch can do something your iPad can't.
Anyway, Steve goes to summer camp but is upset to see that Snot has become a counselor in training and ruining all his fun. The Burning Man stuff wasn't great, but the Steve-heavy episode was true raffle. I wouldn't necessarily say I agree that this episode is true raffle, but it's got some good moments. Overall, I like Steve trying to teach the other kids how to have fun and them just not giving a shit. But this is certainly one of the more team episodes of the series, going around the middle. By the way, why the fuck did they model this after Moe's Bar from The Simpsons? This episode completely diverts halfway through, it's bizarre. After Stan and Roger try to make this wine that they accidentally drank before Francine finds out, we almost completely abandon that after Stan tells Roger that he doesn't like him, in which it then turns into a big parody of some Julia Roberts movie I've never seen, so great, that's all but lost on me.
Well, you've hurt me terribly, so...
Honestly, I like how fucking basic and stupid the Steve story is more, where after realizing that Jeff and Barry of all characters have never even met, he tries to organize an encounter between the two, making sure everything goes perfect. I like how seriously he takes this, it's the best part of the episode. It's not like they could have made this take up more time, it's a pretty thin plot in terms of things to do, especially after the fuck you ending where we never actually get to see them meet. But sadly, I just don't care for this Roger stuff that takes up the majority. The life and times of Stan Smith sees Stan Smith becoming incredibly nostalgic for Stan Smith's youth after Stan Smith faces a series of near-death experiences. Stan Smith.
This finger zapping thing isn't gonna hurt, right?
Not a bit.
The bit of him being so obsessed with his yearly physical that he presents it to the whole family was good, and a video store being what represents his memories was a neat way of conveying that with a good message about not holding on so much to the past. This is a really good episode, even if the Klaus stuff is rather forgettable. Going near the top. Oh joy, I'm so happy they brought back the classic character, Dictator of Thailand, as Stan and Healy get kidnapped by him while on some reality game show, leaving Francine and Steve having to rescue them.
I didn't say slow down.
The location design was cool, this episode had some amazing looking backgrounds, but the rest is so boring. The fact that we're just thrown into this race with no real context causes you to not care at all about what's going on. It's so out of nowhere that it makes the episode feel completely inconsequential. I don't give a shit. Damn, like 150 episodes later, we're finally seeing them bring back Francine's birth parents. Well, birth parent, apparently her mother killed herself, damn.
I think you'll really like the rest of us. Well, besides Nicholas's gross cat marmalade.
Unfortunately, I don't think this episode is an improvement from the previous one with her parents. She thinks she's finally going to be accepted into a big extended family before he pits them all against each other in a Fortnite Battle Royale, winner getting to join the family phone plan. Glad he was organizing this right when she decided to reach out. Stan becoming obsessed with American Pickers is nothing, so I don't know why this needed to be the whole B-plot. While it's cool getting to see more of Francine's family, that's all you're getting out of this. The Battle Royale comes in so late that they can't even do much with it. I don't even know what the point in any of this was. I don't mind an episode that's just dumb for dumb's sake, but here, it's lame. Okay, so why the fuck is Die Hard also so popular of a parody in these? Remember that horrible Rick and Morty episode where the characters just stand around going, "This is like Die Hard. You're doing a Die Hard? You can't do a Die Hard. Wait, I've never seen Die Hard. Oh really, what you're doing is exactly like Die Hard. Fuck you, Rick and Morty. Fuck you." This isn't that bad, thankfully. The football stadium getting overtaken by terrorists and Stan having to defeat them in a Die Hard-esque way. You know, I'm at least glad they didn't decide to point out the fact that this was indeed a Die Hard parody, like anyone out there couldn't tell. But at the same time, that's all it is. Doesn't offer much new that hasn't already been seen in every other Die Hard parody. I wish the sweet ending were in service of a better episode. What a strange episode idea, where after feeling lonely, Roger and Klaus start dating and fucking each other, huh? It's shockingly nowhere near the worst of the season. It's just weird to me because Roger doesn't act like himself at all, overly affectionate and in love with Klaus after a quick scene of bonding. It just seems like such a forced way of finding something to shock the audience after so long. I could see some section of the fan base being incredibly happy by this. I'm sure there's a ship for this somewhere out there. X every other member of the family with how much this show talks about incest. But overall, this episode is just very dumb in my opinion, especially that ending. After getting his dad's old garbage truck, Stan and Steve decide they're going to start their own garbage business. Who could have guessed?
Put it up in that little alcove between the kitchen and the garage. I've come to think of it as my room.
It's coming down.
It's not the most insane episode ever, but it's nice. I enjoyed it. Steve trying to save up for a real garbage truck so Stan doesn't get heartbroken when he finds out that his dad was only using it as a front for a drug ring. Healy shit wasn't as good aside from that twist with Roger, but honestly, is it even a twist at this point? Anytime he brings someone up, 99% of the time you have to assume it's just him. But a decent episode in a season like this goes a long way, going around the middle. As we approach the end of the season, we have Steve having to use Roger to help him with his talent show act, pretending to be a ventriloquist dummy.
And always will be a loser.
Hey, AJ. You.
Him going on an evil rampage and killing all the competition was a fun direction to take it in, especially Steve learning that all of this has happened before as Roger plans on framing all the murders on him. This was the first episode in ages to actually make me laugh, and it pulled off that creepy atmosphere they were going for a while. Going near the top of the list. Season ends with an old western parody. Fantastic, two of my least favorite tropes, westerns and non-canon nonsense. Stan is on the run from Roger the Bounty Hunter, meeting each of our wacky Smiths portraying different residents of an old western town. I can appreciate a lot of what was done here, all these sets and cowboy designs must have been a lot of work to do, but sadly, I just don't care. It's boring. I think this is the closest I would get to considering a season of this show bad. There's like 4 or 5 episodes here that I actually like, the rest are just fucking whatever, and there's an equal amount that I actively disliked. I don't know what it is, I think they're simply running out of things to do. It was bound to happen now that we're approaching 250 episodes, Jesus. But I don't know, you can definitely feel the writers reaching their apex. In terms of things to do with these characters, at least. I can keep holding out for an uptick in quality eventually, but I think it's safe to assume this is the direction the series is going for its final few seasons. How sad. Damn, we're opening on a Christmas special this time. Kinda follows up from the last one too, but not really. With Santa dead, everyone can finally celebrate Christmas again. However, the focus is more so on Roger, who converts to Judaism after Snot tells him how epic it is. Him trying to make it more popular than Christmas by becoming the new Santa, calling himself Schmanta. Amazing.
Are there or have there ever been other tough times for Jewish people?
Yes.
I sadly didn't like this one very much. They just don't give much of a reason as to why he even wants to do this. Convert to Judaism specifically. I know it's because he wanted attention from the family, but like, what? The songs are so lame too. I know Seth MacFarlane can sing better than that. It's cool they revived Santa for future specials, but that's it. Interestingly, it took me watching this one and seeing Greg, once again without Terry, to realize why he's been so glaringly missing from the show in the past 3 seasons. And it's because he was voiced by Mike Barker, the original showrunner who left. Damn, they really screwed themselves over with that one. R.I.P. Terry, I guess. Put an F in the chat. F's in the chat, guys. Okay, so this is a funny idea that feels like it could have come out of one of the early seasons. As Francine learns that her favorite show is nothing more than a CIA ploy created by Stan to keep her mind at ease when it comes to the harshness of the real world. Her and I going down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and starting a podcast, alright, was actually a lot better when it focused on her and didn't become a Stan episode halfway through. The Steve shit's kind of forced though, with them trying to do up his new basement and his mum falling in love with Klaus. These characters should have never met. But up until then, it was actually pretty good.
Hard, in spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me.
You know, it's interesting that nobody ever questions why there's a talking fish. I'm glad they explained to the audience what the fuck a census actually is. Stan and Healy both competing to see who can count the most people. How riveting.
How many people live here?
Me and my mom.
So 2.
My dad
3.
died.
2. You wasted my time a little bit.
Meanwhile, Klaus becomes a photographer, especially wanting to photograph Barry of all people. There's maybe a minute and a half of this in the entire episode. At least they knew how little there was to do with this. It was cool seeing the one blue-shirted neighbor again, and Roger's socially anxious persona was a pretty big difference to his usual stick, which was a neat change of pace. But that's the height of it. Probably would have rather they kept the Law & Order parody the whole way through. Okay, so this is definitely an episode that goes too far in the wacky direction for me. Steve and Roger finding a group of egg hoarders is completely overshadowed by Francine buying a new spaghetti sauce that turns the family into Italian immigrants. Does that sound funny to you? You know, I've really noticed a degradation in these B stories.
What my wife back! I will put you down!
We saw a man steal a bird egg.
It's funny that Roger just immediately leaves Steve's side and joins this egg crew, him now having to solve the problem on his own. It's one of the better episodes so far, going on to the conspiracy one. Okay, Whiplash, I'm noticing, is also becoming a movie parodied a lot in these shows. I remember The Simpsons did one with Lisa, too. Instead, here it's Steve and Roger in Clown College.
The teacher here is supposed to be the most intense and demanding instructor in all of clowning, and shit, it's Roger, isn't it? It's gonna be Roger.
All right.
Stan also tries to repair an old mural for the community, before doing such a poor job that his only way out is to blame it all on Healy. It's just kind of boring and makes Stan really unlikable. He just continues to be selfish, trying to figure out a way to keep his daughter's love, while still not admitting the truth, which of course his method of solution is to give her a new face. It's just sort of gross. Going to the bottom of the list, I wish the Steve Klein stuff had more of a focus, even if it is just a direct parody of Whiplash without much interesting done. Damn, this season has been sucking so far. Worst part is, I'm so unfamiliar with the fan base of the show that I don't even know what the most heated seasons are. Am I putting a target on my head right now? God, I hope not. After watching the entirety of Breaking Bad backwards, Francine, Steve, and Roger find out that the creator, Vince Gilligan, set up a treasure hunt they need to solve. Oh yeah, Klaus is there too. Coincidentally, while working on this video, I decided to rewatch Breaking Bad and just finished it before watching this episode. So that was a nice surprise. Healy's story wasn't as strong, which is saying something honestly. Her trying to convince the CIA workers to go on strike. I just don't know why she needed this Subway sandwich job for this to work. And there's just way too many random non sequiturs that barely add anything. Not a terrible episode, there's a few solid jokes in here, but overall it's just so forgettable. Were people still using .tv in 2018?
I'll be fine. No, I am fine.
Are you, Smith? Because you're taking a shit with me.
Ha! Yes, I am.
So while Stan tries to rediscover a specific traumatic event from his childhood, the rest of the family find out that Klaus has a website where he documents all the epic feels the family make on a daily basis. What can you do with that? Not much if this episode is anything to go by. It's just a series of pranks. Sorry, I mean epic feels. The Stan stuff is somehow better despite the strange as hell setup with the Harlem Globetrotters. I just wish it were more focused. He gets things cleared up fairly quickly, and all that comes from it is him deciding to do shit on his own, which obviously feels. Sorry, I mean epic feels. Francine is having a dinner party, but oh no, there's a dinner party killer on the loose. Now they gotta figure out who murdered that one blue-shirted neighbor. I can't believe it. Why will the show go on?
I'm gonna give you a very subtle signal to bail me out, like this.
This was a great episode, despite basically just being a lesser stakes version of Then There Were Fewer from Family Guy. But one thing I'm really glad is that they opted against having Roger be the mastermind behind all this. That was actually a solid subversion. Best episode of the season so far. This was a breath of fresh air. Even if it is kind of lame that the whole thing was just a big prank on Roger. Hoping we can have some more episodes in the future that only feature one plot like this. After learning that nobody likes listening to his stories, Stan decides to teach the new CIA operative class to have somebody pay attention to him. I just don't know why this needs to take up an entire plot. Some stuff like him telling them all about Spy Kids 3D is funny, but for the most part this episode is really lame, especially as it once again gets overtaken by another Roger persona out of nowhere. It lacks any real focus. I will say I'm also getting really sick of Klaus of all characters. He's bordering on being overused now, you know, he's a fish, they don't do much. This time he becomes a hype man for a cool rapper. Epic. Stan gets sick of traffic and so proposes a bullet train for Langley Falls. Oh yeah, this is the mayor of the town, by the way. He's been appearing more frequently.
Rendering of the train proposal, along with environmental impact, traffic flow analysis, and other factors. I drew Batman to...
It's interesting, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I'm certainly starting to notice a shift in the writing style. I imagine new writers have been brought in over the past few seasons, and we're reaching that point where going back to the first couple would probably be incredibly jarring, especially with the secondary characters they use. Remember that little koala guy? He appears in the background here for like a second, but hasn't spoken for like 5 seasons. Weird. It was cool seeing his clone of President Garfield return for a cameo, but really it just comes off like one big Trump allegory. Stan being Trump in this case, wearing the red hat and making it clear he has no idea about anything related to politics. Again, it's weird, this is the one cartoon that could get away with directly referencing it, but they just chose not to. I guess I appreciate the restraint. Solid episode overall. Is that motherfucking can bone? Steve joins the school purity group with a bunch of girls, where the kids pledge their virginity to their fathers. Pretty normal for this show.
You make me the happiest daddy in the world, and date me?
Oh my god, oh my god,
Say
oh my
yes.
god.
Oh, please say
Why do they insist so much on using this shitty-ass bully character now? He's in almost all of these Steve school scenes. His design sucks so much. Why is that the shade of green they used? It's so oversaturated. Ugh. I actually like this one, I'm surprised. Stan trying to keep his son from bonding with one of the girls in the group. Obviously, when there's a girl who genuinely likes Steve here, it means she has to just disappear by the next episode, which makes things feel a little pointless. But still, this is a good one. Alright, this is actually a really good idea for an episode, with Roger becoming depressed at the fact that he's gonna vastly outlive the Smith family. I don't think it needed that random few minutes of him becoming a renegade, but it really picks up once he decides to drug them all and upload their minds to Steve's Macintosh so they can live forever.
Sarah!
Oh! Move! Oh!
Roll a mustache!
Sarah!
Move!
This only comes into play in the final few minutes, which sucks. This probably could have been a cool episode of them getting stuck inside a computer for longer than the third act or something, I don't know. It's a shame, that was definitely the highlight, although their pixelated designs were lame as hell. This season's been picking up a lot recently, hoping it continues to improve. Francine is the school's new guidance counselor and joins this mean trio of kids called the Golden Girls.
But this time my mom was there. She was super naked and sucking on a garden hose.
Dave, stop talking!
Mom!
The Jeff plot about him losing his hat fucking sucks. Some of these scenes literally last 10 seconds before getting back to the Francine shit. I really hated this episode, it's pretty terrible. Seeing Francine act like a rude asshole isn't that funny of a concept. Stan also pretending to be a high schooler trying to impress her was funny, but that's it. This is like the plot of a kid's cartoon, it's lame. This episode was a whole load of nothing. Francine puts herself in a coma after going extremely hard with bodybuilding as Klaus confronts the man who claims to have invented the high five amazing.
Hey, Steve, what's up? Your mom just gave me a hot slam. Did you feel the house move?
I'm just trying to walk down the hall.
I just don't really have anything to say about it. Neither of these stories feel like they have any focal point. It's just a shit ton of nonsense that doesn't come together well. Again, I'm getting really sick of Klaus. I never liked him as a character. He works better for the occasional non sequitur, not entire stories dedicated to only him. And all their overly buff designs are just sort of unappealing to look at. Going near the bottom for sure. Oh my god. This episode was just horrible. It's like that Andy Dick episode where it's all framed around a celebrity. This time, after Stan pushes Jeff into finding more of an identity, he joins the entourage of Guy Fieri.
Kick a cayenne in the sauce? Buddy! Talk about packing up the taste buds for a weekend trip to Flavor Town!
Is that Sonic the Hedgehog? I know of this man from memes and memes alone. I have to assume that was the thought process in coming up with this episode too. It's just so directionless. He disappears halfway through as well as Jeff takes over his crew. It's so dumb and not in a good way. This is the worst episode of the whole show so far. The joke is Guy Fieri. Laugh. Episode 250, yet another milestone that focuses on Roger's different personas.
Oh boy, it's well to say.
He suffers from a brain tumor and needs Stan to take over for everything his personas have to do in a day, quickly getting overwhelmed by all his responsibilities and causing a war. It's a creative episode. Not all the personas are winners here, but they come at such a fast pace and it's always moving forward that it never gets the chance to grow steel. Oh yeah, we're finally introduced to a somewhat new main character here. Roger's tumor, Rogu. Yeah, I'm curious if this is going to be an every now and then kind of thing, or if he'll just be in the background all the time. Guess we'll see. I certainly don't think this episode is as amazing as most fans do, but it's still a great one, going near the top.
And it's all thanks to Klaus. Who's your least favorite character now?
Still you. Intro was presented well. The family are going on a trip to the lake and have to compete against Snot's new dad, the blue-shirted neighbor, with Steve trying to sabotage them. Everyone has something to do. Klaus gets eaten by that giant fish legend, Roger leads a cyclist group, and Healy and Francine sunbathe. Cool. I wish they stuck more to the A story. Did we really need 4 separate things going on here? As is, it's fine, but none of these stories get much time to breathe. Another episode about Roger acting. This time, Steve remembers that they used to be twin actors as kid and adult alien, trying to recapture their fame before realizing that Roger is a terrible performer.
Shining star.
This episode is just really bland. I watched it like a minute ago and I can't even recall what the family's B story was. They go to Spencer's and I think that might literally be it. I get it, they sell junk. Awful.
Far behind.
What? More Steve and Roger. This time they run away from home again. Except instead in New York, they go to an all-girls school, which is presented as this wacky, Edie sitcom, which at least made this episode stand out a bit compared to others. This was a pretty good parody. Now other silly sitcom characters start moving in with the Smiths. There's not much to say, honestly, it's just funny. If anything, I wish it entirely stayed at the school spin-off with Steve, Roger, and this redheaded girl who looks like a Big Mouth character. But again, I liked it. I'm glad. Stan convinces Francine to install a home security system into the house by threatening her life. Perfect.
Dan, is this the guy who called you a clown?
Yeah.
Who's a clown now, asshole?
Steve is also taking a college course with Healy for some reason and gets pissed off that she's more naturally smart than he. I'm surprised they don't do more plots with her here, especially considering how much they have evidently been running out of ideas lately. It's fairly mediocre, I didn't care for it that much. Francine just gets more and more paranoid from all the potential threats nearby. That's it, really. I do like the twist, though, that the system detects Stan as being the biggest threat to her safety. I mean, it's right. But, is Akara a building? They never answered. Here's a Roger persona I'm surprised they haven't done yet, with Healy entering her dog into a race to get back at Jeff for not including her in his stuff.
I'm the dog.
This is a nice casual episode. Does not feel like American Dad, though, I will say that. This could have been in any fucking show. There's not much worth noting, it's pretty by the numbers. This less than stellar season ends with Barry convincing Stan and Francine to go on a lover's retreat.
Steve, your new friend Barry is a delight. Where have you been hiding him?
He's here all the time.
No, you're thinking of that other one.
The rest of them trying to come up with cool food jingles was lame, but I do like what Stan and Francine are going through. Getting stranded on a hot air balloon and realizing that they like working together against a common goal. Trying to set themselves up for more and more dangerous situations. It's a fine finale, especially in a season like this. This season was fucking terrible. Worst yet, I know I keep saying that. There were like a couple episodes in here that I thought were really good, but that does not make up for the fact that half of these were fucking shit. Flavortown, One Woman Swole, Mean Francine, Santa Schmanta. Episodes like these are all in my bottom top 10 for the whole show, just because it feels like they're offering nothing new. In a show as wacky and silly as this, you run the risk of everything being so silly that the actual wacky stuff doesn't stand out as much. It's just, again, the norm. I don't really know how you would fix that, though. When you have more grinded episodes, it only sticks out compared to everything else. That's just not the style the show had ever gone with before. And so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do you keep surprising the audience without getting overly random to an absurd degree? I don't know, hopefully they figure it out. So after trying to, once again, make his dad proud of him, Steve tries to take an interest in baseball before ruining it for Stan as he gets brought on to transform the game into a role-playing thing like Dungeons & Dragons.
Well, maybe your dad's wrong. I mean, he is trying to eat AstroTurf.
This is a nice casual opener, I liked it a lot. The Roger Francine stuff was good too. Him trying to create conflict around the house so they have something to watch now that their favorite soap opera's been cancelled. It's not the most hilarious episode out there, but it's one of the better Stan and Steve pairings. I will say though, the show feels so far removed from where it started. Not much of that original vision is here. I mean, to be fair, how would you even describe American Dad to the average person? Let's see. The escapades of Stan Smith, a conservative CIA agent dealing with family life and keeping America safe. I mean, I guess it's about that. Boy, it's a good thing that description is the most broad shit possible. Weird name in the title, New Roger persona. This time it's Gina Lavetti, who along with Francine is trying to make a jean company for bigger women. I could also see someone either loving or hating this B story, where in a Freaky Friday scenario, Stan and Steve switch eyebrows. Obviously the joke being their eyebrows look exactly the same. That alone is stupid, but I enjoy how far they go with it, deciding to switch both their lives so nobody finds out. Stan going to school and Steve working at the CIA and nobody even noticing. It's pretty funny. This is another solid episode, but I'd probably put it below the previous. I just don't care about their Roger stuff nearly as much. Jimmy Neutron already did the genes coming alive thing, it's not that wacky. And honestly, I am getting a little tired of the blue-shirted neighbor appearing so often. He was never all that memorable. He appears so often now that I remember his name is Tuttle. That should have never taken up space in my mind.
Do it, Steve. Go bananas.
Damn, it looks like we're finally gonna meet Barry's parents. We've gotten frequent jokes over the past 16 seasons about them being awful and neglectful to him. And oh look, there's Roger's little tumor kid. Wow, he is gonna stick around. It's cool that they went in the direction of his parents actually being super chill and cool, except things take a turn after Steve learns that they're swingers who might want to fuck them. I don't know why he assumes they'd be so against this, it seems right up their alley. This more than makes up for the less interesting Roger going blind story, not much is done with it. But I like the ass story well enough. Probably more than the last episode. Seeing Barry's evil side again was cool. It's been a long time since they came back to that plot point. Even if his master plan to make them all fuck each other is rather contrived, there's not really a reason as to why he's doing it.
You, sir, are a pedophile.
With a plot like Roger pretending to be a baby, I was really not expecting this episode to be as good as it was. It's a cool lost media hunt where Stan finds himself watching a show that apparently doesn't exist. It's like Candle Cove.
Don't wake up the baby.
It escalates in a really cool way too, as he finds himself transported into the TV where he's trapped forever along with everyone else who stumbled upon the show. It's not the most hilarious episode of American Dad out there, but this was certainly one of their more creative outings in the past few seasons, probably out of the entire TBS run. I love the atmosphere it sets up. That title is just phenomenal. Here's the epic weed episode, as Jeff has to try and win the golden blunt wrap that lets him go to the dank-ass weed factory, with Stan going with him so he can confiscate the most epic edible of all time for Bullock. Of course, Tommy Tokes would have to be voiced by Snoop Dogg. It would be a missed opportunity to not. And it's nice seeing Stan start to loosen up and bond with Jeff a bit. I feel like they could do a lot more with him. He only appears a couple times a season. This is a decent little Willy Wonka parody, but about epic weeds. It's thankfully not as obnoxious as most other shows when it comes to that stuff, acting like weed makes you see fucking flying unicorns and rainbow sprinkles falling from the sky. Yeah, right, asshole. Roger breaks up Steve and friends on their monumental friend-iversary, as Jeff tries to help the family flip houses, sure.
It's a friend-iversary miracle! Snake!
This is the worst one yet. It all feels so needless, like a bad sitcom. Now Steve is overly clingy to Roger and he wants rid of him, needing to find a way for his friends to take him back. It sucks. This time around, we see the Smiths at the beach where Stan and Roger decide to pretend to be a shark to help Steve get over his fear of the ocean. They rip his arm off. This, for some reason, turns him into a wild card, constantly seeking adrenaline, which concerns Stan. It's basically just that pre-hibernation week episode from SpongeBob, just with a lame Klaus romance story attached. His phone call to her was funny, but that's it. I don't really like how many episodes of these have the credits rolling before the main conflict is over. It completely takes me out of it. Where is he walking to? There's just a wall over there. Healy's back working at that sub shop, becoming the store's assistant manager, which gives her an existential crisis of where she wants to end up for the rest of her life. Her and Jeff leaving time to become Instagram influencers.
Hashtag rescue!
You know, I worked at Subway once. It would have been so fun if the patrons weren't fucking assholes. And also, if the coworkers weren't fucking assholes. In Ireland, instead of rotisserie chicken, we have chicken tikka, and it is just great. Episode's fine. The Stan Francine side plot was fucking shit, them being afraid of an Uber driver coming after them because they gave him 4 stars. Seems like such an obvious joke to make. Going right above the last. Klaus gets fired from being the school lunch lady, a job he had for some reason, which leads to him and Steve joining forces with that one investigator from the Chim Deal episode way back when, to see who's been causing all the kids to get sick.
He seems like a narc.
Oh yeah? Would a narc do this?
Oh, hey, Steve. We missed you.
He immediately lets the power of becoming a hall monitor go to his head, and they quickly forget about why they were even doing this in the first place. He kind of just stumbles upon the answer with Principal Lewis wanting to poison the town's water supply. Some good moments in here, like them bringing back the therapist who died in that miniature episode, only to kill him again. But it's another alright one. Nothing amazing. Season 16 has been super hit or miss so far. Pretty sure this is the first major Jeff-Francine pairing we've got so far. As with Stan out of town, he demands her take her out into town while making sure she doesn't get too wild. It's always nice when they give Jeff something to do other than just stand there and make dumb quips, him having to find her as she purposefully disobeys Stan's rules and goes wild. You know, it's nice seeing them get along, but I'm just not a fan of how little agency she has. Nothing really is happening. The plot just kind of finds her, if you could even call it that. Roger's whole bit towards the end was good, but that's all.
What are we gonna do?
I'll call my fixer. He'll get us out of this.
Stan, Jeff, Roger, and Rogu all become frontiersmen as Healy finds out that Francine likes to take a break from her life by drinking at an Irish pub at the airport. Her singing a song about this reminded me that we haven't had a good musical number in ages. This was not one of them.
No offense, Jason.
None taken. This is just part-time while I plan my terrorist stuff.
Nothing happens here. It's lame. It's just her increasingly getting more and more fed up with him as they continue acting like children. It's that on repeat for 22 minutes. Going near the bottom, I really hope the season starts to pick up again. Their depiction of Ireland was incredibly insulting. At least they didn't have any leprechauns running around.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I work here because my wife asked me to. I'm not allowed to bring up leprechauns. Can I take your order?
Stan gets a bunch of money from his recently deceased uncle, with him using it to buy the rights to some Liam Broadway show. Him doing such a bad job of the performance that they have to go on the run.
And in my experience, people love being tricked. Hey, Jeff, what's that over there?
It's funny that they immediately start doing the show in different times, trying to scam people by purposefully putting on a shitty performance, before getting held at gunpoint and being forced to finally do a good one. Overall, though, I think the episode lacks a lot of focus. They get picked up to perform in New York, and then suddenly it becomes about the family separating and all doing their own things in the city. It felt like such a shift, and not in a good way. Probably would have preferred them getting to this point way sooner. There's no time to do anything with it. Meh. The unthinkable has happened. Snot is now rich. His character has devolved into a series of poor people jokes in the past few seasons that has gotten extremely stale. This pisses off Steve, though, as he finds out she became rich off a recipe Francine created. It goes in the exact direction you think, where he becomes overly cocky about it, and Steve needs to find a way to expose his mom as a fraud.
Good genes, I guess. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag tapeworm.
I'm glad they didn't include the twist that Francine didn't even make the sauce until the very end. They got it out of the way pretty quickly. So now Steve is just being a vindictive asshole for no reason. I like seeing this side of him. It's fucked up, though. He gets his mom arrested and Snot sent to an orphanage. I didn't mind this one, despite that generic idea. Going right above the middle of the list.
Yeah, Stan, yeah!
Why was that animated so well? Stan lets Roger join Ham Club. Just what is Ham Club? Well, sounds pretty self-explanatory to me. Francine randomly deciding she wants to try and scare Greg of all characters came out of nowhere and wasn't all that entertaining. And sadly, this ham shit isn't very good either in my opinion. The joke is that they really like ham. Why aren't you laughing? What a lazy episode. Going at the bottom, there's nothing redeemable about it. It is so uninteresting. Snot finds out his dad used to be a demolition derby driver, and so enters in a contest with Roger just because. You know, I searched this episode up on Google and saw that it had a seriously high rating, one of the highest of the series, before looking closer and realizing I was actually looking at the IMDb for a gay porno with a CM name. Dude, I know I keep mentioning it, but they've gotten so obsessed with their neighbor Tuttle. He is mentioned in just about every episode now. It's getting unbearable. He's not that funny. Owie, wowie, baby wants mommy. Make it dirty. You've seen the only part of this episode worth watching. I don't think Snot is that good of a character on his own. Oh nice, we're finally getting to see more of Healy at community college, as Roger tries to find a way for her to get her last credit so she can move out of the house and he can have her room. You know, maybe it's just me, but I would have rather had the giant-ass attic.
You're hogging all the blankets!
There's some good bits in here, it's just dumb enough to work. No matter what Healy does, Roger always finds a way to have things go in his favor, deciding at the end to fake his own side so everyone in the class gets an automatic A. Plus, turning the garage into a mechanics is shit, like what is there to do with it, but it's a fine episode overall. Going around the middle. Francine has a sex dream about Jeff for some reason, which makes Stan incredibly jealous. I don't know why she decided to tell the whole family about this over breakfast. They take it in a cool direction, though, as he makes Roger's new therapist persona have him go inside her mind to see what's up, indirectly releasing this evil Nosferatu vampire that represents his insecurities. It's a fun idea. Glad they didn't feel the need to tack a needless B-story onto this of Klaus doing Uber Eats, I don't know. This episode's going near the top of the list. Happy to see this season was able to find a handful of great episodes. And their way of solving things at the end was extremely unexpected. Here's a weird one, where after Klaus moves out because of being the butt of the joke all the time, we fast forward 15 years in the future, where the disconnected family have to reunite to have a funeral for him as he's just died. R.I.P. Not really, though. It's all a trick, so not R.I.P. Surprised this is only their first proper attempt at a future episode. You think they would have done that way more often. The Simpsons have had like 20 of them. Maybe that's why, honestly. I noticed how little this show highlights aspects of pop culture, and I'm curious if that's due to them wanting to distance themselves from Family Guy. I can count on my hands the amount of episodes here where they're just watching some TV show for the sake of a quick and easy pop culture gag. Thank you. This is another really good one, even if most of that comes from the spectacle of seeing the future. But I don't know, I like seeing where everyone ended up. Probably gonna go above the last one. Francine learns the troubling truth that everyone thinks her cooking sucks, and so Roger takes her to a remote island to try and improve.
Hillshire Farms has put more love into this little Smoky than in 1,000 of your dinners.
Why did he say it like
dinner?
Stan's plot sucks. He gets a needle stuck in his head, which makes him mute. Who can play the piano well? Sure, I mean, whatever. It's fucking boring, dude. It's boring as fuck. Alright, time to see what the goddamn point in this new character was. They've barely used him so far. Did fans see that as being a big jump the shark moment, or did they like it for how stupid it was? Let me know.
What? Me and my shadow are totally cool now.
For some extra cash, Steve has to prove himself fit to babysit, being challenged to take care of Rogu for the night, multiplying like gremlins and going crazy. You know, I like his smile, I never said that. Also, by the way, fuck this character. I failed to mention him until now because I've been praying he'd just stop appearing at some point and I wouldn't have to mention him, but he's in like half these episodes and he's never been funny. I hate you. Rogu is definitely the strangest addition this show has had in ages. I have no idea what the thought process was behind him. He's not bad and never on screen enough to become a nuisance. And so I just wonder, like, why did they even bother? Oh, okay, episode. This episode is a fucking mess. While driving to get him to his PSATs, Healy and Steve get stranded and are forced to sell perfume or else they'll be killed. Meanwhile, Stan, Francine, and Roger go downtown and are amazed by how cool and gentrified it is. It's a whole load of nothing. Just an extended chase sequence that goes on way too long and not a very intense one at that. I don't care, going near the bottom. Season 16 ends by showcasing a story in which Roger is a stripper with a dream of opening his own club which doesn't focus too much on sexualization. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's shit. And boring.
I gotta go.
That was the last we saw of Stan in this episode. You know, I was surprised to see Season 16 having a handful of episodes that were really good. The future one, Rabbit Ears, the one where he goes inside Francine's dreams. You know, some of these are in like my top 20 episodes. But it doesn't make up for the fact that a majority of this season was really painfully average. I would definitely say Season 16 is better than 15 and probably 14 as well, but I don't know, if a season has 2 great episodes and a batch of 22, does that really mean the season overall was good? I don't know. Either way, let's see where they go from here. Season 17 opens with Stan telling us a story about one of his first missions as an agent, trying to take down a drug lord in Miami. It's rough. Not the funniest episode around, but I actually really liked this premiere. It was a neat change of pace. You forget sometimes that Stan works for the CIA. It's barely a part of his character anymore, despite it originally being such a large aspect of him. I wonder if it's just from the writers obviously not having much experience with that world and opting to instead do silly sitcom stories. Or maybe it's because being a No, I'm not gonna get into politics. Who knows?
Well, it's official. The golden age of television has begun. Step Brothers is on every channel.
That should be the case, I agree. Roger takes the place of The Weeknd after Stan kidnaps him. And it's actually him too, apparently he wrote this episode. Damn, I guess he's an American Dad fan. There's not much going on, but there's enough good here to make up for it. His Virgin song for Hilly did not have to go that hard. Would have been super easy for this to be a Lisa Goes Gaga type thing, and I'm sure there are fans out there who see it that way, but for me personally, I find they do enough to at least make sure you know they're being a tad ironic with it, constantly praising how awesome The Weeknd is before, again, singing a massive musical number about never fucking girls. Not as good as the previous, obviously I can't put an episode high just for having a good song. Well, okay, except for the boy band episode way back. But still, I don't think it was as big a mess as it could have been. This right here is the episode that, from the outside looking in, made me question what the fuck this show was actually about.
I need breast milk!
Ring-a-ding-ding.
So we find out that Francine over the years has been giving her son breast milk, where after trying to wean off of it, he realizes that he needs it to pretty much function altogether. Except, no, not really, she's just been sabotaging him to never want to go off it. I had always assumed when I heard about this episode that American Dad must have gotten really wacky and stupid in its later seasons, but after watching through the entire show, no, it's been stupid from the very start. This does go too far, however, that should go without saying. I think this is when the incestuous stuff has officially gone too far. Can't believe that even has to be said. No somewhat amusing Klaus or Roger story could make me overlook how fucking dreadful of a concept this is. What the fuck? This is another episode I saw on Twitter when it premiered. All for one reason.
This is the game, Overwatch.
Was this like an official promotion? Who ordered this, Overwatch or American Dad? What a bizarre crossover. Or should I say, what a Blizzard crossover? Because they made Overwatch? Anyways, to take out a North Korean general, Stan needs Steve to help him become an awesome noob-poning gamer so they can go to China where he'll be. I have to wonder, was anybody convinced to play Overwatch because of this? Somehow the episode isn't as horrible as it sounds. The B story is simple but funny where everyone gets stuck in the banister and has to do their daily tasks at the same time. And having the core of it be between Stan and Steve at least makes it somewhat more interesting. This is shockingly one of the better episodes between the two of them. Best episode of the season so far, somehow. It actually managed to make me laugh for how dumb it is.
Damn, guys, damn!
Here's another episode I like the concept for a bunch, where Stan runs into a kid from his childhood that he wasn't a good friend to, where after realizing that his life sucks, he and Francine go to try and turn it around.
Tommy doesn't remember you, so you're off the hook. I thought we could do some bong rips, play some Soul Calibur.
Reminded me a lot of the episode where he has that atheist friend, and I love the twist where we find out that Stan had completely reversed the memory of it. It was in fact the guy who wasn't a good friend to Stan. This is a pretty common trend, except at least this time he wasn't molested. Francine was also a highlight of this one. She makes a good Roger. This episode was super funny. Ending was great too. New favorite. To try and help Klaus get his citizenship, Healy turns herself into a fish, so they can get married.
Beautiful children, babe. They all have your eyes.
The rest of the family have an equally uninteresting story as they try to figure out how to open a coconut. I think my least favorite types of stories in this show are the ones where it never feels like the plot is progressing in any natural way. Like again, the B story is just different gags of them trying to open it, and the A story is just different jokes of them being fish and married in Mexico. There's a whole lot of words for you. Bad episode, not a fan of it at all.
Now that Dad is gone, I sing my go-to-school song, I sing my...
Here's a fun trio, as Jeff, Roger, and Francine, basically the only three characters with nothing to do in their average day, drunkenly buy a tour bus and start a company to show off all the local murders going on. It's not as bad as that fish episode, but still nothing special. This isn't that good of a concept in my opinion. You could tell where it was going from a mile away as soon as they talk about the local murders.
No! The quiet version! My head is killing me.
I've got a feeling.
So Francine gets insecure about Stan not needing her anymore, and is ecstatic once he gets injured. Now he has to depend on her full time to do everything for him.
I'm a grown man. Go, go, gaga, baby once!
The Tutter shit has reached its apex once it's revealed that his life is being monitored at all time for Korea's biggest reality show about how pathetic he is. Steve, Roger, Healy, and Klaus just wanting to be on it, I guess. All that stuff was shit, and I don't find that the Stan stuff evolved in a natural way. To pay off their medical bills, they open up a trophy store. You think he'd just go back to his job at the CIA or something, I don't know. Worse than the fish one somehow. The pickle joke was a little funny until they ran it into the ground for like 10 minutes. Not a fan. It's family game night with the Smiths, which they always let Stan win so he doesn't throw a fit. Things change, however, once he takes them all inside Bullock's labyrinth. The design of it was really cool. I love how it looks, even if it is just an imitation of Labyrinth, who could have guessed?
Gutter turds? You
Father, why do the people fight so?
It's something different, and while Stan is a massive douche more so than usual, I do like them fast-forwarding a month and having to return to it, seeing how he is. Solid episode. Steve and Co are trying to get calf implants, and so sign up for a science study to raise the extra cash. It's It's basically just the Stanford prison experiment before going out of control after the inmates take over. You know, Tuttle and that little sick guy just remind me of Family Guy when they bring in that Chris Parnell kid who shows up in a bunch of episodes suddenly with little to no introduction, yet they act like he's the best fucking character ever. The Stan plot could have been good if they tried with it at all. The CIA's janitor dies and so he gets depressed and starts communicating with his reef blower, that's it. So lame. It's just that gag again and again. And the Roger stuff just ends at a certain point. I hated this one too. There's a new foreign exchange student who Steve tries to keep away from the cool kids by framing her for vandalism, which results in her getting arrested for an assumed murder and then having to figure out who really did it. I liked that the B story where the family hire a pet whisperer to get Klaus under control was due to him just slightly changing their thermostat, but that's the height of it.
I guess I gotta shoot them to unload them.
That little fucking Billy kid has way too much screen time. I don't know why they insist on creating this one-off joke character and then proceed to let them get to the point of sticking around for whole stories. And the twist being that the girl was a troll in reality was so stupid, I hated it. Oh wow, here's new shit cap. As Stan's father dies and he struggles to cope. I feel a story like that probably could have benefited from getting a dedicated 22 minutes, instead of having to share it with a dumb Healy and Jeff canoeing story.
Oh, what a nightmare. Perhaps some step-sibling porn on the old kitchen desktop.
A medium Roger accidentally binds his dad's spirit to the house, and so now they have to deal with a silly ghost living with them. I know this isn't the kind of show to have an emotional moment between the two of them, but I would have assumed in a monumental episode like this, you know, killing him off for good, they would have at least attempted to give Stan some closure. As is, it's a fine story of him possessing Steve, but as the presumably last episode with his dad, who I already wasn't the biggest fan of, this was pretty disappointing. Stan, Jeff, and Roger are heading out on a stag do for Klaus's upcoming wedding while a male stripper comes to the house for Hilly and Francine, but won't leave.
Where do I know that dog from? Is he from a TV show? From a movie?
It sucks. Again, there's no actual plot. It's another episode where the story has to find them, doing general stag stuff before getting arrested by a casino for cheating. Now they have to escape and get to the wedding on time. Oh no. Finding out that it was all Klaus's plan as he got cold feet was a little interesting, but that's about it. Season 17 started pretty strong, but it's starting to wean hard.
Oh, sorry. That's my email notification.
Stan tears down their house and turns it into a farm after feeling like they're all too soft. I was surprised there was actually a lot of gags in here I thought were really funny, particularly from Stan. I find his character is at its best when he's super headstrong and takes everything on the chin. He moves at such a fast pace that it manages to work. I surprisingly liked this episode way more than I thought I would. Great episode. Super entertaining. 5 out of 10. What a title. Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't pick up on how literal it was meant to be taken. His persona, Becky, getting married to Stan's co-worker, Dick, which pisses off the entire family as it takes all his attention away from his other personas.
Disturbing image.
I don't know.
Random idea, but it actually manages to work well. I like us getting to see what Roger does with all his personas after their arcs are done. The only one that specifically references being in retirement permanently was that socially anxious one from the Census episode. Is that a reference to fans hating that persona or something? I don't know. I remember liking it. This is a good episode either way. Steve starts to wonder what his heritage is, and so he starts to try and figure out his family's roots, where Stan reveals a hideous secret. They're Canadian.
These nuts?
Steve's song was fun, but I don't get what's so fucking humorous about this. I imagine growing up in America, making fun of Canada for being Canada would be good enough, but I personally don't find it all that amusing. It's just a series of Canada being bad jokes for 22 minutes. And the twist at the end doesn't make it any more entertaining, going near the bottom. Here we learn that Healy has always had dreams of becoming a businesswoman. What a broad goal. Things take a turn, however, once Francine gets a job at the same company and the two have to compete for the junior executive role. I really hated it. It's too far gone from what the show is usually about, and the Stan story of them trying to throw a party is quite literally nothing. Honestly, I think it's worse than the breast milk episode. At least that elicited some kind of reaction out of me. Francine realizes she loves it when Roger whispers to her, and so, well, that's kind of it. It's the ASMR episode. Meanwhile, Steve gets an injury while giving a girl a secret admirer note, which makes him think someone wrote it for him. And that's it. There's literally no story going on in either of these. Of course, this wouldn't matter as long as they were funny, but they're not. This hasn't been my favorite season or anything, but damn, it is sure starting to nosedive into nothing. Stan is upset that Francine wants to take up fly fishing as their new couples activity, and so decides to create a dam to ruin the river.
Wow, check out the beautiful owl.
It's just, like, there's nothing to say, really. Healy and Steve, in the meantime, are helping Klaus search for his long-lost son. He ruins it within a minute. Perfect. It wasn't as bad as the last couple, mainly because the ending between them is decent, but it doesn't make up for how mediocre the rest of it is. The show really is just going through the motions. So, they're on an old train ride with Francine's aunt, who Stan hates.
You have anything for the man who was tricked into a train trip?
I have popsicles.
Okay, 2 of those.
B-story shows Healy and Roger trying to figure out who one of these strange men are, as the train is hijacked and Stan needs to save them all. I'm sorry, I'm just running out of things to say. It's interesting, I saw a lot of people as I've been posting about this video saying that American Dad never really had a drop-off, and up until around season 14, I agreed with them. Sure, it's nowhere near as drastic as The Simpsons or Family Guy, but I think it more so comes from the degradation of the stories they tell. The show isn't really about anything anymore, it's crap. The occasional funny gag doesn't make these episodes any more memorable. Let's hope they at least do something special for this upcoming milestone. The big 299. Wait. Damn, they got it wrong again. You know, it's kind of surreal having them reach a conclusion to the golden shit stuff, as all the religious leaders begin fighting over it and it winds up in the hand of a little girl who's pure of heart.
Yeah, that cat doesn't live here anymore, you dig?
After she succeeds at putting it back where it came, the world is now utopia as Roger is shattered, which pisses off the Smiths as they quickly get bored. So now they have to go on a globe-trotting adventure to collect all 300 pieces of him to put back together. I like how they bring it back to the Family Feud stuff at the beginning, and having Stan eventually steal it as we fast forward 20 years was cool, as the family all start killing each other to obtain it. I guess this marks a slight turning point in the show, maybe. I'm at least glad they got to finish this before they got cancelled at some point and couldn't anymore, even if I do find the overall episode to be a tad unfocused. If anything, if any episode should have been a two-parter, it was this one. We end on a Christmas special. Was there a Christmas special last season? I don't remember. All these episodes are blending together, and there's still 3 seasons left. Yay.
Well, polar bear at Santa's workshop.
Getting tired of their crazy Christmases. Stan tries to make sure they have the most normal holiday ever. Everyone burns to death. With this, he's given the chance to repeat the day over and over again to make sure everything goes perfect. Basically, just that Father's Day episode with a Christmas backdrop, and his family's lives are at stake. This is a cool, fast-paced special that I liked a lot. Glad to see them end the season on a high note.
Banana Republic credit card, despite 3 bankruptcies.
Is that a different Sonic the Hedgehog? This was the worst season yet. I know I say this every time, but it always rings true. Episode 300 was cool, and there are a few in here that I liked. I surprisingly did not hit the Overwatch one nearly as much. I was getting fucking food with someone yesterday when I told them about me watching American Dad. We're like, oh yeah, the fucking Overwatch episode fucking sucks. And I just watched it that day and was like, oh, I like that one. And Into the Woods with Stan's friend was also a cool one. I like that a lot. But like 95% of the other episodes I looked at in this season, pretty shit. Don't care about them at all. I've already forgotten about them. I don't know how there's still 3 seasons of this left. I don't know how I'm gonna get through this. Season 18 begins with Healy starting to get insecure about how stupid Jeff is, and so goes to the CIA with Stan to get some experimental intelligence surgery done.
I got you one of those f***ed up Sonic the Hedgehogs.
It's cool seeing a new side to Jeff, even if I wish they had gone in a somewhat more unexpected direction with it. Of course, Healy starts to get jealous that he's smarter than her, which results in him leaving, her needing to go and get him back. This is one of the better premieres in the past 5 or so seasons, but overall it's nothing special. The Roger plot is pretty uncomfortable too, just seeing Snicks bite he and Steve over and over again. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe they're actually doing a semi-sequel episode to Steve's boy band group. Hopefully it's just as good. With it turning out that someone has been going around and killing all the members. Wish it took up more screen time as more of a background thing.
But she's my best friend!
Look at my foot. It has been put down.
Ah! Meanwhile, Stan is ordered to pick up a doll he has to give to the CIA. However, he quickly grows attached and has to go on the run to protect it. This episode is super dumb, but I love it. Stan just completely drops into insanity. Hope this is a sign season 18 is going to be an improvement.
I wrote a poem once about ham, but it didn't go very well.
What is with all these callbacks, especially to such a shit episode? Here we learn that in college, Stan almost had the chance to go to Chicago with his friend before chickening out, and so he finally moves to pursue his career as a stand-up comedian.
And I didn't have to deploy my best character! Guy who talks with a crazy voice!
He winds up on an SNL show where his co-host is a terrorist. He saves the day, and then it just ends. It's a shame. I like the idea behind this one and thought it had some funny moments, but overall it just feels a bit undercooked. Nothing really happens. Going in the middle.
Welcome to the terrifying asylum of Dr. Insano.
Dr. Insano? That has to be a fucking Spoonie reference. Come on, there's no way. So Steve, wanting a brother, starts hanging around with Jeff as they tour around the country, with the rest of the family getting stuck in an escape room without being able to solve a single puzzle for months. That idea on its own is funny for like a gag, but with an entire story it runs out of steam pretty quickly. And sadly, it is the better of the 2 plots here. Steve is just an asshole out of nowhere and creates conflict for Jeff, and he needs to rescue him. We're so far, bottom of the list. Alright, they managed to slip in a new contender for the longest fucking title. That's nice. You know, Rogu is basically this show's equivalent of that awful baby hormone monster that was introduced to Big Mouth. Although he actually manages to work better. I surprisingly like Rogu, he just looks so stupid. As the family go to a ranch where Klaus is usually the star, he gets jealous of Rogu for stealing his thunder and gets both of them stuck in the woods after trying to frame him. I think they just go too far with him. I always find these kind of characters are better when they're more silent, just making the occasional quip here and then. But no, he reveals he actually can speak full sentences and they have a generic bonding story. It's one of those episodes that gets worse the further it goes along. I really hated it. Don't like Klaus, don't like what they do with Rogu, going to the bottom. Steve starts to worry that adult life is gonna suck, and so projects these feelings into astral projection, believing someone is trying to reach out to him for help and needing to save him. Meanwhile, Roger makes the van equivalent of that one taxi show. The name escapes me. You know, the one where the girls get in the taxi and then it's like porn? I don't know. I had to look up some horrible sounding things to try and find it, but I couldn't, so it's a decent episode. That ending was presented in a cool way once his third eye was actually opened, transporting himself throughout history and finding out about how much his dad misses him. It was sweet. Francine starts to make fun of how lame Roger's personas have gotten, and so he brings back a forgotten little girl persona who was presumably kidnapped years ago, framing the whole thing on her and sending Francine to prison.
You know what'll steer us back?
Little tail.
As this is happening, the rest of the family decide to get away by going on a cruise with the lady hired to do the kidnapping reenactment. All that stuff was fairly forgettable, but the main story more than makes up for it. Him promising that his lawyer persona can easily clear her name before blowing it and giving her 4 life sentences. It was pretty good. Their way out of it was funny too. Going near the top. Alright, another personality shift episode, as Stan, once again, uses some CIA technology to make Steve more tough and Healy more proactive. And also Francine too, but she just goes along with it.
Whoa! Whoa!
This could have been a tad basic after he quickly realizes that he can't stand everyone acting like him, but it escalates well once his DNA starts spreading to everyone in town. The ending of him realizing that his son and daughter balance him out and keep him a good person was also nice. Seems like more of these episodes have been going for more earnest resolutions compared to the past few seasons. Great episode. Clyde calls out Roger for being able to criticize him without creating himself. What an asshole. And so Roger chooses to cause him as much misery as possible so he can use it to make art. I enjoyed this much more than Stan and Francine's story where they drive out to get revenge on their favorite football team after getting a letter basically ignoring all their suggestions. I guess this is an episode all about criticism. This is probably the first time in the whole show I've ever been close to feeling bad for Klaus. It's one of the rare times I'm on his side actually. Leaving the family for 6 months to join a new one with a manager job at Panera Bread. Fantastic. Going right above the middle of the list. It's alright. A guy from Stan's childhood returns, a man who his father paid to be his imaginary friend before blowing him off. And so Francine rehires him so he can convince Stan to do all the stuff she wants him to. It's solid! This season sure has picked up a lot. Nothing stellar, but it's got a bunch of great gags, and I love that part where he tries to send him up to heaven by throwing him off a plane.
I have the strangest feeling, but I can't put my finger on it.
Klaus and Jeff's thing is nothing special aside from the epic pickle Ricks, and I find the ending to be a little lame. The whole PTSD stuff is solved in a really uneventful way. But overall, again, I like this episode a lot. Healy is saddened to learn that journalism is dead, and so she joins an exercise class. I mean, sure. This episode sucks. They make it apparent from the start that the place is some kind of cult, so you're just waiting for them to put down the front. Honestly, I like Healy as a character, but she consistently has some of my least favorite episodes out of everyone else in the Smith family. I can see why they seldom had her star in her own episodes for the longest time, going near the bottom. Their attempt at a sweet, earnest ending was not earned at all. It's time for the state fair, with Stan furious that Jeff is forced to join him while he tries to impress the lumberjacks.
This is my son.
I find this lumberjack shit super boring as Stan gets weary that Jeff is doing better than him. It's not horrible, and I like the Steve Francine stuff a lot better, but sadly the focus is more so on Stan and the plane crash he gets in. Stan and Francine get in an argument about who won an argument from decades ago, and so time travel back to see who the victor was.
I'm going back to the present.
Wait, Francine, you can't leave two Stans here in one timeline. What if we kiss and can't stop kissing?
I loved this episode, it was great. I like that despite all the arguing, there's an air of playfulness to it all. Well, until Stan gets so infuriated that he decides he'd be better off having married their previous roommate instead. I think I like the doll episode more, but time travel stories have always been a favorite of mine. Going right under that one. Stan is furious to learn that Francine is actually a bookworm, and so Roger uses his non-specific powers to travel inside the stories where she's forced to reveal her real secret.
Looks like we're in a Dr. Seuss. Is that a Lorax?
Doing something as simple as using a different pencil texture really does wonders in making it look stylized and fun. This is a creative episode, them changing the books as they go through. It doesn't take many extreme twists or turns or anything, you kinda get a good idea of where it's gonna go from the start. But who cares, I enjoyed it. Oh wow, this is cool. After Stan insults everyone, Steve decides he's gonna get him back by making fun of him for being bald. Remember that from like 4 hours ago?
Klaus, you're a genius and I love you.
You do?
Whoa, lying's easy.
With this, Roger puts him in contact with a guy who gives him hair plugs. Not that big a fan of it really, this is one of my least favorite Roger personas, his fake accent got so obnoxious. I don't know why this episode became about him when it started with Stan and his family. You don't even get their reaction to his new hairdo, it's pointless. After the family finds out Stan sold all their grave plots, they naturally just decide they're gonna open up a burial site in their backyard. Instead of this though, Klaus and Stan want to turn the place into a poolside bar, and so they both just do it on top of each other. It's a funny idea to have this celebrity guy they bring in fake his own death and start living with the Smiths, but that's about it. You know, the show really doesn't have as many Halloween episodes as you think it would. Why 2 exclamation points? So there's this old lady who's joined Healy's college, with it later being revealed that she's attempting to switch their brains for her youth, Get Out style. I like her being worried about ending up like Francine and trying to fight it, but her thinking that Jeff is more similar to her instead and being put off came out of nowhere. That seems like such a forced comparison. The Roger subplot was good though. Steve and friends joining his improv group and him trying to get rid of them after finding out that they're all funnier. There are a lot of great gags there. I liked Buck Knife Joe. And Francine.exe, spooky. This episode sucks.
Wow. This is really good.
Stan tries to find out who's been taking his TV listings while Healy tries to expand Roger's solar panel company. It leading to him blowing up every oil company in town was a fun world-ending escalation. It's about as entertaining as an environmentalism episode can be. You were introduced to the greatest Roger persona of all. A flower.
I am Adam, and I am guilty.
Oh, that guy's hot.
So a guy at work gives Stan a coupon for a family buffet, but it was all one big trick to trap them in his home to be his new family. It's interesting for them to try and give some deeper meaning to a once background character. Overall, it's a solid episode, even if it ends a little anticlimactically, going around the middle. Stan needs to learn how to cry for work and so enlists Steve to teach him empathy. It's neat getting to see a different side to him, realizing he can't turn it off and everything making him sad. It's also a fun progression to have him then make Steve lack empathy. I enjoyed this episode a lot. It's going near the, is that Cleveland? Stan steals Steve's identity to buy a credit card so he can make his house look so fancy that Toshi's dad will have to be impressed.
How's the food, Hideki?
The meatloaf is a bit stupid.
It's weird they abandoned this halfway through completely. Suddenly it's about him now owing a loan shark 50 grand and needing to find a way to pay it off in time. Steve's dumbass walk was the best thing about this episode, but overall, it's nothing special. And so we end the season on... What, a Halloween special? I just fucking said that!
Well, what a surprise! It's Roger!
Steve and Billy make a Frankenstein version of Principal Lewis after locking him in the school basement and needing to find a way to cover it up. It sucks. It feels like an entirely different show. I hate Lewis, I hate Billy, I hate that I remember his name is Billy. This is a really disappointing way to end the season. Season 18 was certainly better than the last one. It was alright, but I think that's mainly for a couple episodes, like the Russian doll one, the time travel. You know, there's some really solid ones in here, but at the same time, like half of these, I'm going to forget a minute from now, you know, I already have. As we're approaching the end of this, I'm really curious what stories they're going to come up with, like what else is there to do? They've exercised everything. But who knows? We'll see, I guess. After a member goes missing on their favorite realtor show, Francine gets hired to replace her, which pisses off Roger as he wanted it instead. I like that his different way around this though is to start adopting different roles around the houses before just throwing her off a fucking cliff.
Are you getting my good side? Trick question. I have 2 good sides. It's my front that's the problem.
Meanwhile, Stan tries to help Jeff and Healy with their local coffee business by putting cocaine in the coffee. This might be their worst premiere yet. It is so forgettable. I guess this is a sign this season will be more of the same. Unfortunately so. I apologize, this is the part of the ranking where I just start running out of things to say. Baba Booey? Bullock's having a party, but oh no, Stan doesn't know how to dress casually. And so after Roger makes him the perfect outfit, he becomes depressed to see Stan doesn't seem appreciative, wanting him all to himself.
And big weird knees that wrinkle up and look like the grumpy old men when I stand.
This is a lot better than the previous, thankfully, even if the side story of Healy and Jeff taking care of out-of-control chickens sucks. That ending is just plain gross. Still though, it's a slight improvement from before. It's the best. Out of 2. Oh wow, here's another episode that feels right out of one of the early seasons, focusing on how Stan struggles to connect with the average man, not knowing how to joke around with people at the barbershop. If only it didn't completely deviate to turn into a fucking Tuttle episode after Stan reveals he's in witness protection and has to drop him off in a different state. If only he stayed dead. This one started strong and has some good elements, mainly with Stan, but it gets so sidetracked by the end, along with Jeff's stuff feeling pretty pointless. It's a shame, I like Jeff as a character, but I feel his actual stories are so hit or miss. After Francine and Snot's mum realize they have nothing in common, they force their sons to stop being friends, and so now they've got to team up with Roger to try and find a way to make them fall in love, I guess.
I know violence isn't in your nature, but
Eat knuckles, freak!
Surprised this is the story they gave a full 22 minutes to, but I actually like it. The show can remain pretty alright in these later seasons when the plots are more focused. I just wish it didn't, like so many other episodes, have to give Principal Lewis and that little fucked up kid such a large presence in that middle portion. I don't know why he gives such a shit about keeping them away from each other just because their mothers told him to. I thought the whole joke with him was that he didn't care about his job. But thankfully it picks up again once Roger kills them and they have to go to the underworld to retrieve them. The ending is pretty bizarre. The funniest gag here was Roger's poison store, where in the background the label stickers just occasionally fall off. Solid episode. Stan takes the family out to a ski resort from his childhood while Klaus stays at home to fall in love with a tech support lady. It completely drops off after he decides they're gonna ski in the dump, after finding out it's where the cabin was that he stayed with his family in. Now everyone feels too bad to leave. But then, they do leave. It's so dumb. The ending where he realizes that his parents were poor and that they didn't go on good family vacations was so forced. That probably could have been used for a better episode. So far, most of these have been similar levels of meh. But this one is the most mehest of all, going near the bottom.
No! Stop the music! Not today, big brass band.
Stan is upset to see his favorite 50s diners closing, as it's a sign that the 50s are truly over. Shocking. Healy suggests her Subway sandwich place expand and take over the space where the diner was, which pits the two now against each other. I really like this idea, especially how it relates to the start of the episode, given Stan was the one to try and enlist some kind of drive into her. Which of course leads to the two competing. Wish it didn't just evolve into Stan making everyone act like it's the 50s. I don't find it to be that funny of a concept. But still, this one's decent for the father-daughter rivalry stuff. Going in the middle. I like this dumbass Klaus chess piece. Francine gets super jealous that he's been stealing the thunder lately, everyone liking him way more than her, and so she tries to adopt his lifestyle to see if it changes anything. It becomes a little more interesting once we get the reveal that he had simply been hypnotizing everyone the entire time into thinking he was cool, and so now it's up to her and Roger to take him down, finding out that he's taken over the entire town. I wish we got to see more of this place, honestly. It comes in fairly late, and the ending is way too rushed. But still, it's one of the better episodes so far, going right around the middle. One of the more interesting Klaus episodes, too.
Fire station open houses!
Stan becomes a firefighter this time, and with him being incredibly whiny about not being able to do anything cool, Francine starts to purposefully start fires so he can put them out, quickly uncovering an arsonist side to herself. I like this episode a lot. I thought it was really good. Both Stan and Francine get some really great moments to shine. Best of the season so far, honestly.
Phone. Brick.
What up, Franny?
Oh wow, they remembered him. Oh boy, it's summertime! With Klaus joining Principal Lewis as his emotional support animal as Wheels and the Legman once again reunite to investigate a murder at the local swimming hole. It's okay. The Lewis stuff naturally sucks, but it picks up a bit once the whole cult thing is revealed. And there's at least a little bit more going on with Steve and Roger's inner drama. Still though, it's going near the bottom. I wasn't a fan. After their plane crash lands everyone on a creepy island, the family have to put aside their differences to survive. Them all randomly losing their memories at some point, I guess, then, I don't know. Given the lighthouse, I assume this is meant to be a parody of The Lighthouse, It's confusing, and I can see some people really hating this, especially with how abstract it is, them slowly learning how society works again through watching old sitcom reruns. But despite me not finding it funny at all, in fact some of it is rather uninteresting at times, it's got a really slow pace. But it's still something different. I appreciate them trying an idea like this, even if, again, it is just a movie parody. But that atmosphere and mood they were trying to go for is really well achieved. But still, it's okay. Especially like the third act once they get back to society and everyone thinks they're freaks. If anything, I wish this portion took up more time, going around the middle. I really like how fucking stupid the opener to this one is, with nobody wanting to spend any time near Francine until seeing a little frog by the pool, which amazes them all greatly. It's weird though, once all the Greg stuff happens, all this frog stuff keeping him up and ruins a big audition for him. And so he sues her. It completely drops off after this, as everyone testifies against Francine for letting the frogs get out of control, and so she gets a restraining order against all of them. It's one of those episodes where the conflict is only created because of everyone acting like a dumbass. And while the visual of the house overrun by frogs is cool, that's the only real positive I have. It's solved in such a quick and lame way, going near the bottom. Steve heads to Philadelphia for a class trip where he plans on finally getting close with a girl from school. They abandon this really quickly once the girl reveals that she's actually Reese Witherspoon. Bizarre. But I'm glad they quickly start up something again with this new girl he met on the bus. I like how obsessed Stan and Francine are with their son's love life, and I appreciate them trying something a little deeper with these characters. It doesn't fit much with the usual tone of the show, but it works. This is another good one. I wonder if they'll ever bring this girl back in the future. Probably not. What the fuck is that design? So Roger gets upset to see that nobody trusts him to drive. Surprised they actually had a series of clips from previous episodes that prove their point.
He's selfish and manipulative, and he cares more about getting what he wants than he does about this family's safety. And
Goes in a weird fucking direction though, as he uses a local pizza place as a spaceship so he can take them on a ride. It's super uninteresting up until the third act once a Roger from the future arrives, letting them know that they need to get home soon before the family all die. He killed them. I wish an episode about the characters traveling to literal space wasn't so boring. Probably could have done a lot more with this. After seeing his essay about how cool his dad is, Healy tries to brick Steve's worldview by proving Stan is a big loser who's bad at baseball.
What, Billy? What do you want?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
This episode sucks, I just don't care. And the Francine getting trapped in a porta potty B-story isn't much better. There's not much to say, honestly. I never thought baseball stories were all that interesting. And we've done this Stan, Steve respect thing a million times. This one not doing much to really stand out among the rest. Worst one yet.
Let's get it going. Hit me one.
This episode has a pretty clever title sequence, I like that a lot. I love how this one is presented, just starting with Roger running the local rundown mall, hiring Steve to help him turn things around. I could see some folks really hating this episode and finding it boring, but I don't know, I kinda liked its more casual vibe, at least when it's not focusing on the other's food truck stuff. But I think they intertwine in a good way. It's getting more rare for them to make the A and B stories connect. We also learn here that Tuttle has been a ghost for some undisclosed amount of time. That's nice. Oh boy, here's the highly anticipated Barry and Snot episode we've all been waiting for as they break his dad's speaker and have to find replacements. This episode sucks, it takes so long for it to get to the point, along with Stan's side plot of trying to do a standing backflip being, well exactly that is not all that interesting. Going near the bottom, watching Roger push Barry so much to the point of him turning crazy was just sorta uncomfortable. His voice actor is also struggling to do the voice at this point. This season is sucking hard. So Healy's been working with the Girl Scouts recently, with Stan being forced to be her co-leader after... well, that. I wish them using that great setup was in favor of a better episode. Stan's attitude is funny, being so aggressively helpful to all the girls, even if they all do look like big mouth characters. Why is this so common now? Do they share a character designer or something? Either way, this episode's fine. Not amazing, not horrible, but there's some good moments. Healy gets pissed off at how much of a people-pleaser Jeff is, which leads to him wanting to prove himself by riding a plane across America. That sure was a natural progression.
You better not be an employee doing laundry in there.
Nope, just a horny customer jerking off.
The Stan stuff is so shit. He goes to the CIA costume party dressed as something nobody understands except for one guy, but after hurting his head and forgetting who it was, he has to look for him. It was him. I hate this episode. I think it would be my least favorite if it weren't for that baseball one. I don't mind the dumb idea, but it needs to have something at its core. Like, nothing is really going on.
Can I help with your script? Are you serious? I was a huge fan of the porno you and Roger wrote back in season 4.
This season is seriously going downhill. There's too much going on in this episode. Roger turns the house into a restaurant with Francine. Klaus and Steve try to write a film script, all while Healy and Stan go on a road trip to stalk a lady from Facebook. It is so busy. None of these get really any time to shine. Even worse once the Roger one just becomes about his little alligator getting stolen. I have nothing to fucking say. This episode is so horrible and by the books. It is the definition of going through the motions. Klaus needs to learn the importance of sharing, and so they perform a sharing episode of his favorite childhood cartoon, all while Steve tries to keep Roger from taking any drugs for his big piano recital, wowee. It's kind of fun once he turns them all into their puppet personas, but there's not really much to it. They're all locked in the living room, so they're all just like stuck there, standing around until the very end. Seems like a major missed opportunity to do that sooner. So interestingly, this episode was originally designed to be the finale to the show, which is super strange. Apparently it was during that whole Warner Brothers fiasco, which left the fate of the series up in the air. So if things went another way, would this have been a satisfying conclusion? Not really. That doesn't mean it's bad at all. Steve starts a work program at the local news station where he learns a secret about their weather radar thing, as Roger tries to become a successful country singer in Nashville. Alright. After he starts having visions of the future, Steve finds out the end times are near, his entire family dying, and so now it's up to him to try and prevent it by getting rid of the Doppler. Doesn't work though, it just ends with the reveal that none of it actually happened. Cool. I'm not quite sure what aspect of this was meant to reflect a series finale, especially given the lack of presence by anyone other than Steve and Roger, but even still, on its own it's an alright episode. The ending was really cool at least.
It's a list of the family. We're ranked. Ranked?
A ranking, you say? Almost forgot about the Christmas special, as we see Snot rank the looks of every member of the Smiths, which gives Stan the biggest ego after getting listed as first, and Roger at the bottom, which destroys his self-esteem. This is the worst Christmas special yet. There's not even really anything all that Christmassy about it. I really did not like this one. It's so predictable. And the Grinch parody is so overdone and lame. What a poor note to end the season on. Jesus, could you imagine if this was really the last? This was a horrible season, my new least favorite. The best episode in here is just like base level good, you know? But a majority of them are absolute shit. Not in the usual ways either, like the really bad Family Guy or Simpsons episodes. They're not like offensively bad. But at the same time, there's no substance, and I think that's worse in a way. It really just comes off like they've run out of things to do officially at this point. And I don't really know how season 20 is gonna get away from that. Let's hope we can at least end on something a little bit better. Damn, I guess they wanted to do something big for season 20, as we finally get to learn Roger's origin story. Ooh. I appreciate what they're trying to do here. It's a pretty ambitious episode, even showing us how he started adopting all these different personas as Bullock's father is hunting him down, even if the argument could be made of that not being necessary. It's not very funny, but I don't know, I thought it was cool. The ambience is good, and it's nice seeing them give Roger the chance to carry a story entirely on his own that doesn't happen as often as you think it would. Back to Healy in college, it's been a bit, as Roger's professor persona enlists Healy to help him write a book. I didn't really like it at all. It's pretty much just 22 minutes of procrastination jokes. But at the end of the day, do we care if he does or doesn't write this book? Why does Healy care so much? She puts up with so much shit here, but for little to no reason. And the Stan coaching subplot doesn't really do much to make up for it. It's going on to the last for sure, just feels like a whole episode of filler. Jeff's rap's okay. Pirate Week as Steve and Principal Lewis have to find a way to escape the school from 3 guys who are attempting to blow it up. Right now. Meanwhile, the Smiths get a giraffe, sure. It's pretty mediocre. Aside from that first episode, it seems as if season 20 is the most creatively bankrupt yet, which is unfortunate. I was actually so confident in this show being good all the way through, and while it's certainly not bad, it definitely feels like the series has just given up. Oh well, hopefully there will be at least a few episodes in here that are good before we end this. After buying a comb from an estate seal, Klaus finds out it might be haunted. Even worse, it's driving he and Jeff apart. What are we gonna do without these Jeff and Klaus episodes? I like Roger having to do like 5 different jobs all at once just to survive in this economy, but other than that, it's just such a bizarre idea. It's like they thought the concept of him fucking a wraith was a funny enough idea to carry the entire thing. And Stan's subplot about needing a jaw wire thing doesn't make up for it and lasts all of 2 minutes. This episode sucks. Another Jeff episode, damn. I actually like the opening here where they really drive home how everyone treats him like a child, but this time he's self-aware enough to get upset by it, deciding he wants to do things for himself by becoming a leggings salesman. You had me, then you lost me. It's nice to see a different side to him. This is probably the second best episode as of now. It managed to make me laugh a good few times. Jeff is a lot more entertaining when he isn't so one note. The Big 3-5. This episode sees Stan find a bunch of old love notes given to Francine from his workplace for some reason, going on a search and finding out they had come from none other than Bullock. It's so sad when he's in an episode now and hearing how old Patrick Stewart is. It's very random as he learns in actuality it was all coming from a printer containing his romantic lobe. But guess what? It's actually sentient, who could have guessed? It's okay despite that stupid as hell premise. Gonna be putting it below the previous. Surprised they didn't try to do some kind of celebration for a milestone episode. Healy's friends, Healy has friends by the way, they don't do much, are coming over, and so she locks everyone in the shed to make a good impression. Having her inner voice makes it stand out a little more, although it starts to border on being too random once it starts talking to her as a car. I wish them doing a unique story like Healy lamenting about her lack of friends was in service of a better episode. Once it devolves to her dream of inserting herself into a childhood sitcom, I was checked out. Francine wants to help Steve do his science project after finding out he doesn't really respect her much, creating a beer that they assume doesn't give you a hangover.
If you're looking for Francine and Steve, they're at the school. There you go.
B-story of Stan fixing a shingle is nothing, they barely even focus on it. I mean, I guess that was the joke with it being the title, but I don't know, some of my least favorite episodes now are the ones that aim to give every single character something to do. Usually the more focused ones are the best, it's a shame they rarely do it. Francine's decent song was unfortunately not enough to save this episode. The show's writing just feels so weird now. It somehow tries to balance generic sitcom stories with random, out-of-this-world moments. Early on it worked well, but at this point, not so much. I think it's because the characters' motivations half the time just feel so forced. It makes the tone so confusing at times. Stan realizes that he's at the exact peak of his life, and so instead of letting himself start going downwards, he attempts to find a way to freeze it, getting kidnapped and having his life and face stolen by his infamous rival. This guy.
Oh, I also switched out your larynx with that guy's.
Good morning, alleyway!
They fucking love joking about the intro now, it's getting kinda old. It's fun seeing them reanimate a bunch of old moments from the series with him lurking in the background. I like this one a bunch, it's my favorite of the season so far. Here's the mandatory shrinking down and going inside someone's body episode. I was starting to think they wouldn't have it like in every single cartoon ever. Stan wants to keep Francine away from a lady at work as they've been growing closer, trapping her inside his body and Francine having to go in after her. It's okay, you know, as good as one of these episodes can be. I feel like every single one of them is the exact same, but oh well, it's solid. In what I have to assume is already our most Jeff and Healy-centric season yet, she makes him get a friend so they can spend some time apart and make some fresh stories. Except she just pays for someone to do it. Great, what's the point then? It was your idea. Things take a turn once the guy winds up dead and she wonders if he could be a serial killer. It kind of flounders because you obviously know that he isn't. And the B story where Francine tries to break the world record for longest fingernails is just as uninteresting. This episode sucks. Oh, suddenly Jeff starts doing all this stuff that makes him seem like he could be a serial killer just to confuse her. It's so predictable. There's a new set of neighbors coming to town. Big Mom. It's cool, they're basically just clones of the Smiths, resulting in a gathering of all the locals who want to drive them out of town, which they apparently do with every new family. It gets a little needless by the end, though. I'm not a fan of the third act at all. Francine makes them get the family back, in which she immediately, within like 30 seconds, gets minorly pissed off by them and demands they get run out of town again. Still, though, it manages to be one of the better episodes so far. We have a return to form as Francine feels as if she isn't doing enough with her life, and so tries to be more open about her pottery making hobby, getting discovered and becoming famous. They completely gloss over her mental breakdown, becoming overwhelmed by the pressure and taking herself to a mental asylum. I'm fine with an episode that's dumb for dumb's sake, but I don't even know what the point in this one was, like what is it trying to say? And the twist that none of it ever happened unfortunately didn't make it much better. Going near the bottom of the list, I didn't like this one in the slightest.
You are.
Oh. The multiverse of American Dadness sees our Steve get targeted by a Steve from another universe, with Haley having to travel through the multiverse to find her brother who's on the run. Any multiverse story is bound to be some fun, even if most of these alternate universes are pretty lazy. Like now, Steve is a bowl. Or now, Steve is black. Either way, this is the best one so far. It's neat. The alternate animation styles are good for the short portion containing them, wish the whole thing was like that. But overall, I liked it. Another Halloween episode. I like their Scooby-Doo outfits. Fittingly, they've got a mystery to solve as Stan is missing. Ooh. It's funny that they just follow a Scooby-Doo storyline to a T, with Jeff and Klaus getting split up from the group with everyone thinking they're nothing more than comic relief. Now they've got to prove themselves of being capable of finding him. I've noticed that Roger has been way less prevalent the past few episodes. It's bizarre. Only because it felt like they couldn't go 5 minutes without him appearing for years. Honestly, I'm all for it. It's something different. This is one of their better Halloween specials, even if it is just Scooby-Doo. It's been extremely windy in Langley Falls recently, and so Roger proposes it's because of a mysterious giant thing, with Dick being hired to take care of the house and Klaus while the rest go seek him out. This episode's pretty forgettable. I never cared about Dick as a character, which is why I almost never bring him up. He's in this show so much. The giant also existing is just kind of too random of an ending for me, going near the bottom. The family are reported to social services after hearing about all their silly antics, and so they have to be on their best behavior, or else they'll take away Steve. Oh my god, he used that again. How long has it been? Like episode 2? This one was great. I'm surprised they haven't attempted something like this before. I mainly like it for a lot of the random quips they make that catch you off guard, like Francine calling Snot a piece of shit. I don't know why that got me so much. This is another really good one. Gonna be going near the top. In a sequel to that one episode where Jeff lost his hat from a long time ago, because I know we were all dying to know how he got it back, we learned that he stood around for a while trying to figure it out. Huh. It seems like the thought process for this one more so came from them thinking the idea of following up such a random thing from like 5 seasons ago was funny, without actually thinking of what they would do with that. And the Stan Roger TV subplot wasn't much better. It's cool seeing Roger in space again, but I don't know, it felt a bit out of place. Wish they could spend more time up here. Going around the middle, you know, not bad, but not great. Steve has promised to have his dick touched if he comes to this super cool party. Only stipulation is they have to bring some 4 Locos. Have you ever tried one of those? They're fucking horrible. It's pure shit. I'm surprised they never attempted to do another story with the characters dressing up as Roger's personas other than Stan that one time. And so it's funny that nobody realizes who Steve and Snot are, even looking like completely different people on security cameras. What the fuck? This is an alright one. Looks like we're in the final stretch now. Final 3, oh boy. It's board game night at the Smith house, which upsets Francine as she learns that everyone can read her too well. So to try and train her, Roger decides he's gonna get her good at poker. I don't know, I didn't find it all that entertaining. It was pretty boring as a matter of fact. It's weird, I like both Francine and Roger, but their pairings are more often than not some of my least favorite episodes. This one sees the family at threat of eviction after Stan blows all their money, and so it's up to Francine to sell pharmaceuticals with Healy in order to raise some extra cash. This is much better than Stan's shit, where Roger tries to teach him how to perfect his sad face. Yeah, amusing. It's okay, even if the way it progresses is rather stupid. I'm really praying this final episode is something special, because if this is how we're ending this, on a batch of mediocre at best episodes, then I'll be pretty disappointed. Another multiverse title, although thankfully this episode is actually about the metaverse. It's Christmas time again as Stan gets jealous for how much better Steve's gifts are, and so to regain his title as King of Presents, he seeks help from Santa. Honestly, they took such a break from the last time he was in the show, and it feels so far removed from where it was then, that I was actually happy to see him again. It's weird to do an episode about the metaverse and Oculus in 2023, you know, they've been around for like, what, fucking 8 years now at this point? But even still, it's one of their better episodes. That shitty 3D Jingleverse looks so fucking stupid, I love it. Glad we managed to end on a decent episode. Season 20 was of a very similar quality to 19 in my opinion, although I will say Season 19 certainly had higher highs. The best one here is the multiverse one, and even then it's kind of an easy win for them. Multiverse stuff is just ripe for creative opportunities. Still though, I have to give props, 20 seasons in, 366 episodes, and the show, at the very least, is still decent. We'll talk more about that in a second though as we get on to the final ranking. Flavor Time, Businessly Brunette, The Chili Thrillies, Steve's Frankenite, Tapped Eyed, One Woman Swole, Seizure Suit Stanny, Bazooka Steve, Mean Francine, American Dad, Cheek to Cheek, A Stripper's Story, A League of His Own, Please Please Jeff, Jambalaya, The Grunch, Langley Dollar Listings, Epic Powder Dump, The Pleasanting at Smith House. I heard you want to buy some speakers. The Professor and the Coach, American Data, Salute Your Slort, Men to Boys, How I Met Your Moother, Productive Panic, A Little Extra Scratch, The Pink Sphinx Holds Her Heart in the Turn, A New Era for the Smith House, Damn Stan, Darn Darn, Trophy Wife, Trophy Life, One Fish, Two Fish, Lost Boys, Stan Smith as Keanu Reeves as Stanny Utah in Point Breakers, Santa Schmanta, Klaus and Rogoin, Thank God for Loose Rocks, An American Dad Adventure, Award Show, A Little Mystery, Hot Scoop, CIA POW, Gorillas in the Mist, Stan Fixes a Shingle, American Dad Graffito, The 3 Fs, American Fun, Exquisite Corpses, The Old Country, The Last Ride of the Dodge City Rambler, The Worst Stan, Gurnet and Strudel, For Black Eyes Only, Daysong Heavy Industries 2, Return to Innocence, A Star is Reborn, The Boring Identity, Less Money, Mo Problems, Standard Deviation, An Irish Goodbye, Demolition Daddy, Clodger, Twinanigans, Shark, West to Mexico, Whole Lot of Love, Wild Women Do, It Fires, Vice Principal, The Curious Case of the Old Hole, Lumberjerk, Comb Over, A Hairpiece, Dr. Sunderson's Sunsuckers, Shakedown, Crystal Clear, The Adventures of Twill Hungenbone and his boy Jabari, Blood Christie onto Heaven, The Missing Kink, Blargsnart, A Love Story, Plot Heavy, The Fast and the Spurious, Footprints, Live and Let Fry, Fantastic Voyage, Stanny Tendergrass, Don't You Be My Neighbor, Star Trek, Not Particularly Desperate Housewife, Helping Handies, Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour, Irregarding Steve, Of Ice and Men, NSA, No Snoops Allowed, Stand Dan Deliver, Kiss Kiss Cam Cam, Blonde Ambition, I Can't Stand You, Roy Rogers McFreely, Buck Wild, The Mural of the Story, Honey, I'm Homeland, Home a Drone, The Bitchin' Race, A Nice Night for a Drive, Julia Roberts, The Long Bomb, Nye and Gwen, Family Plan, Healy was a Girl Scout, Echoes, Gold Top Nuts, Beyond the Alcove, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Klaus, The Wonder Cabinet, Little Bonnie Ramirez, Roger Passes the Bar, A Pinata Named Desire, The Book of Fisher, Big Trouble in Little Langley, The 42-Year-Old Virgin, Red October Sky, The Census of the Lambs, One Little Word, Funnyish Games, The Long March, The Hall Monitor and the Lunch Lady, Anchor Fran, Dressed On, The Never-Ending Stories, Flea Biscuit, The Legend of Old... Ulysses? I'm not looking it up. Who Smarted? Mused and Abused. Stomp Le Monde. Widow's Peak. Desong Heavy Industries. Garfield and Friends. I Am the Genes. The Gina Lavetti Story. Steve Snot in the Quest for the OG4 Loco. Better on Paper. Stretched Thin. Fellow Traveler. Game Night. Ghost Dad. Roger's Baby. Fight and Flight. The Enlightenment of Raja Baba. Garbage Stand. Camp Campawanda. Roots. Crisscross Applesauce. The Ballad of Billy Jesusworth. The show is the worst titles. You Gotta Strike for Your Right. Claustastrophe.tv. Love, AD Style. A Roger Story. You Were Here. Smooshed. A Love Story. Mom Sauce. Gifted Me Liberty. Paranoid Frandroid. Shell Game. The Hand That Rocks the Rogu. Pride Before the Feel. Jenny from the Block. Con Air. Sense and Sensibility. My Fair Lady, Jack's Back, Every Which Way But Lose, The Return of the Bling, Shallow Vise, Stand Time, Crotch Walkers, Kung Pao Turkey, Introducing the Naughty Stewardesses, She Will Survive, News Glance with Genevieve Vance, Morning Mimosa, A Boy Named Michael, Camp Refugee, An Apocalypse to Remember, American Dream Factory, The Magnificent Seven, Stan Moves to Chicago, Family Time, Crybaby, The Sinister Fiat, 90 North 0 West, Big Stan on Campus, Fantasy Baseball, Rubberneckers, Permanent Record Wrecker, Next of Pin, The Shrink, LGB Steve, Faking Bad, Dungeons and Wagons, You Debt Your Life, Flirting with Disaster, Choosy Wives, Choose Smith, Stanny Slickers 2, The Legend of Ollie's Gold, G-String Circus, Cops and Roger, White Rice, Railroaded, Healy Smith, SEAL Team 6, The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin, The Life Aquatic with Steve Smith, Mind Struggle, The Witches of Langley, Bahama Mama, Into the Jingleverse, The Novus Centaurus, Berg Board of Tourism presents American Dad, Wheels and the Legman in the Case of Grandpa's Key, The Wrestler, Wiener of Our Discontent, A Song of Knives and Fire, National Treasure 4, Baby Franny, She's Doing Well, The Whole Story, ZONICS, Zoinks, Between a Rig and a Hard Ass, Pilot, Deacon Stan, Jesus Man, Stan Knows Best, Threat Levels, Seething Fierce, Jeff and the Dank Ass Weed Factory, Stan and Francine and Connie and Tad, Spelling Beamy Baby, The Unbrave One, Old Stan and the Mountain, Stan's Best Friend, Poltergasm, Pulling Double Booty, Roger Codger, Helios, Brains and Automobiles, My Morning Straitjacket, Multiverse of American Dadness, The Longest Distance Relationship, Stan Goes on the Pill, Fart Brick Hotel, Killer Vacation, The Full Cognitive Redaction of Avery Bullock by the Coward Stan Smith, Deflippity Flop, A Star Boy is Born, Top of the Steve, Office Spaceman, Tearjerker, Surrogate, Oedipal Panties, The Future is Borax, Portrait of Francine's Genitals, Adventures in Healy Sitting, Naked to the Limit, One More Time, Family Land, American Stepdad, An Incident at Owl Creek, The Kidney Stays in the Picture, Ricky Spanish, I Ain't No Holodeck Boy, Father's Diaz, Toy Hoary, Roger Needs Dick, My Purity Ball and Chin, Virtual Insanity, Iced Babies, Son of Stan, A Jones for a Smith, When a Stan Loves a Woman, A.T., The Abusive Terrestrial, All About Steve, Don't Look a Smith Horse in the Mouth, Fast Little Whorehouse in Langley Falls, Stanny Boy and Frantastic, I Am the Walrus, License to Trill, Four Little Words, Failure is Not a Factory, Installed Option, Henderson, Flush After Reading, 100 Years a Solid Fool, First, Do No Farm, Yule Tide Repeat, 300, Bree of Noob World, I liked that one. School Lies, Homewrecker, There Will Be Bad Blood, For Whom the Sleigh Bell Rings, May the Best Stan Win, Into the Woods, The Life and Times of Stan Smith, Family Affair, Oratron Trio, The Dentist's Wife, Man in the Moonbines, Moon Over Isla Island, Wife Insurance, Daddy Queerist, Finances with Wolves, Francine's Flashback, Stan's Night Out, Stan of Arabia Part 1, Stan of Arabia Part 2, Hurricane, Seasons Beatings, Vision Impossible, Finger Lenting Good, Persona Assistant, Death by Dinner Party, Dancing Out with My Cell, Stan and Francine and Stan and Francine and Rodica, The Talented Mr. Dingleberry, Casino Normal, Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas, Russian Doll, Why Can't We Be Friends, DeLorean Storian, Escape from Pearl Beely, Chim Deal, Phantom of the Telethon, Holy Shit, Jeff's Back, Cock of the Sleepwalk, Independent Movie, The People vs. Martin Sugar, The Scarlet Getter, Max Jets, Dr. Claudus, The Unincludeds, Minstrel Krampus, Steve and Snot's Test Tubular Adventure, With Friends Like Steve's, Rough Treat, Roger and Me, Bush Comes to Dinner, Homeland Insecurity, It's Good to Be Queen, Bullocks to Stan, Stanny Get Your Gun, Can I Be Frank with You, In Country, Club, 1600 Candles, Merlet Dine Dirty Sham, Black Mystery Month, Meter Maid, Franny 911, Spring Breakup, Widowmaker, 100 AD, The 200, Enter Stanman, No Weddings and a Funeral, Rabbit Ears, Bully for Steve, Bar Mitzvah Hustle, Joint Custody, The Most Adequate Christmas Ever, The Best Christmas Story Never Told, Lincoln Lover, Lost in Space, Hot Water, Stan's Food Restaurant, Dope and Fief, Tears of a Clooney, The One That Got Away, A Smith in the Hand, The Vacation Goo, Great Space Roaster, Rapture's Delight, and finally, The American Dad After School Special. Again, I have little to no experience with this show before going into this. I have no idea how unpopular that list is going to be. I will say, though, American Dad has been one of the easiest experiences I've had doing one of these rankings. I know the video, like most of them, got incredibly negative by the end, but that's just going to happen with a show that's gone on this long. In actuality, I think American Dad's a really fantastic series. I always wondered what the fuck it was about and how they got that many episodes out of such a weird concept, but hey, they sure did it. More to come too, I'm sure. Over watching this, I think I understand why American Dad failed to really catch on in the way The Simpsons or Family Guy did. Not to say it doesn't have a large audience, because obviously it's gone on for so long, so of course it does. But more so in how it didn't have as big an impact on pop culture as those ones did. It's in a weird in-between of Simpsons and Family Guy. The characters are simple, but they're also super specific. Family Guy is the most broadest shit imaginable, you know? It's just guy, wife, girl, boy, and baby, and dog. Simpsons, basically the same thing. Remove the dog. Whereas American Dad is, you know, a guy working for the government. He has an alien living with him, a talking fish. I think it's a bit too random for a general audience, and it's for that reason that I think the show is more niche. You know, as niche as a fucking 360 episode series can be. You know, it wasn't a concept that was designed to go on this long. It was meant to be created at a very specific point in American politics. Which is especially interesting because the series has fucking nothing to do with politics in its recent seasons. They dropped that shit fucking quick. Which is bizarre because so much of the media we have nowadays is so politically fueled. But that's clearly not what the writers are interested in. They're interested in taking these characters and seeing what silly situations they can put them in. And because of that, I feel like it's why most episodes now come off like they're just trying to find something for the characters to do. Which is why I noticed a really big uptick in the episodes that are just, this character gets this job this time. Overall, I'll say American Dad is way more consistently good compared to Family Guy. I will stand by that. Family Guy's drop-off was fucking insurmountable. But I will also attest to the fact that I think Family Guy is better in its prime than American Dad. You know, Family Guy has higher highs, but also way lower lows. But you know, one thing American Dad has over that show? It doesn't really get bad. Obviously, doing a ranking like this and watching all the episodes over the span of a couple months is going to make that drop-off more apparent for someone. But if you're still a fan just watching new episodes as they come out, I can see why you think the show hasn't really lost its charm. And the fact that the past couple seasons have even had episodes I would consider like great, you know, near the top of the list is really a godsend. It shows there are people who are still there who want to make a really funny show. I really can't see the trajectory of the series changing anytime soon. Honestly, it seems like it's in a place right now similar to The Simpsons when it was in its 20th season, where it's just the ultimate fucking like coasting by. But even still, the fact that it had from season 2 to arguably season 10 to be so good is something to be cherished. And like I said earlier, I'm really glad that I finally got the chance to check this show out, because American Dad will go down as one of the best cartoons of all time. And I'm happy I finally got the chance to witness it. Well, this is gonna be hell. As promised, here I am, back again, this time to rank every single episode of Family Guy. All 300 and whatever of them. This isn't gonna be fun. Family Guy is an adult animated comedy that first premiered all the way back in 1999. Despite initially being seen as nothing more than a cheap imitator of the way more successful Simpsons, to the point where it was even cancelled twice due to unpopularity, The show since then has gained a cult following, allowing it to be brought back, and sadly, beaten into the ground, where it airs today, currently on its 19th season. I really loved Family Guy when I was younger. At first I didn't want anything to do with it, I thought it was lame. Why? Well, because South Park told me so. But alas, I decided to watch some of it one day, and found myself enjoying it a ton. I loved the wacky characters, the fast-paced comedy, and... No, it really was just the humor. But I mean, the show was only ever really trying to make you laugh, so it's not bad at all that it was able to achieve this. Like I mentioned, however, I eventually lost interest in the series, mainly due to the characters becoming extremely unlikable, and the humor just not being my kind of thing anymore. Did I just grow out of it? Or was it really on a decline? I'm curious if the quality worsening will be as gradual as The Simpsons. Again, during that marathon, it was pretty clear to see that there wasn't just a perfect season, followed by an abysmal season. They were steadily getting worse and worse until we have what remains today. So I wonder if it'll be as apparent with Family Guy. Well, without further ado, I guess it's time to start my Family Guy marathon, so take a seat, play a game, go to bed, I don't really care what you do while watching these, and let's begin with episode 1. Here it is, the first episode, Death Has a Shadow. Have you seen the original version of this episode? It looks like utter I know, it's confusing to start by talking about something unrelated, but it fit nowhere else. It looked weird. That's all I have to say. It's really strange to see just how solid of an episode this is. Usually the pilots to these shows are vastly different compared to the rest of the series, but nah. Other than a couple character designs, this is pretty much Family Guy as we're gonna know it. Same characters, same humor, although a little more subtle. I always loved how to introduce the concept of cutaway gags being a frequent occurrence. They just have like 3 characters stand around the table and list off 3 different gags at once. Also, it's odd to think that the first cutaway gag they have in the entire series is a Hitler joke. Anyways, this episode revolves around Peter losing his job at the toy factory due to general incompetence, and accidentally is getting paid $150k a week through welfare. I think it's a pretty good plot to have for your pilot. I've never been a fan of show pilots that only ever aim to introduce characters to you. Like, the story is almost non-existent, it's solely just throwing characters. So I appreciate how this episode does a solid job at introducing the Griffin family to us through a story that highlights aspects of their character. Peter is incompetent but ultimately well-meaning and wants to provide for his family. Lois is a nag but deeply cares about her family. Meg is a generic teenage girl. Stewie is evil. Brian acts as a straight man to Peter. And Chris... Well, Chris is just sort of there, but still, it's done well.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
Get ready to see this replayed a million times throughout the video. I could talk about the art and how rough it is, but I'll give him a pass. It was 1999, and also their first episode, so obviously things aren't going to be as polished. Like the scenes where it feels like Peter's eyes are twice as big as they should be. Anyways, like I said, Death Has a Shadow is overall an extremely solid start to the series. But over the next few episodes, ratings slowly started to decline more and more. Could they not stick to this level of quality? Let's find out. Episode 2, I Never Met the Dead Man. This episode revolves around Peter accidentally knocking out cable in all of the town, and trying to find other stuff to occupy himself with now that there's no TV. Wow, only in the second episode we're already doing this kind of plot. It's not a bad thing, I actually enjoyed this one quite a bit. I feel like it starts quite slow. I wasn't all that into the opening storyline with Meg learning how to drive, and it was pretty cuntish of Peter to pin the crash on his daughter, only for her to get harassed by people in town. But once it gets away from that, and focuses on Peter going out and learning to love the outdoors, it does get good. I guess the one bad thing about this still being so early on in the series is that we've got to do those generic storylines that every sitcom does. This one doesn't do much to stand out in that regard. They have to do that thing where the family all realize that they like the Peter that sits around doing nothing, because they get tired of doing everything with him. Like, yeah, I definitely couldn't have seen that coming. But I'm sure once we get way deeper into the series, I'll start to miss these simple, quaint stories. I also feel like this one does a much better job at showing you each of the Griffin's individual character quirks. The first episode was definitely more directed at showing you Peter, so it's good to finally see more of the family overall, especially Meg. Boy, you're gonna see. Season 1 really likes Meg. Saying that, I do wish a little more of the comedy were focused on the actual family. I wish more of the humor revolved around them, because somebody had a fucking field day coming up with cutaway gags for this one. I swear to God, it feels like they have one every 20 seconds. They are funny though.
God's sake, you guys. You think I'm some simp who can't live without TV?
Lastly, I think this episode has a pretty weak resolution. I didn't really buy Peter's forced reset back to loving TV, and I know how much Seth loves Star Trek, but I didn't find the William Shatner stuff funny. But I guess that's just me showing my age. Either way, I still think this is a solid second episode. I'm going to be putting it under the pilot because I believe it has a better story, but this one is good too. Chitty Chitty Death Bang. Jesus, another episode with death in the title, really? Wasn't that like the original idea behind Family Guy or something? That each episode was going to revolve around death in some way, and that's why the titles are all like this? Let me know in the comments, because I genuinely forgot where I heard that from. This episode is about Stewie's first birthday, with Lois not wanting to have to organize a party so she can spend time with her children. So Peter must try and find a way to have a freaking sweet birthday after messing up the reservations made. Meanwhile, Meg makes a new friend who turns out to be part of a cult that wants to drug and kill her for religious reasons. Just do something with Chris already. It really is surprising how much they do with Meg early on. She gets more attention than Brian, Lois, Stewie, and Chris. It's odd because she hasn't become the punching bag yet, which makes it a little less uncomfortable to watch, I guess, but as a result she's just boring, just an average teenage girl, and I don't care about whatever mundane issues she's got to deal with. Peter's mundane issues, however, I'm all for that. I really love this aspect of the episode. The scene of Peter and Chris visiting the Chuck E. Cheese party place and ruining the reservation they have is really funny. It highlights the best parts of Peter as a character. He's an idiot, but a lovable idiot. You know, he means well in the end, and therefore he's a very fun character to watch. I think the weakest part of this one might be the Stewie plot. We're only 3 episodes in, and you can already feel they've sort of started stretching the stuff to do with him. I'm glad that they will eventually tone him down, because he's pushed way too much as a one-note bad guy here. He's too unrelatable and unhinged that he ends up feeling so segmented from the rest of the family, and his stories never end up contributing much and feel like pace breakers. This one is okay. The stuff with Peter is definitely the highlight, but it's brought down a lot by the uninteresting Meg and Stewie stories. Chitty Chitty Death Bang is gonna go at the bottom of the list. Mind Over Mutant. Yes, just like the Crash Bandicoot game. This episode is all about Peter learning not to take Lois for granted so much. With him being under house arrest, he builds a bar in his basement, which becomes the new hotspot in town. However, he starts to get jealous after realizing that people are coming for Lois instead of him. Meanwhile, Stewie is trying to create a time machine so that he can do something that I forgot. I usually blank out during these evil Stewie bits because we already know that he's going to fail by the end. This one starts very strong. Not only is it our introduction to many mainstays such as Cleveland and Quagmire, but it also manages to be really funny. The part with Peter at the football game is funny, and the scene with them at the supermarket was also a highlight. My main issue with the episode, however, is that it's just really mean. Peter's really obnoxious here, actively wanting his wife to feel. And I understand that it was all done in favor of the ending where he realizes how much of an ass he was being, but then they pull that dumb time reset ending where the episode never actually happened. It's expected since this is an episodic show, and they couldn't give Peter such a drastic character change in episode fucking 4, but I don't know, as a result it just ends on a sour note. It's weird how these episodes seem to be getting worse and worse. Hopefully they manage to pick up again soon. I'm going to be putting Mind Over Mutant at the bottom of the list so far. Oh wow, yeah, that's right, I always forgot Joe wasn't a character who was there from the beginning. A Hero Sits Next Door is all about Peter needing to get someone to play on his company softball team, and so enlists the help of his new neighbor Joe. Joe Mama. Got him! But starts to get jealous once everyone around him starts to like Joe more than him. Yeah, so it's a generic, my neighbor is more popular than me episode. It's not a bad thing. I still think this one manages to be solid. It's got a lot of really good moments, but I'm glad they never continued this sort of rivalry with the two of them. Peter really isn't the sort of character who needs a Ned Flanders. It finally feels like they're beginning to get into the style of Family Guy that we're more used to today. It's becoming less and less about the plot and more about telling jokes. And in regards to this episode, I think that's a good thing. Don't really have a ton to say here, it's just funny. A Hero Sits Next Door is gonna go under Chitty Chitty Death Bang, but above Mind Over Mutant. The sun also draws. Wait a minute. Does that mean that Chris is finally gonna get to do something important for once? Thankfully, yes. Chris gets his first episode where he's the main character. Alright then, let's see what comedic and storytelling potential this guy has. My main issue with this one is that I like this stuff with Chris a lot, but it stops being about him halfway through. Chris is forced into all these activities by Peter, but he doesn't know how to tell his dad that he's interested in art, and doesn't really want to do any of the shit he's being forced into. It's a cool setup. A son wanting to tell his father that he isn't interested in following the same path as him. It just sucks that it derails into the family going on a trip and getting sidetracked by losing their car at a casino because Lois gets addicted to gambling. Geez, you're really not doing yourself any favors with those Simpsons comparisons, are you, Family Guy?
3 days. That's tomorrow. We gotta get going.
Thankfully, I feel the episode ends rather strong, with Chris finally admitting to his dad that he wants to be an artist. And I actually really love this subtle moment where Peter accepts Chris for who he is, but as they're hugging, he looks at Chris's art in a disapproving way, or in a way that shows he doesn't really believe in him still. I love that. It's very realistic, and I can't wait to see how they develop this further. This is the part where I joke about the fact that they never revisit this concept in the next 19 seasons, but it just disappoints me more than anything. The sun also draws is going right under a hero who sits next door, but above Mind Over Mutant. I think Brian Portrait of a Dog is the first genuinely great episode of Family Guy, and not just because it stars my favorite character ever, the Chad Brian Griffin, but instead because it's one of the first ones to show us that there is indeed a bit of depth to these characters, that they're not all one-note stereotypes used to fill a role. Up until this point in the series, Brian was simply used as a street man to Peter, someone to listen to all his problems and then set him on the right path. But here we have a plot where he actively goes against Peter and doesn't do what he says. This already just inherently makes him more interesting. And this develops further, with him starting to question how much he and his input is really valued in society, with most seeing him as nothing more than just a dog. This one is very good. I think you should go and watch it. I'm not going to talk about it for long, because I already made like a 20-minute video about Brian's character where I discussed this episode in more detail, so go watch that if you want to. And I'm putting Brian, Portrait of a Dog, at the top of the ranking. And that's Family Guy Season 1. Overall, it's not a bad start. I'd argue some of the episodes aren't all that great, like The Sun Also Draws and Mind Over Mutant, but a majority of them managed to be very funny. And it's interesting to see Family Guy at a point where it was still trying to be your standard American sitcom. Let's see just how they decide to develop this with Season 2. Season 2 is off to a pretty decent start, I suppose.
But I was wrong.
And now you're dead. Score 1 for Peter. Shh.
The family inherit a mansion, and because Peter wants to make sure he can treat Lois the way in which he thinks she should be, he decides to keep all the help despite not being able to afford it. That's sweet. Again, Peter was a very likable character in these early seasons. I don't even mind that they turned him into such a huge pretentious prick at the end. The only reason he tried to start acting proper was so that he didn't embarrass Lois. Everything has a solid reasoning for why it happens, and it helps you in being able to sympathize for him. The humor has also improved a lot, especially in the cutaways. This episode has some good moments, but it's never really laugh out loud funny. Also, This House is Freaking Sweet is a terrible song. I completely forgot this was the first song in the series, and it did not set a good precedent. Glad they got better the more they went on. Again, this is an alright start to the season. Shows you that it's mostly going to be more of the same with minor improvements here and there, such as the animation and writing. Look forward to seeing if it continues to get better. We get to meet Peter's dad for the first time, who turns out to be this massive prick Christian guy that just wants to work all the time, and hates spending time with his son. You feel so terrible for Peter. All he wants is for his dad to love and be proud of him, but he's constantly shit on. Boy, I sure can't wait for my sympathy towards him to turn into absolute loathing. But let's appreciate it while it lasts.
I'm putting my foot down. Brian, buckle up.
This episode's okay, I guess. I've never really been a fan of Peter's dad as a character. He's just too mean without a hint of humanity to him. I get that's the point, but because of this I don't buy the ending at all where he says that he actually loves him. But I guess it is cathartic to have Peter finally stand up to his dad and tell him that he doesn't like him either. Realizing that if his father doesn't care for him, then he doesn't need to feel bad about not liking him. I'm going to be putting this one under Peter Caviar Eater. In terms of comedy, they're both about in the same level, but I cannot stand Francis as a character. He brings the whole thing down so much. Oh boy, Family Guy's taking a Y2K scenario. Peter becomes convinced that the world is going to be destroyed at the turn of the new millennium, which was actually a real concern at the time, and as a matter of fact he turns out to be right. So we follow the family trying to get to the elusive Twinkie factory in order to get some food. For someone who's not usually into these what-if episodes, I actually enjoyed this one a ton. Mostly for the comedy. I like shit like the Randy Newman part, Chris singing his walking song, and the whole ending was really unexpected but in a good way. The visuals are also extremely impressive. For a single episode, they had to completely redesign every single set and give each new character a new post-apocalyptic design. They put a ton of effort into this one. That's not even to mention the very first chicken fight. And for as repetitive and boring as did later become, this first one only lasts like a minute and is pretty creative. I'm not gonna give it shit for what the later ones did. The only aspects of this I didn't enjoy was the part of them rebuilding a new society. I always forget about that part and assume it ends with them discovering the Twinkie factory. I don't know, it just feels like they're running out of steam by this point. Still though, a very good one here. Gonna be putting it at the top of the list so far. Whoa, looks like I spoke too soon. Brian in Love is one of my absolute favorite episodes of Family Guy, because of how real it all feels.
Wonderful, and while we're at it, we can light up a doobie and watch porn. Yeah?
This to me was the proper start of Brian's expansion as a character, where he really breaks out into his own. After going to a therapist, Brian realizes that he's in love with Lois, and this situation is obviously treated with the severity that it so deserves, with Brian of course feeling awful about this because of all Peter's done for him. And that's not to mention the perfect ending. It'd be really tough to try and continue the show from an episodic standpoint after such a reveal, but they handle it perfectly, with Lois being aware of how Brian feels, but lets him down in a way where he's also able to appreciate the friendship they share, and how that's enough for him. I don't know, if you want to see me talk more about this one, again, I go over it in my Brian character analysis video. One of the sweetest Family Guy episodes, but also one of the funniest so far.
Oh my god! You can talk!
Top of the list. Love Thy Trophy is an episode that could have really sucked. I hate the plot it has. It is so generic and sitcom-y, but it is entirely elevated through its comedy. So after winning a trophy for Best Float in a Parade, the residents of Spooner Street, specifically Peter, Joe, Cleveland, and Quagmire, I guess no one else lives here, start to fight over who gets the trophy and become at war with each other. Yawn. Again, it is elevated entirely through the jokes. This one is hilarious. It's got shit like the joke where Peter draws a mustache on everyone's photo, but then erases Cleveland's, the part where Stewie explains to all the kids how their countries are at war with each other, and my personal favorite,
Lois. Barney.
Quagmire. Peter.
Loretta.
It's nowhere near the best episode so far. It has a Meg B story that I'm really not fond of. It's just kind of boring. I really wish they'd stop doing so much with her. But for what could have been a pretty terrible one, they turned it around purely through the writing, and I appreciate that.
That boy smelled the hot dog. Couldn't help it. Went right in. Ha 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 ha.
Love Thy Trophy is going above Holy Crap. Death is a Bitch is another one of my favorites. This is when they really started getting out there with their story ideas, with Peter pretending that he's dead in order to get out of paying a hospital bill, and so Death comes to take him away. But stuff like this is important, you know? Shows what makes Family Guy stand out from other sitcoms like The Simpsons. Death is just an incredibly funny character, and it makes the whole thing work. He's just such a prick that you can't help but love him. Not to mention the amazing performance given by Norm Macdonald. Really glad they bring this character back a bunch.
And where it says sex, I'll write no thanks, I'm dead.
The ending with Peter having to become Death is also a nice little turnaround. It's funny to see him killing people by accident. Creative idea and wonderful execution. What more could you want? Not to mention it's another episode with Death in the title, but actually manages to revolve around Death. This one is going above DeBoom, but under Brian in Love. R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. This is another one with a really generic plot. Lois becomes the director for a local play, and feeling like he's not good at anything, Peter decides to come in and turn the whole thing into his vision, so that he can feel a satisfaction of it. I don't like this one. You're just waiting for the predictable moment where Lois blows up at Peter, and then he embarrasses himself on stage. Although it is funny how the entire town ends up loving what he made. I think the progression is what I hate the most. You just know that Peter's gonna start slowly taking control of it the second he comes on board, and it highlights the most unlikable traits of his character. The only thing I get out of this one is the occasional laugh, but other than that it's not great, putting it under Holy Crap.
What kind of person would I be?
A bitch.
I Am Peter, Hear Me Roar starts incredibly promising. I love the opening where Peter can either choose the mystery box or a boat, and he picks the mystery box.
A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we've wanted one of those.
But once they start getting into the feminist stuff, I lose interest. First of all, it takes forever to actually give him the turnaround and being more feminine. And when they do, we just have like 5 minutes of Peter acting like a woman. That's the joke, and they don't drag it on for very long. But that brings up the question of why bother in the first place if your main story doesn't fill up very much of the runtime. This one is mostly made up for by the few good moments at the beginning. If you watch this one, I'd recommend you stop watching once he goes on the retreat. The moral is literally that Peter should be misogynist.
Come on, Lois. You're acting like this is the first time I've ever done something stupid. You remember the time I was supposed to get that boat? A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything.
Peter, that just happened 10 minutes ago.
Almost makes up for the rest of it. Almost. Putting this one below Holy Crap, but above The King is Dead. If I'm Dying, I'm Lying reminds me of, like, a bad Simpsons episode. Chris and Peter want to bring back a TV show they like, so Peter pretends that his son is dying so they'll bring it back. This turns into one of those classic, oh no, our lie is getting bigger and bigger episodes. Then because that plot wasn't interesting enough, by the end it turns into the town thinking that Peter is a healer, and who the fuck cares? It's like one of those Simpsons plots where you know they couldn't stick to one story, so it keeps changing up until the very end. Reminds me a lot of Bart's Inner Child. I remember having a similar issue with it. Chris is just such a nothing character. He doesn't do anything. I'm beginning to understand why they never do anything with him. He's boring. He works best for a one-off joke here and there, but he can't really carry a story for the life of him. By the end, there is no conclusion or consequence. Just ends. Putting it at the bottom of the list, it sucks. Peter and Lois both run for school president, oh boy. For, again, such a generic plot, they managed to make it work through the few funny jokes that it has. Actually feels like a better version of The King is Dead, with Peter ruining something for Lois for no real reason. Except in this one we actually see his turnaround in the lesson he learns. It feels natural. In the other one, Peter is praised for what he did, but in the next scene he's apologizing to Lois. Like, what made you realize this? This one feels like a more thought out version of it. Gonna be putting it above Love Thy Trophy. It's alright. Oh boy, another Chris episode. Surprise, surprise, it sucks. It's a shame too, because I think everything in this one up until the Chris stuff is hilarious. Such as the opening that randomly has Brian being played by an actor for no reason. It's random but funny. Kinda wish he was played by this actor for the whole episode and they just never explained it. Kinda like the guy who hangs around the Simpsons house in the Poochie episode for no reason. Also, the stuff with everyone at the theme park is really awful, but in a funny way.
Bob misses his mommy! Bob misses his mommy!
Like, I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I don't know, I can't help it. I like the part where Peter calls Bob a pissant. I never thought I'd hear him say that. Again, though, this is a Chris episode. I like that they return to the drawing stuff, neat bit of continuity, but it's so predictable, you know exactly what's gonna happen with the twist villain. The best stuff that happens during this segment is the Flintstones joke with Peter. It was really subtly done. Overall, it's just whatever. Starts off good but quickly declines in quality. Going above If I'm Dying, I'm Lying. You know what I just realized I never mentioned? How Meg's voice actors changed from Lacey Chabert to Mila Kunis. I just wanted to mention this because Lacey Chabert was the voice of Princess Elise in Sonic 06, and as a kid it blew me away that in the official History for Sonic the Hedgehog book they bring up this fact. Family Guy is part of Sonic history, it's wild. Anyway, this episode's alright. It actually marks the introduction of Adam West, a mainstay secondary character. But it's about Meg spying on her family and they get a reality show made based around her life, with the family wanting nothing to do with it, but eventually starting to appreciate the pros of being a celebrity. I love how modest Peter is with trying to get his time in the spotlight. It's really charming.
You know, some people think that dandelions are weeds, but, you know, I always think, who the hell decided tulips were so great?
Again, it's pretty good. It has some nice moments, like the ending where Meg learns to appreciate how weird her family is, and a lot of the jokes make up for the plot. I'm gonna be dropping 15 minutes of shame under Death is a Bitch. Here we have the very first Road to episode, wow. I think what makes this one so special is that it's one of the first times we see Bran and Stewie actually interact with each other in a meaningful way, where you can see them go from rivals to friends, and it feels really believable. This is all paired with another excellent Brian story, with him once again seeing his therapist and wanting to go and visit his mother, who he felt like he was abandoned from at a young age. And I like his moment where he realizes that he actually has a pretty good life as it is, and appreciates what he has. I remember as a kid I thought this was actually the worst Road to episode, because it was the least wacky and entertaining. But looking back, it's definitely up there as one of my favorite episodes of the series. You get a fun little adventure with two great characters, have some nice heartfelt moments, and a freaking sweet song. Now this is where Family Guy's music started getting good. Also, the posing in this number, especially on Brian, is extremely expressive and good. I love it. I'm putting Road to Rhode Island above Death is a Bitch, but under Brian in Love. Definitely go check this one out. Here we have the Kids Do Drugs episode.
Holy crap, I am freaking out!
After a bunch of kids at school are caught licking toads, Peter decides to sneak in undercover to tell them that drugs are for squares. I really liked this episode up until a certain point. Peter organizing his plan and then executing it with that fucking banger song is all really fun, but it feels like it should have ended around here, instead of starting up an entirely separate issue of Peter being cooler than Meg, and him backing out of going to the prom with her. It's sweet, I guess, but felt a bit unneeded. Like, I thought this episode was about the kids doing drugs, not Meg's popularity status. Either way, it's still a solid one. Not amazing, but for what it is, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Gonna be putting it under Running Mates. Meh, I don't care for this one, it's pretty boring. Lois becomes a flight attendant and Peter uses it as an excuse to take free flights, with them getting lost in a foreign country. It's just boring and the jokes aren't all that funny at all. The best part about this one is the subplot with Stewie falling in love with the girl at his preschool. It's just nice seeing this sweeter side to him, and I like his Frank Sinatra cover a lot. Only sad thing is, this, again, is a B story, meaning it doesn't get nearly as much focus as the Lois stuff. Would have much rather that be the secondary one. I mean, yeah, this episode gave us the introduction of the evil monkey, however. It's gotta be worth something. I'm putting this one above A Picture is Worth $1,000, but under The King is Dead. I like this one quite a bit. Peter is tasked with taking this mafia guy Big Fat Polly to the theater, but they eventually start to become friends and their friendship is pretty sweet. You know, it's believable. This leads into Polly trying to kill Lois as she's coming in between them, but then Polly dies halfway through, so now it's about Peter and Lois trying to call off the hit on her. It's just weird how quickly this character is killed off for no real reason. Makes me wonder why he was there in the first place, just have someone else place a hit on Lois. For as messy as this story is, they make up for it with the humor. It's a very funny episode, especially in the first half. Don't have a ton to say, but it's alright, I enjoyed it. Gonna be putting it above Running Mates.
Well, we call you normies.
This episode went in the complete opposite direction of where I wanted it to, yet I am somehow completely fine with that. After feeling insecure about his weight, Peter decides he's gonna help Chris get in shape. The whole opening with Chris feeling bad about himself is really sad, and it only gets worse when the plot almost entirely stops focusing on him, as Peter gets surgery to make himself look skinny, and so completely abandons Chris to join the Quahog's Beautiful People Club. I love Peter's first design when he's just skinny like a sausage. He looks like something Butch Hartman would draw. He's built like Timmy Turner's dad. This episode is all around great. Despite ignoring the Chris stuff for a while, they still build off of it in good ways, such as Stewie taunting him only to become obese himself, and I really like the ending where Meg decides to compliment Chris, which cheers him up. It's simple stuff like this that really makes me like these characters, makes them feel like a family. And the Peter shit is just so random and nonsensical that I can't help but enjoy it. I love that he ends up crashing his car because he can't stop looking at himself in the mirror. This is one of the best so far. I'm gonna be putting it under Death is a Bitch, but above Da Boom. It's a good one.
Peter, I guess you learned a pretty valuable lesson.
Nope. Hey, Lois.
What?
Diarrhea.
Just charming. Peter finds out that due to a technicality, he owns his own country consisting of only his house. Yes, just like Caucasia. This episode is boring. I don't give a shit about any of the country stuff. I could name all the entertaining moments from this one on one hand. There's the Can't Touch Me song. That was funny. I already mentioned the diarrhea joke. And, the ending is funny.
Like, can the family understand the baby, or what's the deal with that?
Yeah, that's really it. The rest is uninteresting. Don't bother with it. I'm gonna be putting it under The King is Dead. It's still so weird to me seeing Peter care so much about Meg. To get college credit, Meg joins the school paper, and Peter tries to get her a story about some celebrity being gay. I noticed with this one they're really beginning to use Adam West a ton. It's like they could only afford to get him in the booth for an hour and try to get the most out of it by giving him like a dozen different appearances. Once again, I don't have a lot to say, it's another boring one. So boring that I initially forgot to even put it on the ranking and only found out when I double checked. Literally, just go onto YouTube and look up Family Guy Big Stewie. That is the only part worth watching.
Hey Stewie, how's the weather up there? Very fair. Like our prices.
I'm putting this one below The King is Dead now. The best thing about this episode is that it has the iconic hurt knee segment. This one is alright. My main issue with it, I think, is that the story is a tad unfocused. It begins with this whole drawn-out Willy Wonka parody with Peter and Brian, but then when they get back it turns into Lois finding out Peter is good at the piano while drunk and abuses that to win a competition. The way they connect these two disparate ideas together is well done, but nothing much happens with this concept. Lois feels bad about what she did, they do it anyway, then she continues to feel bad about it and the episode just ends. Like, what was the point? The best part about this ending is the sad Hulk song with Stewie, that's it. I'm putting this one under to Boom. For as unfocused as the story is, it makes up for it with the humor. This episode sucks. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it for long. Peter tries to teach Chris some responsibility, so he gets a job at a golf course. Chris gets jealous of Peter spending more time with Cleveland's son, and so he spends time with Quagmire. Whatever, I don't care. The only good part of this one was the ending. It was sweet, but that's all. Putting it under Damn It, Janet. Damn, Season 2 was a massive step up from the first. Can't believe how much better the show has gotten in such a short amount of time. Not every episode was great, but none of them were flat out bad. The worst one was just boring and that's all. However, a majority of them were pretty solid. Can't wait to see where we go from here. Season 3 kicks off with a Brian episode. In this one, he becomes a police dog, helping Joe find people taking drugs in through the airports. This causes Brian to then get addicted to drugs himself, and we see his whole dilemma in needing to go to rehab and recover. This is a very funny one. There's so many good gags in here. Having Peter go to rehab with Brian was a great move, because it gives us some of the funniest moments in the show so far.
What's your name?
My name? Griffin.
There's not much else to say, it's just a super solid Brian and Peter one. Although it's interesting that it actually ends on a cliffhanger, with Brian announcing that he's leaving for Hollywood, so he can follow his passion of becoming a writer and director. I guess we'll see what they end up doing with that. But for now, The Thin White Line is an incredibly strong start to Season 3. Sadly, I don't think Brian Does Hollywood is anywhere near as good. It seems like he's not having much luck breaking out into filmmaking, until he's approached to direct an adult film, which he desperately tries to hide from the family when they eventually come over to visit. There's also some, like, mind control thing with Stewie, but they do nothing with it. Forgot he was still evil, honestly. I think Brian's realization that he needs his family happens way too fast. It just seems like they're trying to get things back to the status quo as soon as they can. It's definitely not bad, I still think it's quite sweet. But for being a two-parter, it really didn't seem like this was the direction in which the previous was going. Would have preferred it being more focused. Still though, it isn't awful. There's a couple trademarked Family Guy funny moments, just not nearly as many as the last. Brian Does Hollywood is obviously going under the previous. So Peter's place at work is bought out by a cigarette company, whom Peter becomes the spokesperson for. It's decently funny, I guess, but overall I find this one quite boring. It's got a couple good moments such as the suck-up robot he's given, but for the most part I started to tune out during all the long speeches about how bad smoking is. Not much else to say, it's whatever, bottom of the list.
Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey!
After a storm in the town, the drunken clam is destroyed and replaced with an English pub, so Peter and friends have to try and get their old bar back. Meanwhile, Stewie befriends the daughter of the pub owner, and he basically just tries to make her speak normal, you know, not British. But like, Stewie also talks British, so it doesn't really make a whole ton of, sense. Well, anyways, hey look, you can see the bottom of Lois's animation cell. That's cool. This episode's alright. I like the British jokes a lot. Stereotypical, of course, but who cares? They're funny. I'm putting this one at the top. I don't know why, I think it's a lot more fun than The Thin White Line. The main aspect of that one I liked was the rehab segment, but when I think back to it, that only constituted to like 8 minutes of the whole episode. This one is just consistently funny the whole way throughout. I fucking love And the Wiener Is. And surprisingly enough, it's a Chris episode. Those usually suck. Peter takes solace in knowing that he's better than his son at everything. This is until he finds out that Chris has a bigger dick than him, which causes him to be insecure about it. Meg also gets bullied during a school event, so Lois and her plan a revenge prank, which actually ends up being extremely dark.
Hey there, sweetie. How old are you?
16.
18? You're first.
Mom!
I like where this is going. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
This one isn't the most profound, it doesn't have the most relatable or deep plot. It's just really, really funny, right? Every single joke works. That's when Family Guy's at its best, in my opinion. If they don't want to tell serious stories such as Brian and Love anymore, I'll take this any day of the week. Top of the list. So to avoid his anniversary to allow him to go golfing with his friends, Peter sends Lois around town on a wild scavenger hunt. However, Peter ends up suffering a near-death experience, and so Death needs to show him how he got with Lois in the first place. To begin, Death's voice is way worse. Norm Macdonald, this ain't. Guess there was scheduling issues or whatever, but other than that, this episode is great, I love it. It's a super focused one. There's barely any cutaway gags to speak of. Maybe none now that I think about it. But it's cool to see just how Lois got with Peter to begin with. It's sweet seeing the relationship develop and shows why she'd care about him. The dude gives up $1 million for her. I'm gonna put this right under And the Wiener Is. You should check this one out too, it's very good. So Lois gets into Kung Fu, and Peter starts to abuse this by having her beat people up for him. This then leads to Peter becoming afraid of her, and Stewie negatively learning from her violent tendencies. I'm not a fan of this one at all. There's a couple funny moments such as the imaginary bear fight and stuff, but for the most part it's either boring or uncomfortable. The part where they all get mad at each other and start fighting was more off-putting than gut-bustingly hilarious like they probably thought it was. It goes on for way too long. Like I said, not a fan. Bottom of the list.
Peter, maybe you shouldn't say anything bad about the network.
Oh, why? What are they gonna do? Cut our budget? I'm gonna go get a beer.
Whoa. Seems like the season is starting to take a bit of a decline because I don't think this one is all that great either. Meg and Neil join the news team as interns, and when they think they're gonna die, they end up kissing each other, with Neil going on to share this with everyone in town, causing Meg to become a laughingstock. It's just boring. In contrast, I think the Stewie stuff is way better, with his new bike getting taken by a bully, with him starting to torture the kid to get it back. I just wish they devoted more time to it. This could have easily been the A-plot, but as is, this one is whatever overall. Not bad, but nothing special. The best part of this was easily the, "This guy's a phony" running gag. It's so dumb. I'm not sure if I've ever talked about this before, but I really hate Renaissance Fair episodes. I know that's oddly specific, but I don't know. I just have like a list of settings that I hate in cartoons, and this is one of them. Peter becomes self-conscious of his job, and decides to become a joust at a fair, as he greatly respects this guy who plays the Black Knight. From this we follow a fairly standard don't meet your heroes story. Maybe I set my expectations too low, but I actually find myself enjoying it. It's nothing amazing, but, you know, it's alright. It shakes things up for a bit, which I think is necessary. And so for that, I'm going to be putting Mr. Saturday Night above Lethal Weapons. I love that this one picks up right where the last left off, with Peter needing to find a job. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that his boss died in the last one, so he needs a new job now. So with Lois and Meg away on spring break, Peter is able to spend 50 grand on a new boat, so he can become a fisherman. However, when he's unable to pay it off, he has to rent out the house, as well as go with his friends to find this giant fish that's worth the money needed. I like this one a lot. It introduces some mainstays such as Seamus, and it's got so many great moments. Like, I love that the family who move into the Griffin house also allows the Griffins to still live there too, so they have to share everything like beds and such. And the Meg and Lois subplot also isn't too bad either. I love this one. Everyone is just so nice to each other. I'm gonna be dropping this one above the Thin White Line.
I don't want to go to my room. There's an evil monkey in my closet.
Peter wants another baby, and it upsets Stewie, so we get one of those episodes every show does about the kid trying to stop the parent from fucking. The Star Wars parody is boring. Meh. All this one really does is introduce Bertram, under Brian Does Hollywood. Can't believe it took him this long to introduce Herbert. Again, I forgot he just wasn't always a thing. After a criminal starts to come after Chris, the family need to relocate to the south, which is basically where the main source of comedy comes from.
Okay, now you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to roll yours down.
I love this episode a lot for how funny it is, but I also appreciate the arc Chris has here, where he needs to learn to be more comfortable around girls. He has a very sweet relationship with the girl, and it even relates to the beginning of the episode with what happened back in Quahog. Wow. You may think that seems obvious and not worth praising, but I wrote this part after watching season 11. This is to be praised while it still can. I'm going to be putting this one above Death Lives. It is wonderful.
So, Peter, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Doing your... son?
This is another very good episode. I like that it explores Brian's struggle with being a dog, trying not to give in to his urges, which he eventually does. Getting Carter's prized-winning race dog pregnant. Because of this, Carter takes Brian to court to make sure that he can never see his puppies. And the family all need to come together to help Brian make his case. I love this one a lot. I especially enjoy the dynamic between Peter and Brian, with him screwing up Peter's chance of getting closer to Carter. But he eventually does give in by the end to tell the court about how great of a dad Brian will be. Oh boy. That line sure is going to come in handy later. I'm going to be putting Screwed the Pooch under Death Lives.
Ah! Ah!
Peter tries to show Chris his deep Irish heritage, but is surprised to find out that his ancestors were actually black. I am not touching this one. It's a funny episode, but there are way too many poorly aged jokes that could not exist today. Like the Quagmire Can I even say that? Like... Well, look, I'm just moving on. Just cut to the... I don't like this one at all. Not only do the kids have some shitty sitcom plot where they run across some money and have to decide who gets to keep it, but Peter also helps Joe get into the Special Olympics and gives him steroids in order to win. This then starts to get to Joe's head and he starts being a prick to Peter. I don't know, the characters are just very unlikable. Both of them. And even worse, there aren't very many funny jokes. I at least could have looked past the premise if it made me laugh. But alas, I'm going to be putting this one under Lethal Weapons. It sucks. Oh wow, I always forgot this wasn't a Season 2 episode. Honestly, with the rougher animation style, I wouldn't have been surprised if it were a holdover from then. Look, it's Zombie Chris in the background. And I love this feast Joe makes here, the animation is so shitty. Similar to the Simpsons Christmas special, this one focuses on Peter needing to get presents for the family, but they do a good job at giving it its own unique spin. Lois, who throughout the episode is the cool and collected one, always looking on the bright side, goes berserk and tries to tear down the town Christmas tree. The build up to her breakdown was well and subtly done, it doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere. It's not great, but I still do like this episode. It's alright and has a funny ending. Go check it out if you wanna. Gonna put it above Peter Griffin, husband, father, brother. This episode is amazing. Hands down my favorite episode of Family Guy so far. I love it. Made me cry. But you know what? I've already talked endlessly in my Brian video about how much this episode means to me, so instead I'm gonna hand the mic over to Toonrific Tariq, who made his own great video about this episode on his own channel. So take it away, Tariq.
How the fuck did I end up here? Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows is an episode about Brian having to take care of an elderly woman, Pearl, per the judge's wishes after a DUI. While cold to each other at first, Brian and Pearl open up to one another once he learns about her past as a failed opera singer. Oh, and Peter raises a bunch of baby birds or something, huh? This is one of the first episodes that comes to mind whenever I think Family Guy. It's one of the only episodes in its entire run to go directly for the emotion, without the fear of having to punctuate it with a gag. Brian and Pearl's relationship is relentlessly sincere, man. They really make you feel the payoff in the end. Fam, and the song Brian sings to show her what she's missed, you can't get any more top tier than that, son. I still get a really good laugh out of, so let's go see the USA, they'll treat you right unless you're black or gay or Cherokee. It's animated really well, the music is phenomenal, all of the jokes hit like crazy. This one is just, it's a classic. Don't go into this episode thinking that this is how every episode is, though. Family Guy does a lot of different stuff, even this early in its run. There's definitely funnier episodes of Family Guy, or ones that are like a little more complex. But there is a very, very select few that have more character. It's the perfect articulation of the kind of show that Family Guy can be when it wants to.
Going at the top of the list. No shit. I like that this one starts with Peter still being a fisherman. It's a neat bit of continuity. Anyways, this episode starts off a little messy, but actually ends up being really great. I initially wasn't a fan of how they abandoned the Brian acting plot they were setting up, but I really love where they go with it. So Stewie ends up going to acting school instead, where he butts heads with this girl Olivia, who he has to partner with to stay in the class. I like that they still remain enemies. There's no part where they suddenly become the best of friends. They hate each other throughout it all, and their personalities really clash, and that works for the better. They have a song that I really love too. Their whole dynamic is the strongest aspect of it all. The subplot with Meg is also alright, with Peter and Lois needing to learn how to accept different lifestyles for their daughter's happiness. It's good. Hey look, this guy just walks away and then fucking pops out of existence. What a good episode. I'm gonna be putting it right under Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows.
This next one is for all the ladies out there.
Brian and Stewie get stuck together like in every single sitcom ever.
Fortnite?
Oh my God.
The strongest part of this one is Peter and Lois needing to take a trial separation where they date other people. I think they're trying to do way too much at once, which causes it all to feel extremely quick, especially the marriage counselor stuff and resolution. They basically consist of only minute-long scenes. But it's all made up for by just being a funny episode. A lot of great jokes. Gonna be putting it above the Christmas one.
Dance with me, Lois. Dance the dance of life.
Another Road 2, although not called that for some reason, but either way. It's sad to see that this one is nowhere near as good as Road to Rhode Island. I like the side plot between Lois and Peter, with her just trying to support him. The song is good and the visuals are great, but I just feel like it was all over the place. There's nothing consistent about it. It's not focused on a central location. Brian and Stewie's goal is to go to England, but they end up going all over the place. Barely even feels like they went to England because we spent barely any time there, and I don't think the art direction does enough to differentiate all the places. It's not bad, but Rhode Island is hard to follow up, and European Roadshow does not follow up. Understuck together, torn apart.
And his name is...
So this, I think, was Family Guy's attempt to do their own Treehouse of Horror, except instead of being confined to just the horror genre, it's just 3 random stories of whatever they want. The one where Peter gets a genie and wishes for no bones is meh. Not funny at all and felt better suited for a single cutaway gag. The superhero one is decent. I always like those sort of concepts. And finally, the Little Rascals party is also alright. Overall, a pretty decent experiment, but it just feels like most of these would be better suited for one-off cutaways. Glad they never really stuck to doing this consistently. It's gonna go under Brian Does Hollywood. This was actually a banned episode of the show. Pretty sure it was either because of the subject matter or possibly the one Disney song parody got them in trouble. Anyways, how is it? Very offensive, but very, very funny. That is all. Under the Do or Die in Dixie.
You better watch who you're calling a child, Lois, because if I'm a child, then you know what that makes you? A pedophile. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna stand here and be lectured by a pervert.
Wow, what a good season. Honestly, if the show had ended here like initially planned, it would have been a wonderful send-off. Despite the couple mediocre episodes here and there, a majority of them were great. Really feels like they had perfected the style of comedy they were going for, while balancing it with deep dramatic character moments. Sadly, that wasn't the case. So when Family Guy was brought back for a 4th season, they released this movie called Stewie Griffin: The Untold Story, direct-to-DVD to promote its return, which is why so much of its runtime at the start and the end is devoted to talking about what the characters were up to while the series was cancelled. Anyways, how is the special? It's flawed, but still pretty good. I think my main issue with it was probably a mandate from Fox, and it's that it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like 3 separate plots strung together with a loose, overarching story, relating to Stewie and how he feels like he doesn't belong in the family. But because each episode needs to be aired individually, every 20 minutes or so we have to have the current scenario reset everything back to basics. It's done fine enough with the 2nd and 3rd, but the first feels almost entirely disconnected. And it's a shame because this is the only time, as far as I remember, that Family Guy were even given the chance to do a big special movie like this. Hopefully they get to try this another time without the lame restrictions, because it causes the road trip part of the film to fall flat in its face. It goes by way too quick. Anyways, it still makes up for it by being pretty darn funny. There's a lot of good gags here. Good to see the writers didn't lose their magic after being off the air for so long, but I just can't help but feel like overall it's being held back. A solid collection of 3 good episodes, but when put together fail to really deliver on feeling like a movie. I had this in the PSP as a kid. Still own that copy actually. Took it on car rides all the time. I fucking loved it. So season 4. Family Guy's back. And boy, do they sure want you to know about it. Opening the episode with a long joke about all the shows that they think they're better than.
Yeah, I know, Ralph. Right to the moon.
Genuinely surprised though at how solid of an opener this one ended up being. I thought they would have lost their magic a bit with all that time off the air, but no, this is a good one. Peter and Lois decide to go out on a second honeymoon, after feeling like their marriage has reached a bit of a roadblock. and so we have this big action-adventure involving Mel Gibson. I also enjoy the subplot with Brian and Stewie needing to act as parental figures to Chris and Meg, with them gone. At this point, they've completely ditched Stewie's world domination side, and that was definitely for the better. He's way funnier this way, I think. A very solid start to a promising season. Hope they keep it up. Brian decides to become a teacher at Chris's school, and has a great time teaching them. That is until he gets transferred to the delinquent class and struggles to help them. Another good Brian plot. Again, I'm writing this part after currently sitting through season 13. It's hard to go back and remember a time when Brian wasn't presented as a pretentious moron. This is voiceover Mark, also, not written Mark, speaking after watching season 18, and I agree. Chris also has a crush on his new teacher, who it turns out feels the same way towards him, so now he's got to decide whether or not to kill her husband. It's a very funny episode. The bear gag was great, and I noticed they're really starting to lean into the rule of threes.
Heads up! Heads up! Heads up!
Another good one. I'll put it under North by North Quahog, but that doesn't mean it's bad at all. Meh, I'm not really into this one at all. The plot feels all over the place, like they never really got the chance to actually settle on one specific idea. It starts with the women getting tired of Quagmire being so creepy, so the gang need to help him get better. But then he saves someone's life and it becomes about Peter wanting to get some sort of recognition too, so he's going to be the first person to eat the most coins. But then that causes him to become blind and now he has to deal with that. What? That's not even to mention the hilarious chicken fight. Whoa, how random. That sure comes out of nowhere. Aside from a couple funny jokes, I wasn't into this one at all.
He was watching me go to the bathroom.
Well, clearly he thinks you're attractive, Lois. It's a positive thing. Thank you, Glenn, for complimenting our family.
Going at the bottom. Meg wins a makeover and becomes a famous singer, with them creating a family band.
Help! I've escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement! Help me!
Well, they sure were ahead of their time. Are we sure it's not Family Guy who's predicting the future here? I enjoy this one. It has quite the predictable plot, like you can tell it's leading into Meg becoming too much of an asshole to deal with, but I think it's just charming seeing the family all together, it's nice. Also, this fourth wall ending really fucking pissed me off as a kid. I remember hating the idea that all the characters were aware of being in a scripted TV show because it broke the immersion I had in their world. Glad to see I haven't changed a bit. Putting this one above the last. Another big continuity change to the series, with Loretta cheating on Cleveland with Quagmire. I like that it focuses on Cleveland bottling up his emotions. He's always been shown to be quite the submissive character, so it's cool that they get to play around with that. This episode also has so many iconic moments. The Eid song, the Peter Copter, Rock Lobster, wow. I enjoy it quite a bit just for trying something new. It's not the funniest episode around, but it's still pretty solid. I think the story makes up for that. I'll be putting it under Don't Make Me Over. Can I even talk about this one? It's aged pretty dreadfully. So Peter finds out that he's mentally... I don't know what's okay anymore.
Perhaps.
It's a funny episode. There, that's as far as I'll go. Next, just move on. This one is weird. It starts being about the gang helping Cleveland get a new wife, but like 5 minutes in they completely abandon this, to focus on Brian getting on The Bachelor and falling in love with the girl on it, only to find out that she was just faking interest in him for the show. I wish more time were given to this, instead of the weird Chris story that's just like, it's like Little Shop of Horrors parody or something, or instead of a pun, it's a pimple on his face. Yeah, I don't know, it's still alright. Nowhere near my favorite though. It's going above the last one. This one sucks. Meg is so unlikable. Not only does it have that long, drawn-out vomit joke that everyone thought was the funniest shit ever when it came out, but we also get a story about Peter selling Meg to the Goldman so he can pay his tab. This leads into Meg not wanting to be Neil's girlfriend. That is until he gets a new girlfriend himself, and now she suddenly wants to be with him. What a bitch. This one is shit, going above Blind Ambition. Lois becomes a shoplifter, and to escape from Joe, the family moved to Chinatown. It's okay.
Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan! Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan! Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan!
Whoa, 2 Lois episodes back to back. This time she becomes a model, which causes Peter to be jealous. The story is whatever, don't really care for it. Not to mention the cutaways are starting to drag on longer and longer. The highlight here is the side story about Stewie hiring Brian to work at his fake company. It's just super mundane but oddly charming. I liked it a lot. Overall, a decent episode. It's got some funny bits, but it's mostly boring. Above 8 simple rules for writing a very long episode title. Meh. This is another unfocused story that isn't very funny to compensate. Brian gets in a relationship with this girl, which affects the amount of time he's willing to spend with Peter. So as a result, he goes off and befriends James Woods, who is definitely the highlight. He's a fun character. He even has a nice little song about him to boot. My main issue is that they completely abandon this Brian girlfriend stuff after this, so they can both become friends again, making James jealous. It all feels very rushed and probably didn't need the girlfriend shit to still work as well. I'll be putting it under blind ambition. After struggling with his fishing job, Peter and the gang get lost at sea. When he finally returns 6 months later, he's come to realize that everyone has moved on without him, with Brian and Lois even getting married. I hate this one, it feels like the true jump the shark moment for Family Guy. I feel so bad for Brian, he hasn't even done anything. He steps in, takes care of the kids and gets a job, but then Lois cheats on him with Peter and everything goes back to normal. Never to be discussed again. I seriously forgot this wasn't a what if episode. Awful. Not very funny either. Peter's Christmas album was the highlight. I'll be putting it above the last. Oh my god, Season 4, what is happening to you? You started off with so much promise. Jungle Love is so forgettable. Chris gets sent to South Africa and Peter wants to stay because they treat him like a king. The only notable aspect is that it establishes Peter working at the brewery, which is his current permanent job. Oh yeah, and Chris singing is funny, they animate him well. That's it. Shit episode otherwise. This one starts off with something about Stewie killing Saddam Hussein. They really want to present Stewie as this ultra badass. It's kind of awkward to sit through in retrospect. Despite that, PTV managed to be a good episode. It has a lot of good commentary on television censorship, with Peter creating his own network. The FCC song is very catchy as well. Sadly, I think it begins to overstay its welcome when it becomes about Peter going to Washington to make his case. Feels like they do that a bunch, but it's still good. Under North by North Quahog. Meh, it's okay. The ending about cheating is funny, but it's just another episode that endlessly shits on Brian. The A-Team stuff is incredibly repetitive too. Lois thinks that Peter and Stewie need to spend more time together, so we finally get to see them bond for a change, with both of them torturing Lois.
Are you sure? It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time.
Forgot how little of a setup that had. Either way, this is a good episode. It's a neat switch up in the dynamic. And the stuff with Herbert and Chris is funny too. I like the little shop at Horrors party. It's a lot of that this season. Peter finally finds out that he's fat, and begins to embrace that lifestyle. But this is poorly timed, however, as Lois' long-lost brother is on the loose, with him being in prison for strangling fat guys. So they have to, help him not get killed or whatever. He's voiced by Robert Downey Jr., that's the most memorable part.
Is it lonely up there on your pedestal, Patrick?
A majority of this one is just fat jokes. And they're very funny. Good job. Peter's dad returns, wanting to get Stewie baptized. However, when Peter realizes that he can be part of any religion he wants, he decides he's going to start his own, dedicated to the Fonz from Happy Days. This one isn't very funny. The cat cutaway gag is the only good part. Ah yeah, Family Guy episode number 69. And thank God it's actually a pretty good one. It's a fun little exploration of Brian's alcoholism, with him feeling like his life is useless, but coming to find stuff to occupy himself with. That being singing in a group with Frank Sinatra Jr. Well, this is probably Seth's dream come true. It even has a fun Meg story, where she pretends to be a lesbian to gain new friends. 2 for 2. Well, hope to see more like this. Chipoopy is so fucking long and pointless and random, but it is too good to care. Peter gets taken in by Tom Brady to play on their football team, but quickly becomes his enemy because of his showboating. It's alright. I'm not a fan of the Brian and Stewie stuff either, it's just too exaggerated. It's just Stewie torturing Brian for 7 minutes. And I don't really know why, since it's established that he has the money to pay him back in his bank, so why didn't he just fucking give it to him? Not a great episode in terms of story, but it does make up for it by being very, very funny.
Wow, what's all this?
Oh, this? Oh, I just came from work. I'm a secret agent astronaut millionaire.
Nah, I'm not a fan of this one. Quagmire falls in love with Peter's maid and marries her, but but eventually wants to get rid of her because she's a crazy bitch. It all just changes so much for dumb reasons. Suddenly Quagmire acts all proper just when he needs to be, his wife starts acting abusive just when it helps the plot progress. The Wheel of Fortune opening is funny, but after that I drop off. Bertram returns after Peter donates his sperm, except now Stewie and him are enemies with each other and have a playground war. Meanwhile, Lois starts to get fat, which upsets Peter. It's okay. Has a couple funny moments, but there isn't much else to say.
You're just a hungry little fella, aren't you? But those are my nuts! Ah, no! Oh, God, no! My nuts! My nuts!
Dude, this is a funny episode, but the story is fucking awful. Mayor West is caught dating Meg, a minor, and Brian tries to expose them. There's a lot of funny gags here, such as the cool claymation cutaway, and I'm pretty sure the Ding Fries are done moment is the first meme they've ever covered, but I can't ignore this terrible premise.
I got so caught up in taking down Mayor West that I just lost sight of right and wrong.
You were right, he was dating a child! It's fine. Again, I don't really like Carter as a character, so it's mostly boring to me. After writing a sex novel, Carter gets sued for publishing it, and so they have to find a way to get rich quick again. It has a couple good moments, but again, for the most part, I couldn't care less. Don't have much to say.
It's gonna be quite a different place with him gone, that's for true.
Brian's cousin Jasper can't get married, and so Brian has to make gay marriage legal. This is really an episode of its time. It could not be made now, considering a majority of the town, including Lois, are homophobic. It's alright though. It's got a good plot, but it's really not all that funny. Peter accidentally upsets an ancient Native American burial ground, and so has to try and figure out how to settle it.
Propane.
There are a lot of cool visuals in this one, I like it a lot. I feel like it should have ended when Stewie is rescued though. Kinda goes on for 5 minutes longer than I'd expected to, but it's still a good funny episode.
What's going on? I heard a noise. Is somebody downstairs?
Oh, God, Meg, you startled me. I'm sorry.
This is an anthology, but despite me not liking those, I actually ended up enjoying this one a ton. Feels like an episode of nothing but cutaways. But I don't care because it's consistently very funny, even as the iconic I did not care for the Godfather moment, so that's worth something. It's just the first part of the Stewie movie. I guess they put it like this so they could split it into 3 individual episodes. It's just part 2. You guessed it, part 3. Season 4 is an odd one. It starts off strong, begins to get a little mediocre in the middle, and then finds its footing again by the end. It's clear this season is a little different from how the show was before, definitely aiming more in the comedic direction rather than being character driven, but it still manages to be very funny, and I think that's what's most important. Hopefully we can have a few more seasons like this before it goes to shit. I love Stewie Loves Lois. It does not care at all about telling a serious story, and focuses all its attention on random jokes, and it's great. Peter believes he was molested after getting a prostate exam and sues Dr. Hartman. Peter acting so scared and innocent is always really funny to me, and this episode is nothing but that. The Stewie side plot is good too.
Mummy! Mummy! Mama! Mama! Mama!
What?
Hi.
I thought that was the funniest shit in the world when I was a kid.
Mama! Mama!
What?
Get the vaccine.
Great premiere to the season, we're starting off strong. Peter's mother wants to get out there again, and ends up dating Tom Tucker, which Peter becomes delighted about, as he gets to act like he has a dad who cares about him. Again, it's just so wholesome. Peter sells this entire episode. I love that Tom is really nice to him.
Hey, champ, you want to watch Chicken Little?
Yeah!
And what does a chicken say?
Once again, it's just funny. Really feels like they've refined the dumber style of humor Season 4 was going for. This episode has so many iconic moments. The first Cleveland bathtub joke, the roller skating scene, and especially...
Hippo hop. Woohoo! Yeah, baby!
Other than that, it's a pretty funny one. Not as good, but I still enjoy it a lot. I'm not a fan of the tank stuff, but when they get into Peter working at the store, it improves a ton. Saving Private Brian isn't amazing, but there's quite a few funny moments. Reminds me a lot of the Simpsons episode actually, with Brian and Stewie heading out to war, with Brian trying to prove to himself that he can get through the training without quitting.
They'll come after you like Peter went after that hockey coach. Oop, no clip. Oop, thought we had a clip. Nope, okay.
Well, only 5 seasons in and they're already parroting it. Oh cool, this is the first intro fake out. So Peter blows off all his fingers, and Lois needs to take over for him at work. While at the same time, Brian finally gets his first and only permanent girlfriend, Jillian, while Stewie makes fun of her for being dumb. It's kinda mean how they all make fun of her. They're all so fucking judgmental. But Brian is also a prick though for only dating her for her looks, so they're all assholes. I'm not a fan of this one clearly, but still it isn't awful by any means. And it is a neat idea how they keep the relationship going. Hopefully it gets better the more it goes on.
God? What are you doing here?
I was just passing through on my way to see The Matrix.
We can relate to that. No fake.
Stewie is afraid of the Tooth Fairy, which feels a lot like a season 1 plot, you know, him misunderstanding baby things as being threatening. Peter also becomes abstinent after Lois's sex ed class is cancelled and replaced with a shitty fear-mongering one. It's okay, I guess, has some funny moments, but definitely not the best of the season so far. This is a very funny episode. Olivia returns, and Stewie tries to act more adult to appeal to her. I like that it results in the two of them acting like a realistic married couple. It's pretty funny. I also love the subplot about Peter falling in love with girl movies and trying to make his own. I loved this one, putting it up there on the list. This one is kinda creepy, with Meg falling in love with Brian and wanting to fuck him, but it does have a couple good bits.
So, Meg? How was school?
It also marks the beginning of the epic Cool Whip jokes. Haha, he says it incorrectly.
It's not a movie at all, Brian. Just 3 episodes back to back.
Thank you. After Brian sells Rupert at a garage sale, Stewie and him need to set out to rescue him.
Lois, I don't come down to Burger King and tell you how to do your job.
I like this one a lot, it's very funny. I even like the Peter and Meg plot, where he learns that he actually likes her company. Although it does have a terrible moral, he basically just says, I'll be nice to you in private. Still though, it's a good one. Solid episode. Meh. Peter's dad dies, but then he ends up finding his real one is from Ireland. As an Irishman myself, I actually like the Ireland stuff a lot, but it doesn't come into play until the episode is near over.
But there is one thing, Mickey. You knocked up my mom and never called her again. Yeah? So what? So what? So let's dance!
The Stewie shit is also weird with him enjoying it when Lois hits her. Aside from a couple funny bits, this one is very average. The highlight of this episode is Peter beating up the kid and acting like a child. The rest is whatever. Stewie becomes obsessed with tanning. What a concept. Peter becomes a redneck and it's not very funny. I'm not a big fan of this one at all. It's just about Quagmire staying at the Griffin house and exhausting all the funny jokes they can do with that. Again, it's a Simpsons plot.
Little mustache here. And maybe a big old dumb guy smiley mouth. And a couple of eyebrows with one raised up like you're saying, say what?
Oh no, it's Cal Art's octopus. I hate this episode, it's dreadful. It just really feels directionless. Peter and Bill Clinton become good friends, but then Lois fucks him and she feels guilty about it. So then she allows Peter to fuck someone too, so they're even. It's the start of their marriage downfall, I think. It's gonna get incredibly annoying later on, and I do not look forward to it. No Meals on Wheels is about the Griffin starting up a restaurant, which consists of about 3 minutes of the episode's actual runtime. It has like 3 different beginnings. First of all, it starts with Peter trying to stop Mort from mooching off of them, then it becomes about Peter finding a pair of pajamas and shocking people with them, and then the family find a coin that's worth 50 grand and decide to use it to open a restaurant. Why not just start it with them finding the coin? The shock plot wasn't that funny. I don't know, not funny is how I describe the whole episode. They're getting way too comfortable with their jokes that run on forever and ever. I think this one currently has the record with a joke about Peter and Lois listening to a really long opening song for a show that goes on for like a minute and 20 seconds. I wasn't all that interested in the handicap plotline that started with Joe either. They don't give Peter enough of a reason to start to resent him, so it comes off as really forced. This season started pretty strong, but I don't know what's happened. This episode sucked. For every joke that got a chuckle out of me, there were at least 5 more that went on for way too long and weren't funny at all. I'm going to be putting it at the bottom so far. After Lois becomes an organist at the church, oh yeah, remember she played the piano? Stewie vomits after drinking some wine, so the Griffins escape and hide in Texas until the heat blows over. This is just like a worse version of To Do or Die in Dixie. That one at least had the sweet plot with Chris and the girl, but this is just 22 minutes of jokes about Texas and conservatives. And like I had to see it a million times in the Simpsons video, I know almost nothing about American politics or stereotypes, and I've never been to Texas, so a majority of the humor is lost on me. The only enjoyment I get out of this one are the occasional funny cutaways, like the donkey one. But again, this one is just kinda, I'm putting it above No Meals on Wheels. Oh yeah, I also appreciate Peter's little tirade about overprotective parents getting mad about the shows their kids watch. Oh, that was good.
Maybe you shouldn't be letting your kids watch certain shows in the first place if you have such a big problem with them.
Whoa, do my eyes deceive me? Could this really be another Chris episode? Those only come up once in a blue moon, so what were they saving up for?
I could just pee in my bed all day.
Chris gets kicked out of school and I need to find a new one to attend. So that, whoa, wait a second, wacky chicken fights, oh boy. That joke sure hasn't gotten old yet. I sure am glad this one goes on for 5 minutes. At this point I'm convinced they're only here so they can blow all their animation budget so it doesn't get deducted next season. Although the subversion with him going out to dinner with him and his wife was a little funny. This episode sucks though. They have so much filler that by the time Chris actually gets into his new school there's like 7 minutes left to actually do anything with it. At that point I just completely lost interest. Aside from 1 or 2 funny jokes, it just feels directionless. It's going at the bottom of the list so far. This season is really going down the drain. In between all the unfunny drawn-out jokes such as the Donnie Most one, It Takes a Village and I Married One managed to be decent in the end. After losing all their hair and polluted water, Lois decides to run for mayor of Quahog, with Peter learning to appreciate all the perks he gets from having a wife as a mayor. There's not much to say other than it's funny. It's got a lot of good jokes that land pretty well, like Lois's 9/11 speech.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna be dropping this one under Hell Comes to Quahog, but above Saving Private Brian. Hopefully this season ends on a high note with the next one. Peter goes back in time to relive being 18, but because of time travel shenanigans, he ends up screwing up the timeline to the point where Lois is now married to Quagmire. I actually really enjoy this episode. It reminds me a lot of The Simpsons one where Homer gives Marge to Artie Ziff for the day, but this one is way better. It has an extremely good balance of a nice story with very funny jokes.
Ronald Reagan? The actor? He's president?
I'm always a fan of time travel fuckery episodes, and it's cool to see Peter actually act like he cares about his wife and try to win her back. I'm going to be putting this one at the top of Season 5. That really ended on a good one. Hope this is a sign of things to come because wow, has this season been very mediocre. It started and ended strong, but oh boy were those ones in the middle extremely forgettable and boring. I'm at least glad they've started to abandon trying to have a heart. Season 4 felt like it was doing so out of necessity, and not a genuine interest in delving deeper with the characters. So it's good they're only aiming to be funny now, but like everything else in the show, I'm sure they're gonna screw it up somehow. I was initially wondering why this season were only 12 episodes long, and I think I found the reason. Seth blew the fucking budget here with this episode. That was actually just a joke. It was actually shortened because Seth participated in a strike with the Writers Guild, and so Fox started producing episodes before Seth was done with them. Blue Harvest is a 45-minute Family Guy special, where they basically do an abridged version of the first Star Wars movie, except with Family Guy characters. This episode is really a case of being in the right place at the right time. This was right around the time when internet parody cartoons were beginning to boom, so it's no shock that this was a massive hit. But looking back at it today, yeah, it's still pretty good. I don't think there's much point in going over the plot, since it's literally just Star Wars. although I was a little surprised that they decided to give Chris the role of main character. I think he said more lines in this one episode than the entire rest of the series put together, but for the most part, it works really well as a parody of Star Wars. I've never even seen the original Star Wars before, and I still managed to laugh at quite a few of these jokes. Although sometimes I wish they had tried to replicate some more cinematic shots to add to the parody instead of sticking with the usual basic flat perspective they always have. Either way, this is a solid special. No surprise they end up doing the other two films eventually. Season 6 is starting off pretty strong. Let's see if they keep it up. After Peter starts to spend more time with Brian's girlfriend Jillian, he convinces her to ask Brian to move into her apartment. Brian is such a prick here, basically admitting that he never wanted a committed relationship with her. It's just too bad that scene is overshadowed by the hilarious Simpsons jab, where Quagmire fucks Marge against her will, and then proceeds to murder all of them. Wow, Family Guy is so edgy. Bet the Simpsons are gonna think twice about mocking him now.
Ay, caramba! Mom and Dad are dead! Oh no! Who will pay for my saxophone lessons?
Meg also gets a job at a supermarket. Pretty sure we did that last season, but alright, cool. All that happens is Chris also gets a job there and gets along with the manager more than Meg. I like Chris and the manager's dynamic a lot, but much else happens with it.
Where is the chase and how do I cut to it?
Wow, you're smart.
What?
Overall, this episode sucks. Brian just comes off like a huge prick that really are laying the groundwork down for destroying his character. He relies on Stewie to pay for his rent, and that's just pathetic. I'm going to be putting this one under Blue Harvest, obviously. Only good thing is Brian has finally broken up with Jillian. I like how this episode starts a lot, with Peter and gang starting a local men's club that becomes a new hotspot.
No, why would I say that? It's not even a word.
What isn't a word?
Bonerific.
But once they actually get into the plot, I start to lose interest. I actually like how realistic Joe's dilemma is, in the way where he doesn't want to feel like a burden on his wife. That's really sad. But after getting surgery that allows him to walk again, and getting his friends to do a lot of extreme sports with him, he just turns into a huge asshole. So naturally, they shoot him in the legs, and they're all friends again. Meh, not a fan. It's too simple. You're just waiting for the moment when Peter and gang get fed up with Joe. Again. I'm going to be putting this one in between Moving Out Brian's song and Blue Harvest. At least this one managed to be somewhat humorous at times. Like the joke acknowledging how many characters sound the same.
You know, Peter says we sound alike. Really? I don't hear it. Actually, I think I do hear it now.
Oh my god, they're finally doing it. An episode about Stewie succeeding in killing Lois. Is this Family Guy's jump the shark moment? So after Peter and Lois go on a cruise, it makes Stewie realize how much he misses her, which makes him further realize how he's slowly forgotten to kill her over time. So he decides to actually go out and kill her, and he succeeds, wow.
Bye! Bye! Bye!
This episode's okay. Once Lois dies, I feel like it stops being as funny. Although there are some good jokes, such as Chris not even being told about her death. But it still managed to remain above a lot of the other ones from around this time, because the concept is just so interesting. I mean, we're watching how the family would cope for like a year after the loss of Lois. It's kinda cool. It is a little lame how it starts to go into everyone thinking Peter killed her. Like really, Joe thought he'd find evidence in the trash can of his house a year after the murder? And it works! But either way, this is a pretty neat episode. Not perfect, but it's nice to see them actually deliver on this concept they've been building up for so long. I'm going to be putting it under Blue Harvest. I wonder what they're going to do to reset this mess they find themselves in. Let's find out. In this exciting conclusion to the thrilling romp, we find out that Lois actually managed to survive after getting shot by Stewie, and because of this, Stewie drops his innocent facade and becomes the ruler of the world. This one is basically about taking the previous episode's concept and pushing it to its absolute limit, with Lois going into Stewie's weapon room and taking his gun so that she can go and kill him herself.
No, just kidding, you suck.
No, just kidding, you suck.
Queer.
Queer?
This episode is actually great. Making the situation way more extreme does a good job at getting you more invested. Plus this one is just way more funny. I laughed a lot at so many of the jokes like the American Idol cutaway gag, and all the comments Brian makes towards Joe.
Ha 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 ha, you're in a wheelchair.
Stewie's song sucks though, it's one of the worst Family Guy songs. I don't care at all that it was cut out of the syndicated version. You should go watch this episode. It's one of Family Guy's best. Even has a cool little nod to Seth's other show, American Dad. I'm gonna be putting it at the top of the season 6 list. I will say though, it definitely does feel like a jump the shark moment. I wonder what they're going to do after this to keep the show interesting. In this episode, Peter becomes extremely patriotic to his country. In what is possibly the most forced opening gag in the series so far, he hears Herbert singing a patriotic song and then falls in love with America, wow. But after this, Peter tries to get all the immigrants sent out of Quahog, only for it to backfire and get fired from his job for being an illegal immigrant himself. From this, the episode just turns into the Griffin family working for Lois's parents with other immigrants, where Peter learns that, wow, immigrants are people too. Glad to see he needed to learn that. Still though, I enjoyed this one despite the plot. It makes up for it with Peter's odd jobs, and the scene of him trying to get citizenship is a pretty funny one. I also very much appreciate the Toby Keith reference, the musical genius who wrote and performed Red Solo Cup.
I think I'm perfectly capable.
I'm gonna be dropping this one under Stewie Kills Lois. Can't believe the plot Peter actually wants to start caring about his daughter warrants its own episode. Remember when him liking her was the status quo? After Meg gets in a coma, it causes Peter to become extremely overprotective, and obviously as a comedic twist, it makes it so that she starts pushing him away more. Whoa, what a turn of events.
Hi, Dad.
Listen, Brian, I'd take a bullet for Meg.
Meanwhile, Bran and Stewie buy an old rundown house with the intent to fix it up and resell it. As a B story goes, this is a good one. It's fun seeing Bran get more progressively pissed off with Stewie, and they have a lot of great interactions here. It's consistently funny and has an interesting concept, although I'm not that into where it ends up with the whole pregnancy scare thing, and the second Conway Twitty joke is overdoing it, but either way, I'm glad to see the season is going way better than the last. Gonna be putting this one above Blue Harvest.
Ugh, that's the ugliest thing the fat man's grown since that horse leg.
Hey, Peter, have you seen my...
This episode is great, I love it a lot. Both of the stories work well, I think. Stewie decides he's gonna go into high school in disguise for a bet with Brian, so we can see his adventures in trying to become popular. Meanwhile, Peter has a stroke and... No! Well, okay, so it's just not much of a story, it's kind of just... Peter has a stroke. And we watched like 5 to 10 minutes of stroke jokes. And while in poor taste, I can't lie and say there aren't a lot of jokes that are amusing. Like Peter singing while driving in his car. It's dumb and stupid, but I don't know, it can be quite humorous at times. I like this one a lot. What it lacks in story, it more than makes up for by just being wacky and fun. I'm putting McStroke above Peter's daughter. James Woods makes his grand return to the series, with him stealing Peter's identity and taking over his life. He's way more entertaining in this one, thankfully, compared to the previous. They flat out just make him this insane villain, and I love how everyone just has to play along with him claiming to be Peter. They also allow him to go to town and let him swear up a storm.
You beat her too, you little...
Also, I love this turnaround of Quagmire. We did not need to see him from this angle. That whole opening skit was really funny in general.
You don't all wear a poop sack? Damn it, Bonnie! You lied to me about the poop sack!
This one is pretty good. I like it a lot. I'm gonna be putting it under Blue Harvest. I already talked about this episode for a while too in my Brian character analysis video, but I think this one could have been really great. Brian takes Lois and Peter to the city of Massachusetts, where he starts to come on to her, upsetting Peter. I just wish this more serious subject were handled with some more respect. Peter shouldn't immediately forgive Brian after fighting for 2 minutes, and Brian should have showed more remorse for what he did. I think it's fine if they want to revisit the crush he has on Lois, to show that he's still capable of giving into those urges, but this was not the way to go about it. I'm putting it at the bottom of the season 6 list so far. I like that this one is somewhat of a continuation from the last in terms of Brian's character. After feeling like he's failed at love once again, he tries to get with a girl he used to know called Tracy, only to find out that she has a son that he's never met before. This episode sucks. It's not funny at all, it has so many jokes that not only fail, but to make it worse they drag him on forever, like the Matthew McConaughey bit that goes on for like a minute straight. Brian is just so unlikable, I don't know why they set out to make him the biggest prick imaginable. He just doesn't want to spend time with him and learns that he needs to be there for him. But then after this we don't see him again for like fucking 10 seasons. Perfect. It really just seems like they're running out of ideas, so they're introducing all these new plot points to try and shake things up a bit. I'm gonna be putting this one underplayed again, Brian. It sucks so much. Peter gets a pirate, and it makes him want to become a pirate. Yep, we're really at that point of forced. The Chris plot is a little better with him having a crush on an intern vet. I like the moment when he sees her and randomly starts singing, but as a B story it means that we can't really do a lot with it. This one is kind of shitty overall. Peter being a pirate just isn't that funny of a concept to me. It's just too out there, I guess. I'll be putting it above Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air. This season was alright. There was a lot of hits, but also a lot of misses. Its highs were some of the best episodes of the series, but its lows were some of the worst so far. One thing's for sure though, and it's that you can definitely feel them running out of ideas, with them having really mundane setups for episodes that lead into really exaggerated shit that makes no sense. I can only imagine it'll get much worse as we go on. Season 7 kicks off with Love Blackshally. Oh boy, we're really shaking things up with another episode about Brian's love life. I sure am glad last season didn't already end with like 2 of those back to back. In this one, Brian meets the girl of his dreams, and really believes that she's the one because they both have so much in common. Well, okay, actually they both only really have atheism in common and spend each scene just making atheist jokes, but trust me when I said they hit it off. This is until Brian finds out that he's been cucked by Cleveland. The way this relationship bombs is just fucking obnoxious. Stewie for some reason convinces Brian not to have sex with her, and Brian for some reason goes along with this dumb idea, leading her to believe he's not interested and to fuck Cleveland instead. But then in the last 5 minutes it completely shifts to Cleveland's perspective, where he's thinking about getting back together with his old wife Loretta, and Peter needs to convince him that she's no good. Like, what the fuck happened? I thought this was a Brian episode. I don't know, everything is just starting to feel lazier, especially the jokes. You know, the Cool Whip thing was kinda funny as a one-off gag, but for some reason they just love repeating the whole, uh-oh, Stewie pronounces a word weird and it pisses off Brian gag. Like, does it really need to go on for a minute every time? I get the joke.
No, I think because of Cleveland, she's close enough to the main cast that it might be a little weird. Really?
We're filming!
Okay, sorry. Ring the doorbell.
This was the only somewhat entertaining thing in the whole episode. The rest of it sucks. It's either confusing and obvious where the story is headed, or completely boring, no in between. Better hope the season starts picking up soon, because this is a terrible start.
It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
Heard what? Brian, don't!
Yep, we're finally here, the infamous Surfing Bird episode. I thought this was the funniest shit in the world as a kid. I remember standing up and recording this on my TV with an iPad so I could rewatch it whenever I wanted to. But after not watching the episode since then, I gotta say, I still like it a lot. I don't know, maybe it's because it's a meme and that's why I think it's funny. The animation of him shimmying back and forth just looks so bad, and I like the scene of Brian and Stewie destroying the record. If Family Guy is gonna stop trying to be serious and character-driven, this is how I'd rather them do things. Just be completely idiotic and wacky. And thankfully the rest of the episode builds upon this, with Peter meeting and befriending Jesus fucking Christ for some reason. And then we go through the whole generic plot of someone becoming so famous that they forget about their friends, but it being done with Jesus just makes it way more entertaining. I hope to see more of this Family Guy in the future. The last episode was just trying way too hard to be serious and make you care about whatever shit was going on. This one just doesn't care at all and I love it. Oh wow, another Road To. It feels like we haven't had one of those in a long time. What a weird idea for one too. Brian and Stewie going back in time to World War II. This is the first introduction of Stewie's time machine, which he just like built off screen, but Mort Goldman accidentally travels back in time, so the two of them have to go to Poland to get him back. This special is okay. I feel like a lot of the charm of these episodes left with Dan Povenmire, the creator of Phineas and Ferb. He directed a lot of the early Road To's, and I can only assume was a large player in making those as good as they were. I don't know what it is exactly, there's just this lack of adventure to everything going on, despite all the action and amazing visuals. It just feels like everyone is never in any real danger, since most of the stuff going on is in service of a reference. Like, I have no clue what this is, it just takes me out of it. Saying this, there are a couple gags that I like, such as the Little Shop of Horrors reference, and some of the Germany jokes were pretty funny. So overall, it's not a completely joyless experience, but this is definitely the worst Road To so far. We didn't even get a charming musical show tune. I remember being really disappointed by that as a kid. Putting this under I Dream of Jesus. Peter gets an unlimited gas card, and the family decide to take a road trip to the Grand Canyon. But Stewie accidentally gets left behind in a wacky Home Alone-esque scenario. This one's okay. The road trip barely plays into it, it's mostly just scenes of them sitting in the car, including like a 1-minute sing-along of the Griffins singing some song. I'd be more upset by this, but I genuinely really enjoy it when cartoon characters sing. I don't know, I love amateur singing.
Peter, watch the road!
Lois, get off my back, will you? I'm trying to watch TV!
I'm putting this one above Road to Germany. The stuff with Stewie trying to survive by himself by getting jobs and stuff isn't the best, but the Peter and Lois stuff more than makes up for it. I like when Lois finally tells Peter off for being an idiot and Peter gives this big dramatic speech, it's really funny.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right. I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you, but I don't like to hurt people's feelings. When you think what you want about me, I'm not changing. I like me. My kids like me. My friends like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
I think this is a good episode all around. The start with all the jackass stunts is a solid opener.
Yeah, we wouldn't want the bees to get mad. I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees!
And it does what the series has sorely been missing in these past few seasons, and that's actually make a good Brian episode. After the family realize that Brian is getting pretty old, they decide to get a new dog which they literally just name New Brian. And Brian becomes jealous of how well he's been able to get along with the entire family. I love the transition from him going from being innocent and delightful to intentionally taking over Brian's spot in the family and being all evil about it. This one is very good. It actually manages to deliver on some of the more emotional moments it attempts as well. And the ending where Stewie just straight up murders him was shocking, but in a good way. I'm putting this one at the top of the season 7 list so far.
No, pie isn't really pie without Cool Whip.
Oh, for fuck's sake, again? In order to get a promotion from work, Peter needs to repeat the 3rd grade, and so he heads back to school. I mean, hey, at least it's nice to see Peter at work again. Feels like he hasn't been there in ages, you forget he even has a job. Meanwhile, Brian and Frank Sinatra Jr. buy the club they perform at in an attempt to turn it around and once again make it a hotspot, and so let Stewie renovate it into everything they hate. I'm not that into the Brian plot, you can immediately tell what direction it's going in, but the stuff with Peter going back to school, while a really dumb concept, is pretty funny. He just acts like a child the whole time.
Oh, God!
Daddy?
Oh, God!
Pretty decent one overall. The Peter stuff more than makes up for the boring Brian stuff. If you're willing to turn your mind off and accept the nonsense for what it is, you'll have a good time. I'm putting this one above Baby on Board, but under I Dream of Jesus. Finally, after 7.5 seasons, Bonnie gives birth to her and Joe's child, whom Stewie falls in love with and tries to grab the attention of her. Meanwhile, Joe gets himself in a tough spot with hospital bills, and takes out a loan from a loan shark, so the gang try to help Joe raise money to pay him off.
Look what they did to me! My legs are useless now!
This is a pretty cool one. I liked it well enough. Where it leads into also feels pretty natural, with them needing to eventually break into Mr. Pewterschmidt's vault and a fairly funny Ocean's 11 parody. And Stewie's works for some random fun, such as his guitar song and music video. I like that part a lot. Saying that though, there are a lot of jokes that drag on for way too long. Like the gag where they cut Peter into that one celebrity freaking out on set that I forget the name of. Legit, it goes on for like 2 minutes and never once is it remotely humorous. This one is going under Baby Not On Board, but above Road to Germany.
That's the guy whose chin looks like a balls.
Peter buys a horse with brain damage and we get 7 minutes of silly horse shenanigans before he gets rid of it and needs to pay off the damages it causes.
Some of the milk in the fridge is not milk, it's horse sperm. I'm a horse breeder now.
Peter decides to partake in medical experiences in order to pay it off, and he gets injected with a gay gene. Yep, we're really at that point. I actually like this one. Peter becomes a lot more charming whenever he becomes gay, and it clearly sounds like Seth is having a lot of fun voicing him here. This is another fun one. Not the funniest or most interesting episode so far, but for what it is, I enjoy it quite a bit. I'm putting it above Ocean's 3.5, but under Baby Not On Board. Stewie gets stuck on the roof while Peter was supposed to be babysitting him, and so when he looks through a cabinet he finds a winning raffle ticket that allows him one free round of golf with O.J. Simpson, who he then befriends. Wait a second, those two things don't correlate at all! This episode sucks. It takes forever to actually get into the plot. By the time Peter actually meets O.J., there's only 8 minutes left. And I just don't understand what message they're going for here. Peter is seen as an idiot for trusting OJ, but all the characters who hate him are presented as exaggerated straw men, and at the end it just leaves me confused. Also got a lot of really drawn out jokes that feel incredibly forced. Like they knew what they wanted the joke to be, but had no idea how to naturally get the characters there, so they just do it anyways.
Yikes, looks like I need a distraction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Twitty.
Oh, come on, that one wasn't even clever. Want to get an idea of how long these jokes go on for?
I wrote the entire segment to this episode while the gag was going on.
And it's still going.
This one is going underneath Love Actually. It sucks.
We don't want you in our town, Simpson. We don't love you like we did in 1993. Go!
That sucks. Lois becomes a spokeswoman for Fox News, which creates some conflict between her and Brian. But fuck that, the real standout star of this episode is Peter and Chris. With Lois working at a television station, they try to make an animated cartoon to pitch to the network, and it is hilarious. This is one of the rare times when the endless shitting on Meg works every single time, because it's just so insignificant with them hating all of her ideas but not wanting to tell her, and when you finally get to see their cartoon by the end, it's wonderfully dumb.
Chris, can I talk to you in the kitchen for a sec? I don't think she's getting it.
I know she's not getting it, but
There's no but. She's not getting it.
well, what the hell do you want to do?
She's poison.
Absolutely, she's dead weight.
Cartoon episodes about characters making a cartoon are always some of my favorites, and this is no exception. This episode is going way high up there. Although not at the very top, since we do have that rather boring Brian and Lois plotline to slog through. It's going above Baby Not On Board, but under Tales of a Third Grade Nothing.
Anybody got any more jokes? Stewie? Anything funny? No? Brian? Meg? Chris? No? All right.
Among us.
Don't think it, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it. After not getting his question answered at a Q&A, Stewie transports the cast of Star Trek The Next Generation to his house. Meanwhile, Meg becomes a born-again Christian, with her trying to show Brian that there is a god. You know, since he's an atheist now.
That's right, folks. It's going to be a Meg episode. Stick around for the fun. There's the clicker. No one would blame you.
Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do. For real though, this one is just so boring. It's just an excuse for Seth to rant about his atheism for a bit, with the big point being, God doesn't exist because some women are ugly. Yeah, no, we're moving on. This one is going above the juice is loose. The only good part is the ending with Adam West.
Why are you saying it like that?
Fuck off, I get it! Oh boy, another Brian activism episode. This time he wants to legalize weed and gets the help of Stewie to do so. The best part about this one is the Bag of Weed song. Other than that, once again, it's just rather boring. It takes so long for weed to actually become legal. By the next scene, we're already at the point where it's becoming illegal again, with Carter and Peter creating a hate campaign against it and Brian selling out his beliefs so he can finally release his book. Although their hate video was pretty funny.
Hey, I got a great idea. Let's kill 6 million Jews.
Hooray! Yeah, I'm on board. How did you come up with that?
I got the idea from while I was smoking pot.
Oh, there it is. Give us some of that.
Ha ha ha. Perhaps later.
This one is mediocre. Has some good bits, but some boring parts too. It's going above Road to Germany, but under Ocean's 3.5. After getting beat up by Joe's daughter, Stewie gets on steroids and...
Chris Griffin, you are undoubtedly the most unpopular boy in school.
I am? What about Smiley McGee over there?
Hello.
I don't know what it is about this one in particular. I just have nothing to say. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Cy Rochelle.
But I've barely even seen Family Guy.
You're going to talk about this damn episode, and you are going to like it.
I mean, I watched the pre-cancellation seasons, but sure, why not? Okay, so in this episode, Stewie gets beat up by a girl, which embarrasses Peter, so he takes Stewie to the gym and decides to give him steroids, which makes him freakishly strong and muscular. Then there are a few scenes where buff Stewie acts like an obnoxious musclehead jerk, particularly to Brian. Then at the end of the episode, he wakes up and the steroids have worn off and he's a bunch of extra flabby skin, and Brian is gonna beat him up, but he jumps out the window and flies away like a flying squirrel. That's literally the entirety of the Stewie plotline in this episode, which is titled Steroids. I didn't leave anything out. There's really not much to say about it other than I don't particularly like looking at muscular Stewie. He frightens and upsets me, but I think that's what they were going for. The bulk of this episode is actually devoted to a pretty generic story where some popular girl named Connie decides to date a loser just to see if she can make him popular, so she chooses Chris. However, she actually ends up falling for him because he's nice to her and they begin dating for real. However, as soon as Chris actually gets popular, he turns into a complete jackass and dumps Connie, who then becomes unpopular and has to team up with Meg to get revenge. Their plan is to show an embarrassing video of Chris at a school assembly. In this case, it's Chris doing the Buffalo Bill dance from Silence of the Lambs. So then they do it, and now Chris is unpopular again, and then the episode is over. The most important thing you need to know about this episode is there's a scene where a character says that Chris smells like Fred Flintstone's ass. Then there's a cutaway joke where Fred Flintstone angrily reacts to this, but like he's not part of the scene, he's just addressing the camera, not the character. So I don't understand, is he just like watching the episode of Family Guy or what? It doesn't make any sense. Overall, this episode was great. I mean, it fucking sucked and I hated it, but it was great. Back to you, Mark.
It's going under Road to Germany, but above Love Actually. Oh, fucking boy, another Brian relationship episode. So Brian's ex-girlfriend Jillian is getting married, causing Brian to get upset and date another girl, only to realize that he chooses to only ever date dumb blondes and gets intimidated by the fact that his girlfriend might be smarter than him for once. They just make him shallower and shallower.
I mean, he's everything I have, especially since my mom died of cancer.
This one isn't too bad if you ignore how awful Brian is in it. It's got plenty of good jokes. I appreciate them going through the effort to actually get the late night hosts to do their gags in live action. And the father-son talk with Peter and Quagmire is hilarious. Plus, it's not a bad message about judging a book by its cover, with her actually being quite smart and talented despite people assuming she'd be an idiot.
Bruce Jenner is a woman. An elegant, beautiful Dutch woman.
This is like the opposite of poorly aged. This one's going above Baby Not On Board. Dude, you have no idea how pissed off I am. I just looked at this episode like, wait a second, this isn't episode 125, this is episode 124 in my script, and I had to go back through the past 100 episodes looking for the one I missed. Can you imagine if I did that at the end of this video? I'd myself. Anyways, this is a little anthology of 3 Stephen King books, but with Family Guy characters. It's alright. The first one is boring, the second is decent, and the last one is alright. Once again, anthologies are not my thing.
A month went by before Andy said 2 words to somebody. As it turned out, that somebody was me.
Vagina boob.
Cleveland's Jamaican cousin is in town, who is a psychic, and so she tells the story of one of Peter's ancestors. God damn it, we already did one of these! I don't care, I'm sorry, these past episodes just bore the hell out of me. Season 7. You can definitely feel the series starting to run out of steam at this point, with many episodes just making me scratch my head like, who came up with this? They weren't all bad, there were some alright ones, but a majority were whatever. The highs weren't as high, but the lows were some of the lowest. I will say, however, I don't think there's a single episode yet I can flat out call awful. The worst we've gotten is just boring and inoffensive. I wonder when the truly awful ones are going to start setting in. And with that, let's get a move on to Season 8. Oh damn, I didn't realize this episode was so old. I remember I had this season on DVD as a kid and would play this one all the fucking time. Road to the Multiverse follows Brian and Stewie getting stuck traveling from alternate universe to alternate universe. There isn't much of a plot to follow, and I honestly think that's for the best. The thing people remember this one for are the unique universes they go to. And there must have been an insane amount of money thrown at this for all the different sets they had to design. Like, could you imagine how much this Disney parody probably cost? Now this is how you blow your budget, not a fucking chicken fight. Something I noticed while watching in order is that Brian and Stewie's relationship has taken a noticeable shift from this point. At first they were friendly rivals, that turned into a friendship, that for some reason turned into Stewie being in love with Brian, but now their dynamic is just Stewie acting smart, then Brian trying to be smart with Stewie, and then him shitting on him. It can be funny at times, but I don't know, it gets a little old. Either way, this is still one of Family Guy's best. It's just pure creativity. If you haven't seen this one yet, go and watch it. I want to refrain from spoiling too much. I'd be surprised if it doesn't end up at least in the top 20 overall episodes. I like that this episode randomly starts with a Super Friends intro parody instead of the normal one.
And Meg.
This one is just all around random. It opens with Peter getting obsessed with this cardboard cutout of Kathy Ireland, and we just have to watch him be in love with her for 10 minutes. I think we are really getting past the point of no return from him just being a complete idiot now. After this, the big plot for this one is that Lois finds out her and her children are Jewish! I mean, hey, it's cool seeing that guy from season 3 make a reappearance at least. Along with Peter's dad, wow. This one's alright. The story is whatever, but it's pretty funny.
Alright, today we're gonna play soccer.
Huh, that was easy.
I like the part where Stewie repeats a joke he said earlier and Chris calls him out on it. Gonna be putting Family Guy under Road to the Multiverse? Season 8 is off to a pretty alright start so far. I remember how that usually goes though, so I won't keep my hopes up. The best thing about this episode is that it follows through on a gag from season 2 where Brian was replaced by a random actor, with Chris being replaced by a foreign exchange student for this whole one, with the student being a fucking elephant. It's great. So Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase move across the street into Cleveland's old house, and upsets Peter once they call him unfunny. Brian and Stewie decide to investigate this with them getting involved in this big spy mission where they need to find a sleeper agent, and I do not care. It's just a big parody of 80s movies, and I really don't care for spy parodies no matter the show. I much prefer the B story where Peter, Quagmire, and Joe start an improv group. It's just dumb fun. This episode sucks though, I don't care for it at all. Even as a kid I hated when it aired. I don't know, just something about it felt off.
I haven't been this... since I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing, but...
This is the Roadhouse episode. That's all you need to know. Other than that, we have another fucking Brian getting with a girl plot. This time the dilemma is that she's too old, despite Brian being like 50-something years old himself. It's just miserable. Everyone is so judgmental again. I don't like it. I wish they'd just stop with these Brian love stories because they all end up the same way. It seems like everything is going fine until Brian does something that fucks everything up. Find something else to do with this damn character. This one is very funny, so that makes up for the same old story we've seen time and time again on this show.
Ghost.
But that seems to be a common theme of this season so far. Bad plots, but good jokes. Gonna be putting it above Family Guy. But boy, am I sure hating the direction in which these characters are going. Everyone is such a fucking prick, I despise them all in this episode. This is an interesting one. Stewie is obsessed with Hannah Montana and tries to go to her concert so he can meet her. Meanwhile, Chris finally wants to prove that the evil monkey in his closet exists. So, that's cool, they're finally doing something with that.
Hey, Chris, you want to practice kissing again?
It's just... I want to keep saying we're getting there, but it's sad to admit, I think we already are there. I like the twist that the evil monkey is actually nice and becomes more of a father figure to Chris than Peter. He's the most likable character in this show now. I enjoyed this episode. Surprisingly, when everyone in the family isn't acting like pricks, this show can be quite pleasant. And Stewie and Miley's subplot is also pretty fun. I like their generic teen song that they share. Gonna be putting it under Road to the Multiverse. Stewie creates a dumb servant to do shit for him, with him then giving an even dumber one to Brian. Meanwhile, Quagmire finds out he's a father after some nonsense between Peter and the supposed ghost of Ronald Reagan, whatever. It's alright. Again, Quagmire isn't my favorite character, and just seeing him have to interact with a baby isn't the laugh riot I think they were expecting it to be, so I'm just bored for a majority of it. It's mostly picked up through the Brian and Stewie plot. Well, I shouldn't really call it a plot, it's more so just them being dumb for 22 minutes. But I don't know, it can be kind of humorous at times.
You boys have been very naughty. I'm gonna have to assign you extra homework.
Darn it, fractions are so hard. What'd you get for number 4?
She said don't share answers!
Putting this one underneath Family Guy, but above the spy one.
It's him! Hey, Cleveland!
Why didn't you tell us you were back, buddy? Oh, it's a lamp.
After realizing they missed Cleveland, the gang look for a 4th member to add, kinda like the South Park episode after Kenny died. They end up with a guy called Jerome, who ends up making Peter jealous after finding out that Lois used to date him. I like that he calls her Loose Lois. That's the same thing that the Kiss guy called her back in season whatever that was. However, this is nowhere near as interesting as the subplot where Brian finds out that Quagmire hates him, which results in the ultimate fucking roast, where Quagmire just lays out every single thing wrong with Brian's character. It's so cathartic. Although, a little less cathartic when I realized that the writers turned Brian into an unlikable prick knowingly just so they could call themselves out on it.
Ah, taking a break, huh? She's a hot piece of ass, and from the looks of it, she likes it rough.
That's my sister, Brian. Her boyfriend has been beating her mercilessly. The last thing she'd want right now is to be objectified.
Boy, that is just that is just an awful piece of foreshadowing. Oh my god, I can't believe it. They've actually managed to have a good Brian episode this season. What are the odds? Brian accidentally hits a dog with his car, and after torturing himself with guilt is astonished to find out that nobody actually cares about what he did. This causes him to contemplate the importance of his own life. Just like the other genuinely good ones, I won't talk about it for terribly long, but my only real complaint is the rest of the townsfolk seem a little too out of character here. Like there's a scene where everybody, including Peter and Lois, tried to literally kill and eat Brian. But other than that, I like it a lot. Go check it out. I'll be dropping it under Road to the Multiverse.
Oh, it sure was nice of you to invite us out on your yacht, Mr. Pewterschmidt.
This is the most entertaining moment of this episode. Peter has to run Lois's dad's company and gets mad with power. Once again. Generic story, but is brought up by the humor.
Keep it up, Lois, I might fire you.
You wouldn't.
Does the name Lacey Chabert mean anything to you?
Okay, I'll behave.
Yes, you will.
Just time-stamping this as it's the first of many, many jabs at Lacey Chabert they do going forward. This is going above the Jerome episode.
Hi, I was gonna catch The Big Bang Theory tonight and wondered if you wanted to come over and watch.
What? What is that?
It's a comedy. It's on CBS. I'm really into it.
I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch it with you.
Peter gets amnesia. Yeah. Acknowledging it doesn't make it any better. Oh yeah, R.I.P. Family Guy and Adult Swim. It's decent. It turns into Peter cheating on Lois because he doesn't know any better, and needs to make a decision to commit to her. Gonna be putting it above Business Guy. It has a few good moments. Look at how lifeless the animation has gotten. If a character isn't talking, they're just standing there completely still. Hell, even if they do talk, they just blankly stare into your eyes, not moving a muscle. It's creepy. So Brian and Stewie find out that Meg is dating a convict. And honestly, I gotta say I was barely paying attention to this one because I kept focusing on the fact that Meg's hat is a different shade of pink to her shirt. Why? Why would they do that? Don't you think it'd be easier and a better color scheme to make him the same pink? Whatever. This one's okay. It's got a couple of good moments like Peter looking through the TV guide, and I like that it randomly ends with the Simpsons credits. And it's interesting to see Meg have the upper hand over her family for once. I'm gonna be putting it under Family Guy. Uh-oh, here it is. One of the episodes to spark the most controversy. Chris falls in love with a girl who has Down syndrome, and Lois gets obsessed with going to a psychic. But who gives a shit about the Lois stuff? It contributes fucking nothing. She's acts clueless about everything. The Chris stuff honestly doesn't make any sense to me why it's so controversial. Despite the kinda harsh lyrics, I like the Stewie song a ton. It sounds great. It really highlights the best parts of Family Guy's orchestral soundtrack. Although the thing is, when you have a song that goes on for like 4 minutes, it means that you don't really have a lot of time to do anything with the plot itself. It is nice seeing a Stewie and Chris team up though. This episode's whatever, it's super forgettable. Just look up the song on YouTube, it's the best part. Meg gets a new boyfriend for like the 3rd time this season, and Lois decides to also get with him. Perfect. She's such a bitch and takes no responsibility, immediately blaming Peter for it. Meanwhile, Stewie gets on the American reboot of Jolly Farm, except playing as a girl, with him falling in love with one of his co-stars. It's alright, it just becomes a plot of Stewie struggling to balance keeping up this facade with also trying to get with her. Gonna put it under Business Guy, it's kinda boring. What a truly dreadful episode. Just seems like it's trying to be offensive for the sake of being offensive. Begins with a musical about Terry Schiavo, which believe you me is hilarious. Then it leads into Peter being a paparazzi, which is just the same as the Simpsons episode with the same plot. And finally we end it with the amazing plotline of Peter being sexually harassed by his boss at work, with nobody believing him.
If you don't have sex with her, you're gay. You can't win.
Again, it's just super mean-spirited. That kind of humor can work, but you gotta at least treat it with some kind of class. The message we end up with is that Peter shouldn't care about being sexually assaulted, and fuck her anyway. And that it's okay if you get harassed by a woman, because that woman might be very lonely. Great. Bottom of the list. It's not even funny to make up for it. For some reason, this one starts with a random Star Wars parody that isn't interesting, but the CG is surprisingly solid. Has nothing to do with the rest of the episode, which has Brian getting his pilot picked up for a TV series, but becomes upset once it starts being turned into something he hates, even with a surprise appearance from James Woods. Meh. The stuff with Brian is decent, I guess, despite it being about him being a pretentious asshole again, but the Meg and Chris subplot is truly terrible, with them giving Stewie a huge gash in his head and instead of taking him to the hospital they try to hide it from the rest of the family. This then causes it to get infected and even Peter joins in on it, with them finally chucking him underneath a car and having him get run over. I just don't get who can find this funny.
You could always grab the vacuum and clean up the living room floor.
Oh, sure, I'll take care of that. Are you, running off to your job?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This episode is going above the spy one. It sucks. After the news convinces everyone that a black hole is about to destroy the world, Peter announces to the family that he hates his children, before it's then revealed to be a simple April Fool's prank. What a great guy.
Oh, have you not heard?
Heard what?
Jesus, how many times are they just gonna call back to jokes from back when the show was relevant? Do something new for Christ's sake. Honestly, I gotta say, I don't think this episode is as awful as it should be. It's getting to a point where I have to start ignoring how unlikable all the characters have gotten, and how they barely feel like a real family anymore, and just focus on whether or not they manage to make me laugh while being awful. And despite the really terrible plot, this one has a few good jokes that make me laugh, like Peter's King of the Black Guy bit and ending with him playing Call of Duty.
Now, which one do I press to shoot now? Damn it. Yeah, crap.
This one is going above Brian's Got a Brand New Bag. Very surprised I liked it as much as I did. I am extremely conflicted on Brian and Stewie. It does a lot of things that I really like, yet an equal amount of things that I hate. It's one of the most experimental episodes of the entire show. It features Brian and Stewie getting locked in a bank vault for the weekend and passing the time. It is also one of the few episodes to have no cutaway gags. For as much as I can appreciate the ambition here, I think what it really brings it down is the humor. I love this one as an exploration of Brian's character. The scene where he tells Stewie about how sometimes he thinks about giving up and killing himself is extremely sad, and recontextualizes a lot of stuff to happen previously in the series. But I can't enjoy it as much because I'm too busy remembering the 5-minute scene of Brian being forced to eat Stewie's shit. I'm glad as a kid I could only watch the 22-minute syndicated version, because the actual running time is like half an hour, and it does not have any right being that long. Brian and Stewie is super middle of the road. I want to put it higher, but that would be to ignore how dreadful the humor is. It's going above Dial Meg for murder. Quagmire's dad comes into town to visit, being touted as even more of a ladies' man than him. This is until they actually come into town, and reveals to everyone that they're trans and want to get a sex change, with Quagmire being very against this.
I made a crumble.
Oh, how thoughtful. Throw it away in the outside garbage.
I am not even touching this one. It is aged extremely poorly. I'm not even going to attempt to talk about it. I'm putting Quagmire's dad underneath Quagmire's baby. Noticing a pattern here. In a parody of some movie I've never heard of, Peter, Quagmire, and Joe go out to Virginia in search of the funniest dirty joke ever told. Hey, they even bring back Cleveland for a guest appearance after having left the show for like a season ago. Have I mentioned that already? I have no clue, whatever. For what it is, it's an alright little adventure episode. It's nice seeing the guys actually go somewhere that isn't just the same 3 sets for a change. I tell you, the structure of this show is like a live-action sitcom despite all the cartoony visuals. They act like they only have access to a handful of sets. Gotta be putting the splendid source under Go Stewie Go. For what it lacks in good jokes, it makes up for by simply being something new. Jesus Christ, how many specials can you have in one season? The best part of this one is the shitty CG elephant they have run across the screen in the opener. It's just more of the same, and that's a good thing, I guess. Star Wars 2, except with jokes in between. That's all. I've never even seen these original movies. I don't know what I'm to say here. Hey, Ricardo, you watch Star Wars. You talk about it. I'm gonna go rest. All this Family Guy's giving me a fucking headache.
Alright, well, surprise, that was terrible. It was really bad. The thing that I've noticed with Family Guy is that there are a lot of tropes, and, like, from someone who didn't watch a lot of Family Guy as a kid, has only watched it in brief spurts recently because, like, you or Kasan have had it on TV. The main trope with the show is that it's just pop culture reference in place of X, or this Family Guy character in place of X, or this mean-spirited joke in place of X, and like the thing that they're doing is they're obviously parodying like this behemoth of a pop culture franchise, like the most beloved pop culture franchise, and they're taking like all of these recognizable scenes and they're just doing that with every scene rather than doing something creative or new. Like instead of a Wampa, it's Cookie Monster. When Luke crashes his snow speeder, he'll call some like name brand service provider that people use in their cars, but there was this scene towards the end of the movie, like when Han Solo's like Peter Griffin's Han Solo like walks into the dinner room scene with Darth Vader, and the giant chicken plays Boba Fett, and it's literally him going, "Ha, the giant chicken plays Boba Fett," and that kind of exemplifies the episode. It's just like this thing in place of this thing. It's really cheap comedy. It's not funny. It's just standard Family Guy stuff, but in the world of Star Wars. And it's not funny even as a Star Wars fan, and that's the thing, you probably have to be a Star Wars fan to like get a lot of the jokes, so it's definitely not for everybody, and coming from like a massive Star Wars fan, it definitely wasn't for me.
Thanks, Brosif. This one is going under doggone. It's solid. This episode had been banned from television for a long time, only being released on DVD. Why is that? It's an abortion episode. An old friend of Lois wants her to carry your child, and after agreeing, the friend dies. So now Lois and Peter need to decide whether or not to have the kid. They don't. I like that ending a lot.
We had the abortion.
It's okay. It being banned gave it such a hyped build-up, but when you watch it, it's just whatever. This season was definitely way worse than the others. The highs were nowhere near as high and the lows were extremely low. The characters have taken a bigger hit this season. They're all just becoming so unlikable. Especially Lois and Peter, they just come off like they hate everyone. Sure hope that gets better. Spoiler warning, I already know it doesn't. Dude, you have no idea how hyped I was for And Then There Were Fewer as a kid. An almost 1 hour long Family Guy special featuring a large group of characters being stuck in a mansion one night with a murderer on the loose. This is definitely one of my absolute favorite episodes of Family Guy. It balances a super interesting story with a lot of great jokes. Much like all the other ones that I think are amazing, I'm gonna refrain from spoiling too much, but I think it's really cool how they were willing to do something like this. Everything works. The drama, the comedy, the wonderful orchestral music. How they were willing to kill off some secondary characters permanently? What a great episode. This is what I want to see more of from Family Guy. A genuine effort. Season 9 marks the beginning of the show being in HD widescreen. Finally, we can watch the wacky Griffin adventures in 1080p.
Here's what you used to see.
Good night, Mike.
Good night, Carol.
And here's the stuff you missed.
I gotta say, this new intro is terrible. The characters are so much more lifeless, and I really hate the awful gradients they added to everything. Reminds me a lot of the Simpsons one. This is one where they were very much starting to push Brian as a more hardcore liberal. However, when Rush Limbaugh comes to town, he completely has a turnaround and becomes right-wing, with Lois trying to point out the hypocrisy to him. It's just another example of Brian's character regressing so much. It's like the new writers only understand his basic character traits like, he's a liberal, he's an alcoholic, and they write stories based around those few things. Makes him come off as super up himself and pretentious. Everybody's a straw man here. I despise watching him interact with Lois in any episode now, despite them being presented as really good friends early on. Has a nice song though. Putting this one, unsurprisingly, under And Then There Were Fewer. It sucks hard, one of the worst of the series so far.
Rush Limbaugh was right all along. Conservative republicanism is the answer. Good. Good for Brian.
After Peter catches Lois's father Carter having an affair, he uses it as blackmail against him to do whatever he wants. Until he doesn't 10 minutes later and reveals what he did. So now Peter and Carter must— oh, for God's sake, it's not an unlikely pairing if you keep doing these same fucking episodes where Peter does something bad to Carter and so needs to help him get him back on his feet.
Mama, may I have cookie?
No, Diabito. Roll back to kitchen.
Oh.
As far as these stories go, it's one of the better ones, I suppose. I like the scenes where they're genuinely having fun with each other, but most of it is just miserable. I'm sick of these episodes. I hope next time they use Carter they decide to do something new with them. That'd be nice. Gonna be putting this one above excellence in broadcasting. It's only slightly better than the last team up between these two.
I'll set the mood. Bird, 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 bird. Bird's the word.
I swear to fucking God, stop it. I mean it. Has it really taken them 9 seasons to have a proper Halloween special? I think this may be it. Wow. Let's see where they go with it. There's not much of a plot to speak of with this one. We just follow each member of the family going about their Halloween activities. I enjoy the Peter one along with the Stewie and Brian one. It's fun just seeing them go around trick-or-treating. Stewie just being a normal child works pretty well here. And the less we say about the Chris and Meg plot, the better.
Hey, get out of here! This is my house!
Overall, it's a solid episode. Nothing all that notable about it, but it's simple and fun. Gotta say, though, I'm really not a fan of the color scheme for the new nighttime sets. Brian is this really ugly sheet of grey. It looks like shit. I remember once in my English class in high school, the 20-something-year-old teacher used screen caps of Stewie and Brian from this episode in her PowerPoint presentation. Wasn't even related to English. Halloween on Spooner Street is going under And Then There Were Fewer. Lois gets into boxing, and uses it to let all her anger out towards Peter, quickly becoming the top boxer in Quahog. Pretty sure we already did an episode about Lois getting into fighting, but okay. This one is way less interesting, despite both having the exact same plot about it being tied to her relationship with Peter. It just becomes a Rocky parody with her retiring and then coming back out for one last fight, and I don't know, it's just sort of a worse version of the old one. I dozed off for most of it. The fight at the end was well animated though, I'll give it that. Hats off to you, underpaid Korean animator. Gonna be dropping this episode under Halloween on Spooner Street. I mean, out of all the Rocky movies, why parody the third one? That's like the second worst one. You know what? Here's every Rocky movie ranked. 2, 1, 5, 3, 4. There you go. Thanks for watching. I like the neat bit of continuity here with Brian getting all his unsold books sent back to him. And so he sets himself on writing a purposefully shit book that he knows will sell well. The episode immediately takes a nosedive, however, when Brian's book becomes a bestseller and he starts to buy into thinking it's actually amazing and he's some profound writer. Naturally, like every other story he has, becoming a pretentious asshole. he just starts becoming a prick, especially to Stewie, who's the guy who got him the book published in the first place. If you're interested in watching another episode of Bran being an unbelievable C-word, then boy, is this the episode for you.
Oh. Well, at least it's not raining.
Putting it at the bottom of the list so far, I cannot stand it at all. I appreciate the ending being all live action, that would have been a bitch to set up, but it doesn't make up for how shitty the substance is. Thank God, another Road to episode. Hopefully this can save us from an incredibly mediocre season so far. This one is a Christmas special about Stewie and Bran going to the North Pole, only to see that Santa is overworked and depressed. I'd recommend checking this one out, it's pretty good. The songs are especially great. It's nice to finally get back to a more nice version of Family Guy, where every character isn't a miserable ass. The best thing by far, however, is that during the first song they changed one of Peter's lines to "poo on you." However, in the DVD version he says the far more funny line, "suck my dick."
Suck my dick, it's not enough.
I'll be dropping Road to the North Pole above Halloween on Spooner Street. Seems like these specials are all they're really putting their effort into anymore.
Here you go, Peter. It's on the house.
So, what do you think?
With Obama coming to Quahog, Chris and Meg have to write a speech for him. This episode is actually pretty good and emotional when it becomes about Bran killing himself to save Peter. But instead of talking about that, I'm gonna have my friend Sonny come in and read out the letter that he had to write to Obama when he was in school.
My reaction to the Union Address. My reaction to Barack Obama's speak is that it moved me because he speaks that to win the future, we must create more jobs for our generation. He also speaks about how he challenges us to help make the energy we use be made of water, sunlight, and nuclear power for cars and houses. He also encourages parents to tell children to turn off the TV and computer and do their homework and get the education they need. He speaks of the students who are successful in school but are not from the US, so when they finish school, they go back to their country to work against us. Barack also talks to improve broadband internet for better online help, such as by using ebooks in class, for doters to video chat with patients, and to let firefighters see diagrams of builds on fire to help save people get out safe. I agree with Barack on his speech about how children should go to college and get a degree, for us to have greener cars and houses, and for us to have a better future. Barack gave a compelling speak, and it moved me many ways.
Beautiful. Going underneath Halloween on Spooner Street, the highlight here is Stewie's reaction to Bran giving up his kidney and killing himself. Brian does one nice thing this season, wow. Can't believe Family Guy managed to have a genuinely good emotional moment. It's nice to actually feel invested for once instead of absolute boredom. I like the parody of the Hulk it opens on. That's all I really have to say, it's boring. We finally learn more about the female anchor in Quahog who's replacing Diane Simmons, but it turns out that she has it out for Lois, as she bullied her back in high school. Meh, not a fan. I hate that it turns into Lois being outed for being in a porno movie in her 20s, I just don't care. Putting it under Welcome Back, Carter. As a kid I hated this one when it came on.
Hiya, lame asses!
Whoa! We were having a nice time!
I've got a sore finger.
I don't give a crap, we got bigger problems!
After a mishap at the theater, Peter and Bran are sent to a month of Alcoholics Anonymous. The pacing in this one is just terrible. Family Guy has a real problem when it comes to pacing, I've noticed lately. When your episode is only 22 minutes, you gotta delegate your time properly to make sure you fit in all the important parts. But scenes that should only go on for like a minute instead take an eternity. For example, Peter and Bran turn the AA meeting into a drinking party. But oh no, the cops are coming, so they gotta hide. In any other show, this would lead to a 30-second long scene of the police coming in, saying they've hit all the alcohol and then leaving. Simple. But in Family Guy, it leads into a 4-minute fucking long musical number that means nothing in the grand scheme of things. I don't know, it's not a huge deal, but by the time they've done their song, there's only like 7 minutes left of the episode, and it still doesn't really feel like the plot is kicked off yet. They try to bring Death in after Peter dies in a car wreck, and it's cool to see him again, but he has barely any time to do anything. He's only here for like 3 minutes, it sucks. Overall, this one is boring and forgettable. The best part of it is where Peter sings the Cat Dog intro, and his Mr. Boo song isn't too bad either. Glad to see the music is the last thing in the series they still put effort into. Gonna be putting it under Baby You Knock Me Out. Another Chris episode, and I gotta say, this is actually one of the better ones. After Peter and Lois feel like he needs a hobby, Chris befriends this old German puppeteer, only to find out that he's can I say that on YouTube? Well, one of those things that 13-year-olds on Twitter always accuse people of being. I don't know, it's quite the simple story. It just becomes Chris and Peter being trapped in his basement with Herbert, needing to save them. But it's got some alright jokes. I think it can be quite funny at times.
Quick, shoot him, Chris! What are you waiting for?
How do I know which one to shoot?
What?
How do I know which one is the real dad?
I like this one. It's nowhere near the best the series has to offer, but in what so far has been a pretty terrible season, this was a breath of fresh air. I like their old person fight at the end. He dies in a fairly realistic and gruesome way too. I'm putting German guy above new kidney in town. To add to the list of episodes that feature Meg falling in love with some random person, we have her going crazy and trying to get with Joe instead of a dog. Even the writers understand how repetitive it's getting.
Well, look, all I'm saying is, I remember when Brian had a similar difficulty with Meg. Maybe she's prone to quick and severe infatuation.
Yeah, with a dog, not a cripple.
Meanwhile, after realizing that he's kinda lost his edge, Stewie accidentally creates an evil doppelganger of himself that goes out on a killing spree. Hey, remember when I had my own edgy doppelganger? Oh my god, here he is now! This episode's okay, I guess. I'm not really a fan of the Meg and Joe stuff, it's just the exact same setup and payoff as the Brian one. But the evil Stewie one is interesting enough, I really like those plots. Although I do find it odd how they do the exact same thing from the last one, where the character holds a gun and doesn't know which to shoot, except this does it unironically. Still though, I liked it well enough. Putting it above Baby You Knock Me Out. Alright. See you in another 2 years, I guess. Don't ask why my voice is different. The family does one of those generic sitcom stories, where the kids are the parents and the parents are the kids. Meh, it's not all that great. It features a lot of those annoying drawn-out jokes, such as a 2-minute scene of Carter struggling to destroy a park bench. How silly. It takes way too long to even get into that story. The first 8 minutes is about Peter owning a dirt bike. Jesus, how many of these openers are just, Peter gets blank? It's a fucking bike, how interesting can it be? Spoiler warning, not very.
Alright, time to make all those popular kids pay for ignoring me.
Peter, no, you're just a normal high school kid.
Oh. Hey, Lance, it's off. Throw this phone away, Lois.
I like that everyone around town just accepts this as a normal thing and allows Chris to work Peter's job and the parents to go to high school. It's not amazing, but for what it is, they do all they really can with this premise. Gonna be dropping it under German guy.
I think we should go live with Mom.
I just heard all of that, and I just want to say this family is fucking disintegrating.
You got that right.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, crap. He's in love again.
My thoughts exactly. Brian gets depressed about the fact that he doesn't have a girlfriend, and so takes Quagmire's class on getting love. This then leads to the two becoming at war with each other, with Brian getting with Quagmire's old girlfriend, and Quagmire getting with Brian's old girlfriend, Jillian. They're both just assholes. I don't think either of them were in the right. I gotta say though, at least it was interesting. But by the point they get to here, there's only 4 minutes of the episode left. They shouldn't have wasted so much time on the pointless Peter dry cleaning story yet amounted to nothing. Dropping Tigs for 2 below Welcome Back Carter.
Hey Tyler, are you on your way to algebra?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
Awful!
The preceding joke was brought to you by Men.
Men, we don't know what we did.
You are gonna see this type of joke with that shitty white text so much going forward. Get ready. Lois's sister comes into town and gets into a relationship with Mayor Adam West, with Lois worried she'd just have her heart broken again. Listen to Lois's audio quality here. It's all fucked up. You can hear the microphone peaking.
Goodbye. Where are you going?
As of today, I'm stepping down as mayor and leaving Quahog forever.
Because of Carol?
Sounds like one of my videos. I don't give a shit about the plot. I think the joke's elevated a ton. Adam West is still a really funny character. No matter what point in the series, he's definitely the best part about the episodes he's the focus of. It's alright. It'll be going a bit higher on the list, but that doesn't mean it's amazing. Putting it above Trading Places.
Oh, by the way, I should tell you I've got AIDS.
What?
Yeah, they're right over there waiting for me.
Ready to go when you are, sir.
Poor guys, they both have AIDS.
Not okay!
There's not even, like, a joke or a pun in that title. It's just straight up the Big Bang Theory. Stewie decides he's gonna keep going back in time to fuck with Brian, such as stealing the iconic peanut butter jelly time bit. But this starts to backfire once Bertram returns and uses the time machine to attempt to kill one of Stewie's ancestors, Leonardo da Vinci. I don't really have a ton to say. When they get to Italy, it's got some pretty ambitious, yet dated visuals, with the CGI buildings, but I guess I still appreciate the effort. It's just sort of boring though. Gonna be putting it underneath a new kidney in time. This episode is terrible. I really hate it. Bonnie was never a character that I particularly liked, but from this point on I actively start to hate her, with her and Lois going to France so that she can cheat on Joe. She's just an irredeemable bitch from this point on, and her character only gets worse and worse, where they're actively hating Joe and wanting him to die. The only somewhat good part of the episode is Peter deciding to homeschool Meg and Chris. It's kind of funny, I guess.
Yay, learning! Chris, A! Meg, F!
Under excellence in broadcasting. Terrible one. I like the part where they're so shameless in not being able to fill the episode length that they play the entire music video for Dancing in the Street. I am not joking. It goes on for 3 minutes. This is the last Star Wars parody, this time being a parody of Return of the Jedi. It opens with the characters being as uninterested as I am.
We're about to do Jedi, aren't we?
Let's just get through this.
Even the scrolling text talks about how much of a cash grab this is. Look, it's the third Star Wars, but Family Guy. The novelty is worn off. It's still funny, what more is there to say? Season 9 sucked dick. You really have no idea how much I'm beginning to dread this. The show is becoming so repetitive and awful with the characters becoming more unlikable by the episode. Can't wait to see it get even worse. I like the little switch up with the intro in this one where a dancer comes down to tell Peter she's pregnant. That was funny. I love how every episode now needs to open up with the family watching TV so they can have a lame-ass cutaway gag that adds nothing to the show. So Peter takes out a second mortgage on the house so he can buy a lot of lottery tickets. And what do you know? They end up winning. I like that the fucking first one they grab is the winner. Amazing. They just go through the typical ideas you could do with a story like this. Peter starts splurging and then becomes a power-hungry asshole, abusing his friends in exchange for money. Very funny. I just don't care. I'm sorry, it's terrible. There's a scene that's like a minute long of Peter and friends singing the Troll song. Tells you what you need to know.
And I'm gonna dive into it like Scrooge McDuck.
This is hands down one of the most dreadful episodes of Family Guy, by fucking far. I don't understand. As a kid, I assumed it was super deep and one of my favorites, but now I cannot stand it. This was part of a big 3-web promotion all of Seth's shows were doing at the time. Family Guy, American Dad, and The Cleveland Show, where each of them would have an episode taking place during a thunderstorm. During this time, Brian decides he's gonna take mushrooms, and we see the writer's desperate attempt at showing you his bad trip. I don't give a shit about this one, it's just trying to be creepy and gruesome for the sake of it. The main focus here is the A-plot, where after getting nothing but shit on all night, Meg finally decides to stand up for herself, and tells the family off for how big of pricks they are. We're then just watching a genuine family argument, and it's like, this is sad. Like, yeah, these characters are now terrible people. Do something about it. This then leads into the family getting at each other's throat, which causes Meg to realize that she needs to be able to take the abuse from the family and act as a lightning rod, teaching us the wonderful message that you should stay with your abuser, because they might get upset if not. I understand people are going to say that Family Guy is just a comedy and so I'm looking too hard into it, and not accepting it for what it is because I'm soft. But no, I wouldn't mind if they weren't actively trying to tell a serious message here, with sappy music and slow zoom-ins to boot. Fuck this one, it's miserable to sit through. The family shitting on Meg can be funny, just like Homer strangling Bart is funny. You know what would make it less funny though? Them making an entire episode focused on Homer abusing him.
You guys all think you're so much better than me.
Oh, Meg, that is the least fancy thing I have ever heard.
Okay, that is the one single funny joke. Oh my fucking god, really? Not only did they decide to have one episode about abuse, but 2 episodes about abuse, and better yet, they're airing them one after the other. Fucking brilliant. Does this one manage to have a better moral at least? It is so fucking confused on what its message actually is, I can't tell. Quagmire's sister is getting abused by her boyfriend, and the gang try to convince her to leave him, with her not wanting to do so. Don't want to waste any fucking time on it. The message is basically, if you're getting abused and do nothing about it, then you're weak. What a fucking joke. Quagmire of all characters should not be giving a speech about respecting women. Stick to fucking comedy, Family Guy. I hate Peter's new voice. I know I'm just nothing but complaining at this point, but I hate it. It's gotten so exaggerated over the years. He talks like a baby. It's so annoying. He can't pronounce words anymore. So Peter meets Ryan Reynolds, who moves next door. But things start to take a turn for the worse when he worries that Ryan might be gay and likes him. So he tries to find out the truth. Meanwhile, Stewie crashes Brian's car and freaks out when he's about to tell Lois and Peter. Honestly, it's kind of charming seeing him act like a little kid not wanting to get in trouble by his parents. And they bring Consuelo into it in a nice way too. Both of these plots are incredibly simple and not much goes on with them, but I think that they work well. Just sit back and enjoy the humor.
Hey, Lois, what's going on here?
Oh, it's my book club, Peter. Come, join us.
Oh, okay.
This episode ain't so bad. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to the ship by now it makes average ones seem better, but either way, it's at the top of the list so far. What a fun and creative episode. I'm genuinely so surprised this came from season 10. Why does it feel like Family Guy has 10 writers and only like 2 of them are good? So Brian and Stewie go back to 1999 to find a ball that he buried in the yard, which just so happens to be the exact day that the pilot of Family Guy aired. So we see Brian and Stewie cause timeline shenanigans. I love how they attempted to emulate the crappy season 1 style, even if they still use the generic newer Family Guy stock poses in the scenes. But either way, it's a super creative concept and we get a lot of good jokes out of it, like them just sitting there during a cutaway.
Can I please get collagen injections?
Meg, you don't need to change the way you look. You know, most of the world's problems stem from poor self-image.
Oh my god, what's with Meg's voice? She sounds like someone who's about to give up a huge opportunity.
There's another jab at Lacey Chabert to put in the counter. I don't care as much when the latter half focuses on Brian stopping 9/11, but we still get a lot of cool animation segments during that section. The CGI part actually looked really cool. I remember as a kid I had wished they did a whole episode like that. One of the best Brian and Stewie stories. Glad to see they still try with these ones. Top of the list.
Whoa, crash ahoy.
Good, Family Guy. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. During a Thanksgiving dinner, Joe's son returns. Remember him? Kevin. I kind of forgot to mention that he, died off screen 3 seasons ago. It's cool seeing everyone in the main cast interact in a room. There's some funny moments here, but I start to lose interest when it actually becomes about Joe hating his son for abandoning his army position.
No dentist appointment for this guy.
This one starts well, but after a while it just becomes a boring family drama. Other than a couple funny bits, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be putting Thanksgiving, which is a shitty name by the way, in between Lottery Fever and Stewie Goes for a Drive. After about 8 minutes of Peter going on a diet so that he can ride a new roller coaster at Six Flags, the family find an old Amish town and need to stay there until the car is fixed. It's just a bunch of drawn out jokes about the Amish, and I don't know, I don't find it interesting at all. Never mind how they try to mix this in with yet another Meg falling in love plot, really, who gives a shit? I'm gonna be putting this one under Thanksgiving, it's just boring. It's neat to see Cleveland again for a little bit, I guess. Even if they are incredibly blatant about it just being to increase the Cleveland show's ratings. The gang realize that they haven't done anything adventurous in a long time, and so head out to New Orleans, having a run-in with the law and being arrested in the process.
I can't believe this. 2 weeks in prison on trumped-up charges. That trial was a total sham.
Yeah, I knew we were in trouble the minute I saw the jury. Well, at least they're a jury of our peers.
I don't think they see it that way, Peter.
For what it is, this is a fine little adventure. I'd put it about on par with the one about the dirty joke, going above Thanksgiving. After a crash, Lois's dad gets his driver's license revoked. It causes him to realize that he's old and he should think about retiring. This leads into another riveting Carter episode, where he spends more time with the family and gets on all their nerves, eventually moving into a retirement home, and then realizing that he likes working. Oh boy.
But let's see who's really under there. Ah! A skeleton!
I don't give a shit. Oh no, he's boring when retired. How awful. Putting it under Amish Guy.
Causing all this traffic.
Oh boy, yep, there's the problem. Not drawn yet.
Why is the only thing they can think about doing with Meg have to do with her being in love with someone? Do something new! It's Meg's 18th birthday, which means Quagmire is finally gonna try and fuck her. What a likable character. Respects women too, I hear. It doesn't work because he's intentionally coming over with the intent to fuck her. The only way I could see this being somewhat decent is if it happened naturally, but no, he's just a prick and it's weird and creepy. And Lois, like, encourages this for some reason. The best part is honestly just it being nice to see Peter care about his daughter again. The scene at the end where he screams at Meg is genuinely cathartic. I don't know, I don't want to waste any more time on such a shitty concept for an episode, but that was definitely the highlight, other than the Teen Choice Awards opener.
I tell you, every year I recognize fewer and fewer names.
Lombard Montague, Grace McLady, Andy Colorado, the Mondo Twins, Purple Stuff, Tank Top Gay Face.
Gonna put it above Screams in Silence. The family decide to get new stairs, which causes issues for Peter as he keeps slipping on it. Yes, this is a plot. It's the funniest part of the episode. Meanwhile, Peter gets a new deaf co-worker, which causes Quagmire to invite a ton of disabled women to the bar. And of course, naturally, Brian falls in love with a blind woman, where everything is going fine until she admits that she hates dogs, not realizing, you know, Brian's a dog. It's just the same as all these other fucking stories. Brian comes to Stewie and he gives him some advice that ends up messing everything up. Once again, I wish they'd just stop the Brian love plots unless they did something new with it. The Peter stuff is alright as a fun little side story, but it doesn't make up for the boring mean one. I'm gonna drop it below Thanksgiving. I'm not sure what the intro to this one is parroting, but it's animated well. So Stewie ends up making a new friend at daycare, who comes over to the house. But he ends up going unconscious, and after they go to the hospital, they find out he has cancer. The whole dilemma here is that the family of the kid already know he has cancer, but are choosing not to take him to the doctors because they think they can heal him through prayer. And so Lois and Peter have to gotta try and kidnap the kid so they can take him to get better. It's fine, I guess. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, I suppose, but it isn't very funny either. The only real part that got a chuckle out of me was the heist with all the different Peters, but other than that, I could barely hold my attention.
I am so happy for me. I deserve this. When do you think the Queen's gonna die?
I'm putting Living on a Prayer above the last one. Boy, this season sure does suck so far, doesn't it?
Good evening, I'm Michael Myers.
Peter finds out that Tom Tucker used to be a big Hollywood actor, and so becomes his agent, trying to get him back on the scene. In the meantime, Chris finds a new girlfriend, which puts everyone off as she looks exactly like Lois. Well, everyone aside from Lois, who doesn't even seem to notice anything off about her. Jesus, they're like fucking addicted to romance plots. They're in every other episode at this point. They really can't find any other source of conflict here. We just follow along the exact type of plot you'd expect them to do. It's just the opposite of the Jesus episode. Peter starts to get too big for his boots and becomes the agent for James Woods, who it turns out has survived after being stabbed, until something happens that makes him come crawling back to Tom to apologize. It's tough because I want to say this episode is alright, but then I realize that the only reason I feel more positive to it is because the rest of the season has been so shit. And when I look at it more objectively, it's just extremely boring and unfunny. Putting it above Cool Hand Peter, it's like the third highest on the season 10 list, but it is very low in the overall ranking. I cannot believe how much it sucks. Let's hope it gets better in the second half. I like the part where instead of showing a cutaway gag, they literally put a scan of the script on screen for you to read. That was kind of funny, I guess. Brian starts to realize that Stewie's daycare teacher isn't treating them well, but when he goes to tell her off, he accidentally falls in love with... This plot sucks. Brian just starts to dismiss everything bad she's doing to the kids just to try and fuck her. Surprise, surprise, doesn't work. The much better side to the story is Peter befriending a dolphin, voiced by Ricky Gervais. The character isn't all that memorable and they don't really do much with the concept. I mean, what could you do, really? I just think it's a funny contrast to have it be voiced by Ricky Gervais. He adds a lot to the character. It's nice for them to make an actual character around it, and not just have him be the actual guy. You ever seen the Ricky Gervais show? Go watch it. It's great. Much better than what I'm subjecting myself to right now.
We're working on something.
I'm gonna put Be Careful What You Fish For under Cool Hand Peter.
Hey, Elmer.
Wait a second, this guy's name is Elmer Hartman? As in Elmer Butch Hartman? How have I never realized that before? Wow. So Mort's pharmacy is starting to go under ever since the death of his wife. So Peter and Quagmire help him set up this big insurance fraud scam. It's alright, they're mostly just trying to cover up what they did for the majority of the episode. It's weird this is one of the only episodes they feel like they didn't need a B story for. There are a couple funny moments, but for the most part I don't give a shit. I don't know where else to put this, but it just dawned on me that the reason they look so unnatural and cold now is because with widescreen they can have them all be spread apart. But earlier on they had to all huddle together to fit on screen. Made it seem more homely. Gonna drop it onto the blind side. Peter tries to get Chris to join a hot dog eating contest. During this, Stewie finds an old Queen album, where the cover seems to scare him, and so Brian abuses it to torture him. That is all. A majority of this episode just focuses on Chris going to fat camp, with Peter also getting coerced into it. Honestly, I'm surprised it took them this long to get to a story like this. Seems like something they would have done ages ago, a fat camp story. One of Steve's friends from American Dad is here for some reason too. Did it just run out of fat kid models? He has the same design as Peter. Anyways, it's just 15 minutes of fat jokes, and gets old real fast. After a while, it becomes this murder mystery where fat kids are being strangled all over. So they bring back the fat guy strangler from a few seasons ago. Not voiced by Robert Downey Jr. though. Need to see him again, but it happens way too late for anything cool to be done with it. It's going above the blind side. After Lois starts being bitchy and says to Brian that Peter and him aren't even friends, Stewie experiments by putting Peter, Brian, Quagmire, and Joe all in an abandoned world where they have memory loss to see if they naturally become friends. This is a really cool concept. Not sure if it's a parody of a movie or whatever, but it's a neat idea to do either way, and I like that they try to have a genuinely sweet ending, where Stewie and Lois are proven wrong and they do become friends with one another. It's nice.
That's annoying.
Thanks. I can't say it's all that funny, most of the humor is just based on them saying stuff about themselves that isn't true, but still, I love the concept a lot. I'm gonna put this one under Back to the Pilot. Can't believe it, a decent episode.
Can a fireman wear a hat?
No?
Yes!
Yes.
Can a policeman wear a hat?
No way.
Yes.
Yes, he can, I knew that.
Now you at home, tell me, who else wears a hat?
A very formal horse?
So Peter gets addicted to Jolly Farm's review, and so decides he's going to create his own live-action kids show, where he does nothing but badmouth Lois, which causes her to get harassed in public. Meg also gets an internship at the local hospital, and it's boring, so back to the Peter stuff. It's decently funny, I guess. That's all, it's okay. Putting it above Tom Tucker, the man who, I don't know, I forgot it was a long name. So Brian takes Stewie to the park, where he meets a young girl who's basically just the female version of himself. But him from season 1, she's a psychopath. Meanwhile, Peter and Lois are having an issue where he keeps crushing her in the middle of the night, and he needs to get used to them sleeping in different beds. It's funny enough. I like that Peter and Quagmire decide to sleep with each other platonically, so we can cuddle with someone. It's very dumb and charming. I also like where the Stewie stuff goes, with the girl trying to kill Brian from splitting them up, so he needs to come to his rescue. It's sweet, and the fight scene has a lot of creative animation, putting Mr. and Mrs. Stewie under Forget-Me-Not.
Dearest Augustine, I do hope this latest damp has not aggravated your gray lung. Dip, 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 dip.
Meg goes to school in Paris for a semester and ends up getting kidnapped by a sex trafficking ring. So Brian and Stewie need to come over to save them. It's like a big Taken parody.
Gimme money, gimme money, gimme money, gimme money, gimme money.
It's just kind of boring. I don't know, I couldn't find myself getting invested. It's too out there of a story for me that I forget it's even a real episode half the time. They really want to start pushing this buddy cop thing here with the two of them now. It's way too exaggerated in this one of him knocking all the shitty tropes. Gonna put Lego My Mego above Burning Down the Bayet.
Ah, cool. Hey, Mort, what's this thing?
What do you mean? It's a fucking open sign. Are you this desperate to force your characters into these dumbass scenarios? After starting a fucking store in his living room for some reason, Peter decides to join the tea party. And so after finding out Lois's dad runs it, he gets Peter to be his pawn and getting people to join him as a regular working man. I don't give a shit about these political episodes. They're boring. Under Grumpy Old Man.
I'm very proud of you, Peter.
Oh, Lois, that means nothing to me. I only care what they say on the internet message boards. Aww.
Look, Peter is watching this very video. Why did it take them 7 seasons to get back to this concept? Was it worth revisiting that much? The first segment is just 7 minutes of British jokes. Aren't they polite? Don't they say funny words? Since it's a what if episode, why not just bring in a British writer to do it? That would have been neat to see. The second is a parody of those ones where Peter can turn anyone into a certain thing by touching them. That thing being Robin Williams. It's decent, but it seems better for a 30-second cutaway gag rather than a full segment. Finally, we get to see a portion of Stewie's death from his point of view. The animation is cool. Never do one of these again. Under Lego My Mego. So to contrast against last season's episode, Joe has an affair on Bonnie here with some lady voiced by Anna Kendrick.
Well, we've all made mistakes.
I at least prefer that they're doing this one in Quahog so we can see how the characters are reacting to this, with Bonnie initially wanting to get divorced from Joe, so he needs to convince her to stay. But also, Bonnie, you want to take the stand on this? Again, last season. If anything, her one was worse because she went with the intent of having an affair. It was just a coincidence for him. But who cares, we got another giant chicken fight to draw our attention. They're really struggling to try top themselves with these, with this one just being this multi-dimensional and cloning thing. And it all just becomes noise. I don't really care, just retire this fucking gag already. Bad episode. Extremely bad season too. Do you really think it can get worse from here? I hope not. To try and one-up another family, the Griffins decide that they're going to climb up a mountain. And so they climb Mount Everest.
This is probably a terrible time to remember this, but I think I might have left the weed whacker on.
It's an alright premiere, I guess. Better than a majority of the last season, at least. It's a fun little adventure, and they make some good jokes about the scenario they're in. I don't know, it's just nice to have them all together and act like a family for the first time in years. There's even a sweet little moment with Lois deciding to go back up the mountain to save the family they were competing with. What a decent start to the season. I mean, anything better than last season is a blessing.
Hey, Chris, you think it's safe to drink from a fire hose?
Why not, Dad? It's just water.
All right, well, turn it on. I'm very thirsty. Nice job, Chris. You got my shirt wet.
The Griffins become a Nielsen family, and so Peter has fun screwing around with the TV stations. Although this backfires once everyone begins to hate him for messing up all the shows. This one is pretty boring. A majority of it is just us seeing the different TV shows that Peter's changed, and we don't actually see him try to do anything about it until like the last 3 minutes of the episode.
Guys, I broke television, and now you have to help me fix it.
Yeah, looks like this is one we beat you to.
Stewie calls Brian a libtard at one point. Moving on. After a mishap at a baseball game, everyone in town finds out that Quagmire is bald and wears a wig. So he decides to embrace this and go bald permanently. They do such a simple and boring thing with it though. For some reason, him being bald causes him to act boring like an old man. Why? It's not really that funny of a concept. Definitely not enough to warrant an entire episode. And that's why it doesn't. Halfway through, it randomly becomes about Brian finding out Carter has 2 weeks to live as he's got cancer. So now we have another Brian and Stewie adventure, where they try and find out how Carter managed to immediately get better. They both say imposter like 10 times in this episode. It was very distracting.
Imposter.
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 Ahoy.
This one is very boring. Not into it at all. Bottom of the list so far. After Brian starts using Stewie's time machine to pick up women, he causes a time thingy. I think that's the scientific term. But now time is constantly moving backwards instead of forwards, and so Brian and Stewie need to do something before Stewie becomes unborn. There's a lot of neat visuals here. Takes what could have been a boring episode and made it more interesting. It was something new to do with the chicken fight at least. And it's cool getting to see them relive past episodes again.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh my god, we're getting closer to the beginning! You're Lacey Chabert!
There's like, I want to say 4 jabs at Lacey Chabert in the show so far. What have you got against her? She was in Mean Girls, for God's sake. This is a solid one. It's nowhere near as good as most other Brian and Stewie episodes, but I still like it a lot for the concept alone. We find out that Joe lied about the reason he was put in a wheelchair, not being the Grinch who did it, and instead some guy called Bobby Briggs. So Peter, Quagmire, and Joe all set out to take the guy in after he escapes from prison. For what it is, it's another fun adventure with the gang, but it never manages to be all that funny at any point. I at least appreciate how they're getting a lot more creative with these concepts, and it's not just the characters standing around the same 5 locations over and over again.
Meow. Purr. Purr. I think you're dreaming.
No, I'm not.
I like the subplot with the Griffins having to take care of Quagmire's cat and Brian being jealous of it. That's as far as they go with it, but there's a couple funny moments.
Watch! So, big deal. Dogs do that too. Here, go ahead. Do what you just did, but with me.
Oh! Ahoy!
Gonna be putting Joe's Revenge under into fat air. After experiencing a midlife crisis on her birthday, Lois decides to try and act young again, going out all night and partying. It's not awful, but at the same time I can't stand Lois at all. She becomes insufferable, talking like what the writers think is a stereotypical teenage girl. And it goes through the exact plot you'd expect from it. At first Peter likes the new Lois, but grows tired of it and wants his old wife back. Who would have guessed it? Also, a big plot point revolves around Justin Bieber, so it's already dated tremendously. Q Conway Twitty Gag number 6 or 7, it's like a shitpost at this point. Stewie has a subplot where he finds a little turtle and keeps it as a pet, only to find out that he's evil and trying to kill him, and it's much better. Nothing much goes on with it, it's just as simple as that, but it's pretty humorous. Most of that comes down to the turtle's design. He's got a really funny expression. Hey, look at this. Lois's arm breaks for like 5 seconds. What a fucking oversight. Overall, it's a decent episode, I suppose, with its biggest issue being the S story is the weakest aspect.
No! 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 Oh my god, Super Mario! What are you doing here?
I jump on a turtle, Stewie. It's not an exciting life, but is my life.
What a shitty way to end a plotline. That sucks. Finally, just what the show needed, another Meg love plot. So Meg admits her love to this guy in her class called Kent, but it turns out that he's gay and is in love with Chris instead.
The person I'm attracted to is your brother.
Who the fuck talks like that? Every character is written in such a way that's only purpose is exposition. I hate it. The rest of the episode focuses on Meg trying to convince Kent that he's not actually gay and then trying to make him fuck Chris so she can ask him how it was. She's a real bitch here. The best part of this one, again, is the Stewie side plot where he thinks that the guy's in love with him. It's pretty funny. This one's whatever. It's harmless, I guess. Meg is a huge bitch, but that's to be expected at this point. It's going under Joe's Revenge.
You're very precious to me.
So for their next Christmas special, Peter decides to tell his own version of the Nativity with Family Guy characters, in place of Jesus characters. I call them Jesus characters? I don't fucking know.
Wait a second. It's coming. There it is! Huh?
It's something, but you still got a leftover R.
This was hard!
It's whatever, not all that entertaining. They're just going through the Nativity scene by scene, and there's only ever a joke to start and end a scene. I do not fucking care. It sucks, they try to make it all cool and edgy. Whoa, Stewie as Jesus turns his creel into a ship and starts shooting all the enemies? Whoa!
So random!
So try hard, putting it above the old man in the big sea. This one opens with a random parody of the Monty Python's intro for some reason. The Griffins go into space. I mean, they waited longer than The Simpsons, at least. This, along with the Mount Everest one, just comes off like they're running out of ideas and are putting the family in wacky scenarios.
In fact, just yesterday, he tried to pass this drawing off as his advanced art project.
Oh my.
I'm very embarrassed.
Oh shit, nice. I can't believe we've finally gotten to our first pathetic job at Bob's Burgers. It becomes very obvious how jealous they are of them later on. Aside from the plot, it's just not very funny or interesting. How do you make a plot about the characters going into space boring? How is that even possible? By the time they get into space, there's only 7 minutes of the episode left. What could you possibly do with this? I'm dropping Space Cadet under ratings, guy. It's shit.
Hey, Brian, check it out. Meg's poking around the cargo hold. I'm gonna give her a little scare.
So we're back to the Brian writing plots, with him writing a play that actually managed to be a huge hit with people loving it. Things can't be all good, however, because of course not. So Stewie ends up writing a play that turns out way better than his. So Brian, being awful, hides this fact from Stewie and tells him it's bad.
Excuse me, that's my seat. We'll talk about this at home.
Actually, though, I don't mind this episode at all. It's mostly because they actually give it all room to breathe. There isn't a dumb 7-minute intro leading up to Brian's play. It starts with it being a huge hit. Because of this, you can actually understand why Brian is so upset and does what he does. He finally got what he's always wanted in life, and now there's a chance of it being ripped away from him. It makes sense why he'd be jealous. It's really wild what Family Guy can do when they actually give a shit and commit to a story. It's nowhere near one of the best or funniest episodes of the show out there, but it was so surprising to see that this one tries to be genuine. It's going at the top of the list so far. I enjoyed it a lot. You can make Brian do bad things while still keeping him likable. It's fucking possible, writers. After having a wild night over in Boston, Quagmire wakes up to find out that he's married a hooker. Yep, this is just the Simpsons episode. So now Quagmire needs to try and convince the lady to leave him, as if not she'll get all his money. So he pretends to be gay and has to fuck Peter in order to prove it to her.
What the fuck is going on with my life?
It's fine, I guess. She's not interesting in the slightest. Every character is disgusted by her. That's all they do.
I need you to have sex with me while she watches.
I have some demands.
I'm gonna be putting it above Joe's Revenge. Here we are, the big 200. What special thing did they decide to do for this occasion? It's a Valentine's Day special, where we followed the dads of a few characters in the show, so it at least has an excuse for its lack of plot. I actually enjoy this one. It's fun getting to see everyone be nice and sweet towards one another. Even something as simple as seeing Lois and Peter staying in bed all day is cool. But we get to see Brian have all his previous girlfriends come back in a single room to talk about him. Stewie goes back in time to the summer of love, and Meg's boyfriend ends up trying to sell her liver. Feels like a really long one too, because it's constantly starting and stopping new stories. It never loses its momentum.
Oh my god, Stewie, what happened? None of your fucking business what happened! Jeez, you kiss your mother with that mouth?
They're also simple and quick. They're able to just tell whatever jokes they want, then stop the plot there, and it's all entertaining too. There wasn't a dull one in the bunch. I'm putting this one above Into Fat Air. Solid. I like this one. It's alright. So Chris decides to steal money from Lois's purse, causing Meg to blackmail him like the bitch she is. I don't give a shit about this portion despite being the main plot. Meg is just irredeemable. But the part where Chris goes to live with Herbert can be pretty funny. I also like the Stewie B story a ton, where he gets obsessed with some singer I forgot the name of and tries to get Brian into her too, with both of them going out to meet her.
Are you whistling Snowbird? Yeah. That's awesome.
It's just sweet. I like Brian's flashback when he's listening to the song, and the ending is funny where they realize she doesn't even write her own music. It's not great. Again, I think Meg brings the whole thing down, and has no real realization that what she did was wrong. She just suddenly feels bad. But the other stuff makes up for it. I'm gonna also be putting it above Into Fat Air. You can always tell they aren't confident in their episode when it starts with 7 minutes of Peter getting something random. This time it's a falcon. It's not very funny. So after coming into money troubles, Lois needs to go out and actually get a job. Guess they forgot all about her piano teaching stuff. They haven't even done that since season 3. This all goes awry, however, when she finds out that she's working at a phone sex line, with Peter calling it up and realizing it's her, which causes yet more marital issues. We haven't had one of those in a while. I hate the relationship now. They come off like they absolutely hate each other. There's constant jokes about how much they want to get a divorce and how their marriage is on its last legs. It's just so miserable to watch. Not a fan of this one at all. At this point, I just want them to get a divorce already because they're fucking awful to each other all the time. Putting it under Space Cadet.
I even held my tongue when he went through that anime phase.
Hey, Lois, me make drive time to a super fun clam with Noble Quagmire and Wheel Monster Joe. Go Force!
So for this episode's first 7 minutes, Peter gets obsessed with skydiving. Okay. After an accident, Peter becomes Muslim. I just don't know how they come up with this stuff. This more than any of them just comes off like they're trying to offend people. It's nothing but stereotype humor. And the worst part is it isn't even succeeding in its offense, because it comes off as so try-hard and desperate that I can't take anything they're saying seriously. They should be embarrassed to have written this. I'm dropping Turban Cowboy at the bottom of the list. If you're going to be offensive, at least be funny.
You motherfucker! Get out of here! I'll kill you! But come back tomorrow, same time. I get very sad on Sundays when you're not here.
I heard good things about this episode, so let's hope it's a breath of fresh air. Mayor West is sent to court over being accused of a murder, and so the episode features all the jury sitting in a room trying to decide whether or not he's guilty or innocent. It's a neat idea, especially since they can't leave. All because Brian is the only person who's undecided. I get it's just a parody of 12 Angry Men, but I'd rather them parody something good than tell a shitty original story. Not every character has something entertaining to do. There's a couple who only get like 2 lines each. But for the most part, it remains as a fairly interesting mystery story. I like it a lot.
Hey, Quagmire, you gonna write something funny?
No, Peter, I'm not. I'm starting to think all you do is dick around.
It's so weird how much this season is flip-flopping so far. Also, I'm noticing an issue with the humor now. They're starting to do way too many jokes that are just, alright, now I'm just gonna do this weirdly specific thing that you're gonna find relatable, and it's never funny, and it's always drawn out. This one has such a weird short opening, with the Griffins meeting the American Dad cast. I always wanted a proper crossover with these two shows as a kid, so this was just a huge fucking tease.
Hey, Lois, what's that fat man doing in our bed?
Within the first 3 minutes of this episode, they reference American Dad, King of the Hill, and South Park. What the fuck is going on here? They got so carried away. Peter, Quagmire, and Joe head to Canada in order to go to a strip club, but they end up crashing their plane on the way, where Peter goes further into the woods and gets lost. When they find him, he's a ravaged beast who's out of touch with society, and the family have got to try and reacquaint him with modern times. By the time they find Peter, there is 7 minutes left to do fucking nothing with this. Why does it take them so long to get into the actual plot? I don't understand. It's just a slightly different variant of the Amnesia episode. Below Call Girl, it sucks. This one starts with a pointless parody of Modern Family. I'm sorry for feeling the need to point all these out, but it's the most interesting thing about these episodes now. So Stewie's bear Rupert gets recalled, and he dislikes this, obviously. That's it, they don't really do anything with it. They just sneak into the factory to get him back. Meanwhile, Peter tries to get sick, as Lois believes it makes him sexier. But because of this, Lois has to fill in for Peter at a bowling tournament, which she turns out to be great at and ends up replacing him as the third friend.
Is this Friends?
This one is simply mediocre. It's a solid idea, but not much is done with it. I'm putting it underneath Joe's Revenge. Drill makes his return, and while playing softball he accidentally kills Horace, the owner of the Drunken Clam, so the guys have got to find a way to keep it in business. It's an alright one, I suppose. It has a couple good moments like the 80s romance movie parody, but they waste way too much time with nonsense like the Meg subplot where she works at a morgue.
All the greatest moments of my life I spent right here in this booth. Maggie's first word, Bart jumping that canyon, Mr. Plow, all the greatest moments of my life.
In a season like this, Sea of the Clam is one of the better ones despite just being okay. I'm putting it under Crisscross. After noticing that the town of Quahog has gone to shit with an influx of crime, the family move away to become farmers. Just like the Simpsons episode, hooray! Eventually they realize there's a meth lab under the farm, so they start selling drugs. Just like the Simpsons episode, hooray!
You guys, I think this is a meth lab. Oh my god! You guys, there's a fully functional meth lab in our basement.
I love that. Lines that's only purpose is to give exposition for new viewers after a commercial. It's not very funny, but it's not all that offensively bad, so that automatically puts it above half the other ones. After Road to the Multiverse, it really seems like they know they're unable to top it, so these ones have all been super small scale. But I actually like the idea behind this one a lot. So Stewie splits Brian and him into two different versions of themselves. One pair that has incredibly good luck and one that has very bad luck. The rest of the episode is us seeing both of their perspectives throughout the trip to Vegas, and how either way both of their trips end up in disaster.
Dog, pick which one of you two is gonna die. What? You can't ask me to decide something like that. I mean, the life of every being is sacred. Just like the life
Fine, I'll kill you!
No, kill him! He's a baby! He won't even remember he was alive! You son of a...
It's just a very creative and fun plot. I love how dark it gets by the end. Go check this one out. This episode sucks. The first 10 minutes is Peter farting with a harmonica up his ass, and the rest is about him trying to get Carter back in this country club that he's in. I just don't care, it's so fucking boring. We get another shitty Carter and Peter plot, mixed with another shitty Chris being in love story that they just don't even do anything with. Like, just stop, I get it, he's not gonna get with anyone.
Whatever you do, don't say his trigger word. What? Ah, that's his trigger word! Ah!
It was nowhere near as bad as last season. Honestly, it'd be very impressive to make something worse than that. But this one was mostly a mixed bag. There are only like 3 episodes I would consider anywhere near good, with the rest either being mediocre or complete shit. I'll say it again despite knowing it's not gonna happen, but I hope it improves with the next season. Oh cool, it's taken 12 seasons, but I finally think this is the first episode I'm watching that I've never seen before. Just what was I missing out on? So Peter's breath really seems to smell bad for some reason, and he goes to the dentist to find out what the problem is. When he finds out what's been causing it, he learns about some treasure buried in Rhode Island and sets out to find it. Wait, what? This episode sucks. It's so shit. It all becomes this town-wide frenzy to try and find the treasure before anyone else. And oh boy, is it boring as hell.
You have to believe. Say you believe.
Okay, I believe.
This is worse than the time we were in the clam right now. Yes!
I usually hate these kinds of episodes. I just don't care. You know the writers won't commit to anyone important getting the treasure, and there'll be some lame cop-out ending, so I just can't find myself getting invested. And worse than that, it just isn't very funny. And the fucking sappy emotional ending is not earned at all. Peter fucking hits his son for Christ's sake. What a shit start to the season. I can already tell this is a sign of things to come. So after like 7 minutes of the exciting plotline of Peter and Lois go shopping...
Hey, let's consult the map. Okay. Uh-oh.
He finds a lump on his neck, which when opened up shows that he actually has a vestigial twin living inside of him, who they accept as a member of the family. This is probably the most gaggiest plot yet. I mean, he comes out of Peter wearing tiny little glasses. Where'd he get those? This starts to become an issue when Chip, they called him Chip by the way, wants to go out and do stuff all the time while Peter wants to stay at home. And so Peter separates completely from Peter, whom the family start to like more than him, so now he's gotta try get rid of him. Chip has a funny design, that is the only pro of this episode. I also like the part where they sing the theme song. I'm gonna put it above the last one, but that doesn't mean it's good at all. Also, everyone looks so lifeless now. Even more so than before, the animation is starting to suffer a lot. What an interesting concept for an episode. Quagmire gets in a relationship with a woman, but as a surprising turn of events it turns out that she is the abusive one to him, which ends up being way too intense for him to handle. Honestly, if you just have to do an episode about abuse, this is the way to go about it. Take a character who's usually in the position of power, and knock him down a peg to see how he handles it. They have things start normally, she isn't automatically super abusive, there's only hints of what's to come, it feels very natural. Props to the writer for making the most natural Family Guy abuse episode. It's not something I'm sure you would be proud of, but hey, you can put it in your Twitter bio. I also like the B story, with Stewie finding the bear he had before Rupert not knowing how to process this, trying to act like everything is fine when he knows it isn't. I always enjoy when they treat Stewie like a baby, and it's funny to see how much he considers his feelings for Rupert an actual relationship.
Says the guy who freaks out every time a fire engine goes by.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Peter, you hear that? I'm matching the sound. Is what I'm doing helping?
This one is decent. There are a few good jokes and the plot ended up being better than I thought. Top of the list. Look at Peter's face, he's so expressionless now. He's always completely straight-faced. Is it really that hard to draw a smile? Anyways, it sucks. I like this little dog plushie. It's the highlight. Peter realizes that Brian can't stand seeing him naked, so for the entire runtime he tortures him with his nudity.
Peter, would you give this to the nurse?
Uh-huh. Robots in disguise.
Meanwhile, Meg gets in trouble with a local bully who thinks she's a boy. Feels like forever since they've tried to do a simple school story, wow. Neither of these stories are entertaining or funny. There's like 2 bits I even find remotely entertaining. But I don't give a shit, there's nothing to talk about. Apart from Neil, who randomly has another speaking role here for the first time in like 6 seasons. And he does not look good in the modern style. Under Vestigial Peter, there's this part where they try to imitate the NES art style and it looks fucking dreadful. And the winner for most random episode title goes to... The Griffins are going to Italy. And while there, Lois gets pissy about Peter not really wanting to do anything, which causes him to become very stereotypically Italian to win her back. There's a fucking Alan Gregory reference of all things. This episode is okay, I guess. It's not terrible. A majority of it is just jokes about Italy. But it's nice seeing Peter actually try to do something for his wife. Don't even mind that it temporarily turns into one of those, we're gonna have to stay here forever until something happens that causes us to go back home episodes. I'll be dropping boop-a-dee bap-a-dee above Vestigial Peter. Not good, but it's alright for what it is.
Mario!
Kinda came out of nowhere, but here we go. Life of Brian. The episode where the writers decided that they would permanently kill the lovable family dog, Brian Griffin. Forever. Forever.
Brian, look out!
Oh, crash ahoy.
It is fucking terrible. Killing off Brian could have been done good. It isn't inherently a bad concept. But like I've mentioned in my video about it, it's about the execution. Brian is presented as this perfect character who can do no wrong, in an attempt to make you care about him dying, despite him being the literal opposite of a perfect character. The pacing is a big issue too. It takes like 10 minutes for Brian to actually die, and the next 10 minutes is spent with Stewie not being able to handle the new dog the family got. Meaning there's barely any time to spend taking in what happened, so you literally don't give a shit that part of the main cast died. There isn't even any build up to his death, it just happens. Why not just have him die in a more meaningful way? Would it have been that hard?
None of you people came to my funeral.
This is really funny, but I should not be laughing during a funeral for a main character. Talked about it enough in my other videos. Shitty episode. Bottom of the list because of how poorly they executed on this idea. It has a couple funny moments, but it doesn't make up for the ratings trap at all. Let's see how much the family dynamic improves with Vinny as the new family dog. So Peter and Quagmire realize they're a pretty good singing duo, and then become a popular singing duo, with the theme then going to Peter's head, splitting them up. Vinny isn't even a main character! By the next episode, spoiler warning, Brian is brought back. What was even the point in Vinny at all? They don't even utilize having a new dog, I don't understand. Some of their songs are funny, that's all. It's going above a fistful of Meg. Christmas Guy is just a 22-minute backtrack. Well, sorry, a 12-minute backtrack. The first 10 minutes is just a pointless, unneeded story about Carter and a Christmas carnival. If you start the episode with them at the carnival, nothing in the story changes. Saying that, it is clever how Brian is brought back from a cutaway from 2 episodes ago. It's a neat idea. But apart from that, I can't give this a pass. I don't buy this emotional moment between Stewie and Vinny, because he literally does fucking nothing. You know what we needed? It needed to be a road to, so we can actually have a while to see the two of them interact and believe their bond. But no, just bring him back, whatever. What a waste of fucking time. And fuck you, Seth MacFarlane, for trying to act like this was meant to be some sort of genuine message about taking things for granted, and not some desperate ratings trap to gain relevance again. But I'm so happy to see Brian back. Wonder what they're gonna do with his character now that he's back. I'm sure they'll get him back on track to being a likable person. We're finally seeing Peter back at work. God, it's like they forgot he even had a job. Anyways, Peter ends up getting fired from the brewery again, meaning that Lois now needs to get a job to provide for the family again, causing Peter to start acting more feminine. Again! It goes in a slightly different direction, with this making Peter impotent and needing Joe and Quagmire's help into getting his groove back, but for the most part I don't give a shit because of how unfunny it all is. I mean, this is the episode that contains a minute-long scene of Peter mutilating a wheel, so the writer was evidently on the rag game that day. Also, why would Lois tell her kids that he's having trouble in bed? Why does everyone know about that? This is the part of the segment where I play a silly, funny, out-of-context clip from the episode, but there was none. I'm also getting really tired of these build-ups, like I mentioned before. It takes 7 minutes just to get to the simple concept of Peter is fired. I wouldn't mind so much if it felt like they could just benefit from the extra time. It's going below vestigial Peter. Finally, just what this shitty season needed. Another anthology! This time we're seeing 3 different fairy tales told using the Family Guy cast. The Jack and the Beanstalk one is alright, it has some creative shots except for the shitty looking hills. The Red Riding one sucks, so he just constantly makes sarcastic remarks to every little thing and it gets so annoying. Also, Brian's wolf design is terrible.
Open up, I brought strawberry shortcake and Cool Whip.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Cinderella one is also shitty. The characters just do nothing but point out what's going to happen in the story. It's so lazy, being meta all the time isn't funny. It's going above Christmas Guy. Please stop doing these.
Good night, Stewie. Good night, Chris. Good night, Meg.
The first of many episodes that makes me wish they hadn't brought Brian back. So first of all, let's get the B story out of the way. Peter shoots Quagmire for no reason, and so he wants to shoot Peter in return. They'll create people.
I mean, if we're doing things fair here, then...
Meanwhile, Brian's son Dylan finally returns, who Brian wants nothing to do with despite him liking his son by the end of that episode. This leads into Brian only wanting to use Dylan so he can get a writing gig on the show he's an actor for. Brian is just so incredibly unlikable and selfish. Why do they insist on making him such a prick? Best part is there were scenes where they actually tried to make Brian more sympathetic, but they fucking cut them out of the episode for no reason. Probably to make more room for shitty cutaways. What a shit episode. But sadly, it's not the worst Brian gets. Bottom of the list.
When I grow up, I want to stick my head through a circle at the beginning of movies and roar.
What's up now, bitches?
What is even the joke? After a 5-minute story about Peter shitting himself, he learns that his mother has sadly passed away. What fucking whiplash. I think the biggest issue with these character death episodes is that they're never treated with any kind of severity. They're used as a plot device. The rest of it features Peter just meeting and befriending some other old lady at their retirement home who was friends with his mum. Remember the build-up and emphasis that was put on Pearl's death and Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows? Is it just so hard to have a death like that again? They just do the exact same fucking thing as the Peter and his boss plot, where she molests him. She says it's because she's lonely, and then he also apologizes. Why? You had a chance to correct yourself, Family Guy.
I mean, this wouldn't be the first time you thought someone was hitting on you.
Would you like to add chips and a drink?
Here we go again.
I much prefer the subplot where Stewie has to come to terms with the fact that he's gonna die, with Brian trying to show him the benefits of a different religion. It isn't very funny, but it's neat, I guess.
Now, where are the gays?
Over here.
No, the really cartoony gays.
Yoo-hoo!
There you are. We're gonna need you guys all week.
Well, at least they're honest about it. So Peter thinks that God is messing with his football games, so they have to go tell God to stop it. Alright. I don't even know what I'm to say. They barely commit to this idea. They draw it out with so many long gags that are only occasionally funny. But it's hard to even give the episode credit for that. It seems like they just have like 1,000 cutaway gag ideas written down and just throw them in episodes willy-nilly. So if an episode has like 2 funny cutaways, I feel like I can't put the whole episode up in the list for it, since the comedy doesn't even derive from the plot. I don't know, it's so hard to describe. Either way, this one is super forgettable. It sucks. Under Christmas Guy.
What the is that?
So Chris is getting a big inheritance from Carter, and so that he can get some of that money, Peter decides that he wants to marry his son, which Chris goes along with, knowing that Peter only wants money, because he just wants to spend time with his dad. I can't believe an actual human wrote this down, and then a group of other humans approved of this. This episode isn't worth giving any kind of attention, it's just trying to be edgy and uncomfortable for the sake of it. There is a scene where Chris jacks off his grandfather, putting it under Life of Brian.
And I guess I learned it's wrong to take your son to Vermont under false pretenses to try to marry him for his inheritance.
You should have known that.
So Peter ends up becoming a smoker. Pretty sure we already had a concept similar to that, but okay. Meanwhile, we have another school story, with Chris getting bullied at the school. So Stewie comes in to help him out, eventually having Chris become a prick himself, forcing Stewie to go to school with him and help. It's not the worst of the season, in fact it's one of the better ones, but it doesn't make it good by any means. I'll be putting it under Boop-a-dee, but okay, I'm not saying that again. Did they really just drop all the worst Brian episodes in this one season? This is definitely the worst out of them all. Brian gives Stewie and Chris herpes. Why? He just felt like it. Sure, I'm glad he was brought back. I don't even know what I'm to say at this point. Brian is just terrible the whole time and shows no remorse. His lesson at the end is that Brian learns not to lie. Perfect. That was the issue here. He lied.
Hey, Dad, that's a cool whip.
After misplacing Stewie, Lois calls Peter an idiot, which seems to greatly upset him despite being called that many times. Because of this, he tries to act intelligent for once, expanding his horizons and becoming more cultured. This takes the exact route you'd expect, where the family initially like the new Peter, but come to miss the old one. Who would have guessed? It's whatever, I felt nothing watching it, under a fistful of Meg. Chris gets in a relationship with Jerome's daughter, but he doesn't want her dating a white kid. However, after they run away, Peter and Jerome have to go out looking for them. It's decent, I suppose. There are a couple good gags, and Peter's Thank the White songs is nice. They haven't done one of those in a while. I mean, it gave us the iconic Quagmire toilet scene, so that's worth some merit.
So I saw Chris is dating Jerome's daughter. Looks like they've had some pretty hot dates.
Don't look at my kids when they're off doing their private lives.
A fine episode in this awful season is a fucking godsend, putting it under Quagmire's Quagmire. So Meg is still trying to go to college. Pretty sure that I did that back in like season 2. But her and Peter start to bond over the trip. Brian also gets spread by a skunk, meaning he's forced to stay outside and needs to grow accustomed to it.
Hey, Uncle Brian, let's go check out that noise.
I don't know, Scrappy Brian. Might be better just to stay put.
I'm not afraid. Let me get him. Let me get him.
I actually really like the idea behind this one, isolating Meg and Peter to the point where he actually starts to appreciate her. I love the scene of the two of them at the diner, where they have this one-on-one talk about Peter never achieving his aspirations. It felt genuine. Sadly, they don't develop it much beyond that. Meg gets tired eventually of being friends with him and needs to break off the friendship, but it's still solid. Not bad at all. I'm putting it at the top of the list, but that really isn't saying much.
God, look at Lois picking food from her teeth with a nail. Someone should tell her she's a pig.
Mom, you're a pig!
No, you're not supposed to actually do it. We were just talking here.
I didn't know what the context for half of these are. I just wrote them down while I was watching the episode. Whoa boy, Cleveland makes his grand return to the series after his show got cancelled, which they spanned the entire opening making jokes about, even being able to throw in another jab at Bob's Burgers.
Wait, don't you have a show to do? Oh, that's right.
I mean, hey, at least they made a new gag to insert Cleveland into the intro again. In actuality, the plot is about Cleveland's wife hitting Chris, and so Lois bans Peter from seeing Cleveland. It's fine, it's nice to have him back, I guess, although his personality has evidently changed a bit, he's a lot less monotone.
You guys touch peepees or something?
Patrick Warburton saying the word pee-pee is the most I've laughed at this show in the last 5 seasons. So Stewie keeps getting his show interrupted by his family, and so he goes back in time to stop Peter and Lois from meeting, so he grows up in a British household instead. It isn't very funny. The butler has the exact same design as the butler from The Prince, and it gave me some bad flashbacks.
Oh, that's right. This isn't my room yet. Wonder what they're using it for. Oh my god, he had a public access show?
He literally had one last season. It really isn't all that amazing. This is without a doubt the worst fucking season of the entire show so far. The best episode is just alright, with the rest being either mediocre or terrible. I sincerely hope it gets better. And honestly, I think it will. It would be pretty impressive to make a season worse than this. The characters are at an all-time low. It just comes off like they're all miserable living with each other. And it makes for a show that, watching it, just feels uncomfortable. Here we are, the long-awaited crossover with The Simpsons. I've already made a video on this one, so I'll just summarize my overall thoughts on it. And by summarize, I mean not very summarized. 1. They waste way too much time on the opening skit. Why have a 44-minute crossover when 7 minutes is a waste on a storyline not involving the other show? 2. When it finally does start there, again, there isn't any consistent story. There's like 3 or 4 minor ones that start and stop in 10-minute intervals. It's like they couldn't decide what idea they wanted to go with. 3. The biggest flaw is that The Simpsons and Family Guy could not be further apart from each other. It's simply uncomfortable seeing the more grounded characters of The Simpsons with the writing style of Family Guy. I don't need to see Homer drink gasoline or Lisa react to Meg cutting herself. It's just uncomfortable. They also spend like 10 minutes shamelessly trying to defend themselves and being a clone of The Simpsons. Like, why in your crossover with a show would you spend an entire storyline shitting on said show, saying that it hasn't even been good in 15 years? Not surprised a lot of The Simpsons staff refused to be a part of this episode, which is actually why Ned Flanders and Mr. Burns didn't appear in it. Harry Shearer didn't want to be a part. Too little too late. What a shitty crossover. It's not a good sign when Peter's comic strip plot was the funniest thing about it. So Peter finds out that Joe is working on a children's book and tries to help him publish it, by posing as the author. Then it becomes like the Special Olympics episode except the roles are reversed. Peter gets too big for his britches and starts to act like he owns it. I like the artwork of the squirrel though, it's got a very authentic children's storybook style. But again, I feel like I've seen this episode a million different times from this show. Same plot, different characters. The Brian side plot sucks though, where he pretends to be a runner to get with a girl, but then starts to actually get really into it and starts working out like crazy, where predictably, he becomes a pretentious jerk and it blows up in his face. It has some cool visuals however, I like Brian's running montage. Can't say the same about the rest though, the scene of the girl running looks terrible. Boring. At least the Simpsons guy was interestingly bad. Breaking Bad is like one of the worst, most Facebook mother type titles I've ever heard.
That's still you, Peter.
Oh. Well, if I gotta donate, he's gotta donate too. You, get in here! Ah, sucker! Son of a bitch!
So Stewie gets addicted to cough syrup, and it's pretty boring. Oh no! It turns out that it's bad for you and he needs to get off of it. Who would have guessed it? Lois also, predictably so, opens up a bakery, and so to make sure they're making money, Peter turns it into a strip club. That's just a bunch of nonsense. It can be funny at times, like the scene of Peter and Lois trying to get their loan, but apart from that, it's just obnoxious. Like, you know exactly where it's going. You're telling me turning the cookie shop into a strip club was a bad idea? Under the Simpsons guy. Brian the Closer is yet another example of how far Brian's character has gone to the toilet. At first you feel awful for him. Peter fucking bricks all his teeth. Even Quagmire feels bad enough for him, and pays to have him go to the dentist because Lois won't. Because she's a bitch. But it completely shifts and somehow makes you despise Brian, as his new teeth allow him to become a realtor, in which he scams Quagmire, who paid for his new teeth by the way, and makes him buy some shitty ass house. It's really like they don't care anymore about having likable characters. It's like they assume that because the series is episodic, you'll forget about this happening next week just like the characters. But it doesn't work like that, Family Guy. Throughout the span of 2 seasons, you've turned one of your main characters into a fucking antagonist.
Whoa, that's ahoy.
Bottom of the list, I hate this one.
You have to decide who gets to ride in the cart and who has to push it.
Well, I'm smaller, so...
The decision has been made. Oh, now I want that one.
So after eating the Thanksgiving turkey, Peter and Bran have to set out to find another one before the guests arrive. And so the two set out on their journey. And you know what? It's actually pretty solid. I didn't mind it at all. It's weird, but the idea of a small little road trip type thing with Peter and Bran actually ends up being one of the better non-Stewie and Bran episodes. And I think that's because they do a good job at giving them proper arcs. Peter does the shame shit as usual where he screws every single thing up, but you don't mind as much because Bran directly calls him out on this, where then Peter makes up for it and apologizes. I'm aware that's like basic fucking storytelling, but you'd be surprised how many episodes don't even do that. I don't know why I like this one. It just has a few funny moments and a nice dynamic. Top of the season 13 list so far.
Oh, look, a tie. Perfect.
Jesus returns. Actually, it turns out that he's been living on Earth the whole time, and so him and Peter decide to catch up.
Mr. Griffin, this is the Office of City Planning. You requested a variance to build a hot tub off your garage?
Oh, yeah. Did I get it?
No.
I will kill your son!
This is until they find out that Jesus is a virgin, and so set out on a mission to help him get laid. Meh, it's not awful and has some funny moments, even some really well animated parts, along with a couple poorly animated ones like the slow transition between expressions. But I don't know, it feels like every time they do something to get me into it, they immediately do something else that takes me out. Like, I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but I'm really not a fan of all the constant jokes they're starting to do about Peter and Lois constantly cheating on each other. I get it's just a quick gag, like they barely think about it, but it takes me out of their marriage so much. Why should I care that Lois is gonna fuck Jesus? Peter admitted to cheating on her a ton like 5 minutes ago. Whatever. Say it's just a dumb comedy and that I shouldn't care, but imagine if The Simpsons or something made a joke like that. It just takes you out of it and makes you stop caring about the relationship. Putting it under The Simpsons guy. A lot of under Simpsons guys I've noticed. Chris is struggling with school, and if he doesn't pass his next history test, he'll have to repeat the 9th grade. So Stewie and Brian decide to take him back in time to help him.
And Italy before pasta.
Hey! Oh! Foul sound!
They were always a ridiculous people.
Hey, isn't that Vinny's voice actor? Glad to see he's still got a more Family Guy. It's okay, I suppose. For being a Brian and Stewie adventure, it's quite boring. They're mostly just going to a time in history, telling one joke, then moving on to the next place. Some of them feel quite repeated and not very funny too. Like the one about Australia and shit is the exact same as the Ireland joke they did. Stewie's blow up at Chris also felt quite forced. I don't know, I see what they were going for, but I wasn't interested at all. The ending of the Titanic was pretty cool though. Had some neat visuals.
Maybe you've seen a blonde teenage boy?
Who's asking? Yeah, who the hell are you? And I'm the baby!
Putting it under turkey, guys.
No, man, I've never felt better, beef stew. Bazinga!
Like what the gay scientist says.
It's pretty good. Meg wants Brian to take the SATs for her, and after he ends up failing, he starts to believe that he's an idiot. This ends up being better, however, when he starts to embrace his dumbness acting like Peter. It's like, whatever, I guess. Brian acts extremely obnoxious as an idiot, and the whole Brian tumor thing comes out of nowhere. It's dumb. Under Simpsons guy. Meg becomes a model for a foot fetish website. Yep. Brian and Stewie also go on a gap month from his preschool, and are about to have a three-way with some girl. What random stories. I don't know what to say really, it's just kind of boring. I don't really care about either of these plots, not much happens here. Peter's humor is also starting to really get on my nerves. They do the exact same thing with him every time. Character says something relating to the plot, Peter says some random non sequitur, then character continues with the story. It's so lazy. This is going under our idiot Brian. Peter finds out that his real name is Justin, which apparently is big enough to warrant an opening plot. But so this makes him act like a whole new person, what a Justin would be. The only thing worth noting here is the cutaway gag that is literally a minute-long build-up to a song with both characters standing still. Lois doesn't even blink.
Lois, can I play Angry Birds on your phone?
Okay, but only with the sound off.
Fine, I'll just do it with my mouth.
Quagmire has to go to court for fucking a high school girl. And to prove why he is the way he is, he tells the story of what his mother was like, where we find out that she was an even bigger sex pervert than him. I don't know, it's not great. His mother comes back for a total of like 5 minutes to talk about Jesus, then she comes in to save him from jail at the last minute before the episode ends. Like, not much of a presence there.
Ah, Quagmire got away with it and learned nothing. That's great.
Yeah, pretty much. What a nothing episode. Peter and Guy start up a children's detective agency for some reason, and it's boring. When we finally get into the plot, it becomes about Chris creating a fake girlfriend who makes Lois jealous as she realizes that he treats his fake partner better than Peter treats her.
Do please pass it.
That joke is fucking shit, but it's the only time I laughed in this entire episode. Peter, again, just acts like such an oblivious asshole the entire time. I don't buy his forced apology at all. And nor do I care at all that much, because Lois is also acting like a bitch, by trying to hurt Chris instead of just telling him the doll wasn't real. I'm gonna put it below The Simpsons guy. I gotta say this though, at least it was interestingly bad. So because it's the 2010s, Peter and his friends try to make a viral video, and Stewie gets pregnant with Brian's babies. Wait? Oh, fuck off, really? This plot started off kinda sweet, with Stewie feeling sad about the fact that Brian doesn't have the time to hang out as much anymore, but as soon as he comes to the conclusion that he's gotta have a baby with Brian, my interest was gone.
You're pregnant with our baby? How could this even happen?
It comes off like the herpes episode of the Fresh Air one where Peter marries Chris. It's just shocking for the sake of shocking, and I hate that style of writing. I'm not spending much time on this. Brian just spends the whole one complaining about how fucked up this all is, and they're clearly aware about it. I just don't see how you can be this desperate for ratings. Glad to see this was the last episode they aired on Adult Swim too. Cool to see they went out on a bang. Putting this at the bottom of the list. Meg gets a new job at the airport and finds herself to be quite popular. People get jealous. Cleveland also becomes a therapist, who Lois begins to see, believing that Peter is actually the problem in their marriage.
I joined the TSA.
Into the show, Banana Family Guy. Nana, start the credits. Lots of little names. Guy.
We just had an episode about Peter and Lois's marriage troubles. I don't really think we needed another. It's just Peter watching her do mundane tasks, and then going to talk shit about him to his wife. How entertaining. I'll be dropping it underneath this little piggy. Find it interesting that both The Simpsons and Family Guy have episode titles referencing YOLO. Remember when that was a phrase? Also, I feel like the past 3 episodes have all started with the 4 of them at the Drunken Clam. Really pushes that shitty sitcom vibe. This is a cartoon, you can do literally anything you want.
Sup, ladies?
Oh, we're not ladies, you.
Joe quits his job as a cop, and leaves Bonnie so that he can live life to the fullest without thinking. This leads into a group road trip to Niagara Falls. I like the idea that this is because he's trying to kill himself when they arrive there, but they don't really do much with that. Just leads into a big action scene where Joe needs to save his friends, which makes him realize that he does want to live. Could have, had a neat little character study there, but alright, I'll take a boring episode instead. They played Grandma got run over by a reindeer on part. Confused me. Can't believe it's taken them 13 seasons, but Chris and Neil finally befriend each other. They do nothing with this. Peter also has to give Brian a suppository, and to get him away, he bites him. For like the 3rd time.
Whoa,
since they focused on it, they could have actually done something interesting with this. But no, Brian just starts to act like a Chad and needs to go to obedience school. That's it. Sucks, he's such a prick. Also, this season so far has had at least 3 cutaway gags with a setup. We're a better team then. It's just so lazy, it's like they couldn't decide on which one to use, so they just decided to throw them all in different episodes. I'll be dropping Once Bitten under Breaking Bad.
Yes, looks like someone's gone at him with a whip. That is a perfectly valid way of saying that. Bravo, Master.
When will it end? Peter wants a roast for himself, but when everyone roasts him, he gets upset. And so he decides that he's gonna go out and find other friends, which leads him into hanging out with some women.
Peter, I'm your conscience, Jiminy Cricket.
Ah, bug!
It's decent, I suppose. He starts to worry that they're talking shit about him behind his back, but they don't really do much with it beyond that. Could have turned it into a Mean Girls type thing where he tries to dismantle the group from the inside, but no, we have like a minute-long cutaway then.
You were right. Those women were talking about me.
Oh, dear. What did they say?
I don't even remember. There was such a long cutaway, but I know it was really mean.
Yeah, okay, this isn't worth my time. Starts at the clam again, not a good sign. Stewie gets jealous Lois is spending time with other kids at his preschool, and Peter tries to fight Liam Neeson. It's boring. The Quagmire stuff they interrupt this with constitutes to nothing. It feels like they added it afterwards to try and fill the length.
Be deader than the first man to die in the Battle of the Boyne.
Normally, when we do those, there's like a joke.
I'm not your clown.
Besides a couple funny jokes, I don't have anything to say, really. It's boring. I don't care that you got Liam Neeson to cameo. Doesn't mean you have to write an episode all about it. All the couples go away on vacation, while Carter takes care of the kids and Brian. I love that there's like a 7-minute build-up for this. All you really need to do is start the episode after the commercials.
Lois, I can't believe you tricked us into coming on a couples counseling retreat. I do not like being lied to.
Me neither. I mean, wives conspiring against their husbands. What's next, huh? Freaking Cheney back in the White House? Gah!
It's whatever, a more interesting setting at least. The Carter stuff is boring, but the couple shit is okay, I suppose. Still nothing I would call good. They could have had a more interesting, grounded story here. But instead, once again, turns into some dumb action thing with the island natives. You know, it's an improvement at least. Topping Season 12 wasn't hard, but at the same time, I don't think there was a single good episode in the bunch. A majority of them were just mediocre, with the rest being so try-hard and edgy that I couldn't care less about it. I want to say I hope it gets better, but let's cut the fucking act, it's not. Random detail, but it's weird to me how it's taken them 14 seasons to make a consistent Stewie preschool set. So Stewie's having trouble paying attention in class, and he'd start taking ADHD medication. And yeah, call it a hunch, but I think the writers really don't care much for this. I don't care about it either way, but it's just kind of filled with so many meta jokes about how kids are just annoying and putting them on medication is bad. Gets old real fast. Brian is then a hypocrite and takes them too. That's the joke. Never seen that done before. Quagmire also goes in a cooking show, with Peter being his sidekick and butting heads, who recreates epic relevant memes such as the Cinnamon Challenge. I remember that. As premieres go, it's pretty run-of-the-mill, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I don't know, I feel like tomorrow I'm gonna have no recollection of anything that happens here, it's just whatever.
Say the word? Right now?
Yeah, together.
Ready?
You bet.
You could have just quit the show.
The gang get curious about who Joe's dad is, and try to track him down, realizing that he's actually ableist and is unaware that his son is in a wheelchair.
I never told him!
Oh, Joe, don't cry. It's gonna make me cry. Ah! I cry like Snoopy. Ah!
Stewie also goes to the hospital again for no reason, and finds out that he's going to grow up to be 5'1", which makes him run into Tom Cruise, who tries to teach him how great it is being short. Because that's what Tom Cruise is known for, right? Being short? Apparently, I didn't know that. This episode is okay, I don't mind it. The Tom Cruise stuff is whatever, he's weird, that's the joke. But I like the parts involving Peter pretending to be Joe. His design is pretty funny. Also has a nice ending. Glad it ends with his dad accepting him. Hope it continues to get better. Stewie gets pissed at Brian and decides to replace him with a robot boy called Lyle. It's fine, I guess. Goes through all emotions you'd expect, where eventually the robot starts doing stuff that makes him second-guess things. But for what it is, I didn't have an awful time watching it, and that's something I can't give a majority of these other ones. I'd like to bring this up, though. When Brian gives his forced apology, he says this.
I'm really sorry I stole your jokes. It was a rotten thing to do.
I couldn't understand why this sounded familiar to me, but then I realized it.
I guess I was just too embarrassed to admit I had herpes. It was a rotten thing to do.
It was a rotten thing to do. It was a rotten thing to do.
That's embarrassing, like genuinely embarrassing. Also shameful on my part that I can remember specific random Family Guy lines.
We'll be right back with more Laverne and Shirley.
But I want it now!
Peter and friends decide to make a horror film, while Brian gets a new pair of glasses. Yep, that's the plot. It's a creative episode. I like the fake horror movies they come up with. Very good visuals too, they're really committed to the horror movie theme, makes up for the shitty Brian sub-story. Gonna put this at the top, just because I can tell they were trying. Peter finds an old VHS tape from his younger self, which causes him to realize just how much of a failure he is. So now he vicariously lives through Chris to make sure his life is better. It's not great. I'm getting really tired of these episodes where a character has a major personality change, and you're just waiting for the point when they realize that they want to go back to the way they were.
I'm sorry. I can't do this.
That's just the same as the hamster dance joke. Honestly, the comedy is my biggest issue with this one. It's either repeated jokes we've seen the show do 50 times, or extremely long cutaways that aren't funny at all. It's going under Guy Robot. Jesus Christ, another Thanksgiving episode? Do they really need one every season? Peter has a sister apparently, and she's coming over to visit. To Peter's utter dismay, she's a complete bitch to him. It's just super mean-spirited towards him. It's weird how Peter goes from being this super hateable to incredibly sympathetic character between episodes. If you want to shit on him endlessly, then do it in the one where he's actually acting like a prick to begin with. I guess it does make it all the more satisfying when he starts to finally fight back, with a fight scene that is some oddly fluid animation. Still though, I don't like this one at all. I'm putting it at the bottom of the list. You know what though? They didn't reset the apology to Meg, however, so I wonder if this is finally the end of the shitting on Meg stuff. Doubt it. The opening is that Peter gets addicted to using toothpicks. Okay, the well must have been running dry at this point, surely.
Oh, look, there's Quagmire and his transgendered mother, which is now great.
Glad their change in attitude is so apparent. After like 10 seasons, they're finally returning to the plotline of Quagmire being in love with Lois, except this time Peter actually finds out about it. You know what? Not bad at all. I enjoyed it. I'm not that into where they went with it. It's too extreme. Quagmire leaves and Peter realizes he misses him. But I don't know, I just feel like this issue could have been handled with a bit more of an upfront and less simplistic resolution. Still though, it's alright. Just think it could have been way better. And the most clever thing they've done with Brian in the past 5 seasons, he decides with a girl that he's gonna pretend to be their dog so they can fuck while her husband is around. How have they never thought of that before? Joe also becomes completely paralyzed after an accident, causing Bonnie to leave him for the 30th time. I despise her so much. It's boring, it's just them making small talk with Joe the whole time. It sucks. The Brian stuff is a little better, but it doesn't make up for it. Peter becomes a part of the Neighborhood Community Watch and ends up shooting Cleveland Jr., which Donna thinks was because of prejudice, believing Peter to be racist. I think this would be more interesting if it were left more ambiguous, but we already know that Peter did it with no ill intent. Or go in a Homer Badman direction, and go for the approach of how much the media will lie to push a message without proof. But no, they do nothing with this, it's just Peter trying to do random stuff to impress the black community. It's just a miserable experience. Especially all the weird domestic abuse jokes, that shit just makes me uncomfortable. I hate seeing Lois in general now, she's so always bitchy. Worst one so far. Everyone feels so out of character, especially Cleveland. I just know this is the K-pop episode. I remember once on a flight there was a guy watching this in front of me and I was extremely confused by the visuals. Quagmire and gang head over to Korea so that they can see a TV show or whatever, but he ends up getting with the girl he once knew there. And so Peter, Joe, and Cleveland have to convince him to return home, which involves singing an epic K-pop song that is honestly very catchy. I think about it a lot. It follows the predictable plot you'd expect, waiting for the moment where one tiny thing goes wrong that makes him want to go back home. But you know what? It was a fun episode. Neat change of pace. Perhaps I'm just glad to see a new location for once.
We really gotta figure out a better way to budget for this family's future.
Bitcoin.
What?
I don't know.
Damn, they were pretty ahead of their time. Peter and Lois are trying to save for Stewie's college fund, and so have him audition for peanut butter commercials. This one sucks hard. It just becomes them being abusive towards him, yelling at him for messing up and failing auditions. They're really unbearable. Putting this at the bottom of the list, it's the first downright terrible episode of the season so far. Peter and Carter team up yet again. This time they go to Africa so they can get their money back after being scammed through an email. Brian also falls in love with one of Meg's friends. You know, an 18-year-old, and starts to pursue her.
Kevin James, why'd you have to come back to television?
I ate Adam Sandler.
Yoo-hoo! I'm in here with the pizza!
I have nothing else to say. The Peter stuff is boring and Brian is a prick. Meh. Peter gets obsessed with using apps. So Chris sends a picture of his dick to a girl in school and needs to take a sex offenders course. It's boring, I don't know what else to say. Chris gets castrated and he becomes really odd. That's all that happens and it isn't very funny. Stewie and Brian also play tennis. It's the height of their subplot. After doing anything for $10, Peter drunkenly destroys some property, and so Mayor West makes the new drinking age 50 years old. First of all, wasn't it established Quagmire was like 60? Why is this an issue? But despite that, I actually like that they acknowledge Brian and Peter never really doing anything together anymore, making Stewie jealous. Cool to finally see something done with that character change. Or at least I wish they did that. It quickly shifts into Peter throwing Brian under the bus and him needing to fix the law. Should have played more into the friendship triangle.
Having a heart attack! Is anyone here a doctor?
I have a 13-inch penis.
Pumpkin pie?
What the hell? Put him on the bench.
Wait, please! No, I just wasn't ready!
I actually liked this one a lot. Stewie had his first nightmare with this creepy, shadowy figure, and decides that he's never gonna sleep again. Peter also sets up his own room in the attic, and some stuff happens there. I don't really care, I mostly like the nightmare stuff. The visuals are super cool. I like him and Brian trying to figure out why he's having them. I enjoy those types of stories. It might just be the best of the season for how creative it is. So Bonnie cheats on Joe with Brian. We're really just mixing and matching now, aren't we? Again, I cannot stand Bonnie now. The only thing they ever do with her is make jokes about how miserable she is living with Joe. But I guess it's at least somewhat better they're trying to handle it seriously this time. I feel bad for her voice actor though. It sounds like a Marge situation where it's such an incredible strain to do now.
What the hell happened?
Ah! How do I walk? Are these forever?
Meg taking care of the old lady is also boring, goes nowhere. Shit episode overall. Instead of focusing on what actually happens, it just becomes about Joe making Brian's life a living hell. Just feels like the easy way out, and use it as an excuse for lame gags and not a genuine story.
As rich as Ray William Johnson.
Lois takes a job at the post office to pay for Stewie going to a new preschool. That sounds boring as fuck, but it goes in a somewhat interesting direction, with her finding a letter from Peter to a woman a week before their wedding. So she tries to find out the purpose of it. The Stewie stuff in comparison is so fucking generic. He's worried his friends won't accept him if they find out he lives in a shitty house, so he tries to make himself look rich.
Then I suppose your wife is entitled to know that you were still in love with me just days before your wedding.
Blackmail! Thank you, Cleveland.
It's a fine episode, I guess. I didn't mind it. It's weird to me how they keep trying to push this stuff about Lois and Peter really deeply caring about each other, paired with jokes about how miserable both of them are with their marriage.
Gretchen, I am already happily, moderately relative. I am married.
When you ignore that, it's an alright one. I remember this is the episode that for some reason uses a parody of the Sonic 06 box art in the background. Background artist, whoever you are, you're pretty cool. Peter tries to help Tom Tucker seem more young and handsome, to rival the new news anchor. Tom is a really boring character to me, so I don't really give a shit about any of this. Their skateboarding montage was animated well, but that's about the height of it. Stewie and Brian also help Chris to shit. Yeah, okay. Pretty sure we also had a title called Run Stewie Run, or was it Go Stewie Go? Fucking whatever. Chris runs for Homecoming King, and surprises Lois when she finds out that he won. Meanwhile, Cleveland and Jerome start to become friends, which upsets the rest of the gang. I mostly just know this episode for the part where the guys play NES and they rip some guy's YouTube footage, and then went and copyright struck the guy from using footage from the episode, even though it's his footage. YouTube sure is a great platform. It's whatever, it's not bad, but I have no desire to watch it ever again. It is super bland and forgettable. Finally, another Road 2, and at the time of writing this, it's actually the most recent Road 2 episode they've made. Wonder if the series is retired. Hope they ended it out in a bang. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's awful. It is the worst Road 2 by far. Even if we ignore the Peter story where he begins to get obsessed with bingo of all things, oh yeah, that sure sounds entertaining. Besides that, it's just fucking boring. The other ones have such a grandiose feel to them, but here it's just another shitty Brian love plot that you know won't work out. India is shit, that's the only joke they tell. I'm glad they stopped doing the road tours after this one, so we don't have to watch them continue to disgrace what was once a great little series. This season was whatever. I feel like a week from now I'm not going to be able to remember a single episode that came from it. For as bad as season 12 was, hey, I can at least remember some of those episodes. We premiered the season with two very original plots. Chris needs to get a part-time job, never seen that before, and Stewie and Bran try to write songs. They've literally already done this with Stewie before, never mind a ton of other characters.
Huh, maybe. Do you have any references?
Cowabunga, swing, yada yada yada.
Fucking Olivia comes back out of nowhere, I completely forgot about her. That's definitely the most interesting thing here. Sadly though, they've simplified her character so much. She just acts nice to Stewie up until a moment where she needs to act mean to him and reset everything, so they turn her into some generic villain who wants to split them up. Wasn't she like a huge bitch that always wanted to one-up him? She would try to demean his band, not want to join it herself. I guess that's too complex for modern Family Guy. The episode randomly brings back a lot of stuff from the first 3 seasons actually, like Cheesy Charlie's and Bob's Funland. That's neat, I guess. Still a shit one. Although I gotta admit, Vinny's reappearance did catch me off guard.
Oh my god, Chris is out of control!
I know. Must be all the violence in movies and sex on TV.
To continue with this theme of bring back shit from years ago, Frank Sinatra Jr. returns to open an Italian restaurant with Brian and Stewie. Chris also joins a baseball team. Wow, remember the time where Chris would have maybe one episode focused on him, but now we're seeing him all the time. Anyways, this one is boring. The song they sing was nice. I miss when they do these big bombastic orchestral songs. Feels like I haven't gotten one in ages, but it doesn't make up for how unnotable the rest is. Oh boy, Family Guy is starting to catch up with modern times. We have our first joke about the Trump presidency. Can't wait to see those increase for the next 4 seasons. So Quagmire becomes a meal stripper, and Brian gets a job at some hardware store.
You know, Rupert, Brian's douchiness should infuriate me, but the truth is he seems happy. So I guess I'll just do nothing, and that's that. Can't do it. Let's get him fired.
It's alright, I suppose. Definitely the best so far, but it's nothing amazing. Brian is obviously pretentious, and Peter becomes a huge prick once he starts being Quagmire's pimp, but other than that, it's fine.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
This one is just a complete copy of that one Simpsons episode where it's a documentary about the family who are actors and the show isn't actually real, even being hosted by an in-universe celebrity.
Hi, I'm James Woods. You might know me from banging your niece on a pile of your brother's pool equipment, or from Salvador.
Like, come on, it's not even subtle at that point. The thing I like the most about this one is all the references to its original run. With a lot of the props from early seasons, it's cool to see them in the modern style. Gotta say, didn't think it was funny at all, but it's something new. It kept my attention at the very least, which is more than I can say about most of these other ones.
Some animals give me boners!
Peter becomes an Uber driver because why not? And Chris asks Stewie for advice about dating like always, which ends up getting him into Taylor Swift music. And coincidentally, he ends up going on a date with her. To follow this trend of Family Guy episodes that feel like Simpsons episodes, this just reminds me of Lisa Goes Gaga. Everyone just sucks Taylor Swift's metaphorical dick. It does at least get somewhat better when she writes a hate song about Chris so everyone makes fun of him, but isn't this all like 5 years too late? Was Taylor Swift that relevant in... what year was this? 2016? Well, yeah, no, she wasn't. This episode isn't very good overall. Not bad, but, you know, whatever. Very culturally relevant episode right here. Lois doesn't want to get Stewie vaccinated after seeing it could give him autism. Then the town goes into quarantine. Where are the articles claiming Family Guy predicts the future here? It's got the exact same plot progression as the Brian Weed episode. They go to the park, no one listens, Sidekick says they need to spice it up a bit, they get what they want, but has an almost immediate turnaround. How great. Another anthology. This time it's just 3 random books they're parroting. Really running out of ideas, aren't we? It's awful, really, really awful. They're getting way more blatant with the meta jokes, calling out shit before it happens. There is such a thing as being too self-aware. If you don't care about telling the story and committing to it, then why even bother?
We died. So wait, we didn't die?
I don't know, it's all just jokes.
Dude, someone in the writers' room must have just found out about what Uber was, because they've mentioned it in like every episode of the season so far. Anyways, Carter becomes the new owner of the brewery, and Peter tries to report about the shady shit he's been up to. But then that doesn't even go anywhere, because they ditch that and go for a Carter leaving his wife for Trisha Takanawa's story. Again, just pairing up random characters and expecting things to be interesting. It's just the same as the one where Tom becomes his new dad, Peter goes to like his new parental figure and acts like a child, that's it. The Brian plot is also shit. He needs to get his license back so Stewie helps him and it's very boring, I don't care, it's not funny. Another Christmas special. This time Peter becomes a mall Santa and the power begins to go to his head. For a Christmas special, it doesn't really feel all that Christmassy. Brian and Stewie just break into different company parties and ends up with Stewie getting a full-time job, while Peter just acts like a prick to Santa the whole time. I have nothing else to say, it's just really unfunny.
Great! Hey, can you make us X-Men?
What a surprise.
After a trip back from San Francisco, Quagmire's plane gets hijacked, so they gotta figure out what to do to stop the situation.
I'm joy.
I'm sadness.
I'm anger.
I'm disgust.
I'm poo.
Oh, I need to use the bathroom.
It's just so lazy. This one started off fine, but I stopped caring once the hijacking actually happened. It's so forgettable. Moving on. Stewie becomes a beekeeper and tries to sell honey with Brian. Hilarity ensues. Also, one of the New England Patriots move into the house beside Peter, and so he tries to suck up to them, slowly learning that he's actually an asshole. I really don't know. It's not bad by any means, but it takes forever for things to actually start happening. He's loud and he throws parties late. Couldn't have seen that happening.
Rid of that bastard, just like I helped kick the British out of America. This tyranny shall not stand. For without liberty... Ah, crap, he's even in the cutaways! Ah!
I'll be putting it under How the Griffin Stole Christmas. It's weird, this season hasn't been as bad as the others, but the show definitely feels a lot more generic and safe now. It's like they're not even trying anymore. Peter and friends decide they're gonna start a podcast. It sucks, it takes way too long to actually get into the plot. They go from the podcast shit into him getting a DJ gig. By the time he goes deaf, there's only like 5 minutes left. Who cares at that point? Lois also thinks that Brian is causing her allergies for some reason like 15 seasons into the show, so he's gotta stay in Stewie's room now. They do nothing with this fun idea. After one scene, Stewie wants them out again. Who gives a shit? This is going near the bottom of the list. It's such a nothing episode. What is wrong with this season?
I hope you and your ferret are happy in here together.
Well, now that you're moving out, I'll probably just drown it in the tub.
Ah, Brian! Brian!
Brian becomes Carter's seeing eye dog after he becomes blind for a little bit. He likes the rich life and wants it back. End of. Peter also tries to make a band with his friends after learning his love for the violin.
This is gonna be a blast.
It's too simple. You're just thinking of the first basic scenario to come to your head and putting the 4 of them in and expecting it to work out. But it's the same thing every time. They kick him out of the band so he tries to get better at it, then they let him in. In the last episode, didn't they all become DJs but Peter cuts the rest of them out of the group? Like, it's the same fucking thing, just reversed. I wish they'd stop with these group endeavors, at least for a little bit. Every episode now is becoming Brian and Stewie's story with a Peter and Friends B story. It's repetitive and boring.
Now I see that none of that matters if I don't...
Brian, hold on.
Looks like we've learned a lot, and my face is better.
Why even bother? After 7 minutes of nonsense, Quagmire learns about Tinder and starts using it to fuck girls. It's just really cringy and feels like they're trying way too hard to be culturally relevant, but it comes off like it was written by some 45-year-old man, and the shitty Tinder song didn't help that very much. That was the worst Family Guy song, I think. Stewie gets scoliosis as well and he needs to wear a brace. It's all that happens with it. It's not very funny. He likes wearing it for pity points and wants to keep it. Wow. Peter finally calls out Joe on the fact that he used to be presented as some cool badass cop, but is now more of a joke. Although it doesn't seem as self-aware as I wish it were. His character is so one-note now, every joke is just about him being pathetic. It's kinda cool to see him actually doing cop stuff for the first time in a while, with him and Peter going on missions together, but it's nothing incredible. Look, for like 30 seconds, Brian's little yellow thing in his collar is missing. Boy, sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Stewie also tries to act really manly and join football because of being mistaken for a girl, and what the fuck did they do to him? He's so fucking generic now, he just acts like a regular little boy. They do nothing with the fact that he's some little baby genius inventor anymore. Isn't that what people liked about him? Not the worst episode so far, but it is not memorable at all. Fucking swear to God, it's the same thing every time. Meg once again gets pushed for some random activity. This time it's roller skating. You're right, it is boring. The Peter plot is at least a little more interesting. After trying to eat healthy, he opens up a roadside food truck.
I'm going downstairs to find something good to eat, and then I'm gonna fall asleep watching transvaginal mesh lawsuit commercials.
There's nothing. Thank you, son.
It's okay, just a nice little Queen episode.
Keep everything running
Sure, gotta have
smoothly.
boundaries.
And I may assign
That's
a
great,
chore or
Meg.
two because it's actually more
Sounds
fun
like
when
you got it all
everyone
worked
pitches
out.
in.
Hey, by the way,
Peter and Lois head to Boston for baseball camp after winning a raffle, leaving Meg in charge of everyone else. I like this one quite a bit, actually. It's a neat detail that Meg would become overrun with power, scaring Stewie to the point where he wishes to run away. Makes sense for a character to get like that. The Peter stuff sadly isn't as good. Everyone likes Lois, but it was supposed to be his week. Who would have guessed?
Okay.
Stewie and Brian buy a bed and breakfast because why not at this point? And Peter also becomes the principal of the school. What job couldn't he have by now?
Lois, I'm done with my gum.
I don't want it.
But I'm done with it.
Peter, shh.
I'll take it.
The B&B stuff just has the same progression as the bakery episode. Stewie turns it into some prostitution thing. And Meg just becomes overrun with power after realizing Peter can punish her bullies. So whatever, I didn't hate it. The brand pizza gag was funny. But that's about it. This Mexican girl is in love with Chris for no real reason. She only ever really saw him act like a creep towards her, so why does she like him? Eventually, she gets deported back to Mexico and Chris is stuck taking care of her 2 kids.
I'm gonna call you Juan, and I'm gonna call you 2.
Good. He's been reading the book.
It's okay, I guess. Not a bad one by any means. It has a couple humorous bits. Near the top of the list, but again, it's a very low fucking bar. Lois worries Peter might have an illegitimate child and tries to find the truth. Then it just turns into that Vince Vaughn movie where he has a ton of kids.
I have just one question for you. What are the...
I actually enjoy this one. It's simple but fun. I like seeing all the Peters. Probably the best of the bunch. This show is becoming fucking joyless to watch. At least with the bad ones I was feeling something, you know? But here it's just so forgettable. They're just doing random sitcom stories now with the same interchangeable characters. Just go back to being bad again, please. Now this is just fucking desperate. The whole gimmick reminds me a lot of a plot Teen Titans Go would do. They're annoyed at the fact that they haven't an Emmy, and so spend the entire episode parroting different shows they think will get them an Emmy.
Bazinga, Father. Assuming father is still the appropriate designation.
Again, it just comes off as desperate and bitter, ignoring the fact that Family Guy has literally already won an Emmy for Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows, which Seth didn't even want to end up the way it did. You know what? This episode is super petty and not funny, but it was something different and kept my interest. That's more than I can say for all the last season. Hope to see more like this, unfortunately.
You know, later we're going to have to take one of those forced happiness family photos that come in the restaurant's tacky frame.
Why are you so negative all the time?
Peter befriends a cool medic guy and starts to ignore his other friends. Once again, this feels like an episode that never really gets the chance to start. Like halfway through, the guy dies and Peter needs to make it up to his friends for ignoring them. Then we find out it was all a dream. Cool. I really hope this season isn't beginning to fall into the same boring stories as last time. Guess we gotta find out. Peter gets a bunch of goats and predictably they mess up the house, and so Lois's parents hire a nanny to take care of the kids and Peter.
Well, I guess we can all agree this was a great idea. The end. Banana Family Guy.
Enough!
I like that this gives Peter and Lois more time to reconnect with each other. And I even kind of like that it turns them into bitches. Rubbing their marriage in their friend's face seems like something they'd do. This is going under the Emmy episode. I don't like that out of nowhere they start to get bored of each other. There is literally no progression to that. But I enjoyed them being pleasant while it lasted.
Kids still lining up around the block for those piano lessons?
Thank you! So this is like a special in which we follow the route of this dollar that Carter gives to Chris for his birthday. It's unique to say the least. Actually, now that I think about it, no. It's just the Simpsons episode where we follow the story of Moe's bar rag the whole time. It's fine, I guess. We get to see a Lois chicken fight. That's pretty cool, maybe. I'll be putting this one under the Emmy episode as well. It's okay, I suppose. Just a weird idea that I wouldn't think Family Guy would go with. However, there are a lot of cool references to past episodes, too. The main issue is we don't really even follow the dollar the whole time. Sometimes they just cut to characters who aren't relevant to what's going on, so like, why bother at that rate? Another experimental episode. Wow, someone was getting bored. Anyways, this is the same episode about Peter being fired from his job, except being told by 3 different directors. So the joke is that they're parroting the directing style of each director. It's pretty boring. I know of all these directors, but I don't really know their styles well enough to get anything out of these jokes making fun of them. Doesn't even seem like they're trying to imitate the directors. It's still all mostly in that flat-angled Family Guy style. They're just using references to their movies a lot. Those aren't the same things. That's not imitating it, that's copying it. Feels like it's all just half-hearted attempts at recreating the style. Sometimes they do it well, like the Wes Anderson one, but even then, it's only most of the time. You know what would have been cool? If they were all done in different art styles to further differentiate them to each director. But I guess that would have been too much effort. I don't know though, some of the action scenes were cool. Effort was clearly put into this. I mean, hey, at least they're trying to do something new again, and I can appreciate that at the very least. Just didn't succeed very well this time.
That is, when they're not looking down at their phones.
Brian becomes an epic tweeter obsessed with the hashtags and political humor, except things backfire once he makes a tweet that people deem racist. Yep, we're at the cancel culture episode. You know what though? I actually like the moment of Brian sitting down to watch the movie and having all the outrage on around him with him being completely unaware of what's going on online. That's very realistic. I think the biggest issue here is how the rest of the world reacts to this. The rest of the family are ostracized with nobody willing to even hear them, not even their friends. Another case of a good idea but too simple of execution. Like, did we really need a 2-minute long action scene of Meg and Chris killing all the kids in their school? That came out of fucking nowhere. Whatever, it's fine overall, but it could have been so much better. Everyone just acts like too much of a stereotype. Interestingly though, it seems that things don't reset. Brian moves out of the house and stays there. Wonder if anything interesting will be done with that.
And tweeted. I am back in the game. See? Up, you're gone. And the crowd is gone. And the animators are gone.
Yeah, okay, cool. It begins with Brian still living there. I'll see how long they can stick to this for.
Let's see. Talladega Nights, everywhere. Ladybugs, classic Rodney. A Million Ways to Die in the West, no thank you.
Brian needs to get a job to pay the rent for his new apartment. And not much happens with that. He tries to get with a girl who works next to him. Peter also upsets Vladimir Putin, who then comes to Quahog to fight him in person, with them eventually becoming friends. I'll be putting this one under Nanny Goats. Once again, it feels like it takes forever if not much happening.
Everything you say, I say something little bit worse.
You got Simpsons?
We have Family Guy.
I did it to myself.
Why the fuck is the season so bitter? Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm actually kinda into this new direction the series is going in. Doesn't seem like they intend on resolving this Brian stuff anytime soon. Again, hey, it's something new. Actually, never mind, the fucking end of this episode resets everything and Brian is back home now. Spoke too soon. It's kind of the exact same as the Simpsons episode though. Brian has a broken leg and is in a wheelchair, and when looking out his window he thinks he sees his neighbor committing a murder. Literally the fucking same. Meg also gets addicted to alcohol, and Peter's gotta try to get her off it. It's not the best episode, but it was okay. I didn't have a bad time with it at all. I like how Peter and Meg are able to relate to each other, it's sweet. Glad they stopped making her the punching bag.
Ah, son of a bitch! What was that?
I don't know. Someone must have messed something up.
The ghost of Patrick Swayze comes to visit Peter to show him the true meaning of Christmas. It's actually one of their better holiday specials. Again, it's not a high bar though. I thought it was sweet that Brian lays on the foot of Peter's grave. That's all I enjoyed.
Yes.
It is time to get romantic.
This one stands out because Brian actually meets and falls in love with another anthropomorphic dog. Took longer than I thought for them to do that. I like this plot a lot actually, with him needing to win a dog show so we can fuck her. It's cool seeing Brian do actual dog stuff. Peter and Lois's plot isn't anywhere near as good though, it's pretty unremarkable. Solid episode overall though.
Where's Stewie?
He ate me! I ate him.
He ate Stewie, holy crap! Family Guy will be right back!
The big episode number 300. And wow, this is the one that I hear about a lot. I wish that I liked this one as much as I should. If you look at it as a self-contained show, it works really well. Brian kills Rupert by accident, and Stewie goes to throw his ashes off a mountain. I like this plot a lot. Especially when Brian finally asks him why he cares about Rupert so much, revealing that it's because he knows Rupert will be there with him forever, while Brian will die soon. That's sweet and very realistic for a kid, but it doesn't work well when applied to the rest of the series. For the past 5 or 6 seasons, Stewie has been a non-stop prick to Brian. They've gone so far that I no longer buy their friendship together. It feels so forced. I don't see them as being genuine best friends. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I'll give it the props for trying to tell a serious story. Again, in context of the episode, it works well, but it's just way too late into the series. They've pushed these characters too far in how mean they are to each other. This comes off as incredibly pretentious. Sand in Stewie attempts to be a big episode by taking place in a therapist office the whole time. Stewie is having issues relating to other kids at his school, with the whole thing kind of breaking down his character, and going into him just being a bit of a fraud and putting on an act for others. I just don't care though. I know nothing revealed here will ever apply to the series again, and also comes off like they're trying to present Stewie as this ultra deep badass. Again, I can appreciate them trying to do something new, but unlike Dog Bites Bear, it doesn't work as a standalone. It's mostly just boring and try hard. So this is like a successor to the Road 2s, I guess? This is a Sherlock Holmes parody starring Brian and Stewie. I don't know, it's boring. I like the South Park gag. Peter and friends pretend to be veterans so we can get handouts. After this backfires, they're all forced to actually join the Coast Guards.
Next case on the docket, the People versus Ted 2.
Okay, come on, let's get out of here. Let's go.
Again, what's with all the self-deprecation? Is someone checking up on Seth? Is he doing okay? It's fine, not much happens though. That's not very funny. In fact, some of the jokes are downright awful, like the Leroy Jenkins bit.
Leroy Jenkins!
Oh my god, he just ran in. Let's go! Stick to the plan! Let's go!
It's weird to me how many jokes they make about things being outdated, but then do outdated jokes anyway. I genuinely don't know if I only think this one is alright because of how boring these other ones have been. Again, it's the issue where a mediocre episode in the early seasons seems worse than a mediocre episode in the recent seasons. It's getting tough.
Among Us.
Brian starts to invest in the stock market, and Peter and friends also get their millionth job. This time they're running the clam while Jerome is out. It's a fun little episode. I like seeing Brian and Stewie frivolously spend their money. It's dumb fun. I mean, the episode plays life as a highway for like a minute. It's gotta be an alright one. Jesus Christ, another experimental episode. This is a what-if one, going through a bunch of different versions of Family Guy, each from a different point in time. Again, it's another case where I can see a lot of effort was put behind it. I just wish it were pushed further. Like, what if this were all done in different art styles representative of their eras? I would have found it neat to see Family Guy done in a UPS style. Or hey, even just do it in fucking 4x3. I don't care, that's the minimum effort you could have done.
Oh my god, Chris ships out in the morning! I gotta get him out of there! I thought this war would be fun, you know? Just go over there and fight the Donkey Kong!
Donkey Kong wasn't even out in this time period. Why even bother if you didn't want to put in those basic level of research? Still though, it's okay overall. Didn't mind this one at all. After a 7-minute plot about Brian being in love with an Amazon Alexa, he and Stewie decide to switch bodies for the day so we can try to improve his life.
Go, Brian Doglegs!
I actually like this one quite a bit. They end up switching bodies with Chris and Peter too. I need to find a way to get back to the way they were. There are quite a few funny gags like Quagmire immediately knowing what's going on, and I just like these kinds of stories in general. I hope they do Stewie invention stories more. This one was good.
I guess that could work.
But it's just so sad that young people can't pay attention to something longer than 6 seconds. What the hell, you guys? I was talking!
This is the big millennial episode. They talk about the Twitters and vaping and trigger warnings, with Peter eventually wanting to act like one too. Yes, just like the Simpsons episode. It's nothing but jokes about millennials. I have nothing to say about it.
You remember Leroy Jenkins?
Yeah?
Right.
You already did this joke! Brian and Stewie try to look for Mort so they can get his bounty of 10 grand. Meanwhile, Quagmire gets his dick bitten off by a shark and now he has to deal with his sex-free life.
There's no easy way to put this, so I'm just gonna come right out and say it. He's black.
It's standard enough. Didn't like it, but didn't hate it either. It was decent. And to end off this season, we have Peter sitting on the chair doing nothing for so long that he fuses in with it. It's boring. I like the idea behind the second half of Peter being trapped in an elevator with God and just making small talk, but nothing really interesting or meaningful is done with it. What a weird season. This is by far the most experimental one yet, with a ton of episodes that try to switch up the formula for the series. And you know what? It was more entertaining than the last couple seasons, so I'll give it that. I still would never call the majority of these episodes good, but it's something different and that engaged me for like 5 minutes, so that's worth noting. Wonder where they're gonna go from here. You have no idea how fucking awful this is getting. I'm in Canada right now on vacation, and I gotta sit in the hotel room for 7 hours a day watching Family Guy. It's terrible. Send help. Much like Season 3, this one premieres with a two-parter all about Brian. That's gotta be a good sign.
Or as young people say, #yes.
It sucks. So Brian gets with a girl who's dying of cancer, and one of the last things to do on her bucket list was get married. So he figures, sure, might as well since she's gonna end up dying anyways. But then ends up making a full recovery, what-oh. I like that Brian moves back into the apartment from last season. That's a neat little detail at the very least. It's shitty because I think it actually managed to be great for the first half. Brian is nice and not selfish at all. It has some funny jokes too. But predictably, the second after they get married, she starts automatically acting obnoxious and learns that she's gonna live now. So Brian wants rid of her and randomly she fucking chokes to death by the end. But in the last couple seconds, she's alive again. Wonderful, what a mess of an episode. I don't know why this needed to be 2 parts, but I guess we'll see where it goes.
And now, the current better than the pilot but not as good as Star Wars episode of Family Guy.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. So Brian is struggling with married life, with Peter trying to show him how to handle it, which eventually just turns him into Peter.
Wow, that feels amazing.
Because of his weight though, Brian breaks his hip, with his wife deciding that she's gonna put him down. At this point I can't stand his wife at all and have no sympathy for her. Brian took care of her, but she won't do the same for him. Putting this under the previous one, it at least started good. This was just miserable though.
Well, Brian, I'm sorry that Jess died during the commercial break, but it was a very nice funeral service.
Really? That's how you're gonna end this? Fuck off.
Shut up, Dad! I'm watching Rick and Morty!
It's weird that this one starts off with Stewie trying to kill Lois again. What a weird thing to bring back. Anyway, Stewie befriends a kid at the playground who wants to convince him not to kill Lois and stop being evil. But like, Stewie hasn't been evil in like 10 seasons, so why even bother with at this point? Peter also goes to an empowerment speech and starts getting chased down by the host of it, Tony Robbins, to be more confident. But like, Peter never has been presented as unconfident before. Why does this episode have everyone so out of character? Still, though, it's okay. I like Stewie's relationship with the kid where he worries he might not be as much of a friend as he thinks he is. It's very innocent and sweet, and I like that story a lot.
You know, that reminds me of the time...
No, Peter! No more cutaways! Stay in the present!
So we have another episode about Stewie being short. They even bring back the tiny Tom Cruise. Yeah, what a memorable character. Also, Stewie shrinks Brian down to microscopic size, but ends up having to do the same to himself. So the two of them have to figure out a way of getting back to regular size.
How am I supposed to get down? That was the only baggie.
Use either the tampon strings or the discarded dental floss and rappel down. Which one did you go with?
Neither. I was hoping to kill myself.
It's a very good one, actually. Got some fun conversations between the two and impressive visuals when they're shrunk. You know what? This season hasn't been awful so far, aside from the first 2-parter. I sure hope it continues to improve. So Carter gives Lois a gun for her birthday, which results in her shooting him in the head.
We now return to the Orville on Fox.
Why do you hate that show so much?
Because it's preventing me from doing my work here at Family Guy.
It's such a nothing episode. Again, I don't like Carter as a character. He's brain dead for half the show, and for the rest, he's just trying to be nicer and feeling. Wow, how interesting. Maybe I spoke too soon about the season being better. Chris has to go to a vocational school for extra credit, while Meg saves Stewie's life, causing him to start being nice to her and defending her when others shit on her. It's boring, I have nothing to say about it. The Chris shit is boring and the Stewie stuff is a neat idea but ends in a predictable way.
Who wants chowder?
Okay, I'm off to go train for the Olympics.
It's cool that they decided to reanimate season 1 to 4 in the old art style. I appreciate the effort.
See? I've been training since I was Lacey Chabert.
Stop it with the Lacey Chabert jokes, I get it, she used to voice Meg. Meg joins the Olympics in a biathlon, and needs to pass the qualifiers. During this race, Meg even meets the actual Lacey Chabert, oh for fuck's sake. I don't have a ton to say about this one, it's mostly boring. There are a couple funny gags, but I wasn't all that into it. Was not interested in Stewie or Peter's B stories at all. So Brian and Stewie start befriending old rich ladies in an obvious attempt to get money from them. Herbert also hires Chris and Peter to mow their lawn, assuming Peter is also a kid. This one is just a fucking nothing episode, I have nothing to say about it. I like Herbert's song, but that's about it. This one starts with Peter's boss Angela dying, obviously because Carrie Fisher died in real life.
Smithers, who is that young go-getter?
That's a character from another show, sir.
Simpson, you say?
Pretty much, sir.
Jesus, they look fucking dreadful in this art style. Peter gets 2 new bosses, who want to make him the new mascot for the company. It's, whatever. Brian then joins in and immediately becomes more popular, creating conflict, and I'm sorry, I just don't fucking care anymore, I really don't. R.I.P. Carrie Fisher.
Remember what I said in 2009?
Bruce Jenner is a man.
No, Brian. That's what the press would have you believe, but he's not. Bruce Jenner is a woman. An elegant, beautiful Dutch woman.
Hey, that's what I pointed out. Peter's hair goes white, and because of this he goes in the news to spread fake news, oh boy. While Brian and Stewie try to figure out if Chris is gay or not, since he doesn't want to go out with any girls around him. It's alright, the coolest thing it does, however, is end on a cliffhanger, with Peter being hired by none other than the then President of the United States of America, Donald Middle-Name Trump.
Lois, pack your bags. We're joining the Trump administration.
Bob's Burgers is on. This show speaks to us young people, apparently.
That show, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but that show looks like it was animated in a moving car.
Family Guy writers, have you seen your own show? So just what important commentary did they feel like they could have added to this topic that they've already admitted to being way too late on? Trump has an orange face. He has small hands and a wig. Feel like I don't understand half the shit that's being said in this episode. It's all very specific references to American politics, and I just don't get any of it. This just comes off as extremely pretentious and irrelevant. Again, I know nothing about Trump, but there's gotta be some kind of joke you can make about him other than he harasses women. He looks funny. Also, I don't understand the commentary when Trump says that Family Guy is also offensive and they start defending themselves by saying they're just a cartoon. Like, why are you inserting yourself into this, Family Guy?
Many children have learned their favorite Jewish, black, and gay jokes by watching your show over the years.
In fairness, we've been trying to phase out the gay stuff.
Oh yeah, bully, you mock everything else. Glad to see your priorities are in check, Family Guy. You're truly the hero we needed in these dark times. From an outsider's perspective, this just comes off as desperate for attention, especially the chicken fight. Whoa, I can't believe epic Peter Griffin beat up mean old Donald Duck. Freaking sweet, bro. So it's Brian's birthday, and just like Lois a few seasons ago, he feels like he hasn't made any kind of impact in the world. So Stewie builds up a robot duplicate to write his autobiography. This takes an odd turn, however, when Brian starts getting very close to his clone, to the point where he fucks it. Then, of course, he ends up getting incredibly annoyed at how unbearable he is. Again, if you're aware of it, then why not just make the effort into making him more likable? The Peter plot is also meh. Not much happens. He tries to work at a massage parlor and gets busted by Joe. Wonderful. There's a gag where Lois is cheating on Peter with another guy, and shit like this is what I mean. It makes this family miserable, and I don't want to watch them anymore.
Whoa, assohoy.
He says that a lot.
Okay, you get a point for that. Whatever episode overall, though. Oh no, I don't like the sound of this episode title. Yep, Family Guy are gonna calm down on the gay jokes, but trans jokes are open season for them. It's literally the exact same plot as the South Park episode on it, but worse. Peter wants to use the trans bathroom, and so he pretends to be transgender. I just don't understand how now they're able to take this subject seriously. Even Quagmire brings up how Peter is basically disrespecting his trans parent, but like, even in the recent episodes featuring them, Quagmire still calls her a he, so it's like, I don't fucking know what side this show is on anymore. This becomes an issue, however, when Peter is forced to have gender reassignment surgery. Now he has to deal with living like a woman. This shit is edited like a fucking YouTube video. Why do they do this? This episode sucks. Beyond the dumb premise, they're really ramping up on the amount of jokes that just consist of, alright now, this oddly specific thing is about to happen that is really funny because it's relatable to you. I'm putting it above Trump Guy. Don't fill an episode with non-stop jokes, then still try to end it with a serious message where Peter continues to interrupt the emotional speech with lame gags. Just be jokes the whole time at that point.
Well, that does it for our crossover episode. Thanks for coming, cast of Bob's Burgers.
We didn't get to do anything.
Show's 22 minutes long. Not everything makes it to air. But hey, you have the floor if there's something hilarious you want to say. I'll just sit here and be quiet. Give us 2 Emmys worth of amazing.
It's just so blatantly bitter. Stop it. So we once again have a story about Peter realizing he's fat and needing to lose weight. Lois also decides to write a romance novel about being unhappy with Peter, and so Brian decides he's going to use it to try and woo her. Yep, back to that again. Why is this episode just 2 different tired old stories they've done countless times?
Do my clothes make it look like I work here?
I think it's the overalls, yeah.
Hey, get back to work.
I'll see you back at home, Brian. I've got to finish my shift.
Nothing new or interesting is done with this. It works for a solid 30 seconds, but then they reset it immediately and he remains fat. Sorry for the spoiler. Wait a minute. They don't reset it? He's just fat again in the next episode, so it's like... It's just so goddamn lazy. They don't even bother having 3 acts anymore. The Brian stuff is also not very good. They find the guy who she wants to fucking believe she's having an affair. There are a couple of funny gags, but that's about it. It's such a forgettable one, and it's because the story they tell is so fucking generic. So after a boring adventure of Peter and friends going on a party bus, they go to prom, where Quagmire tries to fuck a girl who turns out to be his daughter. Once again. Pretty sure we've done this already, but at least this one is a teenager, so she's an actual character who's got no personality. Perfect.
Sir, this line is reserved for emergencies only. Please end your clammy joke.
Okay, sorry.
The only difference is this time he actually embraces becoming a dad, which contrasts against him wanting nothing to do with her in the other one. But I guess it can be amusing at times to see this side of Quagmire, even if we've seen this more loving side like a dozen times at this rate. Still though, it's not awful. There are a couple good moments. Compared to the rest of this shit season, it's one of the better ones. Oh nice, another meta episode. So the entire gimmick with this one is that we're watching a normal episode we've never seen before, but with commentary from the main cast. It's a funny idea, I guess. I can see why they'd want to do something like this, and it definitely takes a ton of effort to make a full show that the audience isn't even going to see half of. But what they're saying just isn't interesting. It's boring small talk. There's not even anything to say about it. I'd actually recommend watching this one if you haven't before, because it is a neat idea that I can't believe they've gone through with, but they do nothing funny with it. They just try to be meta the entire time, like bringing up the fact that Disney bought Family Guy, and Family Guy wikis and such. Peter's Muppet Song parody is the best part, and they fucking talk over the whole thing. Stewie also calls it season 16 at some point, but like, this is season 17, why even bother?
No need, Peter. Hi, sorry to interrupt. Seth MacFarlane.
Holy crap, it's the mouse from Sing! I'd recognize your voice anywhere.
Okay, settle down.
So I guess Thanos got the Mind Stone.
Wow, so now he's got all of them.
I guess so.
What does that mean for us?
I have no idea. I knew it was gonna be us.
Brian and Stewie set out on a journey to find Garbage Island, so they can retrieve his big wheel which was thrown away. It takes a turn for the worse, however, when they end up stuck on the island, with Brian wanting to stay there forever. It's shit they barely spend any time on. You don't understand why Brian even really wants to stay, because the very scene after them getting there is him deciding on it. You're just going through the motions at that point. The Quagmire plot is also boring. Lois tries to help him pick up an older woman, not much goes on, it isn't very entertaining.
Oh, I can't be in stories for a couple of episodes. I'm real life pregnant.
Lois gets a new book that tells her how to have a better life, mentally, and starts to force this lifestyle among the entire family. Such a bitch here, it really highlights the worst parts of her characters. I think this is the worst it's ever been. She just lectures and screams at everyone the entire time. The only part I mildly enjoyed was the shot of the Griffin's basement where we see a ton of callbacks to previous episodes. They didn't need to do that. So the Griffins go to VidCon. They literally put people like Logan Paul and Lele Pons on screen. So, you know, Family Guy, I'm open if you ever want to, you know, do anything together. Meg decides to become a social media celebrity, where she does nothing but eat food and becomes obese and gross. Brian also gets a Hummer and falls in love with it despite being so pro-environment previously. And so, you guessed it, he becomes a pretentious douchebag. This episode sucks, it's so desperate to be hip with the kids. It becomes hard to look at after a while due to the animation trying to gross you out as much as possible too. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. This is around the time when Adam West died in real life, sadly. They actually made a joke about him being dead a couple episodes ago, which is weird they make a joke about him being dead before even really acknowledging the fact that he did die. There's no real standard story for this one, it's mostly about characters standing around and talking about Adam West, with them trying to get the school renamed from James Woods High to Adam West High. For as sad as it is that Adam West died, this episode really doesn't do him justice. It barely even focuses on him, it's all about finding the next mayor for Quahog.
Oh, word?
Yeah, get used to this because this is gonna become Brian's new catchphrase. Yes, seriously. What a shitty way to commemorate him. This episode sucks. R.I.P. Adam West. Man, this season sucked hard. It was a little bit better than the last one overall, but the worst of that ended up being way worse than the last ones. Shit like Trump Guy and the trans episode. They just need to get away from all this topical shit and focus on being funny. They're at least occasionally successful at that. Season 18 is off to a fucking dreadful start, surprise surprise. The family, Feet Joe, Feet Cleveland, Feet Quagmire, go out on a cruise, which ends up crashing in a storm and now they have to try and escape before they all die. The only pro I can give this one is that the animation on the water is amazing. It is super impressive. That's the weird thing. Family Guy's animation is bland and stiff by choice. They have the ability and talent to make some really cool looking stuff, and very occasionally we see that come through. Very occasionally. The plots that go on here are either uninteresting or gross. Meg gets a boyfriend who ends up dying during the crash, so she just carries around his corpse the rest of the episode, which allows for such hilarious jokes, such as Chris trying to throw his head up for a minute straight. How funny. And worst of all, they don't even write a conclusion, it just cuts to them at home with everything fine and it's over. What a shit episode.
Man, that was crazy.
This one is actually not terrible. We revisit Brian's relationship with Quagmire's mother, Ida, with him learning to be more comfortable in being seen with her, and eventually trying to be more of a loving partner, even attempting to be a good parental figure to Quagmire. Wait a second. There's a modern episode of Family Guy that makes Brian likable? What could possibly go wrong? Well, the issue really just comes from them trying to reset things back to the status quo. Quagmire hates Brian and so gives Ida an ultimatum between him or Brian, and of course she chooses her son and dumps him. I feel like this should have went into another plot point of Quagmire realizing it's not fair to force his mother to follow only what he wants her to do, but no, it just ends there, walking out of the museum joke. Overall, this is an episode that I'm pretty mixed on. I basically enjoy everything up until the ending, but even then, we still have a really unfunny opening story that goes nowhere, so really only like 10 minutes of it is good.
You know what? He's earned that.
After their house burns down, the Griffins have to go and live with Lois's parents. Honestly, not much is done with this idea, it's odd. After they get to the house, they mostly just use this setting as a background, while we go through our regular stories. The dynamic between Peter and Babs isn't all that interesting. They learn that they're pretty similar, but she's a boring character, so I don't really care when they eventually split her and Carter up for the 5th time.
You kids are too young to remember that, but your parents are gonna hate it.
You know, they do this a lot now, where they'll acknowledge kids being Family Guy's main demographic, and I think that actually plays a lot into why the show is written the way it is now. I recall in their 200th episode special, which I'm not doing because it's not a real episode of the show. They do interviews where the writers talk about how their kids and their kids' friends love the show, and I have to wonder, as the show went on, I have to believe it was written with younger teens in mind instead of adults. It would explain why they've completely given up on telling stories that adults would find interesting in exchange for silly, fast-paced baby comedy. I don't know, just food for thought. This episode was really boring.
You know what? I don't really get Family Guy.
What's so hard to get? You just need to have grown up in the 80s but still be a teenager.
Aw yeah, another meta episode. This time we have a Fox TV focus group watching a variety of different reboots for Family Guy, with the actual Peter getting more and more annoyed at the group for not knowing what they want.
Normal words, but a horse guy.
Can we please stop this?
You just asked for specifically that.
You know what? Not an awful episode. It has a couple fun segments like the Riverdale parody, and seeing the intro but only with Chris was funny. Again, I'd rather them just do nothing but nonsense episodes than some half-hearted attempt at a story at this rate. Also, by the way, I like that every episode has a unique outro theme not relating to the episode. That's neat. Quagmire opens up a cat cafe, which upsets Brian as doesn't like cats and wants to shut it down with no real motivation. Meanwhile, Chris, Meg, and Lois go to a Christian camp because they're having trouble in school. It's not very funny.
That's right, Trisha, and since I'm on local TV, I'm going to talk a little too loud, and then occasionally I'm going to turn away from the microphone to point at things off camera, so my overall point is lost.
I don't really know what else there is to say about it. Brian is a dick, but so is Quagmire, so I don't give a shit.
Now time to make my getaway.
Okay, so him getting hit by a small car kills him, but getting hit by 2 buses is fine. This is kind of like that 90s show from The Simpsons, where we see how Peter and Lois got together, except because of the moving timeline they now got married in the 90s. Only issue is the entire thing is a Friends parody, so you don't really give a shit about anything going on because nothing matters in the end. Again, I have nothing to say here. I feel like they commit way too much to the Friends parody only to completely abandon it halfway through, so them being dressed as these characters no longer makes sense. It sucks. Moving on.
You're right. Wood.
Okay, so, another anthology. This is a collection of 3 different love stories because, well, there's not really much of a setup for it. The first one is boring. It's like a Greek thing, and the only joke they really make is how it's the past, and things we have now did not exist back then. Again, this is literally the only joke they try to tell.
And now that we're owned by Disney, we can have Hercules here. No? They won't let us use him? What was the point of this whole merger?
The second one is Romeo and Juliet, and I just don't give a shit. It's the same structure every time. Peter wants to get with Lois but faces complications. Wonderful. And finally, we have a parody of Fatal Attraction. It's decent. This might be the worst anthology yet. It is so by the books and predictable. I hate it. Bottom of the list. Dude, they are really running out of ideas for Thanksgiving specials at this point. With this one being about Peter and friends trying to get arrested so that they don't have to host Thanksgiving, but instead they get accidentally sent to prison.
Swanson?
Police Superintendent Chalmers?
My brother is superintendent of the schools in Springfield. Our parents divorced when we were very young.
There wasn't even a joke there, they just straight up use another character. I don't really have much to say. Almost none of it has to do with Thanksgiving. Peter is forced to shank Cleveland. You don't buy the forced message at all, and worst of all, it's not fucking funny. So what did they do for their next big Christmas special? Meg pleasures herself on Santa's lap and is now in love with Santa Claus. Yep, they've run out of main characters for Meg to fall in love with and have resorted to Santa. It sucks, what do you expect?
I can't tell you explicitly since we're owned by Disney, but let me just say that Santa made her Little Mermaid Moana.
Meg's a freak. There was no bright side to this one. Meg just sets out on a search to find the same Santa, while Stewie gets traumatized from it. That's it. That's the episode. What Brian does for Stewie is sweet, but his reaction sucks. It might be the worst Christmas special yet. Lois becomes the new music teacher at Adam West High, finally bringing back the fact that she used to play the piano. But oddly enough, this episode focuses on Connie D'Amico, and the fact that Lois wants to gain her respect. Such a weird idea. Connie hasn't had a proper speaking role in a long time. It's surprising.
Yes? Excuse me, folks. Do you have a daughter named Peppa?
Yes.
You're gonna want to sit down.
You know what? Didn't mind this one. Connie decides to get revenge on Lois for getting her suspended by making her life a living hell, so she's gotta retaliate. It's not amazing, but I didn't have a terrible time watching it. I was somewhat intrigued at where it would go at least, but that's more I can say about the others.
Establishing shot.
Peter, you can't...
Establishing shot!
Brian becomes a town hero and becomes pretentious about it. And Lois also tries to get her hair cut to the dismay of Peter. It's alright. I don't mind Peter and Lois being so vindictive towards one another, because it's such minimal stuff. And the Brian plot ain't bad either, when it moves into him trying to decide whether or not to be neutered so he can be more productive. Again, it's okay. After Peter is caught lying to Lois about buying a new credit card, she decides she's gonna combat his childish behavior by treating him like a child and grounding him.
Peter, there's some salmon on the stove if you're hungry. Well, it's what I made.
I don't know what to say at this point. It's just fucking nothing. The show has no substance anymore. They all get trapped in a hole Peter dug underground and just sit around and talk to each other. There's nothing to say. Another gimmick episode, damn. In this one, it's the future and Stewie is now famous, meeting Brian for the first time in 50 years. You know what? Gotta say, I actually like this one quite a bit. It's a neat idea, with Brian and Stewie having to pick up each of the kids to bring them to Peter who's dying of cancer. It's cool seeing how everyone ended up, even if it is quite depressing, especially with the twist. It's pretty awful what they do to him. One of the better episodes of the season, just for being something new. The episode isn't amazing, but I just enjoy the concept.
Damn it! Where am I gonna get another coach?
I'm on vacation!
Ah, darn, that would have been funny.
It's weird how much Family Guy uses the Simpsons characters for their jokes, but the Simpsons almost never uses Family Guy. It's kind of pathetic, actually. Peter gets to coach a baseball team and gets caught accidentally kneeling during the national anthem. It's fine, I suppose. Peter tries to convince everyone that he's an activist so he can get more praise from the town, so we just watch him being annoying for 15 minutes. I'll be putting this one under Peter and Lois's wedding. It gets really dumb by the end with the Black Panther parody, although the hamster dance ending was funny. Brian warns Stewie that once he hits puberty, he's gonna turn dumb, and so he creates an invention that accidentally turns him into a regular baby.
No.
Stewie too!
No.
That sucks. Honestly, I'm surprised they hadn't done a story like this before. It seems like an obvious one for them to do. Although I will say, it's not great. Once Brian turns him into the Gremlin parody, it starts to suck. He just runs around trying to figure out what to do. But in the end, just decides to go back in time to help him. What a cop-out. Why couldn't they just use the time machine at any point? Also, they end it with a short because they didn't have enough story to fill a runtime, and it's boring. The animation is neat, though.
I'm going to watch the older boys play Fortnite because I'm not old enough to play Fortnite myself.
Wow, okay, we are getting very recent. Brian starts a fake Kickstarter for a movie so they can pay a store $3,000 they owe. Meanwhile, Peter gets sweaty and needs to work from home. Yes, that is the progression.
Look, listen, look, listen.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not fucking stop it, so stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
Completely middle of the road. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. After 10 minutes of Peter being obsessed with Van Halen, he gets put in a coma.
Meme.
Not a meme.
Meme.
Not a meme.
Jesus Christ, it sucks that The Simpsons started doing that meme, but Family Guy? Why? The whole episode is basically just whatever wacky coma-induced visuals they want to do. Mostly references to its past iconic scenes like the Godfather moment and the Toad part. Gotta say though, wasn't bad. Some of the jokes they repeat are a little meta and on the nose. However, I enjoyed a ton of the smaller moments, like Peter's chat with the guy about Coco, and the moment where he wakes up realizing Lois had pulled the plug on him. Lois is really awful here. Another Meg episode. This time, Joe arrives at the family with the news that Meg has been hit by a car and died. Only issue is Meg didn't actually die, and now runs away after finding out how little people were impacted by her death.
And I leveled up on Fortnite this weekend, but you probably only care about the first two things.
What's with all the Fortnite jokes? It's okay. I like the idea behind it a lot. I'm happy to see them getting a lot more creative with the concepts. I'm gonna put it under Disney's The Reboot. The concept is good, but the humor itself isn't all that funny still. While stuck in a motel during a hurricane, Peter decides to read the family the Bible. Pretty sure we've already gotten Family Guy Bible stories before, so I don't see what the point here is. We hear the story of Adam and Eve, which is boring, Noah's Ark, which is boring, and the story of Easter. Surprise, surprise, it's boring. I feel like all I can say about a majority of these episodes is it's boring, and that kind of comes off like a cop-out. But there is genuinely nothing to say about some of these. It is just fucking no substance anymore. Genuinely thought that season was getting a little better, but let's hope they at least end on a bang. After feeling the morning announcements, Chris gets fat-shamed by the principal, and so now the family have got to try and get some justice, which results in him needing to live with the Griffins for some reason, even though it's all their fault.
Hey there, Stewie. Finally cutting that grass, I see.
Well, why is this guy back again? What the fuck are they doing? Who is he? Meanwhile, Bran finds out that Stewie has written a children's book about him, where he's presented as a dumbass. I love the illustration a lot. That's a great Bran design, and honestly, I think it should be his main one. This episode's okay, which is how I'd sum up this entire season, actually. It's definitely getting better, but I would not call it anywhere near good at all yet. Well, we have one full season left. Let's hope it starts getting better. But I feel like I've been saying that for the past 15 seasons. Gotta say, unlike Carl and Dr. Hibbert in The Simpsons, I actually don't mind the fact that they replaced Cleveland's voice actor from this season. Mostly because he does a near-perfect impression of the OG guy. Could barely even tell he was different. So Stewie says his first word, which ends up being a swear, and because of this, Lois goes on a quest to find out who taught him said word. Honestly, it's not a bad premiere. It's got a couple good moments like Peter falling down the stairs, and the animation is getting more impressive at times. I love the moment when Lois realizes it was her and the shot of Stewie being so wide-eyed looking up at her. This show can look great at times when the shots are more varied. I wish they'd do it more.
And we don't know how to end these shows anymore, so we just do nonsense.
I feel like it starts to fall off once it becomes Lois leaving to relax and the family needing to cope without her, but it's still a solid first episode.
Oh, I was such a cute puppy.
That's not you, that's Snuffles. He got hit by a car.
Oh, word?
Brian, stop trying to make O-word happen. It's not going to happen. What a weird one this turned out to be. It starts off so quaint, with Stewie getting upset because Rupert used to belong to Chris, but then devolves into him kidnapping Chris after giving Rupert and torturing him. Overall, it was a decent one, but I wish it had stayed more in the grounded place it started. Once Stewie starts traveling the world trying to find inner peace, I stop caring. Gotta be putting it under Stewie's first word. Still though, this season so far is a big step up.
Peter, what is it?
I forgot to record young Sheldon.
After an 8-minute intro of Peter playing with a chainsaw, which by the way, very, very nostalgic, really took me back to the memorable times of season 12, but it just turns into another Stewie and Chris episode where they have to take care of an injured squirrel. Wow, what a Stewie-centric season so far. Peter also goes to a chiropractor and becomes taller, and now faces the issues with being taller.
It's Slender Man!
Kill yourselves!
Peter!
Come on, it's just a goof!
This episode is boring. It has a couple neat ideas like Brian eating the squirrel, but they don't do much with it. Genuinely shocked they hadn't gotten to this level of desperation before. This is an entire episode about Peter and Lois getting stuck inside a cutaway, and having to travel to different ones to find a way out.
Excuse me, Doctor?
What?
Pancakes aren't people. We need this wing for COVID.
Oh my god, has it really been going on for that long? It's honestly not all that entertaining. It's a fun concept, I guess, but they don't do much with it. You don't even really get to follow that many creative cutaways. They don't even follow their own rules, since there are points where they show cutaway gags within the cutaway gags, but Peter and Lois don't get traveled into cutaway land, and... you know what, fuck it, let's just move on. Peter becomes a godfather, which is boring. That's all I gotta say. There is almost no plot to even speak of. He just becomes a mobster and it's non-stop gags. Bottom of the list. So, like, Peter gets a vest. This is up there in the list of dumbest opening stories. This then leads into one of the dumbest continuation stories, with Peter losing both his arms and needing to deal with it now. The Meg story is also pretty weird, with her and Bruce of all characters getting together, and so Lois has to try and prove that he's gay, despite us already knowing for the past 19 seasons that he's been gay. It's not been hidden. It's so weird. There are these episodes where they occasionally just expect you to have never seen these characters before. This one sucks. It's boring. They get engaged, but surprise, surprise, it doesn't go through. Who could have seen that one coming? Putting it above the last one. Seriously, just go back to the Stewie plots, please. Lois decides the librarian should run for mayor after Adam West died. Yep, back to this again. So Peter goes out to get Adam's cousin to come in and be the new mayor.
Big Garfield fan, huh? Me too. Not this big.
Yeah, a lot of people think I'm obsessed, but I think I'm pretty normal.
Okay, you reeled me back in.
I really don't have a ton to say here. Lois eventually falls in love with his cousin and now Peter hates him. Jesus Christ, this season really nosedived, didn't it? It's fallen into the same issue as the last couple where it's just basic and uninteresting. Again, at least when it was aggressively bad, there was something to say, you know? After Brian becomes a pretentious journalist, he comes to find out that much like the Simpsons episode about Jebediah Springfield, it turns out that Pawtucket Pat is a fraud, with him stealing his beer recipe from Native Americans.
Pawtucket Pat was a phony!
I remember you.
I actually don't mind that it's a moral dilemma with Peter and Lois wanting his statue to stay, but for different reasons, while Brian wants it taken down. Completely middle of the road. It's just boring, it got nothing to say, they do nothing interesting with this concept. Christmas episode, I don't know, I want to say 18? Boy, I feel bad for whoever gets assigned these episodes. They must really have to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Lois leaves for Christmas after being fed up with how nobody is helping her, and so the family now need to cope without their mum, upsetting her when it turns out they're completely content without her. It's fine, I didn't love it, but it wasn't bad at all. The Grinch parody was animated well at the very least. Hey, that's something. Brian does a DNA test and ends up finding out that he's 1% cat, and so he starts to act like a cat for some reason. Peter also becomes a nurse to help out with the flu epidemic, and we're basically just seeing whatever random funny gags they can do with that concept, that being not very funny gags. He refuses to help the giant chicken who's dying. Oh no, I really care about what he's gonna do. Is the giant chicken gonna survive?
Not a cat.
We're finally back to the amazing Brian romance stories. I missed those.
Oh, hey guys, what's the word?
Bird. Bird is the word.
I want to die. I actually don't mind this one. It turns out that she is a kid and Brian has to try and relate to him, with them eventually becoming friends. It's sweet. The Peter shit is way worse. They're just going for a joyride in Joe's new car, and now they gotta cover it up when they crash. Still though, alright episode.
Touch my feet! Touch my feet!
Stewie gets Botox to make himself look younger, while Peter and Chris decide to scam people with fake memorabilia for money. The only thing I liked about this one was the running gag with Meg being this danger to society. It's funny that they never even explain what horrific thing she did. Other than that, it's pretty uninteresting. Not the worst, but it's clear they're just desperately trying to fill up time. Like when they played a 3-minute clip from some old show I forgot the name of. It sucks.
This isn't Big Mouth. You're not gonna see it.
We literally saw it back in season 4. Another experimental episode. Look, it's even the first time in ages that we've gotten a new intro. That's neat. This is one big Terminator parody, and it's okay, I suppose. I appreciate the effort they put into it, but I have to wonder why they thought 2020 was the perfect time for a Terminator episode. This is also the second episode in a row where they've acknowledged the fact that they can't use perverted jokes with Quagmire, and so now he lacks any kind of comedic angle. Way to just throw your arms up in the air and admit it. I'm going to be putting it near the top, but still, don't really see why this was done, even if I am thankful to finally have an episode again where it seems like they tried.
That's not your normal time pad. Where'd you get that?
I borrowed it from Rick and Morty. They borrowed plenty from us.
The highlight of this episode is it starting with them singing the Muppet Show intro, even if it is completely irrelevant to anything going on. So the family head out to New Orleans for Mort's wedding, and it causes Stewie to want to get married too, with him ordering a bride from Ukraine.
Hey, Stewie.
Hey, Doug.
Who are you? This one sucks. It's just boring. We're just seeing Stewie act like a normal adult with his new wife. There's nothing to say.
All right, on three, everyone say their favorite Spider-Man. All right? 1, 2, 3.
Andrew Garfield. What?
Here we have another episode that shows Lois at her absolute worst. We see her descent into madness as she wants to become customer of the week at the coffee shop she frequents. I gotta say though, they at least do a good job at showing us why this means so much to her. They show how awful her life is at the start, so it makes sense. I just think it goes too far by the end with her kidnapping people and getting chased down by the police. Again, much like the Terminator one, I can appreciate the fact that this plot indeed does fill up a whole 22 minutes. Really makes it feel like a normal show. Shouldn't be a compliment, but it is.
So long, Lois, and lady I accidentally called sir.
Brian finds out that he's been chipped, only to realize that he had a different family as a puppy. It's not great. We barely even see his new family. There's like one scene of him talking to the dad, and how he suddenly hates the Griffins and wants to move in with them. It's a shame because it's actually a super cool concept, with him living with a new family. But nothing is done with it. They treat him like a dog, which upsets him. Amazing.
I found your vibrator and I was holding my thing up next to it. I thought they should meet each other.
Look, Lois turns on the light, yet he still has a shadow. $2 million, people. You're looking at it.
What did you say?
We can't have pie without Cool Whip.
That's not how you're supposed to say it! You said it weird!
Peter and Lois get in with the younger parents at Stewie's preschool, and so they try to fit in and seem young too. It's weird. They move out into an apartment with Stewie, but leave Chris and Meg at their old house. Not sure how they can afford two places, but whatever. It's boring. Chris and Meg come in to try and catch him out and not much else happens. It's weird that there were like 2 episodes in this season that actually felt like they were trying, and now we're back to this. Meg finally goes to college after setting up that plot point back in season fucking 2. But Peter also decides to stay and run amok around the dorms until she's suspended. Meanwhile, Brown realizes that he's getting older for the millionth time, and gets a personal trainer, which ends up being Stewie.
Here's the mail that never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want a whale mail.
Alright, I like how well that was animated. It's okay. Wasn't a completely soul-crushing experience. After a very funny story about Peter and friends starting a house renovation show, they decide to keep a cat who wanders in for some reason.
I don't know. Can she set up a cutaway?
Can I help you?
They don't do fucking anything with this. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. Meg befriends the cat, but then it turns out it can talk and secretly hates the family, so Bran has to expose it. Another boring episode to add to the pile.
Yeah?
Oh, word?
Brian, stop trying to sound young.
Okay, booger.
Ugh, boomer.
Boomer.
Thank you, Meg. And we finally end the season with an anthology. This one is a collection of stories featuring one of Peter and friends as famous sports figures. It's boring. This season was incredibly inoffensive. I wouldn't call a single episode good, but I also wouldn't call any of them bad either. And I think that's gonna be the best case scenario for now. And here we have it, the final season. The big 2-0. Let's see how this shit manages to end. After Lois shits... Did I really write shit? After Lois hits Doug with her car, she gets LASIK eye surgery and ends up blind. But she then finds purpose through vlogging her experience on YouTube. I actually really like her speech here a lot. Things can't be all good, however, as it leads into her being able to see again but instead choosing to scam people for sympathy. Perfect. What a nothing premiere. I really wish they'd stop doing shit with Doug. He is such a boring character. This is another anthology episode all about music. The first one being about the Doors, the second about Muddy Something, and the final about Elton John. I'm sorry, I just simply don't care. It feels like we're going through the motions. Did this really warrant an episode? Music? Oh boy, another Halloween special. It doesn't really have much to do with Halloween. I like Lois's Marge outfit. Although it is weird to me how she's playing a character who she has also canonically met. Whatever, I'm just nitpicking at this point.
What are you dressed as?
I'm the oh my god reaction gif.
Fuck off. We're finally back to a story about Quagmire, trying to get with a woman. This time it's a lady who really loves dogs, and so we asked her to try and pretend Brian is his dog to impress her. You know what? Wasn't awful. I enjoyed their interactions quite a bit. It's one of the only times I don't mind Brian being a dick, because Quagmire is also a dick to him. The Stewie subplot was alright too. After Stewie gets tired of being one-upped by Doug, yet again, he decides he's gonna climb a jungle gym to impress the other students. Actually, I don't mind this story. It's very simple, but it works well. Chris also gets exposed to quote-unquote problematic films from the 80s, and so Peter needs to learn to let the 80s go because of how problematic it is. It's a fine episode, I guess. I'll be putting it under the last one. I just really don't get what the point of the Peter stuff is. Once again, Stewie gets a new teddy and doesn't want to upset Rupert. Pretty sure we've done this plenty of times. I do like where they went with it though, with Stewie and Doug both deciding to murder each other's stuffed animals, with it turning out he actually wanted Stewie to kill his cat. That's a fun twist, it's decent. Not a fan of the Peter plot, however. He puts on Quagmire's underwear, and so starts to act like him. That's it, they're just acting like each other the whole time, and it isn't very funny.
Hey, you want to end the show with a to be continued meme?
I don't even know what that...
That's not even how the meme works. You pause at the frame before he gets shot. Another Brian birthday, and once again he gets upset that he's getting old. Taking the show in a bold new direction for season 20, aren't we? Stewie also fears that he has cooties, and Peter likes Bonnie's cooking so much that he stays there every day. Just like the hotel breakfast one from last season, yes. It's alright, I suppose. Middle of the road. This season sure has been boring so far, though. After the wonderful intro story of Peter owning a pitching thing, they once again have to stay with Lois's parents. They at least attempt to go in a new direction with it, with Peter turning the matter into a hotel, but it's still super fucking uninteresting, although the Lois subplot is actually alright. But I just wish it were more focused on that. Honestly, I'm just ready to be done with this shit. I'm getting so fucking tired. There are only 2 episodes left. 2. Stewie has to go to elementary school to have detention. Again, it's weird, for the first 10 seasons they did nothing like this with Stewie, but now they do it all the time. I guess it's alright though.
Oh, that is such a load of truth! A wonderful load of truth!
The Peter plot sucks though. For some reason he's always been obsessed with office parties and needs to get them back after they're cancelled. Fun. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we're going out on! It's a parody of Chinatown. I don't care. And that's it, I'm finished! Let's just get it over with and rank this shit already. I'm fucking done. The Bad Father, Fresh Air, Life of Brian, Trump Guy, Adam West High, Brian the Closer, Trans Fat, Throw It Away, The Peanut Butter Kid, Girl, Interneted, Tales of Former Sports Glory, Regarding Carter, Dead Dog Walking, Part 2, A Shot in the Dark, Turban Cowboy, Megan Quagmire, Brian Writes a Bestseller, The Fat Man Always Rings Twice, High School English, Rock Hard, La Familia Guy, Lottery Fever, Peter Assman, Foreign Affairs, Holy Bible, The Birthday Bootlegger, 3 Acts of God, Excellence in Broadcasting, Peter's Sister, The Marrying Kind, Passenger Fatty Second, Tea Party, Spies Reminiscent of Us, Grumpy Old Man, Heartburn, Christmas Guy, Shanksgiving, Meg's Wedding, Peter's Progress, Mom's the Word, Grim Job, Road to India, Yacht Rocky, Moving In, Principal Shepherd's Song, Island Adventure, Christmas is Coming, Undergrounded, Catfight, Pawtucket Pete, Stand By Meg, Send In Stewie, The Juice is Loose, Finders Keepers, Internal Affairs, Peter's Def Jam, V is for Mystery, Amish Guy, Hefty Shades of Grey, HTT Pete, Not All Dogs Go to Heaven, Fox in the Man House, Hot Shots, Burning Down the Bed, Brian Griffin's House of Peeing, Family Guy viewer meal number 2. Love Blackshly. Lego My Mego. The Former Life of Brian. Play it again, Brian. Quagmire's Dad. Absolutely babulicious. Family Guy Light. Peter Schmidt Manor. The Book of Joe. Married with Cancer. Part 1. And I'm Joyce Kinney. Bry Robot. The Old Man in the Big C. Carter and Trisha. LASIK Instinct. The Blind Side. The Most Interesting Man in the World. The Dating Game. Killer Queen. Living on a Prayer. Bees. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Big Fat. Once Bitten. A Fistful of Meg. Call Girl. Into Harmony's Way. Cop and a Half-Wit. Peter's Problems. No Country for Old Men. How the Griffin Stole Christmas. The Finer Strings. The Boys in the Band. Chap Stewie. Baking Bad. Vestigial Peter. The 2,000-Year-Old Virgin. An Apideh. Brokeback Swanson. The New Adventures of an Old Tom. Quagmire's Mom. Dr. C and the Women. Scammed Yankees. Hashtag Jolo. Fighting Irish. This Little Piggy. Space Cadet. Already at Brian. Roasted Guy. Encyclopedia Griffin. Take My Wife. Bookie of the Year. The Griffin Winter Games. You Can't Handle the Booth. Con Eris. The Simpsons Guy. Thanksgiving. No Chris Left Behind. The Heartbreak Dog. Moving Out. Brian's Song. Ratings Guy. Piling Them Softly. American Gigolo. If I'm Dying, I'm Lying. Jungle Love. The Peter Principle. Tigs for Two. Three Kings. Chris has a date. Is it in the rhythm with the song? Apparently not. Peter's Lost Youth. Dearly Deported. Steroids. Secondhand Spoke. Saturated Fat Guy. A Picture is Worth $1,000. Welcome back, Carter. No Meals on Wheels. Boys Do Cry. Bill and Peter's Bogus Journey. Lois Comes Out of Her Shell. Underage Peter. Forefather. Friends with Benefits. Farmer Guy. Total Recall. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Fawns. Perfect Castaway. Joe's Revenge. Papa Has a Rollin' Son. The Giggity Wife. Run, Chris, Run. Peter, Chris, and Brian. Boop-a-dee, bap-a-dee. Inside Family Guy. A House Full of Peters. Mind Over a Mutant. The Sun Also Draws. Damn It, Janet. Baby Got Black. E. Peter Bus Unum. Quagmire's Baby. Guy Robot. Cootie the Blowhard. The King is Dead. Partial Terms of Endearment. A Hero Sits Next Door. Chitty Chitty Death Bang. Ready, Willing, and Disabled. I Am Peter. Hear Me Roar. Brian Goes Back to College. Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air. Long John Peter. Brief Encounter. Extra Large Medium. Peterotica. I Never Met the Dead Man. Be Careful What You Fish For. Peter's Got Woods. Friends of Peter G. Drome is the New Black. And then there's Fraud. Baby You Knock Me Out. Young Parent Trap. The Splendid Source. Cool Hand Peter. Tom Tucker the Man in His Dreams. Wild Wild West. Fecal Matters. He's Black. Pawtucket Pat. Family Cat. Take a Letter. Three Directors. Boys and Squirrels. PD4. Are You There, God? It's me, Peter. Edie's Guy. You Can't Do That on Television, Peter. Nanny Goats. Veteran Guy. Go Stewie Go. The Unkindest Cut. Business Guy. Follow the Money. Start Me You. The Wolf of Wall Street. Crimes and Meg's Demeanor. The Movement. Family Guy Through the Years. Boy Dog Meets Girl Dog. The D in Apartment 23. Emmy-winning episode. Dewey, Chris, and Brian's Excellent Adventure. Into Fat Air. Peter Normal Activity. Lethal Weapons. Blind Ambition. Big Man on Hippocampus. The Kiss Scene Around the World. 8 Simple Rules for Buying My Teenage Daughter. Dial Meg for Murder. Holy Crap. Peter and Lois's Wedding. Baby Stewie. Airport 07. The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair. Shortcuts. Save the Clam. Who's Brian Now? Meg Goes to College. Better Off Meg. Customer of the Week. Disney's The Reboot. Connie's P-Terminator. Coma Guy. Rich Old Stewie. The First Noel. Boy's Best Friend. Must Love Dogs. Brida. The Big Bang Theory. Don't Be a Dickens at Christmas. The Talented Mr. Stewie. Turkey Guys. Peter Caviar Eater. Peter's Two Dads. Model Misbehavior. You May Not Kiss the, guy who receives. Deep Throats. Crisscross. Cutaway Land. Quagmire's Quagmire. Hot Pocket Dial. Stewie's First Word. Candy Quahog Marshmallow. Love Thy Trophy. Meg Stinks. Let's Go to the Hop. Running Mates. Sibling Rivalry. Whistle While Your Wife Works. There's Something About Polly. Mr. Griffin Goes to Washington. Mr. Saturday Night. Stewie Goes for a Drive. A Lot Going On Upstairs. Brian and Stewie. Road to Germany. I Take Thee, Quagmire. And Mission Impossible. 420. Ocean's 3.5. Prick Up Your Ears. Barely Legal. Big Trouble in Little Quahog, Valentine's Day in Quahog, Family Guy, Family Guy, Brian's Got a Brand New Bag, 12.5 Men, Yug Yilmif, Switch the Flip, Dog Bites Bear, Death Has a Shadow, April in Quahog, Wasted Talent, New Kidney in Town, Baby Not On Board, We Love You Conrad, Trading Places, Brother and Sisters, German Guy, Foxy Lady, The Cleveland Loretta Quagmire, Tales of a Third Grade Nothing, I can't say that one. Brian the Bachelor, Saving Private Brian, Padre de Familia, Breaking Out is Hard to Do, Family Guy Viewer Mail #1, I Dream of Jesus, Don't Make Me Over, Hannah Banana, Roads to Vegas, Mr. and Mrs. Stewie, No Giggity No Doubt, Pal Stewie, Brian's Play, Brian, Portrait of a Dog, Brian Does Hollywood, Halloween on Spooner Street, Forget Me Not, Da Boom, He's Too Sexy for His Fat, 15 Minutes of Shame, The Thin White Line, Peter Griffin, Husband, Father, Brother, A Very Special Family Guy Freaking Christmas, It Takes a Village Idiot and I Married One, Fast Times at Buddy Clancy High, Bango Was His Nemo, The Fat Guy Strangler, Patriot Games, Stewie Be Good, Stu and Stewie's Excellent Adventure, Hell Comes to Quahog, Chick Cancer, The Tan Aquatic with Steve Zio, Stewie Griffin, The Untold Story, Stewie Kills Lois, Road to Rupert, It's a Trap, Road to the North Pole, Back to the Woods, The Man with Two Brians, Untitled Griffin Family History, PTV, European Roadshow, Stuck Together or Torn Apart, North by North Quahog, One If by Clam, Two If by Sea, Petergeist, Something Something Dark Side, Blue Harvest, Peter's Daughter, Death is a Bitch, Mother Tucker, Fish Out of Water, The Courtship of Stewie's Father, McStroke, Screwed the Pooch, Stewie Loves Lois, Dog Gone, Lois Kills Stewie, Death Lives, Brian Swings and Sings, Back to the Pilot, Road to the Multiverse, Meet the Quagmires, When You Wish Upon a Weinstein, To Love and Die in Dixie, and The Wiener Is, and Then There Were Fewer, Road to Rhode Island, From Method to Madness, Brian in Love, Brian Wallows, and Peter Swallows. This was torture. You know, for a brief moment, like in the first 5 seasons, I was like, you know what? I actually think I really like Family Guy. But that very quickly faded. This was a fucking slog. I always thought that I'd rather watch Modern Family Guy over Modern Simpsons because it was at the very least interesting, but no, it was just as, if not more painful to sit through. There was a period where it was so bad that there was always something to say about it, but after around season 14 it falls off and just becomes the most generic thing imaginable. Fuck you, Family Guy. I'm glad to be done with you.